The Perfect Supreme Chapter 1652 to Chapter 1732. Expert Stopas for Lin Ling. The situation was getting more and more troublesome because he had to save the 9 spirits of heaven and face the tyrannical attack of the 9 moons heavenly emperor. How could he be happy? This move is sinister enough. The 9 moons heavenly emperor is facing someone who is so much weaker than him and still plays such a sinister method. This is Xianxia 9 moons. Unfortunately, even if Lin Ling met force with force, he was not a match for the 9 moons heavenly emperor, let alone in a bad situation. You don't understand. What do you know? In my opinion, the 9 moons heavenly emperor can calculate a perfect battle plan in a short period of time. This is what we need to learn. The people in the distance had their own opinions, but they all knew that Lin Ling could not escape this calamity and would definitely be consigned to eternal damnation. Good. Princess Firecloud's face was full of resentment and anger, causing it to be extremely ferocious. Spatial storm. At this moment, Lin Ling knew that he had met a powerful heavenly emperor powerhouse, so he used his physical strength to the limit. The ancient god emperor descended once again, his right hand still holding the 9 spirits of heaven, while his left hand punched out fiercely. In his body, those small worlds all exploded, rumbling like thunder. Without a sword, Lin Ling was not used to exploding with his peak attack in a flash, but the situation did not allow him to think too much. Chi. His left hand suddenly erupted with flames, and a fire dragon king roared. Even on his arm, scales were faintly discernible. What? The combination of physical strength and Saint Rune martial arts? The pupils of a powerful martial artist changed. Lin Ling's Saint Rune martial arts were too powerful. He could use it with a flip of his hand. Although because of the short time, the degree of use was only close to the large success stage, but with the addition of physical strength, this punch could be said to be a peak punch. Boom! Under the gazes of everyone, the 9 yang flute and the fist collided. The void was like a wave, rolling in all directions. Amazing, to be able to react in such a situation and condense the strongest attack. This Lin Ling is definitely a top-notch strength among Silver Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Most importantly, he's only a 6th stage saint, a newly risen celestial emperor, while the 9 moons celestial emperor is a 9th stage saint. The hearts of the crowd trembled fiercely. Although this terrifying confrontation was short, it was extremely exciting. It could even be considered a textbook in the battle between Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouses. How did he react so quickly? Princess Firecloud's ferocious face stiffened. She was boiling with anger. Every time she thought that Lin Ling would die, Lin Ling would always be able to escape. It was as if he had given her a ruthless slap in the face. I've heard that when a person is nearing death, they can erupt with their maximum potential. Today, you've shown me that. At this moment, the 9 moons heavenly the arch maintained his attacking stance. His pupils were cold and different. One was like the sun and the other was like the moon. Thanks for the compliment. On the other side, Lin Ling was still attacking with his fists. Flames were burning as he fought against the semi-divine weapon. He sensed a terrible origin power coming, but this power could not hurt him. No need, because every one of my praises has gone to hell. The 9 moons heavenly Thearcha's feminine face smiled. His pupils revealed killing intent as an even greater power swept out. I've heard such words many times. I hope you can do it. Lin Ling softly spat out a sentence. The ancient god emperor roared towards the sky. Edge, this is a collision of edges. This Lin Ling has unknowingly caught up to the 9 moons heavenly the arch. Looking at the two in the sky, many people's mouths were dry and they forgot to breathe. They had never thought that Lin Ling would not die at the hands of the 9 moons heavenly the arch and could even fight back. One had to know that the 9 moons heavenly the arch was a descendant of a god. There were very few in the same realm who could do this. Lin Ling was the only one. Alright, the human realm's highest deacon palace is watching this place. The two of you should restrain yourselves. At this moment, an ancient voice suddenly sounded. An old man in a loose robe appeared between the two. He looked indifferently at Lin Ling. You better stop. You've gained an advantage, so you should be obedient. This person was clearly from the ancient Rime Immortal platform, so the moment he appeared, he reprimanded Lin Ling. However, because he was apprehensive about the earthly paradise above him, he still stopped the two from fighting. Pa! He held the flute of the 9 moons heavenly the arch with one hand, and a tyrannical force forced the flute to retreat. Xiaojiao, you want to make a move? This is not the right time. You don't need to go against the orders of the human realm's highest deacon palace for an ant. The old man spoke politely to the 9 moons heavenly the arch. Then, he grabbed Lin Ling's wrist with his right hand. You too. Remember, don't be too arrogant. Otherwise, you won't know how you died. A powerful force immediately surged over, causing Lin Ling's expression to change slightly. A thought arose in his mind. This person, a diamond-level heavenly the arch, was definitely at the level of Wu Xing. However, while he was shocked, the old man was even more shocked. It could be said that he was shocked like thunder. Previously, he thought that because Lin Ling was from the human realm's highest deacon palace, he would not die here today. He also wanted to stop the 9 moons heavenly the arch from attacking Lin Ling. However, when he stopped him, he realized that the wrist in his hand was like a dragon that could never be grasped. Compared to the 9 moons heavenly thearch's semi-divine weapon, it was actually stronger. In that case, could it be that the person he saved was not Lin Ling, but the 9 moons heavenly the arch? Because if the battle continued, the 9 moons heavenly the arch would definitely lose. Swoosh swoosh. While he was still in shock, Lin Ling and the 9 moons heavenly the arch had already separated, and then they floated down to the ground. Lin Ling is lucky. If the battle continued, he would definitely die. Yes. His peak attack was only barely able to block the 9 moons heavenly the arch. However, just as the 9 moons heavenly the arch was about to unleash his full strength, that old man appeared. Humph, he dared to provoke the Xianyuan family. He's just a piece of trash. The people in the distance did not know these small details. Some were dissatisfied, and some were still excited. The battle before was wonderful. It was undeniable that Lin Ling had become famous today. In the heavenly thearch's world, he had become an existence that could not be underestimated. So its brother immortal ancient. At this moment, another voice drifted out. A large number of people walked in the sky. Many people looked carefully and found that they were the experts of the 7 emperors' world. Although these people were also titled heavenly thearchs, they were clearly at the top of the pyramid of the heavenly thearchs. They were diamond-level experts. Brother Zongheng, you guys came late. And Space-Time Heavenly the Arch, I didn't expect you to receive orders to come here. The immortal ancient Heavenly the Arch suddenly laughed. He had taken action before because he knew that even if he did not take action, the people of the 7 emperors' world would take action. Therefore, he did not want the Yungu immortal stage to have the ugly reputation of bullying the weak. Therefore, he took action. Those 2 people couldn't be offended. Hee, the demon region's enchantment is imminent, how could we be careless? In the sky, the people of the 7 emperors' world walked down. The unhindered Sky Emperor smiled and looked at Lin Ling, his heart trembling violently. He had heard the news and immediately rushed over. He was worried about Lin Ling's safety. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would be alright? Tiandi was facing Yungu Celestial Pedestal and Champion University. Since the last time they had met, that little boy had become much stronger. Not bad, you didn't lose face for the 7 emperors' world. Said Tiandi nodding. He looked excited. The crowd in the distance sighed softly. Now that the people from the 7 emperors' world had arrived, no one would be able to touch Lin Ling anymore. Lin Ling, are you alright? Asked Tiandi. The voice of the white cloud celestial emperor came from the group below the 7 emperors' sky. I'm alright. Said Tiandi. Said Lin Ling smiling. When he saw the 7 emperors' world's people, he felt relieved. Then, he looked at the 9 spirits of heaven and shook his head. You idiot, you were so reckless before. If I hadn't reacted quickly, you would have died. Said Tiandi. At that moment, the 9 spirits of heaven were sitting cross-legged and recovering. They smiled and said, Brother, I'm willing to sacrifice myself for you. Said Tiandi. Lin Ling was stupefied. His heart was pounding. He was extremely touched. Brother, I'm willing to sacrifice myself for you. Because of that promise, I'm willing to sacrifice my life for yours. Haha, from now on, the 9 spirits of heaven are also my brothers, said Xiaoyan. Little Flame also ran over and said excitedly. Although Shanyuan Jiuhun did not help much, the brotherhood between them can be seen by the sun and the moon. I've been treating you like my little brother for a long time, and Lin Ling is my big brother, said the 9 spirits of heaven smiling. Bullshit, I'm the second brother, you're the third brother. Little Flame laughed heartily and punched the 9 spirits of heaven in the chest, causing her to suck in a cold breath. I'm seriously injured. I don't even know how many bones are broken, and you're still punching me? The 3 brothers immediately laughed out loud. Bai Yuntiandi also walked over and joined them. The 4 of them had gone through life and death situations together. Now that they had such a relationship, they were the envy of others. The conversation between the 4 of them could be said to be unbridled, which undoubtedly caused the 9 Moons celestial Thearch's expression to turn ugly. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many powerhouses present, he really would have killed Lin Ling and the others. At the same time, more and more Heavenly Emperor powerhouses arrived. They were all diamond level. Clearly, they were the leaders of the operation this time, representing the world's 3 great legends. Those powerhouses were talking. Although they were afraid of each other in their hearts, they were still extremely polite on the surface. This was because above their heads were the highest deacon palaces of the mortal world, so no one dared to act recklessly. What they were talking about was the next matter of the demon domain enchantment seal. Lin Ling didn't have time to care about those things. His gaze wandered. First, it landed on Minister Yu, then he walked over step by step. At this moment, Minister Yu was like an ant. There were too many powerhouses. He only had the status of a disciple and didn't have the qualifications to speak. However, when he sensed Lin Ling walking over, his expression changed drastically. With a plop, he knelt down and kowtowed continuously. Senior brother Lin Ling is indeed worthy of his divine might. Previously, you had greatly raised the prestige of our 7 emperors' heavens. His words were heard by many people. The crowd immediately revealed looks of disdain. This Minister Yu was really despicable. Previously, he thought that Lin Ling would definitely die, so how arrogant was he? However, seeing that he had failed, he once again kowtowed to Lin Ling. What was the use of such a person if he didn't die? Lin Ling stood in front of Minister Yu and smiled slightly. The dignified first king of the West Mountain is as despicable as a dog. You really disappoint me. In the past, the 2 of them had met under the 7 emperors' heavens. At that time, Minister Yu was still a little arrogant. However, now, he was really as despicable as a dog. Hee, senior brother is right. Minister Yu immediately smiled apologetically. At the same time, he glanced at the experts of the unhindered Sky Emperor and knew that they would not help him. Because compared to Lin Ling's potential, unless they were idiots, if they really wanted to be sacrificed, it would naturally be him. Didn't you have a trump card in your hand before? Now, what trump card do you have? Lin Ling smiled again. Minister Yu was so embarrassed that he could not say anything. He could only smile apologetically. Junior brother was joking with you just now. Senior brother is a magnanimous person, please don't take it to heart. After saying that, he kowtowed heavily again. Bai Yuntiandi and the others snorted coldly and were extremely disdainful. Alright, I hate bullying the weak the most. I will give you a chance. As long as you scold me, I will spare you. Lin Ling said indifferently. Junior brother will definitely do as you say. Senior brother, please tell me who you want me to scold. Minister Yu patted his chest and said bitterly. In the past, he and Lin Ling were of the same generation. Today, when he saw Lin Ling, it was as if he saw his master. He could only bow respectfully. Him. Lin Ling pointed at the distant feminine prince and said with a smile, scold him for being inferior to a dog or a pig, and I will spare your life. Minister Yu followed Lin Ling's finger and looked over. He immediately sucked in a cold breath of air. The one Lin Ling pointed at was precisely the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor. Haha, this move is vicious enough. Many people watched the liveliness and said. Before, Minister Yu was flattering the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor. Now, Lin Ling was forcing him to scold the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor. Then, let's see what Minister Yu's choice was. Senior brother, this is not good, right? Minister Yu's face paled. If he scolded the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor, would he still be alive? Your distinguished self, right now, the 3 great legends of the human world are working together to seal the Devil Region barrier. Please do not do anything that will affect our unity. At this time, that immortal ancient Heavenly Emperor said coldly. This Linling was too arrogant. Haha, immortal ancient old brother, you have also cultivated for 300 years, while he is only 20-something years old. By interfering with the matters of these juniors, this is affecting our unity. Let the matters of the younger generation be solved by them. As soon as immortal ancient Heavenly Emperor's words fell, the unhindered Heavenly Emperor spoke in place of Linling. Immortal ancient Heavenly Emperor immediately became silent. He sensed a message, which was that Linling was greatly valued by the 7 Emperors' heavens. The other experts also did not speak. First, Linling had someone behind him supporting him. Second, this was indeed a matter of the younger generation. If they interfered, then it would be a bit unsightly. What is this? Minister Yu was looking forward to those experts stopping Linling's arrogance, but in the end, none of them said anything. Junior brother Yu, you don't dare to scold me? You have to know that I am your senior brother. If you make me unhappy, I will slap you to death on the spot. Linling's voice became colder and colder. Minister Yu opened his mouth wide, hurriedly looking towards the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor, only to hear the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor coldly say, "Try scolding me." Threat, thick threat, on the left was Linling, and on the right was the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor. Both of them were masters that could not be provoked. It was difficult to choose. Minister Yu was extremely regretful. He should not have held the thought of getting lucky and provoking Linling. I will give you 3 breaths of time to consider. At this time, Linling spoke again. If you want to die, then scold me. On the other side, the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor seemed to want to continue fighting with Linling. They opposed each other with equal harshness. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations fight both sides. Minister Yu wished he could commit suicide on the spot. Finally, he looked at the 9 Moons Heavenly King and made a decision. There were people from the 7 Emperors Heavenly King here, so he should be fine if he scolded the 9 Moons Heavenly King. If he didn't, he might not be able to leave here today. How dare you? Sensing Minister Yu's gaze, the 9 Moons Heavenly King was furious. He was a member of the Xianxia family, and someone dared to scold him? You're worse than AF** King Dog. However, Minister Yu cursed the moment the 9 Moons Heavenly King finished his sentence. You're worse than AF** King Dog. In the silent land, only Minister Yu's voice could be heard. Anger, Xianxia 9 Moons was furious. He really dared to scold him. Was he a pushover compared to Linling? Good. Go to hell. The 9 Moons Heavenly King's killing intent surged as he punched the air. Senior brother Linling, save me. Minister Yu seemed to know that this would happen. He looked at Linling and said, I've already scolded you. Linling, you should help me now. Unfortunately, it was wishful thinking. When he wanted to kill Linling, he tried to persuade others to do it. When others tried to kill him, he wanted Linling to save him. Did he think Linling was a fool? You have to bear the consequences of your own actions. You can't afford to play with fire. Linling said indifferently. Minister Yu wanted to kill him with the help of others. Unfortunately, he couldn't afford to play with the power that didn't belong to him. Now, he was facing retribution. No. Minister Yu roared before he was blasted into smithereens, leaving nothing behind. Perhaps it was only right before he died that he realized that among the strong, the one he should flatter the most was Linling, because only by flattering Linling would he be able to survive. Serves you right. Hee, I didn't expect Minister Yu to be more afraid of Linling than the 9 Moons Heavenly King. Linling is also a ruthless character. The surrounding people laughed. They didn't sympathize with Minister Yu. After all, that guy's ugly actions were obvious to all. Linling, where's my second brother? After the 9 Moons Heavenly the Arch killed Minister Yu, he glared at Linling. His feminine face was filled with malevolence. How would I know which dog your big brother is? Maybe he's dead. Lin Ling smiled and said lazily. Haha. Bai Yuntiandi was the first to laugh. Only Lin Ling had the guts to call Xianyuan Jiuxing a dog in front of everyone, but in truth, Lin Ling really didn't know where Xianyuan Jiuxing had gone. In the past, Xianyuan Jiuxing had chased after him, but he had suddenly disappeared. Even now, he was still puzzled. Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't, you'll definitely regret it. I'll tell you something else. Someone told me that you were the last person to see my second brother. The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor said again. Hee, I was the last person to see him. Do I have to know his whereabouts? I'm not your father or mother. I don't have the right to control where your second brother went to behave atrociously. Moreover, are you still young? You came to ask me when your second brother went missing? You should go back and ask your father and mother. Lin Ling smiled again. His words were sharp, causing a large number of people to laugh. This Lin Ling was really vicious. The 9 Moons Heavenly Thearch's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant after the people from the 7 Emperors' heavens came. He wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he had to be wary of the people from the 7 Emperors' heavens. You have guts. Today, you're just borrowing the support of those seniors. The 9 Moons Heavenly the Arch said coldly. Lin Ling nodded and didn't say anything else. Instead, he walked towards the 9 Moons Heavenly the Arch, causing many people to be puzzled. What was Lin Ling doing? The 9 Moons Heavenly the Arch also frowned, curious about Lin Ling's actions. Finally, Lin Ling arrived in front of the 9 Moons Heavenly the Arch and stared at him. Then, he slowly raised his hand and viciously slapped him. Who the F***ck do you think you are? Slap, slap, the crisp sound of a slap rang out, causing the ground to fall into a deathly silence. No one expected Lin Ling to actually walk over and slap the 9 Moons Heavenly Thearch's face. Even the powerhouses of the 3 great myths narrowed their eyes. In this situation, shouldn't Lin Ling be more low-key? This was because if it weren't for the people from the 7 Emperors' heavens, the 9 Moons Heavenly the Arch would have killed Lin Ling. However, who knew that Lin Ling would take the initiative to stir up trouble, provoking the 9 Moons Heavenly the Arch to make a move? You slapped my face? Slap. The 9 Moons Heavenly the Arch stroked his handsome face in disbelief. That's right, and it's on both sides. Slap. Lin Ling nodded and waved his right hand again. A crisp sound of a slap rang out from the 9 Moons Heavenly Thearch's other cheek. Another slap. This slap clearly told the 9 Moons Heavenly the Arch that this was not a dream, and that he had really slapped him. One had to know that to Lin Ling, the 9 spirits of heaven had almost died, and the 9 Moons Heavenly the Arch had come to kill him. Therefore, regardless of whether the 9 Moons Heavenly the Arch would let him go, Lin Ling had never thought of letting him go. If the 9 Moons Heavenly the Arch wanted to kill him, Lin Ling would come and kill him. If he failed, would he treat it as if nothing had happened? That was impossible. He, the 9 Moons Heavenly the Arch, thought that the powerhouses had arrived, and Lin Ling had luckily escaped. He had no idea that the one who had escaped was the 9 Moons Heavenly the Arch. This Lin Ling has eaten the guts of a leopard, and now he can move unhindered among the Heavenly Thearchs. What else do you have to say? Shouted the immortal ancient celestial the Arch from the Yungu celestial Thearch's side. It's time to seal the world, and this Lin Ling is so arrogant. He's affecting the unity of the 3 myths of the human world. In my opinion, we should kill him, otherwise, we'll be disappointed. Said a strong cultivator from Champion University. Then, he stared at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, you've committed a crime. Understood. The 3 myths of the human world, the 7 Emperors' world, the Yungu celestial the Arch, and Champion University, even though they weren't on the same side, they had the same goal, to protect the human world. Therefore, those who dared cause trouble would be punished by the 3 myths. Of course, this was only relatively speaking. Because where there were people, there would definitely be fighting, and this was unavoidable. Even senior brothers of the same sect couldn't avoid killing each other. However, those were all resolved in private. Whereas in public, everything had to be done for the sake of the overall situation. The Zhonghong Heaven Emperor smiled wryly. He found it difficult to explain. The time and space celestial the Arch didn't care too much. He knew that Lin Ling wasn't stupid. Even though he was arrogant, he was strong. If he dared do that, he had to have a solution. Affecting the unity of the three myths of the human world? Are you bullshitting? Yes. As expected, Lin Ling was extremely confident. He smiled coldly and said, everybody saw that the 9 moons heavenly the arch killed Minister Yu, a fellow disciple of the 7 emperors world. He was the one who affected the unity of the 3 myths of the human world. As a fellow disciple, how could I not do anything? Sorry, I can't do that. Yes. Boom, the crowd's hearts were pounding. Lin Ling was really cunning. Lin Ling had killed Minister Yu, but he was blaming the 9 moons heavenly the arch. He was using that as an excuse to attack the 9 moons heavenly the arch. Silver-ranked 9 moons celestial emperor, do you have a pair of dog eyes? Our 7 emperors heaven's matters can be solved behind closed doors. When is it 9 moons celestial emperor's turn to interfere? He killed our people, this is a fact that cannot be changed. Therefore, it was he who affected our unity first. If there is someone to blame, it should be him. Lin Ling laughed coldly. His tone made immortal ancient celestial emperor's eyes narrow. Lin Ling's tongue was like a lotus flower, even more so, cursing him for having a pair of dog eyes. Correct, our 7 emperors heaven's matters can be solved by ourselves. What right does 9 moons celestial emperor have to interfere? Could it be that it is just because he cursed? This 9 moons celestial emperor doesn't place the 7 emperors heaven in his eyes, killing after cursing, boundlessly arrogant. Unhindered celestial emperor also spoke, leaving everyone speechless. Moreover, this matter cannot be settled like this. Lin Ling continued, his words making everyone gasp. Lin Ling still wasn't willing to give up? Then what do you want? Immortal ancient celestial emperor frowned. Fight, I will fight a life and death battle with him. No one can blame anyone for dying. Lin Ling said straightforwardly. Hong, these words made everyone's minds explode again. They thought that Lin Ling was borrowing the 7 emperors heaven's support, and that was why Lin Ling was so arrogant. However, who knew that Lin Ling didn't need the 7 emperors heaven's support at all? He took the initiative to fight. Fine, I agree. Yes. 9 moons celestial emperor looked forward to this. Then just get out here. Yes. Lin Ling floated towards the sky. The reason why he was so determined to fight, apart from the fact that the other party wanted to kill him, was even more because of the 9 spirits of heaven, a word of brother, 2 ribs full of blades. These 2 reasons made Lin Ling have to kill Xianxia on 9 moons. His brother was being humiliated, so how could he retreat? This Lin Ling really is righteous. Yes, many people also sensed Lin Ling's intention to fight, and couldn't help but secretly admire him. Lin Ling, for his brother, 2 ribs full of blades, magnanimous. If they had such a brother, they wouldn't let him go. Big brother. On the ground, the 9 spirits of heaven opened their eyes. Their eyes were moist. Don't worry, those who provoke Big Brother never have a good ending. Little Flame clenched his fists, feeling emotional. That was their Big Brother, forever holding up the sky. However, the 9 moons Sky Emperor is not weak. Among the silver-level Sky Emperors, he is ranked 3rd. Can Lin Ling defeat him? Bai Yuntiandi said worriedly. Lin Ling's potential was very strong, but the time he had spent as a heavenly emperor was too short. He could not compare to the 9 moons heavenly emperor. Hearing this, the 2 9 spirits of heaven fell silent. Obviously, they were not very confident, especially the 9 spirits of heaven. As one of the descendants of God, he naturally knew the strength of the Xianxia family. The Xianxia family had a long history, existing since the beginning of the world. According to legend, it had once declined, and the reason for its decline was the erasure of experts. If not for that, the Xianxia family would be even more glorious and powerful now, but even so, the current Xianxia family had regained its former strength. In the human realm's highest Deacon Palace, the Xianxia family's prestige was not low. The crowd was also looking forward to the battle. Lin Ling was a 6th stage saint, and the 9 moons heavenly emperor was a 9th stage saint. How could Lin Ling win? In terms of talent, the 9 moons heavenly emperor is a 10th stage earth realm. He is only 1 step away from reaching the heaven realm. Wow. So powerful? Wow. Most importantly, his martial arts are truly terrifying. He has reached the large success stage, and the semi-divine weapon in his hand is also not to be underestimated. Wow! Many people were discussing spiritedly. It could be said that the Nine Moons Heavenly Emperor was an invincible existence among the silver-ranked Heavenly Emperors. There were only two people above him. One was the Nine Vicious Blade, the other was the One-Step Swordsman. The difference between these two and the Nine Moons Heavenly Emperor was that they had cultivated for a long time, and could be considered as experts who had cultivated for 100 years. Moreover, these two were about to become gold-ranked Heavenly Emperors, therefore, in terms of age and cultivation time, they were obviously not of the same generation, and could not be compared to the Nine Moons Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, many people had a feeling that the Nine Moons Heavenly Emperor's strength was actually more powerful than the rumors said. But to what extent, no one knew. The three great legends of the human realm, experts are as common as clouds. Those who can enter that place are all peak existences of the human realm, and in the future, they will become giants of the human realm. However, the highest deacon palace of the human realm cares more about the younger generation of heavenly emperors, and the Nine Moons Heavenly Emperor is one of them. An expert from the ancient Rime Immortal platform indifferently said, extremely confident in the Nine Moons Heavenly Emperor. My brother won't lose. If he wins, I want Lin Ling to personally tell me the whereabouts of my second brother. At this time, a faintly discernible voice drifted over. It was actually Xianxia. This person was even older, about 40 years old, but his strength had already reached the diamond rank. The crowd stared at Xianxia, their hearts trembling. This was another emperor-level character. None of the people who appeared here today were simple. Let's talk about it after your brother wins. Haha. On the side of the seven emperors, the unhindered heavenly emperor indifferently said. Naturally, he could not show any weakness. Xianxia smiled and did not say anything. Facts would prove everything. As for the unhindered heavenly emperor and the other experts, they were somewhat worried. In fact, they themselves did not think that Lin Ling could win. He definitely won't win. Haha. In the distance, Princess Huixia secretly clenched her fists. She completely did not expect Lin Ling to challenge her. This meant that Lin Ling's strength was also unrivaled in the silver-ranked battlefield? This was impossible, absolutely impossible. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the Nine Moons Heavenly Emperor also floated up into the sky. He touched his cheek, and his feminine face had a hint of ferocity. In fact, he did not think that Lin Ling could win at all. If it were not for someone stopping the previous confrontation, he would have already obliterated Lin Ling. The consequences of hitting me are very serious. The consequences of challenging me are even more serious. You should know that if it were not for someone stopping you, you would have already died. A soft voice drifted out. The Nine Moons Heavenly Emperor had his hands behind his back, looking down on the world with an imposing manner. Is that so? Then use your strength to prove to me that if no one stopped you, I will not die. On the other side, Lin Ling's mood had calmed down. His blue robe and long hair fluttered in the wind, and his indifferent eyes were as calm as an ancient well. He was calm and collected, like the calm before the storm, like an emperor master who had experienced thousands of reincarnations. After the cultivation in the Devil Cloud Cave, he also wanted to know where his limits were, and his opponent was a good whetstone to prove himself. Lin Ling's aura is so calm. Wow. Many people found that Lin Ling was completely different from before. If the Lin Ling before was showing off his ability, then the current Lin Ling was like the clouds in the sky, hard to figure out. This child is a rare martial arts genius. Wow. An ancient powerhouse said. Lin Ling seemed frivolous, but he was not arrogant. In the face of a real battle with the Nine Moons Heavenly Emperor, he was not arrogant. This kind of temperament was very good. Lin Ling is actually not weak. Think about it, he defeated several heavenly emperors before, and his methods were clean and efficient. Without a certain level of strength, it is impossible to do this. Another powerhouse said, making many people nod, acknowledging Lin Ling's strength. It could be said that Lin Ling was actually a dark horse among the heavenly emperors, a dark and dazzling horse. In that case, this battle will be somewhat exciting. Wow. Invincible in water and fire, the 9 Yang body. Then, do you still dare to say that now? The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor smiled faintly. At this moment, he had also calmed down. He held the flute with both hands and gently blew it. An incomparably terrifying aura soared into the sky, enveloping all directions. Outside the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's body, specks of crystal light floated out. They were like gems and diamonds, sparkling and pure, extremely condensed. In the end, it formed 2 great worlds, fire and ice, yin and yang. The 9 yin 9 yang body was finally revealed. Moreover, its aura was so strong that it shook the heavens and earth. It had actually surpassed the earth realm and stepped into the terrifying heaven realm. The 9 yin 9 yang body's final destination is the divine body. Under the world of yin and yang, an ancient voice also floated out. At this moment, the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor seemed to be the ruler of this world. Once the heaven realm immortal body appeared, who could compete with him? The sound of the flute also filled the world of 9 yin 9 yang. On the ground, above the sky, a strange change suddenly occurred. On one side, the clouds and mountains were burned and gradually melted, while on the other side, the mountains and clouds were frozen. Even the clouds could not escape this calamity. On the ground below, many silver-rank Heavenly Emperor powerhouses had the feeling of prostrating themselves in worship. When encountering a heaven realm immortal body, those with immortal bodies that were too far apart could only kneel and worship. They had no chance of resisting. He actually hid his talent. How terrifying. His strength is probably able to enter the ranks of gold-rank Heavenly Emperors. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The Xianxia family, the descendant of God, was indeed powerful. It gave them an extremely shocking feeling that exceeded their imagination. Lin Ling, I'm afraid that there's trouble. The White Cloud Heavenly Emperor frowned. She had a feeling that even if she were to challenge the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor, she might not be his match. This was because the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor was hiding his talent, which was different from the rumors. First-grade heaven-ranked talent? The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor to have hidden his strength so deeply. Moreover, the 9 yin and 9 yang physique was the ultimate divine physique. This Xianxia family was truly blessed by the heavens. No wonder the rumors said that this family dared to fight the mysterious realm lord. It seemed like these supreme deacons from the mortal world weren't easy to deal with. He couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. The worry in his eyes deepened. He didn't think that Lin Ling could win. Therefore, at this critical moment, he had to save Lin Ling even if he had to lose face. Lin Ling, go to hell. Over at the Yungu Immortal platform, a large number of people were also cheering. Lin Ling wouldn't be able to win. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was calm. The terrifying pressure of heaven and earth in front of him let him know that the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor was very difficult to deal with. Among the Silver Heavenly Emperors, he was definitely at the peak of strength. If the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of the past fought with him, the 4 of them together would not be his opponent. Now, you still dare to say that if no one stops you, you can still live? Heat and cold, 2 different temperatures rushed towards Lin Ling. The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's aura rose steadily, as if there was no end to it. He was using his talent to suppress Lin Ling. I've said it before. Use your strength to prove yourself, not your mouth. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed, and a sharp aura bloomed from them. After he spoke, the void around him shattered like glass, and the rumbling continued. The ancient God Emperor descended. He had bronze skin and a majestic body. At this moment, he was like an indomitable giant who wanted to conquer the world. The aura of an emperor pervaded the air. This was the first time Lin Ling had displayed it to the fullest, shocking the world. This emperor is here. Everyone heard this sentence. It was the voice of the ancient sovereign god, as if he was resisting the pressure of the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor. Earth rank 10th grade. At this moment, many people finally understood why Lin Ling had easily killed Emperor Peerless. It was because Lin Ling's talent was not weak at all. He was only 1 rank lower than the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor. What a terrifying pressure. I actually have a feeling of worship. The powerful aura continued to bloom. Some people with weaker talent than Lin Ling found it difficult to breathe at this moment. Earth rank 10th grade? The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor narrowed his eyes. He finally knew where Lin Ling's confidence came from. However, he had some doubts in his heart. According to convention, when an Earth-rank 10th grade talent met his Heaven rank, they would also have to kneel down and lose the ability to fight. However, Lin Ling did not. Perhaps the advantage of Lin Ling's talent was defense. That was why he was barely able to resist his pressure. Your talent is weaker than mine. Your realm is lower than mine. Your martial arts are worse than mine. Unfortunately, you are not my match. The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor said coldly. The ancient flute in his hands bloomed with an ancient melody, blowing the 9 yin and 9 yang, forming a large area of ice and fire that surged towards Lin Ling. When the ice and fire combined, it actually continued to explode the space, causing the entire sky to look like boiling water. A powerful aura rushed over, causing Lin Ling's pupils to flicker. Without a sword, he could only use his fists. He ruthlessly punched out with both fists. Scorching flames surged out. Under the sky in front of him, the Fire Dragon King roared, forming an origin power that swept through the world. Lin Ling's fire martial arts have reached perfection. Seeing Lin Ling once again release his fire martial arts, many people were secretly surprised. A mere spark dares to be arrogant? Under my 9 yin 9 yang 9 yang 9 yin 9 yang 9 fire origin energy will be devoured. However, a disdainful voice sounded from the distance. A terrifying thing happened. Those fire dragon kings that roared towards the sky and burned everything were immediately devoured after entering the world of 9 yin 9 yang. Even if they weren't devoured, they were still frozen into ice dragons. Fire and water were invincible. This was the terror of the 9 yin and 9 yang. Initial success stage of the Saint Mark martial arts? The unhindered Heavenly Emperor stared ahead and said. Although he was only at the small success stage, the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's cultivation realm and talent were even higher. Therefore, the power that came with a wave of his hand was extremely terrifying. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. He was invincible in fire and water. This was the first time he had encountered such a troublesome talent. In other words, against the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor, his fire attribute martial arts were all useless. He could only rely on his godly demon overlord physique. Spatial storm. Lin Ling ruthlessly punched out. The void was like a pillar of light that froze. In the next moment, it shattered with a rumbling sound, forming a ravine that rushed towards the 9 yin 9 yang world ahead. This punch was undoubtedly brilliant because everyone thought that Lin Ling had no strength to fight back. Who knew that he seemed to be resisting the 9 yin 9 yang world? However, after the pillar of light shot out, the ice and fire world ahead paused slightly. It actually burned the void and froze the void. What a terrifying power! Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor was indeed an invincible existence among the Silver Heavenly Emperors. Spatial distortion. In front of him, the incomparable ice and fire world rolled over again like the might of heaven and earth. Lin Ling's figure flickered as he shuttled through the void, faintly discernible. Do you think you can escape? The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor sneered. Facing him, Lin Ling could only flee like a mouse. This also showed that if someone hadn't stopped him, Lin Ling would have died in his hands. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Killer Move, Blade of Nirvana. Moon Shade. The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor was a little surprised by Lin Ling's battle awareness. He let out a low roar and pointed the ancient flute in his hand. Icy mist filled the air and froze the shattered void. Boom, the two powerhouses collided, and the sky exploded. A terrifying force swept across the world, and then the two figures retreated. Your physical strength is not bad. If it weren't for my heaven tier talent, your physical strength would have been enough to break through the ordinary origin energy. What a pity, what a pity. The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's voice floated out. However, it was just a small test. I think so too. On the other side, Lin Ling waved his frozen arm and looked up. Such a terrifying collision, and it was just a test. Don't these two have a limit? The crowd's hearts exploded. They thought it was a battle of the pinnacle, but it was just a test. These two were indeed the strongest among the Silver Heavenly Emperors, the battle between the first and second place. Your physical strength is very strong, but unfortunately, my 9 yin force specializes in breaking through physical strength. It can transmit power to the void yin. The 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor's voice floated out again. Voiding? In the 7 Emperors world, the space-time Heavenly Emperor's face changed dramatically. He was also proficient in space origin energy, so he naturally knew what voiding was. One had to know that in the void, the power was extremely mixed, and Yin-Chi was one of them. If a martial artist could transmit power to the void Yin, it meant that any physical strength would be ineffective. At least in this world, no one could attack him, and all attacks would be transmitted to the depths of the void. The 99 Yang body is really abnormal. The space-time Heavenly Emperor muttered to himself. Unafraid of water and fire, unafraid of physical strength, what other power could break through? 9 Moon Sun. After the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor finished speaking, he took a step forward and turned into a wisp of green smoke, attacking Lin Ling. This time, he chose to attack in close range, and the surrounding world was still the 99 Yang world. From a certain perspective, he had frozen Lin Ling's space, rumble, he pointed his flute, and a 1,000-mile-long pillar of fire shot towards Lin Ling. It was terrifying. Unafraid of fire and water, unafraid of the physical body. Is there really such a heaven-defying existence? At this moment, Lin Ling was twisting space to avoid the destructive flame energy. He was deep in thought. That was impossible. Although heaven and earth had a way of countering each other, there was no such thing as an invincible domain. The reason why he was invincible was only relatively speaking. If his god-devil overlord body reached the 7th stage, he could still injure Jiu Tiandi. This was because his tyrannical physical strength could hit Jiu Tiandi when Jiu Tiandi transmitted his power. Unfortunately, the current Lin Ling was only at the 6th level. Apart from physical strength, water and fire, I wonder if they are afraid of soul power. Lin Ling shouted in his heart. He twisted the space again and appeared on the other side. Looks like you can only run. Jiu Tiandi's voice rang out. It was as if he was the ruler of the world. Lin Ling is very strong, but he is obviously not a match for Jiu Tiandi. In this battle, Jiu Tiandi has used a powerful trump card that is even stronger than the rumors. Lin Ling can't win. Many people were watching the battle and knew that Lin Ling could only lose in the end. Yin-Yang fusion. Jiu Tiandi's body became ethereal. The ancient flute in his hand exploded with the power of ice and fire. It turned into millions of fire and ice pillars that attacked Lin Ling. Can you escape? Clearly, he had used his true strength and wanted Lin Ling to have nowhere to run. You said before that if no one stops you, you won't die. Do you still dare to say it now? Where is my second brother? Before you die, you have to tell me. The entire world was filled with Jiu Tiandi's voice. It was mighty and had an unparalleled majesty. In terms of realm, you are weaker than me. In terms of talent, you are even less than me. Your advantage is simply useless against me. Jiu Yang bloomed to the limit. The entire sky was sealed. The origin energy was extremely turbulent. It had actually reached the large success stage. With this kind of realm coupled with a terrifying heaven-grade talent, who in the mortal world would dare to underestimate Jiu Tiandi? Boundless Fire Dragon King. However, Lin Ling did not show any signs of panic. His face was still calm as he continued to attack with both hands. A large world of Fire Dragon Kings formed in front of him. This was also the large success stage of a Saint Rune martial art. However, when the Fire Dragon Kings wrapped around the pillars of ice and fire, the result was the same as before. This made many people shake their heads. Lin Ling's martial art was also very powerful and had reached the large success stage. However, the gap between talent and cultivation could not be filled. Blade of Nirvana. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling let out a low roar. Whoosh, the void seemed to be cut open. The hearts of all the warriors on the ground roared as if their souls were being attacked. The ancient powerhouse's faces changed drastically. Soul Force. Lin Ling had actually hidden his final trump card, Soul Force. The void was like the sea that was being cut open. From within, a sharp knife shot out. Its momentum was like thunder, shocking the world. Lin Ling had finally used his trump card. After defeating Jiu Tiandi, Lin Ling would be invincible among the silver-level heavenly emperors. Therefore, he would use his full strength, all the pillars of ice and fire were ineffective. A fatal sense of crisis rushed over, causing Jiu Tiandi's face to change drastically. Previously, he was still angrily shouting at Lin Ling, but now, he could not help but panic. He took a step forward. The origin energy of Jiu Yang carried him through the universe. He was avoiding the invisible and colorless soul force attack. Run. Do you think you can escape? Seeing Jiu Tiandi's figure flickering crazily, countless people thought of that sentence. However, that sentence was said by Jiu Tiandi. Therefore, when they saw Jiu Tiandi fleeing, they felt a sense of irony. Clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out. No attack could stop the saber of Nirvana. Seeing that he could not avoid it, Jiu Tiandi's eyes revealed a crazed look. He suddenly slapped the ancient flute in his hand and raised it into the air. After doing this, he immediately revealed a pained expression. Clearly, if he wanted to avoid this terrifying trump card, he had to bear the pain and give up his beloved weapon. Abandon the rook to save the king. Pop, pop. Pop, under countless gazes, the ancient flute in the sky bloomed with a gentle light. Circles of ripples bloomed, attracting the soul force knife. In the end, the two sides collided. However, it was clear that the ancient flute could not block the saber of Nirvana. However, the ancient flute had a spirit. Before it shattered, it swallowed all of the soul force. This unforeseen event caused Lin Ling's face to change drastically. He suddenly knew that although the soul force was a powerful trump card, it also had its flaws. For example, other strategy of abandoning the rook to save the king did not clash with soul force. Instead, they used other methods to resist soul force. Of course, to block soul force, the treasures needed were extremely precious. As for Lin Ling, it would be difficult for him to recover his soul force in a short period of time. In today's battle, Lin Ling had benefited greatly. He had a better understanding of his own strength. So that's your strongest ability? Good. You hit it very deeply. Next, how do you plan on facing my anger? In the sky, the 9 yins and 9 yangs were even more majestic. Jiu Tiandi had his hands behind his back as he walked over. Anyone could hear the thick anger in his words. Breaking through yin and yang, dragon claw. Lin Ling also hid his strength very deeply. That soul power from before is probably at the 100th level. What a terrifying up-and-coming talent. If not for the 9 moons Heavenly Emperor's treasures, he would have fallen. But what a pity. Right now, Lin Ling no longer has the strength to fight. Those top experts all let out low growls. Many of them recognized Lin Ling's strength even more. However, this recognition was too late because Lin Ling was about to fall. Should we stop him? The space-time Heavenly Emperor frowned. Lin Ling's talent was so strong that the 7 emperors would not let Lin Ling fall here. Wait. Although the unhindered Heavenly Emperor was worried, he waved his hand. Lin Ling, you destroyed my ancient flute. Next, I want you to die for real. Cold, 9 moons Heavenly Emperor's voice was extremely cold. Obviously, he was enraged. Just to kill Lin Ling, his beloved ancient flute was destroyed. How could he not be angry? You want me to die? How many times have you said that? You better prove it with your strength. Cold, on the other side, Lin Ling still did not show any signs of panic and replied indifferently. You're still so stubborn even when you're at death's door. I can tell you that your fire martial way is useless against me. Your physical strength is useless against me. Your hidden trump card has been used. You can't win at all. Come out, Yin Yang. Diagram. Roar, the 9 moons Heavenly Emperor roared to the sky. An ancient painting floated behind him. Yin and Yang were formed in the painting, forming Yin and Yang ice and fire. It floated out like a ghost fire. A terrifying pressure swept out, causing countless people's pupils to tremble fiercely. They sensed that it was the origin power of the peak realm. 9 Yin and 9 Yang. At the beginning, it was 1 Yin and 1 Yang. Then, with the Yin and Yang of heaven and earth, it slowly increased. With each increase in Yin and Yang, the strength would increase greatly. When it reached 9 Yin and 9 Yang, the Yin Yang book would appear. This is the Xianyuan bloodline. Roar, an arrogant voice drifted out. It was Xianyuan Jiutian. Lin Ling had already used up all his trump cards. but the 9 moons celestial arch was still hiding his most terrifying trump card. He had lost. Lin Ling was willing to die. No one believed that Lin Ling could still win. Even a gold-rank heavenly emperor would have to dodge when facing a Saint Rune martial art at the pinnacle. You can die now. As the 9 moons heavenly emperor struck out with his palms, the terrifying power of yin and yang wreaked havoc in space. The combination of yin and yang formed a peculiar ancient picture scroll that enveloped Lin Ling. Restraining me in all aspects? Fire didn't work, but physical strength didn't work either. The terrifying pressure was like the might of the heavens, blowing Lin Ling's long hair. But his handsome face was still calm. The corner of his mouth moved slightly. I don't believe it. You don't believe me? Many people frowned. Lin Ling did not believe that the 9 moon sky emperor could restrain him. Didn't Lin Ling already test it before? Attack! Attack! Almost at the same time, the unhindered heavenly emperor coldly shouted. But just as he was about to save Lin Ling, a figure stopped him. It was Xianyuan Jiutian. Scram! Scram! He was overbearing and directly shouted angrily. The other experts immediately looked at the unhindered heavenly emperor with a sneer. The unhindered heavenly emperor wanted to save Lin Ling, but how could they let him do as he wished? The unhindered heavenly emperor coldly snorted. He knew that it would be difficult for him to attack. Pop! Pop, pop! At this moment, the sky was shattering and being swept by a mysterious power. The power of yin and yang was like a picture that enveloped Lin Ling from the sky. At this moment, Bai Yuntiandi and the others clenched their fists. They were extremely nervous. They knew that the 9 moon sky emperor was Lin Ling's greatest opponent. What a terrifying guy. He actually made the 9 moon sky emperor use such power. Du Gukonglei smiled bitterly. He thought that Lin Ling was weaker than him, but reality told him that Lin Ling was already stronger than him because he could not make the 9 moon sky emperor use his strongest trump card, but it was a pity. Lin Ling's talent was terrifying, but he was still going to fall. This time, he should be dead. Compared to the nervous anticipation of the crowd, Princess Firecloud was even more nervous. Her body even trembled. She wanted to personally witness Lin Ling die in front of her. Boom. But at this moment, the fire began to boil. Under the yin and yang picture, the flames were like a dragon roaring and rushing into the sky with an unyielding will to break through the yin and yang. Unfortunately, this was just a dying struggle. Just like before, the power of 9 yin and 9 yang was still restraining Lin Ling's flames. Therefore, the Fire Dragon King became dimmer and dimmer, wrapped in the yin and yang picture. No one was surprised by this result. In terms of talent, Lin Ling was weaker. In terms of realm, Lin Ling was even weaker. Now, in terms of martial arts, Lin Ling was far behind. Boom, the picture finally fell, as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting. Everyone narrowed their eyes. The peak of Saint Rune martial arts, that power was too terrifying. He's dead. Someone muttered to himself, as if he could not believe what was happening in front of him. Why ask when you know the answer? Someone immediately sneered, because this was a very obvious matter. The Xianyuan family is not something you can provoke. At this moment, the 9 moons heavenly emperor stood in the sky with his hands behind his back, as if he was the ruler of the world. He had won this battle. The crowd finally let out cheers. Exciting, shocking, the strongest battle between the silver-level heavenly emperors was really amazing. However, the cheers did not last long. In the next moment, countless people heard the roar of a dragon. They saw that the ground covered by the yin and yang picture was trembling, and there was a fire burning. What? The 9 moons heavenly emperor's face changed. He sensed that the fire did not belong to him. That meant that it belonged to Lin Ling. However, wasn't Lin Ling's fire ineffective against him? Rumble, the ground shook, and a tyrannical aura swept out, forming a firestorm that soared into the sky. Ah! A painful sound suddenly floated out from the ground. The yin and yang picture actually floated up. Upon closer inspection, a huge pillar of fire appeared below it, and it actually rushed up the yin and yang picture. Although it was slow, everyone could see that it was only a matter of time before it broke through the yin and yang picture. Can't he really restrain it? I don't believe it. Everyone recalled what Lin Ling had said before. Lin Ling didn't believe that the 9 yin and 9 yang could restrain his flames, so he used fire to resist. He would not turn back until he hit the mountain. But now, the fire seemed to be working. The peak of Saint Rune martial arts. In the distance, the unhindered Heavenly Emperor felt the terrifying aura and could not help but suck in a cold breath. No wonder the fire was so powerful. Rumble, the yin and yang picture slowly rose into the sky, as if the suppressed dragon god had broken free. Countless people saw that within the terrifying pillar of fire, a figure was letting out a painful sound, as if some seal was being undone. And once the seal was undone, something terrible seemed to happen. Lin Ling actually still has a trump card, and it's using fire to fight fire. In that instant, the crowd was even more shocked. No one expected that the one to be stunned in the end would be Lin Ling. Dragon soars into the universe. At that moment, a roar finally erupted, like a volcano soaring into the sky. A dragon flew out from the ground, soaring into the 9 heavens. Moreover, there were thousands of ghosts wailing, and the song of the Yellow Springs was being sung forever. Invincible Silver Heavenly Emperor Bang, the 9 yin 9 yang painting could not withstand the tyrannical power at this moment and turned into dust. And that huge pillar of fire that soared into the sky actually created a vacuum in the sky. The sky was filled with burning clouds, incomparably beautiful. The most terrifying thing was that the pillar of fire was like a dragon, continuing to grow larger, causing some of the Heavenly Emperor powerhouses near the pillar of fire to fall. That was the forbidden fire zone. Silence, the sky, the earth, and the crowd were dead silent, shocked by the power of that martial art. It could be said to be so terrifying. A peak-level St. Mark martial art, he actually knows it too. It's just that his talent is not as good as my third brother's. He shouldn't have destroyed the 9 yin 9 yang painting, Xianxia said with a frown. But although he said so, he also sensed that there was a terrifying pressure hidden in those flames. It seemed to be an existence that surpassed the heaven realm. Of course, that pressure was too weak, causing him to not know if it was an illusion or not. He took a step forward, wanting to help 9 Moon's Heavenly Emperor. Get lost. Unhindered Heavenly Emperor and Spacetime Heavenly Emperor blocked in front of him and roared. You dare to stop me? Xianxia frowned and said coldly. The human world's highest Deacon Hall is also watching this battle. You dare to make a move? Unhindered Heavenly Emperor replied coldly. His words made Xianxuan's body tremble and retreat. His strength was not enough to fight against the human world's strongest giants. At this moment, under heaven and earth, everyone's eyes were attracted by the terrifying pillar of fire. And at this moment, a slender figure walked out of the flames. His long hair fluttered, his face cold. The most shocking thing was that his left hand was surging with flames. It seemed to be a dragon claw, and it had 5 claws. Dragon, a real dragon. That wisp of dragon's might, no one dared to violate it. As for the 5 claws, it was the god of dragons. Because ordinary dragons generally had 3 claws, this was the pool, river, and lake dragon god, while the 4 claws were the sea and mountain dragon god, and the 5 claws were the Heavenly Emperor dragon god. This guy, when did he use such a terrifying method? Staring at the flaming dragon claw, Unhindered Heavenly Emperor also sucked in a cold breath. That dragon claw, even he felt a sense of dread. You said that I can't break your fire? A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He took a step forward with a dragon claw in his hand. Like a dragon god descending, he pounced towards the 9 Moons Heavenly the Arch. At this moment, the 9 Moons Sky Emperor was frowning. Lin Ling was actually still hiding a trump card. Could it be that there was nothing this rising star could not do? Then, when he saw Lin Ling throw himself over, his mind immediately filled with fear. Muran understood why Lin Ling said that a mortal ancient Heavenly Emperor's intervention saved him, and not Lin Ling. It was because right now, he sensed a great life and death calamity approaching. Without another word, the 9 Moons Celestial the Arch retreated. At the same time, he constantly waved his hands, sending large amounts of 9 yin and 9 yang energy to stop Lin Ling. Unfortunately, it was too late to retreat now. Get lost. The 9 yin and 9 yang energy that could restrain Lin Ling before was now like paper. Lin Ling's left hand reached out, and the dragon claw swept out. Flames and dragon might roared, forming a terrifying flame storm that swept through the 9 yin and 9 yang energy. So powerful, the 9 yin and 9 yang energy can't restrain Lin Ling at all. Many people cried out in shock. The battle situation had been reversed by Lin Ling. In this battle of the strongest heavenly emperors, Lin Ling seemed to be turning defeat into victory. Run! Where can you run to? An extremely oppressive voice came from behind, causing the 9 moons heavenly emperor's expression to change once more. In the next moment, blazing flames appeared in front of him. Dragon might bloomed, causing his body to tremble. True dragon. The 9 moons heavenly emperor stopped and spat out a sentence with difficulty. Originally, I didn't want to reveal this trump card, but you forced me to use it. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth moved slightly as he said indifferently. With a wave of his left hand, flames burned. Everywhere it passed, the 9 yin and 9 yang energy around the 9 moons heavenly emperor's body shattered. In the end, the 9 moons heavenly emperor's neck was grabbed by Lin Ling, as if a dragon had coiled around him. Restrain, now. He still dared to say that he could restrain Lin Ling. The 9 moons heavenly emperor's body continued to struggle. His feminine face was ferocious, but he could not resist the dragon claw. Didn't you ask me where your second brother is? Let me tell you, I really don't know. Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. He reached out his right hand and ruthlessly slapped the 9 moons heavenly emperor in front of countless people. Pa, the 9 moons heavenly emperor's teeth shattered, and his mouth was filled with blood. It's fine if you want to attack me, but why did you play with my brother? Most importantly, I didn't provoke you. In order to find out the whereabouts of your second brother, you wanted to kill me. Pa, another slap was sent out, and the 9 moons heavenly emperor's face was swollen. You said that you are from the Xianxia family and that you are a descendant of God. The way I see it, you are just a descendant of a defeated opponent. Pa, another slap. You. In the distant crowd, Xianyuan Jiutian's face was extremely cold. Lin Ling had slapped his brother in front of everyone. He was simply courting death. If you have the ability, kill me. The 9 moons heavenly emperor said with difficulty. You think I don't dare? Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. Since he started cultivating, what kind of ancient figure had he not seen before? Trying to threaten him? The 9 moons heavenly emperor was not qualified. Seeing Lin Ling smile, the 9 moons heavenly emperor's heart trembled. He had a feeling that Lin Ling really dared to kill him. Swallow it. Lin Ling shouted coldly again. The 9 moons heavenly emperor's mouth was full of broken teeth. At this moment, he swallowed them all into his stomach. Seeing this scene, the crowd only felt their hearts tremble violently. Everything that had happened in front of them was too shocking. Lin Ling had actually defeated someone from the Xianyuan family and was invincible among the silver rank heavenly emperors. Most importantly, he was now only a 6th stage saint. If his cultivation level were to increase, when he reached the late stage of the saint rudiment realm, how strong would he be? Die. Die. Lin Ling did not show any mercy. His 5 claws fiercely clenched, like the might of an angry dragon. Then, under countless gazes, the 9 moons heavenly emperor's neck was crushed and his head fell directly to the ground. The number 1 silver rank heavenly emperor was now Lin Ling. The entire world was silent. Duga Kong Lei, Princess Xianxia, and the others looked at the 9 moons heavenly emperor's corpse falling from the sky. The shock in their hearts could not be any greater because they had watched Lin Ling grow up. In the past, Lin Ling was weaker than them. Now, they had to look up to Lin Ling. Even the gold rank heavenly emperors had a strong sense of fear at this moment. In the mortal world, another powerful heavenly emperor had risen. It was Lin Ling from the 7 emperors' heavens. Good, big brother won. Big brother. Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven, and the others were extremely excited because they knew what it meant for a silver rank heavenly emperor to sweep through all. I'll be waiting for you. You're audacious. Kill. Xianyuan Jiutian's voice spread in the air, it was filled with killing intent. However, he obviously wouldn't make a move. Because he knew that this battle was being watched by all, and he couldn't blame anyone for his death. Thank you for the compliment. Thank you. Lin Ling looked back at Xianyuan Jiutian and said nonchalantly. You can't kill a god's descendant. said Xianyuan Jiutian gloomily. Only a bloodline with a long history. If it wasn't for the fact that you were lucky enough to save an Outer Realm cultivator and then devour his bloodline while he was seriously injured, your Xianyuan family would only be an ordinary family. What descendant of God? You're just bragging. Lin Ling patted his clothes and laughed disdainfully. Boom, Xianyuan Jiutian's heart was pounding. How did Lin Ling know the Xianyuan clan's secret? Indeed, a long time ago, the Xianyuan family had once saved a powerful cultivator from the Outer Realm. That powerful cultivator was seriously injured, but he managed to cultivate God's blood. The Xianyuan family had evil intentions and took advantage of that powerful cultivator being seriously injured to kill him. They devoured that powerful cultivator and obtained the bloodline of a god. That was the Xianyuan clan's secret. Nobody knew about it except for Lin Ling. For a moment, he fell silent. Lin Ling didn't bother about him anymore. The reason why he knew everything was because of his Eye of Time. One must know that in the Devil Cloud Cave, as long as the young sector lord walked past a place, some memories would appear in Lin Ling's mind. Among them were the memories of the Xianyuan family. There are 3 Xian cultivators in the human world. There are as many strong cultivators as there are clouds in the sky. There are 7 emperors in the world, Yungu Celestial Stage, Champion University. There are countless celestial emperors. Now, silver celestial emperors, anyone can challenge me, who dares? Then, Lin Ling looked at the entire land. The dragon claw in his left hand seemed to be roaring, and his cold voice floated out. He remembered that many people were watching him make a fool of himself. Now, he wanted to see who could watch. The crowd remained silent. The battle had been spectacular and intense. Lin Ling's strength had already been recognized. They didn't dare fight him. You're just a silver-ranked celestial emperor. You're not qualified to be invincible. Don't be too arrogant, said a man from Champion University icily. Lin Ling, you don't need to worry about that, said Champion University. So, you want to fight? Lin Ling cast his gaze over, causing the man to frown. He took a step back and did not dare to speak anymore. He was not a gold-ranked heavenly emperor. How could he be a match for Lin Ling? How about I fight you? Within the rhythmic ancient immortal platform, the immortal ancient celestial emperor coldly spoke. Lin Ling was too arrogant. He found him to be an eyesore. You're already so old, don't you feel ashamed? What's more, they've already said that a silver celestial emperor can go up. Are you one? Is your skin really that thick? But if you really want to fight, I'll accompany you, said Celestial Emperor Zhong smiling. He slowly walked forwards. The immortal ancient celestial emperor looked at Lin Ling icily and remained silent. The 3 legendary celestial emperors of the human world were gnashing their teeth. They didn't want to give up, but among the silver-ranked celestial emperors, nobody could compete with Lin Ling. Lin Ling was invincible. Princess Xianxia, I know you want me to die. Now you have the opportunity, do you dare kill me? When nobody said anything, Lin Ling looked at the crowd and asked a beautiful woman indifferently. Princess Xianxia looked glum. If Lin Ling hadn't defeated the 9 moon celestial emperors, she wouldn't have been afraid, but now she didn't dare. I can tell you that this is your best chance. If you miss this chance, you'll never be able to kill me, Lin Ling said again. Princess Xianxia still didn't say anything. She had a heavenly talent and her cultivation was higher than Lin Ling's. If she wanted to kill Lin Ling, it wouldn't be difficult on the surface. However, the 9 moon celestial emperors also had their own trump cards. The 9 moon celestial emperors were also defeated, so how could she have a chance? You don't dare? Very well, go back and tell the Fire Clan Emperor that I'll personally visit him soon and make him fulfill his promise. Lin Ling nodded and walked down from the sky. His blue robe was a ghastly sight at this moment. Lin Ling broke his promise to the Fire Clan and fought against the entire Shenhuang Dayu, creating the first record in the human world. Now, he even threatened to personally go to the Fire Clan. How courageous! But that's what a real cultivator should be like. He's magnanimous, he dares to take responsibility for his actions. Although many people were dissatisfied with Lin Ling, there was no lack of people who worshipped Lin Ling. This was because this world was very realistic. Strength represented everything. with strength, one would be respected. Without a doubt, Lin Ling had left his name in the highest hall of the mortal world today. "I'll wait for you," said Princess Xianxia, smiling coldly. Lin Ling was insane. Surprisingly, he had dared come to the Fire Clan. She turned around and left. The others also looked at Lin Ling in a profound way and slowly left. They knew that Lin Ling was going to rise on that day. "Remember, it's time to enter the demon world." The strong cultivators of the youngest celestial stage groaned coldly and left. Champion University did the same. Zhong Mo Tiandi and the others were all smiling. Lin Ling's battle had made the 7 emperors famous. "Lin Ling, come with me," said Spacetime Celestial Emperor, glancing around. He knew that it wasn't a good place to talk, so he left with the crowd. In the demon world, the demon chi was still vast and mighty. In the distance, the sky was dark and boundless. People didn't know where the limit was. This time, in order to complete the mission of the Deacon Palace, the 3 legendary celestial emperors of the human world had gathered there. They all had their own camps. The Demon Dang Mountain was the camp of the 7 emperors. A large number of people had gathered there, and many strong cultivators were guarding it. In the demon world, even if they had as many strong cultivators as the clouds, they still had to be careful. After Lin Ling and the others came back, they didn't attract much attention. Besides, as time passed, many celestial emperors of the Demon Dang Mountain arrived. At the foot of a mountain, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged and practicing cultivation. Lin Ling had gained a lot from defeating Celestial Emperor Jiu Yu. He also knew how strong the strong cultivators of the human world were, because Celestial Emperor Jiu Yu had required him to use all his trump cards. "What about the golden and diamond level cultivators? I broke through 2 levels in a row. My cultivation is slow. If I want to break through again, I need external stimuli. The godly demon tyrant emperor's body also improves very slowly. The effects of the half-saint's essence aren't that obvious anymore," said Lin Ling, frowning. Lin Ling had taken too much of the half-saint's essence, so he had developed a resistance to it. It was like a pill. The first time he used it, the effects were obvious. The second time, the third time, and the fourth time, the effects were getting weaker and weaker. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to find materials to reforge the tyrannical song sword. Otherwise, my strength would have increased. "I'm not used to not having the tyrannical song sword," said Lin Ling, shaking his head. Then, he calmed himself down and stabilized his cultivation. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and the origin of space. In the distance, several figures walked over. Lin Ling was familiar with 2 of them. They were the 9 spirits of heaven and Baiyun Tiandi. There were 2 other middle-aged men following behind them. Their strength was at the peak of the Saint realm. They must be gold-grade heavenly emperors. Lin Ling quickly stood up and walked over with a smile. "There are experts from the 7 emperors' heaven. They want us to prepare to seal the demon domain barrier." One of the middle-aged men smiled at Lin Ling and introduced himself. "I am Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun. This is Heavenly Emperor Song Mu. As for Baiyun Tiandi, I don't think we need to introduce him." "Greetings, seniors." Lin Ling bowed. Since the other party was very polite, Lin Ling would not neglect them. "Hee, you are quite famous among the titled heavenly emperors. I heard that even the 7 emperors are full of praise for you. How can we be qualified to be your seniors?" Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun waved his hand. In the world of martial Dao, one's strength was the deciding factor, not age. "Hee, it's just a false reputation." Lin Ling smiled casually. "Oh, that's right. In the past, I had a recommendation from the Black-White Dao Palace. Later on, I became a disciple of the 7 emperors. Lord Watermist is my junior apprentice brother." The Green Cloud Heavenly Emperor spoke again, causing Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. So this person was one of them. "Heavenly Emperor Song Mu is from the Black Sky Empire. He is also your friend," Heavenly Emperor Qing Yun said. The Xintian dynasty was also one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. The one in charge of everything was Lord Pu. Now that Lord Pu had become Lin Ling's disciple, he was naturally one of them. Furthermore, Lin Ling still owed Lord Pu a favor. Lin Ling suddenly had a good impression of the 2 heavenly emperors. After a few conversations, they became familiar with each other. Where is Little Flame? Little Flame? After chatting for a while, Lin Ling glanced at them and asked curiously. He went back. This time, the experts of the Seven Emperors' Heavens gathered. Little Flame is not from the Seven Emperors' Heavens, so he was allowed to leave. But don't worry, the unhindered Heavenly Emperor personally sent him back. Bai Yuntiandi said with a smile, which made Lin Ling nod his head. The unhindered Sky Emperor had helped him many times, so he owed him a lot of favors. Let's go. Right now, all the Celestial Emperors have gathered. Xiandi has come to announce this mission. Of the three profound of the human realm, all the Celestial Emperors must participate. The 9 spirits of heaven seemed to be a little excited. Clearly, to be able to see all the Celestial Emperors of the mortal world and step onto that martial stage was also a kind of recognition. One had to know that after becoming the disciple of the 7 Emperors, if one did not become a Celestial Emperor after 5 years, one would be eliminated. This showed how cruel it was, so to be able to become a Celestial Emperor was a kind of glory. Of course, while the 9 spirits of heaven was feeling proud, he secretly glanced at Lin Ling. Lin Ling became the disciple of the 7 Emperors' Heavens later than him. When he first met Lin Ling, he called himself senior brother. But now, not only was Lin Ling a Celestial Emperor, he was also an existence that could not be provoked among the Celestial Emperors. This earth-shaking change made him have no choice but to exclaim in admiration. Seal the Devil Domain enchantment. Seal. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He did not care much about this mission, but the 7 Emperors' Heavens could be considered his backer, so he still had to participate in this mission. So, after the mission was over, he would go to the stone god's side. The few of them left and walked along the mountain range. This mission is so famous that it can move the mortal world. I didn't expect that some people are just making up the numbers, thinking that they are also powerful Celestial Emperors. What a disgrace. At this time on the mountain road ahead, several figures walked over. Looking at them, they were also the Celestial Emperors of the 7 Emperors' Heavens. Celestial Emperor Tianyu, what do you want to say? Celestial Emperor Qingyun frowned and said. He obviously knew those people. I'm talking to you, don't you understand? Among those people, a man wearing embroidered golden robes said indifferently. This person was one of the 7 Emperors' Heavens, under the Law Overlord's command. His title was Celestial Emperor Tianyu, a gold-rank Celestial Emperor. We are all people of the 7 Emperors' Heavens, don't go too far. Celestial Emperor Songmu also spoke. It seemed that this was not the first time they had met Celestial Emperor Tianyu. They had long been associated with each other. What, can't I even say it? The two of you have just become gold-rank Celestial Emperors. Do you really think that you are senior brothers? Behind Celestial Emperor Tianyu, another thin and weak man said disdainfully, come to guide junior brother, haha, these few junior brothers, don't be fooled. Celestial Emperor Qingyun, Celestial Emperor Songmu, they have been cultivating in the 7 Emperors' Heavens for many years. Their strength is weak and they like to put on airs in front of newcomers. His words were obviously directed at Lin Ling and the 9 spirits of heaven. Hearing this, Lin Ling and the 9 spirits of heaven did not say anything. They were not very familiar with the world of the Celestial Emperors of the 7 Emperors' Heavens. Enough, we are all Celestial Emperors of the 7 Emperors' Heavens, we should be united and not fight among ourselves. Celestial Emperor Tianyu, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are a member of the Ji family. Celestial Emperor Qingyun knew that the other party was looking for trouble, so he did not hold back. This sentence should be said by me. Don't think that you will flatter in front of Emperor Yu. This means that you are highly respected in the 7 Emperors' Heavens. Celestial Emperor Qingyun, let me tell you, last time you snatched my mission and even complained about me. I am still thinking of how to take revenge for this. Celestial Emperor Tianyu said coldly. So, today I am here to listen to your apology. Apologize, and for the sake of the 7 Emperors' Heavens, we will let bygones be bygones. The other thin and weak man also said, of course, the so-called apology is to kneel down and kowtow. If a titled Celestial Emperor knelt down and kowtowed to apologize, it would definitely be a loss of face. So, Celestial Emperor Tianyu's request was obviously very vicious. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Although he did not know the grudge between Celestial Emperor Qingyun and Celestial Emperor Tianyu, he could feel that the Seven Emperors' heavens was not very peaceful. Of course, this was also a very normal thing. The Seven Emperors ruled the world, naturally there would be disagreements, and at that time, conflicts would arise. If you want us to apologize, then let's talk with strength. I, Celestial Emperor Qingyun, will ask you to show me how powerful Celestial Emperor Tianyu is. The other party had already come to the door. Celestial Emperor Qingyun could not back down, otherwise, he would lose face. Boom, he took a step forward, ripples appeared in the void, and the origin energy was released. Celestial Emperor Qingyun actually cultivated a spatial martial art. Earth rank 10th grade talent, Void Storm, as expected of Celestial Emperor Qingyun. Seeing the void fluctuating, Celestial Emperor Qingmu could not help but smile excitedly. Even Bai Yuntiandi secretly admired him. As a gold rank Celestial Emperor Qingyun was not much weaker than her. Comprehending the void, not bad, but as a Celestial Emperor, with a raise of the hand, heaven and earth will collapse. The power of the void is for women to play with. A dignified man comprehending the power of the void is simply without dignity. Celestial Emperor Tianyu walked out and sneered. It's useless to say more. If you lose, take your people and scram. Celestial Emperor Qingyun was unmoved. His long hair fluttered, and circles of mysterious ripples appeared, causing the space around him to flow like water waves. It was extremely powerful. Buzz buzz buzz. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin first battle with a gold level Heavenly Emperor pop pop pop. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu seemed to be unable to control himself as he was sucked into the black vortex and disappeared. That scene made the 9 spirits of heaven and Bai Yuntiandi laugh. In the beginning, Heavenly Emperor Tianyu was so arrogant, but now, he didn't even use any moves and was defeated in one move. This was extremely ironic. So powerful, the peak of the space origin force coupled with the space talent, no one has the chance to make a move and was defeated in one move. Heavenly Emperor Songmu said excitedly, feeling proud of Heavenly Emperor Qingyun. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. As expected of a gold-level Heavenly Emperor, his comprehension of the origin force was extremely skilled, stronger than the opponents he had encountered before. However, at the same time, he looked forward and saw that the Thin Man and the other Heavenly Emperors were calm at this moment, but the corner of their mouth revealed a hint of ridicule. Something's wrong. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Qingyun turned around and walked back. At the same time, he said lightly, "Your skills are inferior, I think you have nothing to say. Lead by yourself, and let bygones be bygones. Go." However, just as he finished speaking, a cracking sound was heard. He turned around to look, and his pupils immediately shrank. In the space behind him, cracks began to appear, and mysterious water flowed out, turning into a big hand that tore the void apart. A moment later, a figure walked out slowly. This void is dark, it's not fun at all. The outside world is more attractive to me. Go. After that man walked out, he sneered. Who else could it be if not Heavenly Emperor Tianyu? He patted his clothes and said lightly, I have the water talent, myriad water 1000 universe body, 1st grade heaven rank, controlling all the water in the world. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. It's as good as water. I thought someone could break my strongest defense, water, but I didn't expect to be disappointed. Go. You've broken through my power of origin. Heavenly Emperor Qingyun's face changed drastically. His opponent actually tore the void apart and came out by himself. This was the first time he encountered such a situation after using his origin force. You seem to be very surprised. But what's so strange about that? You and I are both gold-level Heavenly Emperors. What we see is whose talent is stronger and whose comprehension of Saint Mark martial arts is deeper. I'm sorry, but in terms of talent and martial arts, you are trash in my eyes. I don't understand. You are qualified to be a Heavenly Emperor, but you dared to ruin my plans during the last mission? Heavenly Emperor Tianyu clasped his hands behind his back, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Earlier, when you thought you had won, you were so confident and arrogant. That face really made me feel like laughing. Go. The clear sky Heavenly Monarch turned around and left. He even said domineeringly, "You can leave on your own." Heavenly Emperor Tianyu, this move of yours is sinister enough. At present, his face has been utterly lost. In front of junior apprentice brother, he is merely trash. Go. Azure Cloud Heavenly Emperor, one more sentence, how about you leave by yourself? Toon Emperor to Immortal Emperor to Qingyu Emperor, Heavenly Emperor you. You guys. Heavenly Emperor Qing Yan's face turned green and red. Previously, he indeed thought that he had won. But now, he was humiliated by Heavenly Emperor Tianyu. One must know that he was a dignified Heavenly Emperor, an existence revered by tens of thousands of people in the Black Pung Great region. But now, he was treated like an ant. One could imagine the anger in his heart. As a Heavenly Emperor of the Seven Emperors Heaven, I, Heavenly Emperor Tianyu, am in a good mood today. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu smiled, then his face turned cold. He stretched out one hand, and waves of water surged out like a tide, sweeping towards Heavenly Emperor Qingyun. Pop pop pop, the water seemed soft, but it had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas, as if it could drown the entire world. Not many Heavenly Emperors below gold level could resist the power of this martial art. Heavenly Emperor Qingyun, be careful. Bai Yuntiandi and the others shouted anxiously. They knew the power of this martial art. Void storm. Boom. A large number of black vortexes appeared around Heavenly Emperor Qingyun's body. The void was opened, and a suction force was born, guarding him firmly. Walala, the water of heaven and earth still surged. Then it was sucked into the black vortex, but soon, the water tore the void and appeared beside Heavenly Emperor Qingyun, shrouding him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His whole body seemed to be trapped in water droplets. In one move, he was defeated. Humph, Heavenly Emperor Qingyun is only SOSO. Humph, Heavenly Emperor Tianyu snorted proudly, looking down on his opponent. He and Heavenly Emperor Qingyun were not under the same seven emperors, so he did not show mercy at all. Of course, he was just teaching a lesson. If he really wanted to kill Heavenly Emperor Qingyun, he would not dare. What a powerful water, the power of origin, nothing can't break. Humph. Heavenly Emperor Songmu's face turned solemn. Even though he was far away, he could feel the strength of that power. For the sake of Emperor Yu's face, I will not kill you today. Apologize immediately, remember, kowtow and apologize. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu said with his hands behind his back. The people on Heavenly Emperor Qingyun's side were silent. The opponent was too strong, ranked high among the gold-level Heavenly Emperors, he was not someone they could fight against at present. As one of the seven emperors, you are too arrogant. Now that the Heavenly Emperors are gathered, you are so arrogant. If you go out alone, won't you slaughter everything? Calm. At this moment, a calm voice came out. You have an opinion? Calm. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu frowned slightly and looked at the person who spoke. He found that it was an unfamiliar young man. Such a person dared to speak? Lin Ling. Calm. Bai Yuntiandi and the others looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Lin Ling was currently the first in the silver level, but Heavenly Emperor Tianyu was a gold level expert. Lin Ling? So it's you, the junior who was in the limelight recently. Even I have heard of your name in the Seven Emperors Heaven. You challenged Xian Huangdayu alone and dominated the silver level Heavenly Emperor camp not long ago. However, what qualifications do you have to have an opinion? Sigh. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu looked at Lin Ling with interest. Strength is qualification. Sigh. Lin Ling walked out step by step and came to the side of Heavenly Emperor Qingyun. His right hand formed a fist, and the water droplets around Heavenly Emperor Qingyun exploded. Lin Ling, thank you. Heavenly Emperor Qingyun said gratefully. He wanted to remind Lin Ling that Heavenly Emperor Tianyu was not weak, but Lin Ling shook his head and walked towards Heavenly Emperor Tianyu. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu watched quietly from the side and smiled mockingly. I agree, strength is qualification. Just like Heavenly Emperor Qingyun, without strength, you can only be a stray dog. However, do you have the strength? Sigh. Whether I have the strength or not, we will know after the battle. Lin Ling stopped and said indifferently. Hee, the younger generation nowadays is indeed young and frivolous. They think that with a little fame, they can look down on everything. They don't know that when we heavenly emperors are fighting, you guys are still drinking milk. Forget it, in terms of qualifications, I am your senior brother. As your senior brother, I will give you a few pointers. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu snorted coldly and stretched out his right hand. On his palm, millions of water droplets were boiling and splashing. I will not talk nonsense about how many moves I will give you. Because your strength is too weak, it is the same whether you give in or not. One move will make you recognize yourself. Humph. If you dare to move, I'll kill you. Walala, under the heaven and earth, the water was like an avalanche, turning into thousands of waves that drowned Lin Ling. This water was obviously not ordinary water, but the ancient water of heaven and earth. At its peak, it even had the power of divine water. Lin Ling, be careful. Watch out. Bai Yuntiandi and the others looked solemn and took a few steps back. Looking at Lin Ling again, they were all a little worried, especially Heavenly Emperor Qingyun. He had fought with Zhao Qingshan before and knew the strangeness of the origin force. It seemed to be seamless and impossible to guard against. Your talent and cultivation are stronger than the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor, but I don't know if you have the same method to resist soul power as the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor. Watch out. Lin Ling's face was calm as he muttered to himself. His eyes narrowed and the blade of Nirvana broke through the air. In the previous battle with the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor, Lin Ling's soul force had lost its effectiveness. Therefore, he did not use his soul force as a trump card. He only used it as one of his trump cards. Facing Heavenly Emperor Tianyu, who was stronger than him in terms of cultivation realm, talent, and martial arts, he wanted to see if his opponent could block his soul force. Walala, the endless tide was still trying to drown Lin Ling, but in everyone's eyes, Lin Ling stood still and did not intend to do anything. Crazy! Watch out! Heavenly Emperor Qingyun and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling could not block Heavenly Emperor Tianyu's attack. The people behind Heavenly Emperor Tianyu sneered. This junior brother who wanted to stand out was even worse than Heavenly Emperor Qingyun. He was actually frightened. However, they did not see that in the endless tide, a soul blade shot out, piercing through the tide and heading straight for Heavenly Emperor Tianyu. Just when Heavenly Emperor Tianyu thought that Lin Ling would be seriously injured, an extremely strong sense of danger suddenly came, causing his face to change drastically. Then, he heard a voice. If you don't want to die, stop. Stop. This sentence was like a brilliant heavenly might, causing Heavenly Emperor Tianyu's heart to tremble. Right now, he could continue to display his martial arts to attack Lin Ling, but the result was that he would be obliterated by Lin Ling's mysterious means. Without any hesitation, Heavenly Emperor Tianyu forcefully withdrew his source power. And in front of everyone's eyes, that terrifying tide had already arrived in front of Lin Ling. In the next moment, it would have drowned him, but then the tide suddenly stopped. Looking at Lin Ling again, he had his hands behind his back. Even if the sky collapsed, he wouldn't be alarmed. Boom, everyone's hearts rumbled. Kneel, kowtow, apologize, and get out. Lin Ling lightly spat out a sentence, causing everyone to be even more surprised. Lin Ling actually wanted Heavenly Emperor Tianyu to apologize? Everyone subconsciously looked at Heavenly Emperor Tianyu and discovered that he was standing there with a pale face. It was as if he was extremely afraid of Lin Ling. This made everyone even more puzzled. What exactly happened? At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Tianyu's eyes were constantly flickering. He knew that there was a soul knife in front of his forehead that was pointing at him from afar. It had the aura of obliterating him with a single word of disagreement. Soul force. This Lin Ling's soul force was actually so terrifying. If I continued to attack with my source power, you wouldn't have been able to block it. At most, we would have perished together. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu said with a frown, but his voice was no longer as arrogant as before. That might not be the case. First, your source power might be able to injure me, but to obliterate me, it's still a little lacking. Second, by the time you reacted and wanted to erupt with a stronger strength, your soul would have already collapsed. Lin Ling said indifferently, there's always someone better. A gold rank Heavenly Emperor doesn't mean that you can look down on everything. Yes. Of course, you can also try playing with me and see if you can break my blade of Nirvana. Hearing this, Heavenly Emperor Tianyu's face turned even uglier. Previously, he thought that he was stronger, so he played with Heavenly Emperor Qingyun, making Heavenly Emperor Qingyun think that he won and arrogantly said, "Leave by yourself." After those words were said, he immediately turned the tables. It was for that kind of teasing, that kind of playing, but now, Lin Ling said this again, the meaning was very obvious. Since you have the strength, then continue to play with me. Unfortunately, he, Heavenly Emperor Tianyu, couldn't break the soul force attack, and he was afraid that the moment he wanted to resist, the soul knife would attack. This also meant that the blade of death was hanging on his neck. As long as he dared to be arrogant, he would be killed immediately. Why aren't you talking? Don't you understand the word apologize? Lin Ling said again. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu gritted his teeth. He endured the humiliation and braced himself, saying, "Yes, but you must withdraw your soul force." The blade of Nirvana was still pointed at his forehead. How could he not be afraid? Are you talking about conditions? Or is it a request? Lin Ling suddenly smiled faintly. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu's eyes widened. He had already lowered his head, but Lin Ling still seemed to be bullying him. One must know that he was a gold-rank Heavenly Emperor. When had he ever tried to lower his noble head? But now, he had no choice but to lower his head. Junior brother, please withdraw your soul force. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu lowered his head and said. After you apologize, the blade will naturally disappear. Lin Ling didn't fall for it. Without the blade of Nirvana, Heavenly Emperor Tianyu wouldn't be so obedient. Sensing the determination in Lin Ling's words, Heavenly Emperor Tianyu knelt down and kowtowed. I was reckless before, please don't take it to heart. Apologized? Heavenly Emperor Qingyun and the others were shocked. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu actually knelt down and apologized. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe their eyes. Is it okay now? Heavenly Emperor Tianyu said after kowtowing. Scram! Scram! Lin Ling shouted coldly. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu looked at Lin Ling deeply. After leaving behind a sentence, he left with the others. I'm from the Ji family. You better know what the Ji family is. After today's matter, I'll definitely pay a visit to them in the future. Scram, why did you leave behind some threatening words? Can't you think of something new? Lin Ling smiled. Before leaving, he didn't want to lose face, so he left behind some threatening words. He didn't know how many times he had encountered this kind of thing. You. In the distance, Heavenly Emperor Tianyu gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that among Heavenly Emperor Qingyun and the others, the most terrifying one wasn't Heavenly Emperor Qingyun and the others, but that rising star instead. Hehe, Lin Ling, you're still the best. You actually made them run away. You must know that you're a silver-ranked Heavenly Emperor. After Heavenly Emperor Tianyu and the others left, Heavenly Emperor Qingyun and the others walked over with admiration. They didn't expect that Lin Ling would help them out today. It's just a fluke. Because he underestimated me, that's why my soul force took advantage of him. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. None of the gold-ranked Heavenly Emperors were easy to deal with. If Heavenly Emperor Tianyu wasn't careless and was vigilant like the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor, then Lin Ling might not be able to defeat him. Heavenly Emperors gather no matter what, you indeed won previously. But you also went all out. Facing Heavenly Emperor Tianyu's attack, you actually remained indifferent, choosing to perish together with him. This courage to cut off all means of retreat, Heavenly Emperor Songwood, cannot help but be convinced. Heavenly Emperor Songmu didn't dare to underestimate his junior brother. That kind of fighting method was ruthless enough. Ruthless to the enemy and ruthless to himself. If he had the means to resist soul power, I would have been the one to suffer. So, by taking him by surprise, sometimes I can win, sometimes I lose, and sometimes I lose all my trump cards. Lin Ling shook his head. They chatted as they walked. However, because of us, you provoked the people of Ji family. Heavenly Emperor Qingyun said with some guilt. Your Lord Shuiwu senior and junior brothers, and also my, Lin Ling's, friends. I will definitely help you with the previous matter. Lin Ling waved his hand and asked curiously, what's Ji family? Ji family? one of the 9 great deacons of the mortal world's highest deacon palace, the same origin as Xianyuan family, Xianhuangdayu, and the 3 great historical clans, one of the 9 deacons and 3 emperors of the mortal world. Heavenly Emperor Qingyan explained, startling Lin Ling. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that the people he had offended were not small, the highest deacons of the mortal world. Without a doubt, those forces were already the top in the mortal world, the highest deacon palace of the mortal world, heavenly earth. What kind of existence was it? There were so many experts gathered here, all these made Lin Ling extremely curious. A moment later, everyone gathered on a mountain peak. This mountain peak was very big, and the top of the mountain seemed to have been cut by a knife, smooth and clean. A large number of people gathered there, some were sitting cross-legged, some were drinking wine, and some were chatting wittily. Moreover, each of them had a different aura, some were extremely bloody, some were surging with murderous intent, and some were approachable. These people's strength was extremely terrifying. They were the titled heavenly emperors of the 7 emperors world. Moreover, many of them were extremely famous. For example, Lin Ling becoming a silver heavenly emperor wasn't a big deal because these people had been famous for a long time, and they had their own proud things. Lin Ling and the 9 spirits of heaven were just rising heavenly emperors, even Heavenly Emperor Qingyan and Spacetime Heavenly Emperor, they were low-key. So many experts. Lin Ling was shocked. His eye of time continued to scan the surroundings, and he discovered that there were many heaven-ranked geniuses, and many of them were martial saints. He was actually the weakest of them all, a 6th-stage saint. You're here. At this time, the unhindered celestial emperor looked in Lin Ling's direction and called out. He immediately walked over with a smile. There were a few celestial emperors beside him. They were all otherworldly and had unfathomable strength. Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly Emperors, Heavenly Emperor from the East Emperor, Heavenly Sky, Heavenly in front of Lin Ling, Heavenly Emperor Qingyan said with a smile. Eastern Mountain? Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and he quickly bowed to them. The 7 emperors world had 4 mountains, and Eastern Mountain represented the same faction as Lin Ling. Coupled with Heavenly Emperor Qingyan's introduction, Lin Ling naturally didn't dare to slight them. This Heavenly Emperor is? The other 3 looked at Lin Ling. They looked to be in their 40s, but in reality, they had cultivated for more than 100 years. Heavenly Emperor Qingyan pointed at Lin Ling and said, 100 years ago, Heavenly Emperor Mortal Carp appeared in Eastern Mountain. Eastern Mountain was glorious, but 100 years later, Eastern Mountain declined, as if the moon was clear and the moon was dim. However, since his arrival, Eastern Mountain has risen again. The current first king of Eastern Mountain, Lin Ling. The 3 looked at Lin Ling and said in unison. They had guessed Lin Ling's identity. Born in Eastern Mountain, they had naturally heard of Lin Ling. Not only was he the first king of Eastern Mountain, but he also challenged Xianhuangdayu and defeated all the heavenly emperors in the Silver Realm. Among all the heavenly emperors in the mortal realm, Lin Ling wasn't the most famous, but there weren't many who hadn't heard of Lin Ling's name. I'm impressed. The new generation excels the old. Heavenly Emperor Mortal Carp said. Senior, you flatter me. Lin Ling was neither haughty nor humble as he smiled. You haven't been a celestial emperor for a long time, but you've already done so many things. When you become stronger, who can predict your future? So, don't treat us as seniors, just treat us as equals, said a man called Wu Xian Heaven Emperor. Obviously, they didn't dare to look down on Lin Ling. The White Cloud Heavenly Emperor, Xianyuan Jiuhun, and the others couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling's growth was extremely fast, and there were many people in the 7 emperors' heavens who knew him. This must be the little girl Baiyun. Heavenly Emperor Mortal Carp looked at Baiyun Tiandi and said. Baiyun Tiandi was indeed like a little girl to them because they were Diamond Realm experts. Bah! Baiyun Tiandi had always been proud, so she immediately retorted. Why did they treat Lin Ling as peers and call her a little girl? One had to know that she was older than Lin Ling. This was too unfair. Haha. Several people laughed, and Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. This kind of banter was common on the mountain peak. Especially for heavenly emperors who came from the same mountain, they were much more familiar with each other. Obviously, the 4 mountains of the 7 emperors' heaven had their own camps. Alright, everyone is here. At this moment, 3 figures appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there was an old man, a middle-aged man, and a woman. The old man wore a cloak with many talismans pasted on it. He was the talisman ancestor. Given his seniority, anyone who saw him would have to greet him respectfully because he was an enemy of the titled immortal realm. The other person was the supreme Xianxia. This person's cultivation and origin were extremely powerful. He was a member of the supreme family and was as famous as the Ji family. He was one of the highest deacon palaces in the mortal world. The last person was extremely beautiful. She wore a feather-scaled Xianxia and her figure was extremely hot. Her exposed skin was as white as snow. Her slender thighs could be seen from the slit in her Xianxia. Below her thighs was a pair of purple leather boots. Her entire appearance was extremely alluring. She was Lu Susu. That female profiteer is here too. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He had always been curious about Lu Susu. This profiteer was extremely amiable and could chat with ordinary people. However, she could also walk together with experts. It was difficult to guess her true origin. However, now that she was here, it meant that Lu Susu's seniority in the Seven Emperors' heaven was not low. Greetings to the three Xianxia. On the mountain peak, everyone shouted in unison. Everyone, please feel free to do as you wish. Today, we have received orders from the Seven Emperors to help everyone seal the demon region enchantment boundary. Therefore, we have gathered everyone here. Among the three, the Supreme Xianxia seemed to be the most senior. He waved his hand and smiled faintly. This seal has been loosened for 100 years. If the seal is broken, the experts of the demon region will be able to enter the mortal world easily. Therefore, this seal is of great importance. The highest deacon palace in the mortal world will also give out a corresponding reward. The demon region enchantment boundary is in the true martial world. There are 100,000 enchantment boundaries in it. You have to find the enchantment boundary and seal it. For every enchantment boundary you seal, you will be rewarded with 100 merit points, and so on. Wow, an enchantment boundary is rewarded with 1,000 merit points. This is great. This demon region enchantment boundary seal, I must go. True martial world Lin Ling was a little curious. What are merit points? It's a reward issued by the highest deacon palace of the human world. It's called contribution points to the human world. It's on the same mission list as the three legends of the human world. Merit points can be used to buy many rare treasures. There's nothing that the highest deacon palace of the human world doesn't have. Take half-sage's essence as an example. A drop of it can be bought with 1 merit point, explained Sky Emperor. Then, do you have divine meteorite iron, space stone, mother iron, and void divine spider silk? Lin Ling's heart thumped. Are you talking about these? A jade talisman appeared in Sky Emperor's right hand. He poured his spirit energy into it and an illusion appeared. It was the treasure that Lin Ling had mentioned. Obviously, the highest deacon palace of the human world had all these treasures. Lin Ling was excited. Those treasures were used to forge the Tyrant Song sword. It was difficult to find all of them. He didn't expect that the highest deacon palace of the human world would have them. So, he couldn't miss this mission. Although the merit points seem to be abundant, let me remind you that it's not easy to enter the true martial world because that's where the devil race lives. If we're discovered, we'll die without a doubt. Moreover, the true martial world has 100,000 enchantments. It's extremely fragile. Therefore, people inside can't recover their spirit energy. Any treasure is useless. This also means that if you're discovered by the devil race, you won't be able to recover your spirit energy after a battle. You'll become weaker and eventually be obliterated. So, don't expose your identity as a human. Otherwise, even the strongest Sky Emperor will fall. Moreover, the Seven Emperors' world sealed the least number of enchantments in the past few times. Therefore, the Seven Emperors' world also issued an order that the one with the most enchantments will receive an additional reward. This time, Lu Susu spoke. Her voice was pleasant to the ears and made many Sky Emperor powerhouses laugh. An expert said, "What's the reward? Is it a reward for Lord Lu?" "Yes, a reward for me." "Do you dare to accept it?" Lu Susu's charming smile was extremely charming, causing many people's hearts to be moved. However, if Lu Susu really gave them a reward, they wouldn't dare to accept it because they couldn't swallow it. This kind of beauty could only be admired from afar, they couldn't get close to her and profane her. The 7 Emperors' rewards won't disappoint you. You just need to remember that this time, you have to make the 7 Emperors proud. Don't let Champion University and Yungu Celestial Stage oppress you again. Next, everyone, get ready. Those who want to enter, take a token each. It will be used for sealing purposes, and it will be able to conceal the aura of a human. I'll go. I won't miss it. The gathering of the celestial emperors of the 3 great legends of the human realm, how can I be absent from such a stage? I will definitely seal the most of them and greatly spread the fame of the 7 emperors. The crowd was in high spirits. No one was willing to give in to the other, although there was danger, for them to become heavenly emperors. What kind of danger had they not seen before? Whoosh! Whoosh, above the sky, mysterious jade tablets sprinkled down like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, landing in the hands of every heavenly emperor. With the infusion of spiritual energy, a faint demonic aura appeared on the surface of their bodies, concealing the aura of a human. Follow me. After a long time, the unparalleled immortal emperor flew forward. Everyone followed one after another. So many people, and they're all extremely strong cultivators. Wow! In the crowd, the 9 spirits of heaven were extremely excited. The stage of the celestial emperor's world? The 9 spirits of heaven had also joined the celestial emperor's world. Lin Ling was also feeling heroic. He wanted to fight against the heroes of the world. Don't think too highly of yourself. The 7 emperors have always had the least number of seals because the other 2 great legends know where the seals are, but we don't. White Cloud Heavenly Emperor reminded. Lin Ling frowned. It was obvious that the 100,000 barriers were not piled up in one place. They were scattered everywhere. Some were even hidden, while others were guarded by devil race experts. It seemed that the sealing process was not simple at all. The 9 spirits of heaven also calmed down. He looked at the unhindered heavenly emperor and the rest beside him and shook his head. Even these powerhouses weren't confident, let alone them. It's hard to say until the end, so don't lose confidence. Lin Ling comforted, making the 9 spirits of heaven nod their heads. Yeah, to be able to seal 3 seals, we can be considered to have made a profit. Moreover, it shouldn't be difficult because there are 100,000 seals. Even if we can't eat the meat, we can still drink some soup, said Baiyun Tiandi with a smile. After a long time, everyone arrived above an ocean. This ocean had jet black seawater. Demonic fishes overflowed. There were minotaurs, 6-headed crabs, and so on. However, this couldn't stop the heavenly emperor powerhouses. At the center of the ocean, a gigantic spirit formation teleportation array appeared. It was extremely grand and majestic. At this moment, a large number of people rushed into the teleportation array. At a glance, there were actually countless heavenly emperor powerhouses. Seeing that scene, many people became excited. The battlefield of heavenly emperors made people look forward to it. Go in. Remember, you will be separated inside, but try to gather as much as possible and form a team. Because this way, completing the mission will be faster. Unhindered Heavenly Emperor reminded. He had already reached an agreement with those veteran heavenly emperors. If they had the chance to meet, they would form a team with each other. After that, he flew into the vortex. Lin Ling and the rest nodded and entered one after another. In a distant place, several gazes were staring at Lin Ling, with thick killing intent. If you see him inside, kill him without mercy. The person who spoke was shockingly Xianyuan Jiutian. Apart from him, there was also Princess Firecloud and the rest. Although Lin Ling's strength wasn't weak, the ones participating in the mission this time were diamond-level heavenly emperors. Lin Ling was simply not a match. After Lin Ling stepped into the teleportation array, a familiar feeling arose spontaneously. He had been here before. This made his heart beat violently. Thinking about it, he suddenly understood. It wasn't him who had been here before, but the owner of the eyes had been here before. After an unknown period of time, when Lin Ling's feet stepped on the ground, all the strange feeling disappeared. Looking ahead, it was like entering the human world, but the demonic chi was extremely dense. And far away, people of the demon race could be faintly seen. Those people's skin was slightly different. and some of them looked like demons, with a bird's head and a snake's body. Of course, there were also demon race people who looked similar to humans. True martial realm, the core of the demon domain's teleportation array. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He glanced at the jade pendant hanging on his waist and channeled his spiritual qi into it. Demonic qi immediately appeared and shrouded his entire body. He put on a large cloak and went on his way. The teleportation array was random, so he didn't know where the 9 spirits of heaven and the rest were, so he could only try his luck. Human? Go to hell. Compared to Lin Ling's cautiousness, some of the heavenly emperors who came here for the first time were used to showing off. They didn't even use their jade cards. Immediately, they were surrounded by many people of the demon race, and then they were exhausted to death. The demon race cultivates demonic qi. Their strength isn't weak, roughly between the saint realm. Lin Ling secretly thought, then he looked ahead and suddenly frowned. The world was so big, and it was really difficult to find the sealing array. Sword conference, I have time. Lin Ling was not anxious. He looked ahead, searching for history. In history, 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago, many humans had entered this place. They were also sealing enchantments, allowing Lin Ling to know the locations of the nearby enchantments. However, Lin Ling did not take action. He continued to search for history. Finally, at the beginning of history, he saw a familiar figure. It was the Realm Master. It turned out that the sealing enchantments here were set up by the Realm Master. Later generations only needed to strengthen the enchantments for 100 years. If I can find the Realm Master, then I will know the location of all the sealing enchantments. Lin Ling immediately became excited. He continued to look at the time. It turned out that before the Realm Master set up the sealing enchantments, he had also come here. At that time, he was only a youth. He had wandered the world and left behind a thick memory here. Dreamlike Mountain. Lin Ling softly spat out a sentence. He had a feeling that if he wanted to find all the sealing enchantments, the only way was to go to Dreamlike Mountain. Because that was an extremely important place in the life of the Realm Master. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ling stepped forward. At this moment, he was like a lonely swordsman. One man, one wine, the world is mine to walk. Unfortunately, he did not have a sword. This was a flaw in an otherwise perfect situation. Along the way, Lin Ling also saw many Sky Emperors. They hid their figures, transformed into demons, and walked on the ground. Similarly, many Sky Emperors also saw Lin Ling but did not pay much attention to him. Although the jade token could emit devil qi, as humans, they could still sense each other. Gradually, Lin Ling left the remote mountain range and arrived at a flourishing city. This place was as lively as the human world. Many demons also learned the habits of humans. For example, wearing clothes, eating cooked food, etc. However, their appetite was huge. Although they were used to it, most of them still liked to eat raw meat. Dreamlike City. Lin Ling stopped in front of a majestic city. There were 3 large words on the city, and it was dreamlike. This surprised him, because in the eye of time, there was only Dreamlike Mountain in the past, and there was no city. Clearly, after countless years, the Devil region had also changed. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling stepped into the city and entered a restaurant to inquire for information. But moments later, Lin Ling frowned. This was because the Dreamlike Mountain he was looking for had become a forbidden zone. Not to mention humans, even demons would find it difficult to approach. Hey, you're a human, but you're eating and drinking in the demon race's restaurant. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? At that moment, laughter came from the table next to him. Lin Ling looked over and saw a woman with dark skin. She had 2 horns on her head, and she was surrounded by thick devil qi. However, Lin Ling smiled. He could sense that she was a human. He wondered which of the 3 great myths of the mortal world was the Celestial Emperor. Aren't you the same? Lin Ling took a sip of the fiery demon race's wine and replied with a smile. This old lady kindly reminded you, but you're still being arrogant. The woman immediately laughed and said, which godmyth is Heavenly Emperor? The 7 Emperors' Heavens. Lin Ling did not hide anything and replied indifferently. Alright, since you're from the 7 Emperors' Heavens, this old lady will not teach you a lesson today. But let me remind you, it's best if you have a horn on your forehead. Otherwise, you'll be easily noticed. As for your skin color, it's up to you. The demon race's skin color is also a mess. The woman also took a sip of wine and reminded him with a smile. Thank you. Lin Ling stood up and left. A horn had also appeared on his forehead, making him look even more like a demon. The woman stared at Lin Ling and could not help but be stunned. Lin Ling was handsome with cold features. Especially his eyes, they gave off an extremely mysterious feeling. Now that he had a horn, his entire aura had changed, demonic charm, yet with a sense of indifference. What an interesting fellow. I forgot to ask for his name. If I return to the mortal world, this old lady might chase after him. The Empress muttered to herself. This person was a diamond-level heavenly emperor. His strength was terrifying. After leaving the inn, Lin Ling looked at the demon race around him and could not help but ponder. How should he get close to Dreamlike Mountain? Sword Conference. The 13 Heavens of Demon Cloud is holding a sword conference to recruit a son-in-law. Any demon race member can participate. Quickly go and take a look. All the heroes and demons of the world have gathered. I wonder who is more powerful. I heard that the 9th Commandery Princess is using martial arts to recruit a son-in-law. In the streets, a large number of voices could be heard, causing the demon race members to move forward majestically. Sword Conference? Lin Ling furrowed his brows. His gaze swept over and immediately saw that among the fiend race's people, several heavenly emperor powerhouses were also hidden inside, advancing forward. Right now, Lin Ling could not find a way to go to Dreamlike Mountain, so he might as well go and take a look. The sword conference this time was in the center of the city. A magnificent martial stage had been set up there, gathering the demon race from all over the world. Under the curtain of the Southern Demon Emperor, there was the son of Mod, and even the great demon king. It was extremely lively. Around the martial stage were chains as thick as water buckets, binding 4 giant beasts. It was a giant beast with the body of an ox and the head of a lion. In between breaths, storms rose everywhere. It was extremely ferocious. Similarly, there was a 9-headed bird and a demonic dragon flying in the sky. They were all tied up, adding to the momentum of the martial arts competition. Grand, this was the real martial arts competition for a spouse. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He sensed that the aura of the 4 giant beasts was actually at the peak of the Saint Rudiment realm. If placed in the mortal world, any one of these giant beasts would be a disaster. Ordinary silver-level heavenly emperors would not be a match for them. His gaze swept around. There were many powerhouses here. Wuxing's aura spread out from time to time. This made Lin Ling think that if his identity as a human was exposed here, he would definitely die. Involuntarily, he secretly glanced around and saw a heavenly emperor. At this moment, he was also hiding there, not daring to breathe loudly. Yo, you've come to watch the martial arts competition for a spouse. Be careful, there are too many powerhouses gathered here. If you're discovered, you'll definitely not be able to escape. At this moment, a voice came from beside Lin Ling. It was the woman he saw in the restaurant. Lin Ling replied indifferently, "You too." "That's not necessarily true," the woman said unwillingly. "Your strength can block one person, but you can't recover the strength you consumed, so as long as you're trapped here, you'll still die," Lin Ling said. The woman immediately snorted coldly and said, "You're the first person who dares to speak to the Heavenly Emperor of the North Sea like that. But since I like you, I won't hold it against you." Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. This woman was crazy. He looked forward again and saw that the martial arts competition for a spouse had already begun. The so-called 9th Commandery Princess was nowhere to be seen, but there were many people who wanted to be her husband. A 3-meter-tall demon with the head of a pig and the body of a human stepped onto the martial arts platform. He shouted coldly, "I've long heard that the 9th Commandery Princess is as beautiful as a flower. Today, I, the Zhupung demon, am going to take the 9th Commandery Princess home." "It's the Zhupung demon." The surrounding demons discussed animatedly. They seemed to know the pig-headed demon. Translator, Transin editor, Transin Great Demon King's martial stage. Maybe the so-called 9th Commandery Princess looks the same as the pig head? You should know that the demon race's aesthetic standards are different from that of humans. The North Sea Celestial Emperor laughed, which made Lin Ling shudder. The pig-head's appearance of the ninth commandery princess appeared in his mind. The purpose of this competition is to witness the experts of the realm of true force and also to encourage the demon race to become stronger. However, you can't use demon chi in this competition. You can only use martial arts. At this time, a dignified voice drifted out. On the other side of the martial stage, a man who was nearly 5 meters tall was sitting there. He was majestic and domineering. His long hair was scattered behind him, and he was mighty and domineering. He was the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud. Let's start. Don't talk nonsense. Surprisingly, a delicate voice came from the other side of the martial stage. The voice was very pleasant. It seemed to be the ninth commandery princess. Moreover, after her voice fell, the 5-meter-tall burly man actually bowed respectfully. This made Lin Ling curious. Wasn't the 13 heavens of the demon cloud recruiting a son-in-law? Why was the 13 heavens of the demon cloud so respectful to the woman's words? Could it be that the woman's identity was higher than the latter's? Shaking his head, Lin Ling simply didn't think too much about it. At this moment, in a room behind the martial stage, a young girl lazily looked at everything in front of her. She was eating grapes that were unique to the demon realm. Miss, in my opinion, the son of the southern demon king, Mo Yun, and the son of Mod, the great demon king of the realm of transformation, are the most likely to become your husband. Beside her, a maid smiled and said, I have already said that I am not the daughter of the demon king. How many times do you want me to say it? Also, my name is Xianxia. Does your demon race have this surname? The young girl reprimanded. Miss, the great demon king said that you are the reincarnation of his daughter. The maid lowered her head and said. She was somewhat afraid of the young girl. Bah, I'm a human, and he's a demon. Moreover, he's 10 meters tall, and I'm petite. How could I be his daughter? The young girl said again, her voice filled with helplessness. Young miss, because your previous life was an energy-returning spirit mushroom, and the great demon king's daughter's previous life was also an energy-returning spirit mushroom. Both of them were formed from spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. Even after reincarnating, both of them remained the same. In addition, young miss likes to sing, just like the great demon king's daughter. Therefore, young miss is one of the 5 great emperors of the demon region, the great demon king's daughter of the east. Nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. In the human world, some experts are formed from the essence of heaven and earth. These people are all reincarnated. I heard from the great Eastern Devil King that even the master of this world, the great Realm Lord, has reincarnated. It's just that we don't know where he has reincarnated. However, whenever the great Realm Lord is mentioned, the great Eastern Devil King's anger would overflow to the heavens. He doesn't allow us to talk about that person. Miss, you can't tell the great Eastern Devil King. Also, the great Eastern Devil King said that if you want to know about your previous life, you can find out in the dreamlike mountain. Alright. Stop nagging. You're so annoying. The young girl waved her hand. Her eyes were rolling. In fact, the marriage by martial arts competition was created by her. Her goal was to find a way to escape from this place. As for the dreamlike mountain and searching for the memories of her previous life, it was all nonsense. Look at that pig-headed devil. If he wins, I'll definitely slaughter him. He wants to be my husband. The young girl stared at the martial stage. She was furious. These devils were too ugly. She couldn't help but think of that fellow she met in the ghost region. Although that fellow was arrogant, he was still pleasing to the eye. She wondered where he had died. If only time froze when we first met. The young girl muttered to herself. Her lips curled into a moving smile. I gave him a song. He should have received it. Bang bang bang, at this moment, the battle on the martial stage was extremely intense. Although they weren't allowed to use devil chi, the people of the devil region had innately strong bodies. Therefore, relying on martial arts techniques was also extremely powerful. Lin Ling was extremely bored. Was this a sword competition for marriage? First, there was a pig-headed devil. Next, there was a monkey-like devil. One of them held a hammer in one hand and the other held a stick in the other. The so-called sword competition? Where was the sword? The devils imitated humans in everything, but they didn't look like humans at all. This marriage by martial arts competition is really interesting. Not only will the winner be able to marry the 9th commandery princess, but he will also be able to enter the dreamlike mountain to marry her. Beside him, the North Sea Celestial Emperor looked at the signboard in the distance and said. His words made Lin Ling's pupils dilate. He wasn't interested in this marriage by martial arts competition. However, he was very interested in the dreamlike mountain. Only by going there could he find all the seals and enchantments. Thinking of this, Lin Ling didn't hesitate. As soon as the battle ended, he jumped onto the martial stage. Beside him, the North Sea Celestial Emperor was stunned. His pupils constricted. This kid is crazy. At the same time, the scattered celestial emperors around the martial stage all gasped. Because there were so many strong cultivators here, even they had to be careful. However, a human jumped onto the martial stage and became the center of attention. If he was careless and was discovered, he would be dead for sure. It should be Lin Ling, this guy. In a corner of the martial stage, a man smiled bitterly. He was the reigning celestial emperor. He didn't expect to meet Lin Ling here, and in such a shocking way. Beside him, the 9 spirits of heaven and Bai Yuntiandi were also there. They met on the way, so they walked together. Boss, you're so fierce. What a bastard. Could it be that you're so attracted by beauty that you don't even want your life anymore? The White Cloud Heavenly Emperor was enraged. Lin Ling's actions were too reckless. The 9 spirits of heaven looked at her strangely. He didn't understand why she was angry, but he still said, Beauty? Bai Yuntiandi, you think too much. Look at that pig-headed demon. You can imagine how beautiful the 9th commandery princess is. Bai Yuntiandi looked over and felt like vomiting. He cursed Lin Ling in his heart for marrying the pig-headed 9th commandery princess. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't care about that at all. He appeared on the martial stage indifferently. Wearing a cloak, he looked very mysterious. You're so short. I'm afraid you can't withstand my hammer. How dare you steal my wife with such a small body? On the other side of the martial stage, the pig-headed demon sneered. Even the breath from his nose could form a small storm. Look at his body. He should be from the Charmed Fox Demon clan. No, he doesn't have a tail. Maybe he's from the Moon Rabbit clan. He must be. Only those from the Moon Rabbit clan look like this. He doesn't look like a man at all. The surrounding demons sneered. As for the girl in the room, she nodded slightly. Finally, she saw a man with a normal body. She just didn't know what he looked like. Zhupeng Demon King, smash him with your hammer. The surrounding voices became crazier. As for the unhindered Heaven Emperor and the others, they shook their heads helplessly. Lin Ling had forced himself to a dead end because he couldn't explode his spiritual qi in front of the experts of the demon clan. He could only compete with strength. This demon, use your sword. At this moment, the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud on the other side of the martial stage said lightly. I don't have a sword. Can I use other weapons instead? Lin Ling said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, the laughter around the martial stage became crazier. Even the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud shook their heads. Only the girl in the room frowned slightly. She felt that the voice was familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had heard it before. 8 sword stream haha. Haha. Everyone laughed even louder. Did he think he could defeat the Zhupeng Demon King's giant hammer with just a tree branch? This guy has a strong physical body and good fire-based martial arts. Is his sword Dao okay? Bai Yuntiandi was getting more and more worried. Who knows? Haha. The 9 spirits of heaven had never seen Lin Ling use a sword, so he shook his head. Let's begin. Haha. At this moment, Lin Ling said calmly on the martial stage. Although Lin Ling had been suppressing his opponents with violence most of the time after he became stronger, his attainments in Sword Dao were extremely profound. Now that the martial stage did not allow him to use other powers, it was just right for him. Poison Demon. Haha. At this moment, the huge Zhupeng Demon King sneered and strode forward. The hammer in his hand whistled loudly, and the strong wind caused the martial stage to crack. The most terrifying thing was that his speed was not slow at all despite his huge size. It looked like he was taking one step, but in fact, he took 9 steps, forming an intricate movement pattern. It could be seen that the Zhupeng Demon King was not weak because he did not use his demon chi. Otherwise, his strength would be even more terrifying, and he would have few opponents in the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. Pop! Pop! The giant hammer swept through the void. It looked like it was smashing down with brute force, but in fact, it had a mysterious charm, as if it could attack and defend at will. However, Lin Ling still held the tree branch in his hand and remained motionless. His cloak fluttered, and at this moment, he looked like a lonely swordsman, giving off an indescribable feeling. However, everyone thought that Lin Ling was scared out of his wits. However, just as the giant hammer was about to smash Lin Ling's head, Lin Ling finally moved. His movement was very simple. He quickly drew his sword and stabbed out at an unimaginable speed, allowing the tree branch to touch the Zhupeng Demon King's neck. Almost at the same time, a bone-piercing chill bloomed, causing the Zhupeng Demon King's body to tremble. He had a feeling that even though it was just a branch, if it really pierced down, he would definitely die. This caused his giant hammer to stop smashing down. Time seemed to stop. Countless gazes were fixed on the martial stage. There, the tall Zhupeng Demon King raised his giant hammer, and below him, the thin man drew his sword with one hand. The sword was pointed at his neck, forming a shocking scene. Fight, fight, fight for a spouse, you can't kill. A moment later, the Zhupeng Demon King's terrified voice could be heard. You lost. Lin Ling said faintly as he put away the branch. Boom, the crowd's hearts exploded. He won, that skinny guy actually won. It was a wonderful battle. This was the real sword technique conference. When a swordsman does not draw his sword, he is calm and relaxed. But when he draws his sword, it is as powerful as thunder. It's fine if you don't move, but when you do, it's like a thunderbolt. Moreover, it's a fatal strike. What a powerful sword technique. On the other side of the martial stage, the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud frowned. This sword technique conference was not a competition of strength, but of skill. He did not expect that there would be a demon whose sword attainments had reached the point of perfection. I lost, you are still the best. The Zhupeng Demon King walked down. He was well aware that if he used his full strength, that short man was not his match. But in terms of the sword, he really could not compare. That short man's sword was not only fast, but it could also kill in one strike. Interesting, I will fight you. At this time, a 2-meter tall, thin man with purple skin walked up. He was wearing white bone armor, and on the bone armor, there were beast teeth on his shoulders and elbows. The most shocking thing was that he actually had 8 arms. 8 Desolation Demon King. The surrounding demons clearly knew who this man was and could not help but cheer. Lin Ling bitterly smiled in his heart. To be honest, he did not want to continue fighting because the longer it dragged on, the more dangerous it would be. However, if he wanted to enter the dreamlike mountain, this battle would be unavoidable. Your sword technique is very powerful. You can turn complex into simple. It is a true killing sword. However, with such a perfect sword, I want to see if it is invincible. The man called 8 Desolation Demon King faintly said. His 8 arms shook and unexpectedly, they were 8 swords. Moreover, all of them were pointed at Lin Ling, and a sharp atmosphere spread out. I am the 8 Desolation Demon King, the #1 swordsman of the true martial world. Although your sword is perfect, it has a fatal flaw. If you lose, I will tell you. There has never been a perfect sword, and mine is the same. You say that my sword has a flaw, then you can point it out to me. Staring at the other party, Lin Ling's interest was piqued. As long as it was a person who truly entered the Tao of the sword, he would respect such a person. Hunting, Moonless, Cloud Light, I Am, Armor Break, Demon Return, Sky Valley, Radiant, these 8 swords are my favorite swords. To be able to lose to the #1 swordsman, you should be proud. Clang, the 8 swords let out sword cries. These swords were extremely famous in the true martial world. Your weakness is that you are too simple. You lack the tyranny of the sword. 8 Sword Current. The 8 Desolation Demon King moved. Like falling leaves, like meteors from the heavens, the 8 swords actually carried a trace of origin energy. Although he had suppressed the devil qi, it was undeniable that his sword moves were indeed powerful. Clang clang clang, Lin Ling's figure floated up, using a tree branch to block. Furthermore, he did not dare to meet force with force, so he could only strike from the side. 8 Sword current is the true meaning of the way of the sword. If you win against me, so what if my sword belongs to you? The aura of the 8 Desolation Demon King's sword was extremely sharp, causing the entire martial stage to be filled with sword light. Seeing this, many demon clans sucked in a breath of cold air. If he used the devil qi, then the 8 Desolation Demon King's sword would be even more powerful. That idiot, he clearly has his own advantage, yet he insists on competing with the sword. Bai Yuntiandi stared at the intense martial stage and said with dissatisfaction. You don't understand. Sometimes, competing with the sword is also a competition of the heart of martial arts. This is a battle between men. The 9 spirits of heaven shook his head. He looked at Lin Ling on the martial stage, and the more he looked, the more excited he became. At this moment, the martial stage's qi was rolling, and the ground was cut open. Many people saw that Lin Ling was almost cut in half a few times, but he narrowly avoided it. So, your weakness is very obvious. Your sword is too simple, and you lack the tyranny of the sword. Take this move of mine, 3 disasters. A voice came out from the martial stage. The 8 swords turned into 16, 16 turned into 32, 32 turned into 64, and gradually, the sky was filled with swords, making it impossible for people to dodge. That guy is going to lose. Many demon clans stopped breathing. Who could dodge such a sword? At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. He stared at the swords, and his eyes finally flashed with light. Unavoidable swords, then open up a sky for yourself. Wang, the tree branch in his hand shook, and shot out like a dragon. It actually sent the 4 swords flying at a tricky angle, and then pierced towards the 8 Desolation Demon King. At this moment, the sword seemed to have come to life, and once again, it was fatal. 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Haha, it's just as the 8 Desolation Devil Lord said, his sword is too simple and lacks the tyranny of the sword. Right now, even though the 8 Desolation Devil Lord has been struck by his sword, he is still fine. As expected, the sword of the Moon Rabbit clan is like a sword played by a woman. The surrounding demon clans were surprised at first, but seeing that the 8 Desolation Devil Lord was safe and sound, many of them relaxed, because the 8 Desolation Devil Lord simply would not lose. However, something unexpected happened. The 8 Desolation Devil Lord retracted his sword and stood up. I lost. What? Everyone was shocked. How did it turn out like this? If not for the fact that I was wearing the white bone dragon armor, I would have been injured by the previous sword strike. Therefore, I relied on external objects to win, and did not win the true battle of swordsmen. The 8 Desolation Devil Lord looked at Lin Ling, waved his 8 arms, and 8 swords landed in front of Lin Ling. He said, these swords, you are more suitable to be their master, but I want to know, why did I lose? Lin Ling smiled. This 8 Desolation Devil Lord was magnanimous. He was a real swordsman. He nodded. Your sword is indeed powerful, but it is too gaudy. Sometimes when swordsmen fight, gaudy swords are also swords that expose their weaknesses. A real swordsman does not easily use his sword. In order to find the opponent's weakness, if he uses his sword easily, he will be the first to reveal his weakness. Also, my sword is indeed lacking in tyranny, but all of my power is concentrated on the tip of the sword. Only by being as immovable as a mountain can one not reveal any flaws. So that's how it is. The 8 Desolation Devil Lord's pupils constricted as he knelt down on one knee. Admirable. So this is how the number 1 swordsman of the true martial world was defeated. Staring at the martial stage, many of the demon clans admitted the truth in front of them. They looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but admire him in their hearts. Perhaps, the Moon Rabbit clan was the number 1 swordsman of the true martial world. After all, after reaching the Heavenly Emperor realm, everyone cultivated their source energy. They did not expect that Lin Ling's sword Dao would still not be lost, and was still as sharp as ever. Take your sword back. Lin Ling laughed again. 8 swords, what would he do with them? What? You look down on my sword and humiliate me? Ba Huang Devil Lord frowned, looking a little angry. That's not the case. A swordsman's sword will accompany him for his entire life. How can he hand it over after a single battle? Furthermore, a gentleman doesn't take what others like. The sword that you like, I naturally won't take it away. Lin Ling shook his head. 8 Desolation Devil Lord's body trembled, and kowtowed to Lin Ling. I, 8 Desolation Devil Lord, am not convinced of anyone in my entire life, you are the first. With that, he sheathed his sword and strode away. Lin Ling looked at his back and smiled again. Although the people of the devil race were cruel and heartless, they were also magnanimous. The surroundings of the martial stage were completely silent. Now that even the Devil Lord of 8 Desolation had been defeated, who in the true martial world would be a match for that youth? This Lin Ling is truly an arrogant fellow. He dares to ascend the martial stage in the devil race. Isn't he afraid of being discovered as a human? Some of them were tall, some were short, and some were from the various races of the devil realm. However, if there were humans here, they would be able to discover that they were also humans. I heard that there are several sealing enchantments in the vicinity of the Dreamlike Mountain. However, the Dreamlike Mountain has become a forbidden area, so that fellow must want to enter the Dreamlike Mountain. Someone sneered. Originally, we should have given up on the sealing enchantment of the Dreamlike Mountain. But now, I'm a little moved. One of them coldly spat out a sentence, causing the others to look at him in shock. They said in disbelief, could it be that you want to compete in martial arts? You have to know that it's very dangerous there. With Lin Ling here, how can I let him do as he wishes? Although I don't understand the sword, I'm a diamond-level heavenly emperor. It won't be difficult for me to defeat him. That person's voice was filled with confidence. He slowly removed his cloak, revealing a jade-like face with the domineering aura of an emperor. It was Xianxia. What if we're discovered? Someone frowned. Cover me with all your might. At least if I'm discovered, Lin Ling will be too. Xianxia took a large step forward and headed towards the martial stage. The others nodded, their eyes filled with the light of facing death. At this moment, on the martial stage, Lin Ling let out a light breath. Finally, no one was going up. If the competition continued, no one knew if there would be any accidents. It was best to be careful in the devil realm. However, at this moment, a figure leaped onto the martial stage, causing Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. Another person had gone up, and it was a human. In that instant, anger rose in Lin Ling's heart. As humans, this was harming others and himself. At the same time, the heavenly emperors hidden around the martial stage were extremely surprised. This was because a heavenly emperor had gone up. If they were discovered to be humans, then the 2 people on the martial stage would die. That heavenly emperor was being a busybody. Damn it, it's one of the 9 heavenly emperors, Xianxia. The unhindered heavenly emperor frowned. That bastard. Shouldn't we be united here? He's trying to take us down with him. Perhaps, he's here to cause trouble. Baiyun Tiandi and the 9 spirits of heaven spoke at the same time. However, they could only wait and see. I'm very interested in a sword competition. Do you dare to come? On the martial stage, Xianxia stood there indifferently. He had 2 horns on his head and a lion's tail behind him. He looked more like a demon than Lin Ling, like a great demon king of the demon race. It's you. Lin Ling recognized the other party, so he knew that the other party was here to cause trouble. What, you don't dare to fight? Don't worry, I won't use my demonic chi here. A sword competition is a sword competition. I won't bully a junior like you. Xianxia said arrogantly. He was a diamond-level heavenly emperor, so he naturally wouldn't use his true strength to bully Lin Ling. That would be an unfair victory. Then let's fight. Lin Ling nodded, knowing that this battle was unavoidable. Xianxia was obviously stronger than him, but the good thing was that no one dared to use their spiritual chi here. My sword, 100 birds worshipping the phoenix. At the same time, Xianxia revealed his sword. As soon as the sword appeared, the sound of a phoenix rang out, and the illusion of 100 birds appeared, forming a miracle. What a powerful sword. The surrounding demons didn't understand weapons at all. They only felt that the sword was very impressive. Only the 13 heavenly kings of demon clouds' eyes flickered as they muttered to themselves, a divine weapon. Similarly, the unhindered Heavenly Emperor and the others were also shocked. They could see the level of the sword. It was a divine weapon. Hey, you're too ugly. Others are using branches, but you're using a sword. Is this a sword conference? The 8 Desolation Demon King was the #1 swordsman in the realm of true martial, so he naturally noticed the level of the sword. He immediately shouted angrily. If you feel that you can't win, you can admit defeat. Xianxia ignored the voices around him and said indifferently. He wasn't good at swordsmanship, and he couldn't use his full strength here, so he naturally relied on external assistance. Despicable. A broken sword might still be able to kill the enemy. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with a cold light, but he couldn't use his full strength now, so he had to be careful. Otherwise, if he was discovered, his fate would be even more miserable. So even if it was unfair, he still chose to fight. I hope your swordsmanship is as powerful as your sword. The branch in Lin Ling's hand shook, indicating that he had accepted the challenge. However, his words were full of ridicule. You will know. Xianxia knew that he was mocking him, but he didn't care. Swoosh, the two of them didn't say anything else. They stepped onto the martial stage and collided in midair, clang clang clang. In a short span of a breath, the two of them had exchanged over 100 blows. Lin Ling's advantage was his physical strength and his attainments in sword Dao. Although Xianxia had cultivated for a longer time and was stronger than him, in terms of sword Dao, Lin Ling was still several streets ahead of him. Xianxia's advantage was very simple. It was the divine weapon in his hand. Although he did not dare to activate the power of the divine weapon, the sword of 100 birds facing the wind was extremely powerful even without using anything. Feng Jiutian. With a slash of the sword, waves of energy rolled out, and a waterfall appeared, slashing out a ditch on the martial stage. 12 swords of flowing cloud. Lin Ling casually used a powerful sword move, which formed a natural flow of water, and blocked that waterfall. However, his figure was still pushed back, and the blood in his body was boiling. As expected of a divine weapon, its attack was domineering and magnificent. If it wasn't for his powerful physical body, the previous sword strike would have been enough to defeat him. Yo, this Lord's sword is so powerful. It only knows how to slash horizontally. Don't tell me you don't have any other profound sword moves? On the other side of the martial arts platform, the 9 spirits of heaven shouted, causing many demons to shout as well. Bullshit sword conference, I think he doesn't understand the sword at all. He just used the sword in his hand to sweep across. What a disgrace. Everyone could see that Lin Ling was the one who was truly proficient in swordsmanship. Xianxia didn't know anything about swordsmanship at all. He was only relying on the sword in his hand to crush his opponents. What do you know about swords? However, the most infuriating thing was that Xianxia did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he replied disdainfully, as if he was saying, "You are just a sparrow. How could you know the grand plan of an eagle?" Anger, the 9 spirits of heaven were furious. They had never seen such a shameless person. The other demons were also cursing in anger. It was one thing for him to borrow the strength of the treasured sword in his hand, but he was even mocking them. Your Excellency's sword Dao is indeed powerful. However, do you want to know your weakness? Xianxia was standing on the battle stage. He waved his weapon and Lin Ling couldn't even get close to him. Really? Please give me some pointers. Lin Ling said coldly as he blocked the sword and retreated. It's the sword in your hand. That's the flaw. Xianxia smiled calmly, as if he knew how to defeat Lin Ling. Of course, his words were nonsense, because Lin Ling had a tree branch, and he had a divine weapon. How could the two be compared? Take my sword, Feng Lai Yi. Xianxia began to suppress Lin Ling with his divine weapon, causing the surrounding people to curse even more. Crack, the tree branch in Lin Ling's hand couldn't withstand the pressure and broke. He kept moving around, avoiding the sharp edge of the divine weapon. However, many people could see that he was in danger. Your sword is too flashy, too immature. You should just admit defeat. Xianxia voice floated out from time to time, as if he was a swordsman of the generation, suppressing Lin Ling's pride. Then, let me talk about your weakness. Your sword is indeed powerful, but your level of sword Dao is low, like a clown. You only know how to use one sword. Therefore, I only need to use one sword to find your weakness and defeat you. Lin Ling's voice floated out, causing Xianyuan Jiutian's pupils to constrict. Lin Ling was so stubborn. Then you can try. Xianyuan Jiutian pressed towards Lin Ling, and his divine weapon let out a sword cry. With a crack, it finally broke the tree branch in Lin Ling's hand. Around the martial stage, all the devils exclaimed. Lin Ling's sword was broken. Haha, broken sword, how are you going to fight? Admit. Defeat. Xianyuan Jiutian laughed heartily as he stared at the broken tree branch on the ground. Suddenly, he became high-spirited. Today, he came to ruin Lin Ling's plans, and he was very satisfied with the result. Of course, if he had the chance, he wouldn't mind killing Lin Ling. Moreover, he suddenly thought that as long as he defeated Lin Ling, he would be able to marry the 9th Commandery Princess. Then, he would be able to enter the sealed enchantment of the Dreamlike Mountain. Therefore, no matter what, he wanted Lin Ling to be defeated. A dignified heavenly emperor of the generation, relying on such despicable means, the Yanggu Immortal Plateau's face has been completely disgraced by him. The unhindered heavenly emperor and the others had ugly expressions, and their hearts were burning with rage. Go to hell. Xianyuan Jiutian didn't care about them. The divine weapon pierced out, and a phoenix seemed to be crying in the sky. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't have a sword anymore. He only had a broken tree branch in his hand. How could he fight? At this moment, many of the devils were nervous. Even the young girl in the room far away was covering her mouth with her small hands, full of worry. However, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling's face was getting calmer and calmer. He was like the clouds in the sky, and also like a swordsman who had seen all the Tao of swords in the world. When the divine weapon pierced towards him, he only moved his feet slightly, allowing the divine weapon to pierce through him. Immediately, blood spurted out like a fountain. He's been hit. Many people's pupils trembled violently. Was the young man from the Moon Rabbit clan dead? You're not qualified to compete with me in swords. Xianyuan Jiutian maintained his piercing posture, but he sneered and looked at the crowd arrogantly. The 9th Commandery Princess belongs to me. When his words came out, the crowd was silent. Although Xianyuan Jiutian's victory was ugly, it was undeniable that he had won. When it came to swords, no one was a match for him. That's not necessarily true. However, at this moment, a calm voice suddenly came out. It sounded weak, but it was extremely firm and had the arrogance of a sword. Xianyuan Jiutian's pupils trembled. He looked up and saw Lin Ling, who had been pierced by the divine weapon. Lin Ling slowly raised his head, and a cold and confident smile appeared on his handsome face. Bang! Lin Ling took a step forward and allowed the divine weapon to pierce through his shoulder. Blood spurted out, but he was getting closer and closer to Xianyuan Jiutian. At this moment, Xianyuan Jiutian's face changed dramatically. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have such a move. A broken sword may still be able to kill the enemy. A cold voice suddenly came out. Lin Ling raised the tree branch in his hand and shot it towards Xianyuan Jiutian's neck. Although the tree branch was broken, it was still sharp. It turned out that Lin Ling had used his body to get closer to Xianyuan Jiutian so that he could deal a fatal blow. After all, he knew that it was impossible to defeat Xianyuan Jiutian with conventional Tao of swords. You. Xianyuan Jiutian's face changed dramatically. He realized that the tree branch was not a tree branch, but a real sword. The murderous intent was strong enough to crush his neck. Boom. Identity exposed. The martial stage suddenly became silent. Many demons were so excited that their mouths were wide open. Wonderful, very wonderful sword conference. No one thought that the young man would use a tree branch to fight against a divine weapon and turn defeat into victory. A broken sword may not be unable to kill the enemy. That sentence appeared in the minds of all the demons. Even the 8 Desolation Demon King trembled. This was a swordsman, a real swordsman. So what if the sword was broken? It was also a broken sword. Haha, arrogant, arrogant. You dare to compete with my boss? So what if you are a heavenly emperor? Xianyuan Jiuhun laughed excitedly. Lin Ling's sword had won beautifully. He had fought back from the brink of death, defeating the strong with the weak. Where's your divine weapon? Don't you know the way of the sword very well? Why are you running away in fear now? The white cloud heavenly emperor's voice was filled with mockery as he spoke. Trash, you still lost even with a sword in your hand. What kind of sword are you practicing? You obviously don't know anything about swords, but you pretend that you know everything. Now you even gave up the sword in your hand. Don't you feel that your previous words are like slapping your own face? The demons were magnanimous. They were not pleasing to the eye, so they all scolded. At this moment, Xianyuan Jiutian's expression was extremely ugly in the sky. He had lost all his face. He was a diamond-level celestial emperor, yet he had lost to Lin Ling. Most importantly, he had a divine weapon in his hand. If news of this spread to the human world, he would lose all his face. Of course, he also knew that the hidden heavenly emperors around the martial stage should have seen this. You are a human. However, at this time, the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud said coldly. Many demons' faces changed. They realized that although Xianyuan Jiutian had demonic qi, the aura he released was the power of the Saint Ocean. Human, it's actually a human, kill him. Kill. The demons and humans had always been irreconcilable. No one knew when this hatred was born. In short, in their subconscious, they must kill any human they see. This idiot. Around the martial stage, the hidden celestial emperors all roared angrily. Xianyuan Jiutian had simply thrown away the face of humanity, and had even implicated them. At this moment, Xianyuan Jiutian finally reacted. His expression became even more ferocious. Not only did he not achieve his goal today, but his identity was also exposed. However, he quickly sneered, yes, I am indeed a human. However, I am not the only human here. There are a few humans on the martial stage. He pointed in several directions of the martial platform, making the expressions of those heavenly emperor powerhouses even uglier. Xianyuan Jiutian betrayed them. There's another big piece of news. The young man on the martial stage is also a human. Xianyuan Jiutian pointed at Lin Ling and said, as if he was cutting off all means of retreat. It was as if he was saying, Lin Ling, if you don't show me any mercy, I won't show you any mercy either. Let's see who will win. What, he's human too? Impossible. He's definitely a demon. Many demons did not believe that Lin Ling was a human. Perhaps today, Lin Ling had conquered their hearts with his sword. Haha, Lin Ling, do you still want to pretend? I can tell you that if anyone dies, you will die first. With your strength, you won't be able to escape from here, but I might not. Xianyuan Jiutian sneered, and his smile was extremely contented. Kill him, kill him. Kill him. The surrounding atmosphere became more and more solemn. It seemed that life and death were at stake at this moment. The unhindered celestial emperor and the others looked solemn. Now that Lin Ling wanted to escape, it would be difficult for him to do so. However, at this moment, a clear voice came from the other side of the martial stage. What nonsense are you talking about? He is my husband, a real demon. How can he be a human? Ninth Commandery Princess. Hearing this, the expressions of all the demons changed drastically. Xianyuan Jiutian was originally laughing, but now his face became stiff. He was sure that Lin Ling was definitely a human. But why did the Ninth Commandery Princess say that Lin Ling was a demon? Ninth Commandery Princess, don't be fooled by him. He is a human, and he came from the same place as me. Xianyuan Jiutian could not help but say. He could be hunted down by the demons, but Lin Ling could not be an exception. Bullshit. He's a demon. He's from the moon. Rabbit clan. I can prove it. The Ninth Commandery Princess's voice floated out, which made Xianyuan Jiutian gnash his teeth in anger. She was lying through her teeth. You arrogant little brat, let me ask you, are you from the Moon Rabbit tribe? The Ninth Commandery Princess asked Lin Ling again. At this moment, Lin Ling was still thinking about the imminent disaster. When he heard the voice, he could not help but be shocked. Arrogant little brat? Was she talking about him? However, it was a matter of life and death, so of course he would cooperate. Yes, I am from the Moon Rabbit tribe. The Ninth Commandery Princess and I grew up together. That arrogant little brat was spanked by me since she was a child. We had an arranged marriage. Lin Ling said with an honest face. Bullshit. Xianyuan Jiutian was about to go crazy. He was sure that Lin Ling did not know the ninth commandery princess at all. However, Lin Ling was so cunning that he actually took advantage of the situation and made friends with the ninth commandery princess. Around the martial arts stage, the overlord of heaven, Bai Yuntiandi, and the others' eyes were twitching violently. Of course, they did not believe Lin Ling's words. "Come on, beat this human to death." Lin Ling shouted coldly again. Since he had decided to pretend to be a demon, he would do it until the end. The surrounding demons looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. However, at this moment, the ninth commandery princess's voice came again. "What? Can't you hear him? Or do you think I don't exist? Let me tell you, his words are my words." "Yes, ninth commandery princess." Before the others could say anything, the 13 heavenly kings of the demon cloud stood up and stared at Xianyuan Jiutian with a murderous look. Xianyuan Jiutian's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, the surrounding demons also began to stir with murderous intent. "Lin Ling, you." Xianyuan Jiutian's face was distorted. How could this happen? He and Lin Ling were both humans, but Lin Ling was fine. However, he was going to be killed by the demons. This was too unfair. Could it be that the ninth commandery princess of the demon cloud liked Lin Ling? Lin Ling, why? "Ninth commandery princess, I know everything that Lin Ling knows. Moreover, I am stronger and more handsome than him," Xianyuan Jiutian quickly said. At this moment, he did not believe that he was inferior to Lin Ling. "Go to hell. You're as ugly as that pig head from before. How dare you compare yourself to my husband? Kill him." However, the ninth commandery princess did not give him any face. She shouted angrily, which was a blow to Xianyuan Jiutian. He looked at the surrounding demons and immediately ran away. "Your sword, do you want it or not?" What made him want to vomit blood was that on the battle platform, Lin Ling pulled out the divine weapon from his body and pointed it at him. It was as if he was saying that the divine weapon was very precious. Could it be that he didn't intend to take it and run away? However, how could he take it? If Xianyuan Jiutian did not leave, he would die here. He did not dare to take the most precious treasure in the world, let alone the magic weapon. "Lin Ling, I will remember you. Guess who I am? Young Master Xianyuan, we're here to save you." In the distance, those heavenly emperors flew over to help Xianyuan Jiutian. Because Xianyuan Jiutian had a powerful origin, they couldn't let him die here. Moreover, Xianyuan Jiutian dared to enter the martial stage, so he naturally had a backup plan. Moreover, in his imagination, even if his identity was exposed, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape. Most importantly, Lin Ling's identity would also be exposed, but Lin Ling wouldn't be able to escape at all. But now, the scene he imagined did not happen. Lin Ling was respected, but he had to flee. Kill. Those demon race experts moved out one after another. There were giants descending, and there were demonic dragons flying in the sky. Many heavenly emperors died there in a single exchange. Although those heavenly emperors resisted with all their might, it was only a matter of time before they were completely wiped out. After all, there were humans here. If they couldn't recover their exhausted strength, they couldn't escape death in the end. On the contrary, the heavenly emperors around the martial stage were safe and sound. All of them had a solemn expression and didn't dare to breathe loudly. This guy knows how to act. Now I'm wondering if he's a human. The North Sea Heavenly Emperor's eyes twitched. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. What a lucky guy. Although Bai Yuntiandi was surprised, she still said sourly. Could it be that the pig-headed princess took a fancy to Lin Ling? Thinking of this, she was unwilling to admit defeat in her heart. Hearing her words, the 9 spirits of heaven and the unhindered heavenly emperor smiled bitterly. Lin Ling really surprised people. The battle in the distance didn't last long. 100 heavenly emperors fell very quickly. Only Xianyuan Jiutian and one person escaped with great vitality. Seeing the terrifying battle, the celestial emperors who were hiding around the martial stage felt their hearts sink. Dead, they were all dead. Xianyuan Jiutian wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, but in the end, not only did he fail to bully Lin Ling, but all of his people had died and he had even lost a divine weapon. Involuntarily, many heavenly emperors stared at Lin Ling on the martial platform, describing Lin Ling as an existence that could not be provoked. Lin Ling didn't know what they were thinking. His expression was solemn. The members of the devil race were indeed powerful. He couldn't help but feel lucky. If he was surrounded, it would be difficult for him to escape death. However, who was helping him? Who was the 9th Commandery Princess? Brat, you're the only winner of the sword conference. Men, bring that brat to me. At this time, the voice of the 9th Commandery Princess came from the martial arts stage. Then, a devil walked towards Lin Ling. He clenched his right fist and placed it in front of his chest. He gave Lin Ling the most honorable salute of the devil tribe and invited Lin Ling to come forward. Lin Ling strode forward without hesitation. His blue cloak and the horn on his forehead made many of the devil race nod secretly. They didn't expect the Moon Rabbit tribe to be so powerful. Moreover, it seemed that the Moon Rabbit tribe was more handsome than the previous devil race. Bai Yuntiandi, the North Sea Heaven Emperor, and the others also stared at Lin Ling. They were a little stunned. Only when Lin Ling disappeared from their sight did they have a strange feeling in their hearts. He went to the 9th Commandery Princess. Will he be fine? The 9 spirits of heaven were a little worried. However, the Zongheng Heaven Emperor shook his head and said, if the 9th Commandery Princess wanted to kill him, she could have done so earlier. Why would she help Lin Ling? That's true. The 9 spirits of heaven finally felt relieved. Why would the 9th Commandery Princess help me? No matter what, I will not marry her. If she is too difficult to deal with, I will use force to kidnap her and force her to take me to the dreamlike mountain. Lin Ling walked forward as he thought to himself. He didn't want to hurt the 9th Commandery Princess, so he only planned to kidnap her. Soon, the devil race brought Lin Ling to a wing room and invited Lin Ling to enter. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and entered. However, just as he entered, a figure suddenly shot out from behind the door. A pair of hands reached out to his eyes from behind. It seemed that the hands wanted to cover his eyes. Guess who I am? This sudden turn of events caused Lin Ling's expression to change. His many years of combat experience made him subconsciously slap away the hand behind him. He quickly turned around and pounced on the person behind him, pinning him under his body. What do you want? Yes. In the realm of true martial arts, although Lin Ling didn't want to provoke the devil race, he wouldn't put his life in the hands of others. Therefore, when someone attacked him before, he immediately fought back. However, after asking the question, Lin Ling also saw the face under his body. It was a delicate face with willowy eyebrows and limpid eyes. Hong Yan's small mouth was wide open at this moment. Her fair skin showed that she was a young and charming girl. Most importantly, Lin Ling knew her. She was Xianxia, who had gone through thick and thin with him in the ghost realm. It's you. Yes. Lin Ling was shocked. Wasn't Xianxia a Lone Ranger? How come it was the 9th Commandery Princess? In the ghost realm, when we met for the first time, you pressed me under your body. At that time, I said that I would definitely take revenge. Good, I haven't taken my revenge yet. The second time we met, you did this again. Are you addicted to pressing people? The girl under him was Xianxia. She was so angry that she clenched her teeth. I really didn't know it was you. Lin Ling stood up awkwardly, then held Xianxuan's small hand and pulled her up. Xianxuan was still angry, but she looked very beautiful. The little maid next to her stared at Lin Ling with a face full of surprise. I really didn't know it was you. I thought someone was going to do something bad to me. Lin Ling explained. What an overly cautious guy. Forget it, you didn't mean it this time, so I won't bother about it. Xianxuan pursed her lips, then smiled and said, last time in the ghost realm, you helped me escape. Now, I've helped you this time. You and I don't owe each other anything. Lin Ling also smiled. He glanced around the room and saw that there was still food. He immediately sat down and picked up the grapes on the table to eat. He had gone through thick and thin with Xianxuan, so he trusted her. Xianxuan also sat down and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. By the way, how did you become the 9th Commandery Princess? Lin Ling ate the grapes and asked curiously. No wonder someone had helped him before. It was this girl. I'm not the 9th Commandery Princess. I'm the daughter of the Great Eastern Demon King, one of the 5 demon emperors in the demon area. Xianxia imitated Lin Ling and ate the grapes lazily. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Looking at Lin Ling's expression, Xianxia giggled and said, "Don't expect me to explain anything. In fact, I'm even more confused than you. Anyway, after we parted ways in the ghost realm, I came to the demon area to explore. Who knew that I would encounter the demon army? Then, a man who was almost 10 meters tall told me that I was his daughter. By accident, I became the daughter of the Great Eastern Demon King." Lin Ling smiled bitterly. There was such a strange thing? Life is like a dream, did you hear that? Not only am I the daughter of the Great Demon King of the East, but I am also the reincarnation of some mushroom. Even I feel that these things are a mess. Xianxia obviously did not accept her identity at all. Even Lin Ling felt that it was hard to accept, but he also felt that it was normal. In this world, some people could indeed be reincarnated, such as the Fire Spirit Princess, or the Emperor Peerless who was the essence of the earth, and so on. Miss, the Great Demon King of the East is one of the most ancient figures in this world. He was born before the Realm Lord of the Heaven and Earth. It is said that he even fought with the Realm Lord, so his words must be correct. Miss, you are indeed the daughter of the Great Demon King of the East. In the Eastern Demon tribe, many demons know you. Then tell me how I died. Xianxia said. The little maid was silent for a moment, as if she did not dare to say it, but she still opened her mouth and said, "You fell in love with a human." However, at that time, humans and demons could not be together, so the Great Demon King of the East wanted to kill that human boy. Later, you pleaded for mercy, and the Great Demon King of the East let him go. After you separated from that boy, you were sad and tearful every day. Finally, under the longing, you silently died 100 years later. After that incident, the Great Demon King of the East was furious. He invaded the human world many times and slaughtered creatures until the transmission array between the demon realm and the human realm was sealed. Only then did he restrain himself. Later, he met you. The Great Demon King of the East immediately knew that you were his daughter. He was happy for a long time and let you do whatever you want. Hearing this, Xianxia nodded. She also knew that the burly giant, who was nearly 10 meters tall, doted on her very much. Otherwise, he would have allowed her to organize a marriage contest because for her, the so-called marriage contest was just a game to kill time when she was bored. However, the Great Demon King of the East still allowed her to be willful. Is that human boy so spineless? The girl misses him and washes her face with tears every day. Did he not do anything? Xianxia said. No, young Mississippi. In fact, the Eastern Devil King said that if he wanted to marry you, he would have to wait until the youth's power reached the level of a ruler. However, that youth did it and came back one day. Unfortunately, young Miss had already passed away at that time. The maid whispered. Xianxia was stunned and deeply moved. The daughter of the Great Eastern Demon King had also been waiting for the young man before she died. The young man had also returned. Neither of them had abandoned the other. Unfortunately, fate made fools of people. They had missed each other. Lin Ling was also secretly regretful. The few of them then fell silent, causing the room to be somewhat quiet. A moment later, the little maid suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Miss, if you don't believe me, you will know everything at Dreamlike Mountain." Xianxia was not interested in Dreamlike Mountain at first, but now he was curious. Lin Ling looked at Xianxia and then nodded. Dreamlike Mountain was also a place he wanted to go. The two of them exchanged a few words and then set off. Dreamlike Mountain was not far away. Although it was a forbidden area in the Zhenwu world, it obviously could not stop Xianxia. When the two of them arrived at the bottom of the legendary mountain, Mu Ran discovered that the mountain was very beautiful. It was filled with pink plants. When the wind blew, pink snow fluttered in the sky. So beautiful. Xianxia muttered to herself. She stretched out her small hand and wanted to catch the pink snow in the sky. Indeed. Lin Ling nodded and took a big step forward. He took the lead and walked towards the mountain. Xianxia followed behind him with small steps. The Eastern Devil King said that when someone and Xianxia set foot there, that person will be him. The little maid stared at the blue-robed youth, her heart beating violently. Dream like mountain, life was like a dream, like fog, like flowers in a mirror, like the moon in the water. It was all empty at the end. It seemed to be saying that the so-called love was actually like a dream. In the end, there was no result. I only care about what I once had. Why care about eternity? Stepping on the snowy mountain path, Lin Ling smiled. His heart was extremely clear at this moment. I only care about what I once had. Why care about eternity? Xianxia followed behind Lin Ling and said softly. She raised her head and looked at the peak of the mountain. There was a huge tree with pink flowers growing on the tree. It was extremely beautiful. I'll go there and take a look. She did not know why, but after seeing the tree, Xianxia felt a sense of familiarity. Lin Ling nodded. In fact, he also felt a sense of familiarity because the Realm Lord had come here before. Moreover, to the Realm Lord, this was an extremely important place. Sealing enchantments. Lin Ling did not go to the peak of the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, he saw a few ancient stone arrays. Those stones were about 2 meters tall. There were a total of 5 of them, and they were diamond-shaped. They emitted a sacred and inviolable majesty. However, Lin Ling knew that these were sealing enchantments. There were a total of 5 such sealing enchantments. This meant that out of the 100,000 sealing enchantments, Lin Ling could seal 5 of them. This made Lin Ling smile. 500 merit points were in his hands. He strode forward and came under one of the sealing enchantments. He took out the jade tablet hanging from his waist and gently touched the stone. Instantly, a dazzling light appeared. It was like ripples of water, causing the entire stone to turn blue. It was extremely beautiful. That mysterious blue color was like a tide, gradually turning the nearby rocks into a blue color, as if they were made of crystal. The sealing enchantment's power has been restored. Lin Ling smiled and continued forward. He began to seal enchantments one by one. In front of the last enchantment, Lin Ling stopped. His eyes stared at the ancient stone array and gradually flashed. In front of the stone array, he saw a familiar figure. It was the owner of the Eye of Time, the Realm Lord. There are regrets in life. If I had the determination back then and was ruthless enough, I could have taken her away. Unfortunately, because of my promise, I made her wait for thousands of years. When I returned in triumph, she had already left. In my life, I have come into contact with too many women, but she is the one I will never forget. Because she is my first love. In time, the man carried Lin Ling on his back and quietly looked at the stone array. His voice was calm, but Lin Ling could hear the heart-wrenching pain in it. Time could not be reversed. If it could be reversed, the man would have forcibly taken the girl away. He would not have agreed to wait until he was stronger and openly married the girl. Because at that time, the girl would have already left. Life could not wait. If he fell in love with her today, then he would have her today. Lin Ling's heart trembled fiercely. In his mind, he suddenly had a guess. Could it be that the so-called she was Xianxua's previous life? If that was the case, the one who fell in love with Xianxua's in her previous life was the young Realm Lord. Predestined marriage. Time moved forward again. The one who appeared in front of Lin Ling wasn't the Realm Lord, but the young Realm Lord. The young man swore that the day he ruled the world would be the day he openly married the young lady. Be it demons or humans, he didn't care. Even if the rules of heaven and earth didn't allow humans and demons to walk together, he would break this rule. The young man swore that when he ruled the world, he would definitely return. This period of time was obviously set by the Realm Lord when he was young. Unfortunately, he was going to be disappointed. The person in his heart couldn't wait for him. In the future, when he returned with the identity of the Realm Lord, he would only be left with regret. The path of an expert was never smooth sailing. Other than enemies, you also had to give up on many things. For example, your most beloved first love. The 2 periods of time appeared in front of Lin Ling, causing him to feel a piercing pain in his mind. His soul force was increasing crazily. At the same time, a soul martial art from his memories quietly appeared. Maple Snow Sword of Sorrow. Pudong. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. His head felt like it was going to split open. Those memories seemed to be tearing him apart. Maple Snow Sword of Sorrow. This was the soul martial art that the Realm Lord comprehended after the departure of the young lady. In reality, this martial art wasn't strong to the realm lord, but it was a type of memory. However, this soul martial art was extremely powerful to the current Lin Ling. Rumble, Lin Ling's soul sea was roaring crazily. His soul force was increasing like water, causing his soul to almost collapse. It was obviously difficult for him to successfully cultivate the realm lord's soul martial art, while Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged, on the mountain peak. Xianxia's little leather boots stepped on the ground. Her beautiful eyes were staring at the ancient tree, the wind blew over, filling the sky with pink snow. Vaguely, she saw the promise between the young man and the young woman under the tree. They held hands and stood under the tree, making the promise of their youth. Xiaoling, your father doesn't allow me to be with you. He said that humans and demons cannot coexist together. However, I, Li Xiaoyao, don't believe in this. I have the heavenly gaze. Be it humans or demons, I will break this rule. You only need to wait for me. When the day comes that I rule the world, I will marry you. At that time, no one will be able to stop us. The immature young man made a promise word by word. I believe you. The young girl was pure, like the pink snow in the sky. She had beautiful fantasies about love. That's great. The young man revealed a smile. It was extremely brilliant, but it was also filled with strong confidence. It's all real. Xianxia's beautiful eyes became moist. She felt as if she was there. She knew that she was the daughter of the great demon king of the East in her previous life. At this moment, the young girl leaned on the young man's shoulder and said softly, even if we are separated in the end, our fated marriage will not end. It will not end even after thousands of lifetimes. In the future, if there comes a day when I come here again, the person who will accompany me will be you. If there comes a day when I am willing to reincarnate for you, we will meet again here. The young man smiled and said with determination, boom. Xianxia's heart roared. She subconsciously looked at the young man in the mountain. Her eyes became moist. The promise from the previous life, the fated marriage, would not end even after thousands of lifetimes. If there comes a day when they meet again here, that person will be him. No matter who is reincarnated, they will meet again, and now, they are reunited in the dreamlike mountain. That person is the young man who is cultivating in the mountain. Is there really a past life? Xianxia stood there quietly, letting the wind blow on her face. She stretched out her small hand, wanting to catch the snow in the sky, because the snow might be the proof. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling stepped on the top of the mountain. He could not help but be stunned. Xianxia under the ancient tree was extremely beautiful at this moment. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and her lively facial features had a happy smile. Although Xianxia was not the most beautiful, she was petite and cute. She gave off a completely different temperament, just like the girl next door. How is it? Did you see the past life? Lin Ling stepped on the top of the mountain and suddenly smiled. I saw it. I didn't expect the story to be true. Xianxia curled her lips and said. Then let's go. I have achieved my goal. Lin Ling shrugged, but after taking a few steps, he found that Xianxia did not leave. This made him suspicious. I also saw that young man. In fact, he did not do anything wrong. Unfortunately, he made the other party wait for too long. Xianxia stood under the ancient tree and looked at Lin Ling. I know, because I also saw it. Moreover, I know even more about that young man's background. Lin Ling smiled and said. That young man was the realm lord. He did not know the meaning of Xianxia's words. That him was actually Lin Ling. After thousands of reincarnations, they were reunited again. This promise could not be false. Oh right, you won the martial arts competition. You have to marry me. Do you have this plan? Xianxia sniffed and suddenly said. Lin Ling was stunned. Xianxia did not take the martial arts competition seriously. Why did she take it seriously now? He smiled and shook his head. Of course not, because I already have a wife. Oh. Xianxia nodded with some disappointment, but soon smiled. Then do you believe in previous lives? So. Lin Ling shook his head. He could not help but think of the other world before he came here. He smiled and said, you used to be like a little witch. When did you become so sentimental? No, I was just teasing you. Haha, fool, why don't you take a look at yourself? I am now the daughter of the great demon king of the East. I can do whatever I want in the demon area. Other people want to marry me, but I don't want them. So do you think I like you? Xianxia smiled and said. I knew you were up to no good. Since you don't plan to leave, then I will leave first. Anyway, you won't be in any danger in the demon area. Lin Ling waved his hand and left. Thank you for your help. I will remember this kindness in my heart. Xianxuan's eyes moistened as she looked at Lin Ling's free and easy departure. It was as if she saw the young man leave 10,000 years ago. She subconsciously said, get lost. Just like last time, I will give you another song. Hearing this, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. His eyes suddenly flashed, but he continued to move forward. Currently, he was going to seal the barrier and obtain more merit points. He was not as free as Xianxuan. If only time froze when we first met. However, Lin Ling still remembered all the scenes when he met Xianxuan. Under the ancient tree, a beautiful song was floating, as if it was sending the warrior away. Snow was falling, blowing the long hair of the girl under the tree. Destined marriage, you entered the cycle of reincarnation for me. Unfortunately, you don't know that you are him now. However, I will wait for you, just like in the previous life. But this time I hope you won't make me wait too long. The Deacon Palace of the human world had a bet. At that moment, Lin Ling was leaving the dreamlike mountain, but he wasn't calm. It seemed like there were some things he hadn't done, but when he thought about it, he didn't know what they were. This time, not only had he found all the sealed enchantments of the true martial world, but his soul had also increased, reaching level 145. He had also learned a soul skill, Maple Snow Blade. Apart from becoming stronger, Lin Ling also knew that the World Lord had made a promise when he was young, but he hadn't fulfilled it. After becoming the World Lord, even though he was strong enough to control everything, he couldn't bring back what he had lost. If that had happened to Lin Ling, he was sure that he wouldn't have missed it. When he was young, he would have taken the girl away. Unfortunately, I'm not the World Lord. Lin Ling shook his head and continued on his journey. At that moment, in the true martial world, a large number of celestial emperors were sealing enchantments. Each time they sealed an enchantment, those celestial emperors were extremely excited because those enchantments were worth points. Besides, the three legends of the human world were also competing with each other to see who could seal more enchantments. As time passed, many sealed enchantments were found and sealed. The extremely strong celestial emperors formed teams to seal the enchantments. At that moment, in the Deacon Palace of the human world, a large number of people had gathered. If one looked carefully, one would see that those people were strong enough to shake the entire human world. They were looking at a map floating in the air. The map was blurry, but from time to time, lights were flashing. So far, we've sealed 10,000 enchantments, said an ancestor indifferently while staring at the map. Those lights were sealed enchantments. I think 80% of them were sealed by our Yungu celestial stage, said a middle-aged man with an indifferent smile. Everyone in the palace was stunned. Currently, nobody knew who had sealed the enchantment and why that person was so confident. Master Tian, maybe only 50% of your Yungu celestial stage is sealed. The rest is sealed by Champion University, said a tall and sturdy man coldly. His chi was monstrous, nobody dared underestimate him. Hehe, I sealed half of Yungu's celestial layer, the rest is sealed by Champion University. You think the 7 Emperor's celestial layers don't exist? They should have at least 10%. The sage-like middle-aged man said again. 10%? Last year, there were 100,000 sealing barriers, but they only sealed 10%. Now, there are 10,000 sealing barriers, and they want to take 10%? The tall and sturdy man who looked like a battle king laughed. The people around couldn't help but laugh, but they didn't dare to say anything. It was obvious that the person who spoke before was extremely powerful, and they didn't have the qualifications to speak. Among the surrounding people, there were the 3 Shi clans, the Xianyuan family, the Ji family, and other powerful forces. Old Jean, Lord Sky, the seal isn't over yet. It's still too early to confirm everything. On the other side, 7 people were sitting together. An old man with a fishing net on his back said indifferently. He was Emperor Li Shou of the Seven Emperors. Hee hee, old fish, you still don't want to admit defeat. How about we make a bet? If you manage to seal 20,000 enchantments, my sword will be yours," said the middle-aged man from the Celestial Wind Palace, smiling. He stared at the old man's fishing rod and said, "I've heard that the world fishing rod can catch fish from all over the world. If you lose, the rod will be mine, what do you think?" "His Excellency the Sky King, he's using the execution god's sword as a bet." Many people were staring at the middle-aged man's sword. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. The Sky King of Yungu Celestial Layer was really heroic. Then, they looked at Emperor Li Shou and smiled. Would the seven emperors dare to make a bet? Old fish, accept his challenge. I'll add a bet, the Universal Chess Playbook. At this moment, among the seven emperors, a scholarly middle-aged man laughed. It was none other than Emperor Yu. The other seven emperors also spoke, taking out their treasures. As one of the three emperors of the Celestial Layer, they naturally couldn't swallow this humiliation. If news of them being suppressed by two other mythical characters were to spread out, the other celestial emperors and Xianxia would definitely mock them. Not only that, the Shanping province would also lose face. Even the Universal Chess Playbook has been taken out. In that case, my Yungu Celestial Layer wouldn't lose face anymore. I'll take out the fruit of 10,000 origins. A gentle voice rang out, causing everyone to turn their gazes over. The speaker was a woman about 30+ years of age. She was extremely beautiful and exuded a noble and dignified aura. Naturally, her identity was also extremely terrifying. She was none other than the strongest existence in Yungu Celestial Layer, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Behind her, there were a few people. Among them were none other than Yu and an Yuer. Fruit of 10,000 origins, according to legends, it can increase all sorts of attributes. How generous! Many people were astonished. They couldn't participate in such a battle, they could only watch. Champion University will also participate. Let's go. On the other side of Champion University, a woman wearing golden armor smiled indifferently. She was one of the two champions of Champion University, and the strongest cultivator there. Boom, the crowd's hearts were pounding. The three great emperors of the human world were going to compete. That battle was about sealing the boundaries of the world. Whoever sealed the most boundaries would gain a lot of face. They might even obtain the most precious treasures. Yungu Celestial Layer has always been the first. They know many sealing boundaries. 500 years ago, Champion University had been the first, but the Seven Emperors' world had never been the first. Because of that, in the human world, many people laugh at the Seven Emperors' world. They say that the Seven Emperors' world has an undeserved reputation. They don't do anything to contribute to the human world. Let's go. This time, the Seven Emperors' world won't admit defeat. They're so confident, could it be because of the Celestial Emperor of the Ji clan? A commotion broke out among the crowd. Naturally, the titled Celestial Emperors were also betting among themselves. Lu Susu and the other experts who had been waiting outside the teleportation portal were now at each other's throats. I'm telling you, this time, Yungu's Celestial Altar wants all the sealed deployment spells. With Shan Yuan Jiu Tian here, we're definitely going to win. Your Celestial Emperors won't get a single point. Bullshit, we have 3 Celestial Emperors from the Shur clans, especially Luohan Celestial Emperor. He'll definitely lead everybody and finish first. Let's wait and see. The CND world's cultivators didn't want to admit defeat. The peerless Celestial Emperors of the Seven Emperors world frowned. The Celestial Emperors of the Seven Emperors world were led by a Celestial Emperor from the Ji clan. He was very strong, and he had the most Celestial Emperors with him. The most important thing was that he knew many sealing boundaries. They hoped he wouldn't lose face. Lin Ling, come out. At this moment, there were more and more battles in the true martial world. If one wanted to seal the barrier, they would have to fight with the devil race. Because many of the sealing barriers were guarded by the devil race, and the devil race had also sensed the invasion of the human race. Therefore, it was as if they were facing a great enemy, which made the sealing barrier even more difficult. In the entire true martial world, a large number of small teams were moving forward in the east, south, west, and north in search of the sealing enchantment. He hasn't come out yet. will Lin Ling be okay? I don't think so. If something really happened, the ninth commandery princess would have killed Lin Ling. I'm getting a little anxious. So much time has passed and we haven't even sealed a single barrier. If this continues, we won't be able to obtain any merit points. Moreover, the 7 emperors have already issued an order. We must not lose face in this mission. Outside Dreamlike City, under a rather remote city wall, several figures had transformed into demons and were conversing in low voices. They were the unhindered Sky Emperor and the others. They were obviously waiting for Lin Ling. Moreover, 4 people had joined them. They were Celestial Emperor Qing Yun, Celestial Emperor Song Mu, Celestial Emperor North Sea and a man named Celestial Emperor Lei Dong. They had formed their own team. While they were waiting, the heavenly emperors who were passing by couldn't help but laugh. These heavenly emperors of the 7 emperors world were really stupid. They were actually blindly waiting there. Could it be that they had come to the true martial world to play? Unhindered Heavenly Emperor, how many enchantments have you sealed? A powerful Heavenly Emperor recognized Unhindered Heavenly Emperor and immediately laughed. His tone was filled with schadenfreude. You don't have to worry. Unhindered Heavenly Emperor said with a cold face. They did not seal a single barrier. Very unlucky. Currently, we have sealed 10 enchantments. Haha, you guys can slowly play there. The merit points belong to us. The heavenly emperors laughed and then disappeared into the distance. A petty person who gained power for a moment. The space-time heavenly emperor gritted his teeth as he watched the heavenly emperors leave smugly. He was clearly enraged. Don't worry, there are more than 100,000 sealing barriers. 10 barriers are nothing. The unhindered Sky Emperor comforted, but his right hand quietly clenched into a fist, clearly unwilling to give up. I'm not waiting anymore. If I wait for that guy, I won't be able to get a single merit point. Furthermore, I promised Lady Lu Susu that I would bring glory to the 7 emperors, so I can't just sit here and do nothing. Suddenly, one of them said with a frown. North Sea Celestial Emperor, how many barriers do you think you can seal if you leave the team? Even if you're lucky enough to find the enchantment, can you face the demons alone? The North Sea Celestial Emperor frowned. Indeed, it was difficult to face the demons alone. But what's the point of waiting here? Could it be that Lin Ling will be able to seal even more if we wait? Lin Ling is weaker than us. He can't change anything. The North Sea Celestial Emperor was still stubbornly trying to leave. I agree with the North Sea Celestial Emperor. Lin Ling is only a Silver Celestial Emperor, and we are all Gold Celestial Emperor. The North Sea Celestial Emperor is even a Diamond Celestial Emperor. Why should we wait for that trash? The Thunder Celestial Emperor snorted coldly. Watch your words. Lin Ling is on our side now. The Space-Time Celestial Emperor frowned and said, but he didn't say anything else. In fact, they were waiting here because they were worried about Lin Ling. It wasn't because their team would be stronger with Lin Ling around. In front of experts like us, trash is trash. Why can't you say it? The Thunder Celestial Emperor didn't give face at all and snorted coldly again. But at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded out, if they want to leave, then let them leave. The more people there are, the more merit points we will need to share. The voice came from behind them, causing them to look over. They saw a blue-robed man walking over the city walls. His steps were steady and calm. There was a single horn on his forehead, and he gave off the feeling of a great demon king. Who else could it be other than Lin Ling? Seeing this, the 9 spirits of heaven, Bai Yun Tiandi, and the others laughed. You brat, you finally came out. You made us worried to death. Unhindered Heavenly Emperor also let out a light breath. Greetings to Unhindered Heavenly Emperor, Spacetime Heavenly Emperor, Azure Cloud Heavenly Emperor, and Pinewood Heavenly Emperor. Lin Ling walked up to them and bowed politely. You're Lin Ling? The man called Lei Dong Sky Emperor sized up Lin Ling from head to toe, and then laughed disdainfully. This person was around 40 years old, had a beard on his face, his eyes were not big, and he had a horse face, but on the side of the 7 emperors, his reputation was not weak, and he was one of the best among the gold-level heavenly emperors. You have a problem with that? Lin Ling looked at him from the corner of his eyes. That indifferent look made Lei Dong Sky Emperor's pupils constrict. What an arrogant junior. You can leave, but the sealing of the enchantments is none of your business. I can also tell you that for the next 100,000 enchantments, we will seal at least 50,000. Lin Ling said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, the hearts of all the experts trembled fiercely. Where did Lin Ling's confidence come from? Are you out of your mind? What nonsense are you talking about? Lei Dong Sky Emperor was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. With just the few of them. They wanted to seal 50,000 enchantments? This was simply a fool's dream. 50,000 enchantments, even the heavenly emperors of the 7 emperors' heaven would not be able to seal that many, therefore, not to mention him, even the unhindered heavenly emperor and the 9 spirits of heaven thought that Lin Ling seemed to be bragging. If you don't believe me, you can leave by yourself. Lin Ling smiled calmly, looked at the unhindered heavenly emperor and said again, since we have already wasted a lot of time, we should also take action next, and we can just form a team. However, there must be a leader in the team, so I think we need to choose a leader. You can't be talking about you, right? Seeing Lin Ling being so arrogant, bragging first, and then thinking of himself as the boss, Lei Dong Sky Emperor couldn't help but laugh. At least it's not you. Lin Ling glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and said again, but I think I am indeed suitable to be the leader of this team. Boom, everyone's heart exploded. Lin Ling really dared to say that. This guy. Unhindered Heavenly Emperor and Spacetime Heavenly Emperor looked at each other and smiled bitterly. One had to know that most of the people here were stronger than Lin Ling. What right did Lin Ling have to be the leader? However, because they were friends, they couldn't refute Lin Ling. On the other hand, the North Sea Heavenly Emperor and Lei Dong Sky Emperor didn't have such concerns. They laughed loudly, especially the Lei Dong Sky Emperor, who laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. A junior in the 6th heaven of the Saint Realm wanted to be the leader and lead everyone? He couldn't see through himself. Lin Ling wasn't surprised by their mockery. The reason he proposed the position of leader was because he knew that there were too many experts in the team, and they were all arrogant. Therefore, if he led a few people to seal the enchantments and none of them followed his orders, then the team would be like a plate of loose sand. Therefore, he wanted to be the leader. His goal was simple, and that was to obtain more merit points. The goal was to seal 50,000 enchantments. I'm in. The 9 spirits of heaven had no objection, and so did Bai Yuntiandi. Unhindered Sky Emperor and the others had a good relationship with Lin Ling, so they did not refuse. Among them, Sky Emperor Qingyun said, "Are you sure you can lead us better?" "Yes, as long as you join the team, a conservative estimate is to seal 50,000 enchantments." Lin Ling said word by word with strong confidence. "Okay, I, Sky Emperor Qingyun, will be under your command." "Yes. Same for me, Sky Emperor Qingmu." "Crazy. In the past, I was your protector, supporting you, but today, I believe that you, Lin Ling, will not let me down. I, Unhindered Sky Emperor, will join." "Yes." Everyone pondered for a moment and nodded. They believed in Lin Ling's character, because although Lin Ling was crazy, most of them were crazy with strength. The most important thing was that the enchantments on the surface of the true martial world were sealed by others. They could only find the enchantments hidden in the dark, and they had no clue about the enchantments hidden in the dark. They could only wait for Lin Ling to create a miracle, and the fact was that Lin Ling had indeed created miracles time and time again. What a bunch of lunatics, I'm not going to be crazy with you. North Sea Sky Emperor, I'm leaving, do you want to join me? Yes. Let's go, Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be so exaggerated. Yes. North Sea Sky Emperor and Thunder Emperor smiled disdainfully and turned to leave. Lin Ling ignored them. It was normal that they did not believe in him. He looked at the city wall behind him and said indifferently, "Actually, there is an enchantment behind you." Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched out. Under the broken bricks, the ancient stone array also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Fortunately, there were not many demon paths here, otherwise, it would have caused a sensation. However, at this moment, Unhindered Sky Emperor and the others were shocked. The North Sea Sky Emperor and Thunder Emperor stopped, and their pupils trembled fiercely. There was an enchantment behind them, and they were completely unaware. Everyone stared at the stone array, and their breathing became heavy. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor did not wait for the others to agree. He took a step forward and released lightning, melting the surrounding city stones. Then, he took out his jade tablet and touched the stone array. Seeing the blue light of the stone array, he let out a sigh of relief and laughed. He had sealed a barrier and received 100 merit points. This guy is so fast. The North Sea Celestial Arch cursed inwardly, his eyes filled with jealousy. The others were also more or less envious, because 100 merit points were in their hands just like that. Why are you so excited? It's just a sealing barrier. Look at you, do you look like a celestial emperor? Lin Ling looked disdainfully at Lei Dong Heaven Emperor and reprimanded him. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor felt a little embarrassed. His previous actions were indeed unsightly. Let's go. The sealing barrier was snatched by some shameless people, but no matter, there are still many sealing barriers. Our goal is 50,000 merit points. However, although Lin Ling reprimanded him, he obviously did not care. He led the unhindered Sky Emperor and the others forward. The unhindered Sky Emperor and the others were excited, and suddenly, they trusted Lin Ling even more. The North Sea Celestial Arch and Lei Dong Heaven Emperor were stunned. If Lin Ling was bragging, then Lin Ling had indeed done what he said. In a short period of time, he found a sealing barrier. Most importantly, the sealing barrier was right behind them, but they did not notice it at all. This meant that Lin Ling might indeed have some ability. If they missed this opportunity, they would definitely regret it. Wait, Lin Ling, I'm in. Me too. The two of them chased after him. You're not going? Lin Ling continued to walk forward without even looking at them. The two of them laughed and rubbed their hands, feeling a little awkward for a moment. Call me boss, and then join the team. Lin Ling did not mind their previous words. Because they were going to do something big, they were short of people. Can we really seal 50,000 merit points? The North Sea Celestial Thearch's heart beat violently, and he looked forward to it even more. He did not expect this little guy to be so capable. Don't worry, follow me, and you will definitely eat meat. Lin Ling said confidently. He went to Dreamlike Mountain, and now he knew the sealing barriers of the entire true martial realm. Moreover, he was not interested in individual sealing barriers. He was interested in the formation of barriers. In his mind, memory surfaced. Lin Ling led a few people forward. They left the bustling city and came to a mountain range. Demonic chi billowed as if there were many powerful demons hidden here. The territory of the demonic lightning bat dragon has existed since 10,000 years ago. This demon is not under any command, and is cruel and ruthless. The mountains behind their tribe have a large number of sealing barriers. After a long time on a cliff, Lin Ling and the others stopped. Lin Ling looked into the distance and said. There was a vast grassland, and there was an isolated mountain. The rocks of the mountain were terrifying, and no one dared to approach it easily. However, Lin Ling knew that there were a large number of sealing barriers in the mountain, and there was a small path leading to the mountain. How many barriers are there? Lei Dong Sky Emperor asked curiously. Lin Ling stretched out 5 fingers, causing Lei Dong Sky Emperor's expression to change drastically. Then, he laughed excitedly. 5, that's great. You are also a gold-level Sky Emperor, right? 5? Your appetite is so small? Do you think that with so many of us here, 5 barriers are enough for us? Lin Ling rolled his eyes at him, causing Lei Dong Sky Emperor's pupils to constrict. Could it be 50? Pudong, the hearts of unhindered Sky Emperor and the others were beating violently. 50, they were rich, absolutely rich. One must know that if they could seal 5 of them, then this trip to the true martial world would not be in vain. So 50, it was hard to imagine. It's 5,000. However, Lin Ling faintly spat out a sentence, causing everyone to stop breathing. 5,000 sealing barriers, dang dang dang. Lei Dong Sky Emperor's footsteps were unstable, and he kept retreating. His face turned pale with surprise. That's a sealing barrier array. Lin Ling looked at him and smiled slightly. We're rich, a barrier reward of 100 merit points, 5,000, TSK. Unhindered Sky Emperor sucked in a breath of cold air. With these 5,000 sealing barriers, then the 7 Emperor's children of heaven, they would definitely be the first. Boss, you're my boss, there's nothing to say. 5,000 sealing barriers, you can have as many as you want. As long as you give me 100, I'll be satisfied. Lei Dong Sky Emperor hurriedly ran over and looked respectfully at Lin Ling. That appearance made the 9 spirits of heaven squint their eyes. What a thick-skinned Sky Emperor powerhouse, this degree of change in face, it was impossible to not be convinced. No need, let's divide it fairly, because that's only a fraction, our goal is 50,000. Lin Ling waved his hand and said, causing everyone's expectations to be even stronger. If they followed Lin Ling, would they be able to create the first miracle of the 7 emperors, suppressing the 2 legends? Maple Snow Sword of Sorrow. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor, go to the foot of the mountain with Qing Yun Heaven Emperor. Be sure to kill the devil race. What? Just the 2 of us? Lei Dong Heaven Emperor's pupils constricted. One must know that in Jinwu world they could not recover their strength. Therefore, he did not dare to kill the devil race with just the 2 of them. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor, don't talk nonsense. Listen to Lin Ling. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor reprimanded. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor was still dissatisfied, but he did not speak anymore. The 2 of you, go back to the prairie in half an hour. Remember, don't retreat before the time is up. Kill as many devil race as you see. Even if your bones are broken, you must hold on. Lin Ling said indifferently. Lei Dong Heaven Emperor's face changed drastically. Was this courting death? Unhindered Heaven Emperor, Space-Time Heaven Emperor, Baiyun Tiandi, Pinewood Heaven Emperor, you all wait in the prairie. If the devil race appears, you must help Lei Dong Heaven Emperor and the others. As for the leader of the devil race, it will depend on North Sea Heaven Emperor. North Sea Heaven Emperor, you are the strongest. You must kill the leader. As long as you kill the leader, we can enter the mountain. Lin Ling's mind spun quickly, and then he told him his plan. All right. Everyone nodded. If they were in the outside world, each of them could shake heaven and earth. But here, they all listened to Lin Ling's orders. What about you? Lei Dong Heaven Emperor suddenly said. I will guard the base camp at the back and look at the overall situation. Lin Ling smiled faintly, Lei Dong Heaven Emperor's pupils constricted. He naturally did not believe it. He thought that Lin Ling was afraid of death and wanted them to be cannon fodder. But now that he had asked for help from Lin Ling, he could only endure it. Go. Lin Ling waved his hand. Everyone did not stop and rushed forward. Boss, what about me? Only the 9 spirits of heaven was left on the cliff. At this moment, he looked at Lin Ling and asked. Stay here and protect me. Don't let anyone get close to me. Lin Ling said to him with a smile, making the 9 spirits of heaven immediately pat their chests and stand guard in all directions. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's expression was slightly grave. The Eye of Time appeared, surveying the entire battle situation. He was very clear that this was the first battle, and he had to achieve a great victory. Otherwise, the morale of the army would be shaken, and those celestial emperors would also doubt him. In the sky ahead, demonic clouds surged. On the prairie, unique poisonous grasses swayed, and unknown demonic beasts roared. Occasionally, a gust of wind would blow past, and the smell of blood was extremely thick. The devil domain was very big, and the true martial world was only one of them. It was also known as the Gate of the Devil Domain, just like the Yellow Spring Mountain of the Devil Domain. Only by going deeper into the Devil Domain would they be able to encounter even more terrifying Devil Clan. But even so, the true martial world still made the Heavenly Emperors cautious. Whoosh, 2 figures flew into the sky. In the next moment, the battle below the ancient mountain began. There are humans? Kill. The demonic lightning bat dragon clan was an extremely ferocious clan. After discovering the 2 of them, they immediately transformed into huge demonic bats, spreading their wings, and dense demonic lightning bloomed. Lin Ling's actions have caused us to die. Lei Dong stared at the devil clan that filled the sky, and his expression changed drastically. If it was in the human world, he would not be afraid of these devil clan, but here, the consumed spirit energy could not be recovered. If the battle dragged on, he would undoubtedly die. Don't think too much, kill. Qing Yun Heavenly Emperor shouted coldly. His hands drew a mysterious trajectory, and the void fluctuated, pop pop pop, boom boom boom. the battle between the two heavenly emperors shook the entire demonic lightning bat dragon clan. In the prairie, the unhindered heavenly emperor and the others, who were lying in ambush, had a drastic change in expression. What a fierce battle! They hoped that Lei Dong heavenly emperor and the others could hold on. Time passed bit by bit. Lei Dong heavenly emperor and Xianxia heavenly emperor consumed more and more spirit energy, and Lei Dong heavenly emperor's eyes turned red, as if he had gone crazy, causing the entire land to be filled with the corpses of the demonic lightning bat dragon clan. This idiot! Far away, Lin Ling's soul force was so strong, and with the eye of time, he naturally saw the scene. Now, the time had come. According to the agreement, Lei Dong heavenly emperor had to retreat, but he was in a killing frenzy. Get back here immediately. Go! Lin Ling shouted angrily. His soul force turned into a small knife, and like thunder, it appeared in Lei Dong heavenly emperor's mind, waking him up a little. He quickly retreated with Xianxia heavenly emperor. His heart was beating violently. If it were not for Lin Ling's reminder, he was afraid that he would have fallen there. Which junior dares to come to the land of my demonic lightning bat dragon? Little ones, kill. Go. At this time, the ancient giant mountain shook, and a giant bat flew out. Its cold teeth were shining, and it had a human-like face. This was obviously the demonic lightning bat dragon king. In fact, it had been paying attention to the battle before. When it saw that there were only 2 humans in the end, and they were beginning to tire, it decided to kill, because it was the easiest time to kill the 2 humans now. I heard that the humans entered the true martial world and wanted to seal the enchantment. However, the humans who came here are very stupid. Do they want to seal the enchantment with just 2 people? Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, under the leadership of the demonic lightning bat dragon king, the demon race moved out. Lei Dong heavenly emperor's face became paler. If he did not escape quickly, he was afraid that he would have died. The 2 of them used all their strength to escape. Gradually, they arrived at the Great Prairie. Almost at the same time, powerful auras burst out from the Great Prairie. The unhindered heavenly emperor, the space-time heavenly emperor, and the other experts had all come out. Lei Dong heavenly emperor was touched when he saw them. When he was in a life-and-death situation, his comrades came out. We fell into a trap. Damn. The demonic lightning bat dragon king sensed the change, and its face became ferocious. What a cunning plan, to lure them out and then kill them. It looked at those heavenly emperors and knew that those who were lying in ambush here were not weak. The most important thing was that they were in their peak condition, and it would be difficult to fight them. You tempted us, and we will kill you no matter what. The demonic lightning bat dragon king stared at Lei Dong heavenly emperor in anger. Even if he was tricked, he would still kill him. Lei Dong heavenly emperor's face changed dramatically. He did not expect the other party to hate him so much. He wanted to retreat immediately, but the demonic lightning bat dragon king was too close to him. Most importantly, the North Sea heavenly emperor could not save him in time. Die for me. A pair of giant bat wings appeared. With a sweep of its wings, it swept towards Lei Dong heaven emperor. Lei Dong heaven emperor gritted his teeth. With the amount of strength he had expended, he was no match for the demonic lightning bat dragon king. Therefore, time was of the essence. A breath could decide his fate. It seems that I am going to die here. Die. Lei Dong heavenly emperor's face turned pale. Is this the fate of a cannon fodder? Maple snow depressing blade. Die. However, at this moment, a deadly knife appeared, cutting through the clouds, and attacked the demonic lightning bat dragon king. When the demonic lightning bat dragon king's lightning claws were about to grab Lei Dong heavenly emperor, it hit him hard, and made his body fall back and his soul become unstable. Overbearing snatch suddenly, he looked at the cliff in the distance, and his pupils suddenly trembled fiercely. There stood a blue-robed youth. At this moment, he was like an emperor, controlling the entire world as he looked at the prairie. Obviously, it was Lin Ling who saved him. I wronged him, I'm sorry. Sorry. Lei Dong Sky Emperor had always thought that Lin Ling was a fisherman enjoying the benefits, but he didn't expect that Lin Ling's responsibility was even heavier than theirs, because he was in control of the entire situation. Most importantly, Lin Ling didn't actually have to make a move. After he died, there would be one less person to share the spoils of war. However, Lin Ling still made a move because he regarded him as a comrade. Lei Dong Sky Emperor's blood boiled, and his eyes were moist. At this moment, he was willing to treat Lin Ling as his leader. With Lin Ling's crucial attack, it was enough to make the North Sea Celestial Emperor pounce over. Then, the two kings began to fight. The impact was earth-shattering. In the distance, Lin Ling smiled slightly. He could see that the North Sea Celestial Emperor could win. In that case, the first battle was a victory. In fact, if Lin Ling let all the Celestial Emperors move out, it wouldn't be difficult to wipe out the demonic lightning bat dragon clan. It would just take more time, and most importantly, it would consume a lot of the Celestial Emperor's spiritual energy. This was not what Lin Ling wanted to see. In the true martial realm, the most important thing was not strength, but how to preserve strength. Because no matter how strong the cultivation realm was, if it was used up, then it would be like an ant, bang bang bang. At this time, behind the cliff, there was a sudden rumbling sound. Then, a figure smashed over and fell not far from Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to recover his mind. Looking over, his face suddenly became ugly, because the one who smashed on the ground was actually the 9 spirits of heaven. Obviously, someone had attacked him. It's just a silver-ranked heavenly emperor, but he's actually so difficult to deal with. He needs the 5 of us to take action to defeat him. How embarrassing. A moment later, 5 figures stepped forward and appeared in front of Lin Ling. These people's cultivation was not low. 3 of them were at the 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage while the other 2 were at the 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. However, on the surface, they looked travel-worn. It was obvious that they had gone through many battles in the demon territory and had yet to recover their world chi. Most importantly, Lin Ling recognized one of them. It was shockingly Heavenly Emperor Tianyu. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu also saw Lin Ling and could not help being somewhat surprised. I said before, don't let me run into you again. In the end, you ran into me again here. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu knows them? Could he be the Celestial Emperor of the 7 Emperors Heaven? But he doesn't look familiar. One of them also looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but laugh. Don't blame us. This guy didn't allow us to get close. It's too much. As Heavenly Emperors of the 7 Emperors Heaven, we should be united and not have scruples about each other. His words were obviously referring to the 9 spirits of heaven. Because the 9 spirits of heaven did not allow them to get close, it led to a battle. Nonsense, you didn't give me any leeway at all. That's overbearing. On the ground, the 9 spirits of heaven spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Ling slowly pulled him up and looked indifferently at the 5 people. Alright, it's a misunderstanding. What are you doing here? Heavenly Emperor Tianyu's eyes flickered as he said indifferently. Looking for the sealed barrier. Lin Ling also looked at the other party and said softly. He wanted to see what tricks these people were playing. His words made Heavenly Emperor Tianyu and the others' eyes light up. One of them smiled and said, is it a sealed barrier? Or an unsealed enchantment? Tell me, how many barriers have you all sealed currently? Relax, we're all heavenly emperors under the 7 emperors' heavens. We naturally have to fight for the glory of the 7 emperors' heavens. The more you all seal, the happier we'll be for you. Another person also opened his mouth, his eyes filled with anticipation. Not sealed yet. Lin Ling said directly, making the eyes of those heavenly emperor powerhouses flicker. Just as they were about to speak, Lin Ling opened his mouth and said, then how many barriers have you all sealed? We've currently sealed over 20. But compared to this, those unsealed barriers of yours are more important. Do you need help? As long as you tell us the location, then we'll assist you. After all, you and I are both disciples under the 7 emperors' heavens. It's the same whoever seals. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu said with a smile, as if shaking hands with Lin Ling and making peace. No need, we can handle it ourselves. Lin Ling shook his head and refused, making Heavenly Emperor Tianyu's brows furrow a little. He smiled again and said, I wonder how many of those sealed barriers there are. 5,000. Lin Ling said. What? The faces of those 5 Heavenly Emperor powerhouses changed drastically. 5,000? They're rich, absolutely rich. This junior brother, we've decided to help you because there are 5,000 sealed barriers. the few of you can't handle it. That's right, you don't have to refuse, and you don't have to thank us either. 5,000 barriers, we want more than 4,000. You all take 100 seals each. Seeing that we're all under the 7 emperors' heavens, we won't bicker too much with you. Those heavenly emperors chatted with each other, appearing extremely excited. It was as if in their hearts, they had already sealed all the barriers. Xianyuan Jiutian looked at them talking, and his face instantly turned ferocious. What shameless heavenly emperors! At first, they said that they were helping and not sharing the spoils of war. But now, they changed their words and wanted more than 4,000. Moreover, there was no need to thank them. Could it be that they were going to enjoy the benefits while the few of them still had to thank them? Involuntarily, he looked at Lin Ling. But Lin Ling waved his hand at him, then opened his mouth and said, I said, no need. I said, you must. However, just as Lin Ling's words fell, Heavenly Emperor Tianyu sneered coldly. His words carried a thick majesty, as if Lin Ling could only agree and not refuse. This junior brother, you better see the reality clearly. How many of us are there and how strong we are? Otherwise, if you die, you can only regret it in hell. One of them said in a strange tone. Lin Ling was only a 6th-layer saint, who gave him the courage to refute them. Another person sighed for Lin Ling's stubbornness, thinking that Lin Ling didn't know what was good for him. This junior brother, although the sealing barrier is precious, your life is more important. I don't want you to die because of it, you have to think twice. Thank you for the reminder, but since I said no need, then there's no need. Lin Ling's mouth curved into a cold smile. After these people appeared, he knew their evil intentions. Kill the one called the 9 spirits of heaven, but don't kill this guy because we need to know the location of the sealing barrier through him. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu finally spat out a sentence coldly, then waved his hand, go. Xiao. The 4 people didn't hesitate at all. With a sneer, they pounced at Lin Ling. At this moment, the cliff seemed to shatter. Clearly, these people had erupted with their full strength, and it was a fatal blow. You all, bastards. Seeing these people shamelessly attacking, the 9 spirits of heaven's face changed greatly. These people were too overbearing, immediately killing without a word, bang bang bang. Do you still want my sealing enchantment? Seeing this scene, the 9 spirits of heaven shouted anxiously, brother. Brother. Then, he stared at Heavenly Emperor Tianyu and the others with red eyes. If looks could kill, he would kill these overbearing guys at this moment. I heard that Lin Ling is invincible among silver-level heavenly emperors, but do you think we are silver-level heavenly emperors? Heavenly Emperor Tianyu sneered. Last time, he was suppressed by Lin Ling because he didn't guard against Lin Ling's soul power. This time, they had more people, and they attacked first. Lin Ling was naturally like an ant. He shouldn't be dead. Go and bring him up, and kill the 9 spirits of heaven. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu waved his hand again. No need, I'll come up myself. Go. However, at this moment, a figure slowly floated up from the bottom of the cliff. It was Lin Ling. At this moment, his long hair and blue robe were fluttering. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent. Coupled with the blood at the corner of his mouth, it was a shocking scene at this moment. Most importantly, a sword appeared in his hand, with the cry of a phoenix. The body of the sword was golden, lustrous, and resplendent, carrying a sharp aura. A surge of fighting intent spread out from Lin Ling's body. It was cold, powerful, and murderous. At this moment, the 4 gold-level heavenly emperors suddenly felt a strong pressure in their hearts. It was as if the person standing above the cliff was not a person, but a sword, a god of death. Huh? Heavenly Emperor Tianyu looked at Lin Ling in surprise. His eyes were a bit strange. Lin Ling still wanted to fight? Go to hell. Lin Ling's figure floated up. His sword was like water, and it was like 100 birds worshipping the phoenix. The power of 12 universes shook the void and merged into the sword, forming a sword that was not afraid of heaven and earth. Attack me? Seeing Lin Ling's terrifying sword, one of them's face changed slightly, but soon he sneered. He was not afraid of a silver-level heavenly emperor. Get lost. The heavenly emperor roared angrily. He punched out, and the void exploded. The will of destruction was extremely dense, and it turned into source energy and blasted out. In his heart, the fact that Lin Ling dared to attack him first was an insult to him. Could it be that he was weaker? Therefore, he wanted Lin Ling to recognize himself. Unfortunately, he didn't know that he was facing Lin Ling at his peak. Whoosh, a sword slashed past, the sword light was like a phoenix. That destructive source intent was split into two, while that Heavenly Emperor powerhouse's expression changed drastically. He still wanted to say something, but his neck leaked out, and his head fell off just like that. What? The expressions of the surrounding people changed drastically. What kind of sword was that in Lin Ling's hand? It was actually able to kill a gold-ranked Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, it was killed in one strike. That sword was too sharp. Bastard, kill him. The remaining Heavenly Emperors were instantly enraged. One of them took a step forward, wanting to release his source energy. However, at this moment, the sword was even faster, like a violent storm, as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas, ruthlessly slashing through him. In the next moment, blood spurted out like rain. That Heavenly Emperor's entire body was split into two, cut in half at the waist. He still maintained his attacking posture, but when he saw his lower body, he immediately let out a scream of fear and died in agony. The remaining three Heavenly Emperors were all stunned. How was this possible? This was impossible. Lin Ling was only a sixth-layer saint. Even if he borrowed the power of the sword, it was impossible for him to kill two Heavenly Emperors in succession. Suddenly, they realized a crucial point. This was because they had fought many battles in the demon domain and had yet to recover their exhausted spiritual energy. Therefore, they were unable to unleash their full strength at the moment. Lin Ling, on the other hand, seemed to be at his peak. Coupled with the treasured sword in his hand, his strength was naturally unafraid of them. Boom, their hearts roared, and a strong sense of fear rose in them. Lin Ling, what happened before was a misunderstanding. One of the Heavenly Emperors subconsciously stepped back, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Lin Ling did not speak, his face cold as he raised the sword in his hand and pointed it at the Heavenly Emperor. The thick murderous intent, the domineering aura of the sword, spread out, causing the Heavenly Emperor's heart to tremble. For the first time, he was actually afraid of a Saint Realm Jr. The sword had not yet been drawn, but the murderous intent already caused his heart to tremble. Every movement seemed to affect his heart. Die. A cold voice spat out from Lin Ling's mouth. His sword trembled slightly, and although it seemed slow, it was like 100 birds paying homage to a phoenix, like dark clouds covering the sky. Kung, the Heavenly Emperor, wanted to say something, but before he could, he was instantly killed. Before he died, he never thought that one day, he would die at the hands of an opponent weaker than him. There were only two people left, and one of them was Heavenly Emperor Tianyu. At this moment, he did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong. He was still at his peak, and he even had a sword in his hand. That sword was very cold, so cold that it penetrated his heart. He suddenly felt that he seemed to have provoked the wrong person. I am from the Ji family, which is as famous as the Supreme Family. It is also one of the highest deacon palaces in the mortal world. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu took a step back and whispered, but he did not notice that when he said this, his heart was trembling. He was obviously afraid. However, his words were extremely sarcastic. Previously, they had treated Lin Ling like an ant and wanted to snatch Lin Ling's sealing enchantment. Moreover, they had not given Lin Ling any choice to refuse and had used their strongest attack. So now, Lin Ling did not need to give them any face. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Ling was like a peerless swordsman, cold and murderous. He held his sword and walked forward step by step. Just one sentence was enough to make Heavenly Emperor Tianyu's heart tremble fiercely. Facing Lin Ling's words, he did not dare to refute. Enough. The Ji family is a meritorious servant of the mortal world. Is it someone you can reprimand? The other Heavenly Emperor shouted. The Ji family was one of the 9 deacons of the mortal world. They had supreme authority. Not to mention Lin Ling, even a powerhouse with the title of Xiandi did not dare to blaspheme. Lin Ling, based on what? You seem to have forgotten that your life is still in my hands. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was extremely cold, but his words caused the Heavenly Emperor's face to stiffen. Yes, his life was still in Lin Ling's hands. What right did he have to refute? Maple Snow Depressing Blade. With a low shout, a terrifying soul force blade shot out, piercing through the world and killing everything. Boom! That heavenly emperor powerhouse pointed at Lin Ling and did not say anything. He fell on his back. Lin Ling seemed to be telling him that he should shut up at this moment. Because if he did not shut up, then he would die. Of the 5, only one was left. Of the 5, 4 were gold-rank heavenly emperors. Their strength was unfathomable. But at this moment, all of them fell here. This kind of change made Heavenly Emperor Tianyu's face turn pale. How could Lin Ling be so strong? He kept retreating, not daring to fight anymore. Stray dog, do you still want my sealing barrier? 5,000 sealing enchantments in hand. Lin Ling, we're back. At this time, a large number of figures flew over with smiles on their faces. They were none other than Unhindered Heavenly Emperor and the others. Unhindered Heavenly Emperor, North Sea Heavenly Emperor, it's you guys. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu hurriedly laughed as if he saw his savior. This Lin Ling has no respect for his elders and killed several heavenly emperors of the 7 emperors' heavens. You must kill him. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu quickly ran over and pointed at Lin Ling with a sneer on his face. Lin Ling was very powerful, but could he kill more heavenly emperors? He believed that Unhindered Heavenly Emperor and the others were enough to kill Lin Ling. After saying that, he looked at Lin Ling and sneered, "You're very pitiful. You clearly had a chance to kill me earlier, but you missed it. Now that Unhindered Heavenly Emperor and the others are here, you're dead for sure. Before you die, you better tell me the sealing enchantments. Of course, if you regret it, I also want to hear it. You're so sure that they'll help you?" Lin Ling slowly kept his sword and said calmly, "I'm a disciple of the Ji family. If they don't help me, could it be that they'll help you?" Heavenly Emperor Tianyu laughed disdainfully. What a joke. One had to know that he was famous in the 7 emperors' heavens. Who didn't give him face? Lin Ling was just a fledgling junior. How could these heavenly emperor seniors give him face? The Ji family's disciples seem to be very proud. Then you can see if they'll kill me or you. Lin Ling shook his head and laughed. At the same time, he looked at Unhindered Heavenly Emperor and the others. Haha, such a simple answer, do you still need to think about it? Heavenly Emperor Tianyu was stunned for a moment. Not only was he not worried, he laughed even louder. He didn't think that those powerful heavenly emperors would listen to Lin Ling's orders. However, his laughter was very loud at first, but it gradually became softer and softer. In the end, it almost disappeared without a trace, because when he looked back, Unhindered Heavenly Emperor and the others were looking at him with eyes full of killing intent. The result was obvious. Between him and Lin Ling, he would die. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu took a step back, his heart filled with fear, shock, and confusion. We don't want to talk too much nonsense. Right now, you only have one ending, and that is death. Before the Unhindered Sky Emperor could speak, the Thunderclap Sky Emperor took a step forward, as if he wanted to attack immediately. You're crazy. Lei Dong Tiandi, although we're not friends, we've seen each other in the past. Moreover, you should know my background. What is Lin Ling? You're actually helping him. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu could not understand why there would be this kind of treatment no matter what. He roared furiously, could it be that you all are a team? Why don't you kill him? I'll join you. Pa, in the face of his words, all the experts of heaven and earth took a step forward. Their auras were intimidating and oppressive. Their actions represented their choice. He is our leader. Unhindered Sky Emperor finally spat out a sentence. Plop, Heavenly Emperor Tianyu subconsciously sat on the ground. Lin Ling was the leader? These powerful heavenly emperors were stronger than Lin Ling, and there were even diamond-level ones. They recognized Lin Ling as their leader? How could this be? He suddenly looked at Lin Ling and hurriedly begged for mercy. Lin Ling, it was a misunderstanding before. We are all heavenly emperors of the 7 emperors' heaven. We shouldn't have internal strife. At this point, he finally started to panic. Misunderstanding? The 9 spirits of heaven were injured by you, right? Then, the 4 of them attacked. It was your order, right? These are all misunderstandings? Lin Ling sneered. His words stunned Heavenly Emperor Tianyu. Kill. Kill. Lin Ling did not speak any more nonsense and waved his hand indifferently. You can die now. Kill. Heavenly Emperor Lei Dong seemed to want to snatch the credit. He released a powerful thunder source and rushed toward Heavenly Emperor Tianyu. The latter's mouth opened wide, completely not expecting that he would die here today. Furthermore, these heavenly emperors actually dared to offend the Ji family for Lin Ling? If not for being about to die now, he really wanted to ask these heavenly emperors why Lin Ling was the leader. Unfortunately, no one could answer his question, nor did they have time to answer. Bang, lightning wreaked havoc. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu clearly could not block it at all and was blown to pieces. Courting death. Lin Ling shook his head. Heavenly Emperor Tianyu was simply courting death. Let's go. Go. Following that, Lin Ling brought the few people and headed toward the mountain ahead. At this moment, there were already no fiends in that mountain. Everything was as Lin Ling thought. As long as the demonic lightning bat dragon king was lured out and subsequently obliterated, then the demonic lightning bat dragon clan would retreat and escape without a trace. Under Lin Ling's lead, the few people advanced along the mountain path, all agitated. However, their gazes would subconsciously look at Lin Ling, secretly admiring him. Lin Ling's strength was not considered the strongest among them, but his status was pivotal. For example, they did not know that this place had an enchantment, but Lin Ling knew. Another example, although their strength was stronger than Lin Ling's, at the critical moment, the one who decided victory or defeat was still Lin Ling. Just take Heavenly Emperor Lei Dong previously for example. If not for Lin Ling, he would have long perished at this moment. Lin Ling, how did you defeat Heavenly Emperor Tianyu and the rest of the powerhouses? They are stronger than the 9 moons Heavenly Emperors. Heavenly Emperor Unhindered asked curiously. The other heavenly emperors also looked at Lin Ling curiously. Because they have already fought many battles while I maintained my peak condition. Therefore, they are not my match. Lin Ling replied coolly. Everyone's faces changed drastically. So that was the case. Therefore, making you all lure the demonic lightning bat dragon king out previously was to let you all save more spiritual energy. Otherwise, if it was really a head-on clash, even if you all win, then your strength will be greatly reduced. Lin Ling continued. I discovered that you're not old, but you're really very suitable to be our leader. Heavenly Emperor Unhindered said with admiration. His breathing also became heavy. Lin Ling considered more than them. You're right. Although we expended some spiritual energy, we still retained at least 2/3 of our strength. If we encounter the fiend race next, we can still resist. Heavenly Emperor North Sea also admired Lin Ling even more. You have to be careful of the fiend race, but you can't underestimate humans either. Lin Ling nodded and said with a smile, if you all run out of spiritual energy, then I'll take over. At present, I still maintain my peak condition. What? Everyone stopped and looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Lin Ling killed Heavenly Emperor Tianyu and the others without expending any spiritual energy? Previously, I relied on my physical strength and the power of my sword. Lin Ling explained, which shocked Heavenly Emperor Unhindered and the others. It seemed that in the true martial world, physical strength was more important than the power of the Saint Sea. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Lin Ling also noticed that soul power could be recovered in the true martial world. Although it was slow, it was faster than spiritual energy recovery. After a while, a few people passed through the mountain path, and a canyon appeared in front of them. Looking around, a large number of mottled and ancient stone arrays were located there. 5,000, it's really 5,000. Heavenly Emperor Lei Dong couldn't help but exclaim. The others also opened their mouths wide in excitement. Seal it. Lin Ling smiled. This was the result of the first battle, 5,000 sealing enchantments. If exchanged for merit points, how much would it mean? Fight, everyone started to get busy one after another. Moreover, they had a tacit understanding. They left 1,000 sealing enchantments untouched for Lin Ling to seal, while all of them sealed 4,000. This was because they knew very well that without Lin Ling, they might not even be able to find 100 sealing enchantments. Lin Ling naturally sensed everyone's thoughts. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. However, he didn't argue and continued to seal them. At the same time, in the highest deacon palace of the human world, the human world's big shots stared at the floating map in front of them. They saw flashing dots appear one after another, representing a large number of barriers being sealed. That's crazy. I'm afraid there's a celestial emperor sealing the enchantments. 5,000 enchantments, TSK. It must be the heavenly emperor of our Yungu immortal plateau. I don't think so. It's probably Tiandi from Champion University. Those experts were all extremely excited and elated as they discussed animatedly, only the 7 emperors heaven were frowning. Evidently, someone had found the sealing spirit formation. Merely, this sort of thing was very rarely seen in the 7 emperors heaven. Thus, they knew that it was definitely not done by the heavenly emperor of the 7 emperors heaven. Haha, old fish, do you have anything else to say? Skylord looked at Emperor Lisho and asked. Currently, there are only 30,000 barriers sealed. It's not the end yet, so it's hard to say. The old man with the fish basket on his back said indifferently. However, even though he said that, he was secretly angry. Hee, you're quite stubborn. Alright then, after this is over, let's see if there are 20,000 sealed barriers in the entire 7 Emperor sky. My sword has always been with me. If you can take it, it's yours. The Sky Lord smiled faintly. Someone chimed in, Lord Sky Lord, if you win, you will have the world fishing rod. The Lisho Emperor's fishing rod can catch anything. When the time comes, you have to catch some fish for us to taste. Emperor Lisho's under the heavens rod, all of them were extremely tempted. It was also the wager of this bet. You. The old man with the basket on his back looked at the person who had just spoken. He realized it was a champion from Champion University. He grunted coldly and remained silent. Haha. Many masters began to laugh, but on the side of the 7 emperors heaven, the 7 great emperors' faces were ashen. Don't worry. This time, GFA will definitely not embarrass the 7 emperors heavens. He can seal at least 10,000 enchantments. With so many heavenly emperors in the 7 emperors heavens, we will definitely be able to complete the remaining 10,000 enchantments. Wusheng family's little girl, Wusheng Ying, she can seal at least 1,000. The 7 emperors chatted with each other. They were still very confident. In truth, they had made a lot of preparations for this sealing barrier. At that moment, in the world of true martial arts, many celestial emperors rose up and became famous. For example, Xianxia Tian from Yungu Celestial Stage had sealed 10,000 barriers. Champion University wasn't weak either, a female great emperor was leading them, and they had also gained a lot. The leaders or captains of these small teams were all well-known figures among the titled heavenly emperors. They were all very powerful. Because of that, the world of true martial arts was in a chaotic world. Heroes were born in chaotic times. Strong cultivators rose up under great pressure. The world of true martial arts is the Great Eastern Demon King's territory. He doesn't interfere, and the demon army hasn't appeared either. The Great Eastern Demon King is as strong as the 7 emperors. We can't imagine what those strong cultivators are thinking. We're just small soldiers. Let's focus on sealing the enchantments. In the mountain range, on the grassland, many small teams were talking. They were high-spirited and full of mettle. They wanted to show off their skills on the most dazzling stage of the human world. Without a doubt, after sealing the enchantments, the entire human world would pay attention to them because they had contributed the most to the human world. They would be treated like heroes. The wind was blowing, and smoke was rolling in the air. At this moment, on top of a sand dune, a large number of figures were staring at a dilapidated ancient city in front of them. Their eyes were burning with passion. Demon-killing city, it was said that there were more than 10,000 sealing enchantments there. However, this city was difficult to attack, because the city lord, Great Demon King Baron Cloud, was a truly powerful demon, a great demon king who killed people like scything flax. His cultivation had already reached the level of Wusheng. If an ordinary team dared to approach him, they would be annihilated. Only the teams would cooperate with each other. Great Demon King Baron Cloud, that's someone who even dares to not give face to the Great Eastern Demon King. He is the mortal enemy of humanity and loves to devour human flesh. He is also one of the great demon kings who is most in favor of killing their way into the human world. No wonder he guarded the ceiling enchantments to the death. So he had always wanted to enter the human world. This place must be taken down. Many heavenly emperor powerhouses were discussing in the distance. Great demon King Baron Cloud, get out here. At that moment, at the bottom of the ancient city, a dozen silhouettes appeared. They were all wearing black clothes and their chi was majestic and magnificent. It's the Black Eagle team. The leader is a diamond-level celestial emperor Fei from Champion University. He's the dark horse of the sealed enchantments, said a celestial emperor looking at the group of strong cultivators. This time, many dark horse teams had appeared. They weren't very famous in the human world, but the number of sealed enchantments was unimaginable. Hee, brothers, do you see that? There are 3 legends in the human world, many celestial emperors are watching us. Today, we're famous. In front of the ancient city, a dozen silhouettes wearing black clothes were standing there. The leader of the group was a skinny man who smiled indifferently. He liked being called a dark horse very much. The other teammates also laughed proudly. To be able to become a dark horse, that was not something that anyone could do. Black Eagle team, do you want to attack the city? But I'm also very interested in the sealed enchantments here. At that moment, a large number of strong cultivators appeared. Their chi was monstrous. It was another powerful team. Alright, let's see who can seal them, said Celestial Emperor Fei smiling coldly. He was extremely confident. Boom boom boom, at the same time, the ancient city opened. Demonic clouds rippled and black flames covered the sky and covered the earth. They turned into a 100-meter-tall black fire giant. It was the great demon King Baron Cloud. Human, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hiss. What surprised the crowd was that the great demon King Baron Cloud seemed to have known that they would come, so he had been waiting for them. It seemed like he wanted to eat human flesh. Evil spirit, hand over the ancient key of the city and I'll spare your life, shouted Celestial Emperor Fei furiously. If they wanted to obtain the 10,000 sealed enchantments, they had to kill the great demon King Baron Cloud first and obtain the key because the sealed enchantments were hidden in another empty space. If you have the ability, come and take them. Fight. 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 The two sides clashed. In the ancient city, a large number of devil races also appeared. There was the ugly and short ground rat race that loved to devour human bones. There was also the three-eyed poison wolf race, and there was even the evil dragon snake race. This kind of devil race loved women. Women who fell into their hands would suffer a fate worse than death. Especially human women, they liked them even more. Small Team Alliance 9 Celestial Emperors, do you want that piece of meat? Yes. In the distance, many people looked at a handsome man. The man was wearing a black cloak, and his long hair was casually scattered. He had a lazy emperor's aura. He was Xianyuan Jiutian. Xianyuan Jiutian's Yangluo team was one of the most powerful teams in the true martial world. They had gathered a large number of heavenly emperor powerhouses. Moreover, they knew the locations of many sealing barriers. They were the team that everyone was determined to take first place. No need, those 10,000 sealed deployment barriers don't matter. As long as GFA and the Great Empress of Champion University don't move, we won't move either, because our real opponents are those two teams. The other teams are just trash. Besides, the real treasures are behind us, said Xianyuan Jiutian. He looked wise and heroic, like an ambitious and ruthless cultivator. The 9 celestial emperors are right. Yes. Some of the other celestial emperors were sitting, some were playing flutes, some were drinking, but they all nodded and agreed. Dragons didn't live with snakes, they wanted to compete against the 2 strongest teams. They didn't care about the other teams at all. Therefore, as long as they could defeat the 2 strongest teams, they would win. After all, they had to preserve their strength, they couldn't fight against anyone they wanted, but what was worth admiring was that their sealed deployment barriers were ranked first in the world of true martial cultivators. The most important thing was that the 10,000 sealed deployment barriers were just appetizers. As far as they knew, Great Demon King Huanyun had more secrets. On the other side, over 100 people were gathered on the side of a mountain. They were enjoying their tea calmly. The leader of the group was a handsome young man in a white robe. He was GFA, a peerless genius from the G clan. The group he was leading was quite reputable in the true martial realm. There were over 100 experts in the group, and they were all top heaven emperors from the 7 emperors world, but his only opponent was the 9 celestial emperors. Let's not do anything for now. Even if the 10,000 seals were taken by others, they would still be divided. As long as the 9 Sky Emperors team doesn't get it, that's enough. GFA said calmly as he looked into the distance. His voice was calm and filled with indescribable confidence. Yes. Everyone nodded with pride on their faces because they represented the 7 emperors. GFA, why don't we work together? At this moment, someone sent out an invitation and walked down the mountainside. It was a small team from the 7 emperors' heaven. There were 10 people in the team, and all of them were diamond-level heavenly emperors. The leader was a woman with a hot figure and long red hair. Wu Xianxia, I'm not interested in working with your team. GFA took a sip of tea and replied calmly. The woman walked over and said with a frown, right now, our 7 emperors' heaven's mission is 20,000 barriers. Your team is the strongest. If you don't take action, how are we going to complete the mission? You're you, I'm me. Don't confuse me with you. Besides, I represent the 7 emperors' heaven. Your team is trash. What gives you the right to represent the 7 emperors' heaven? Besides, my opponents are the 9 celestial emperors' heaven and the strong team from Champion University. Therefore, if they don't attack, we won't attack either. Finally, piss off, said GFA icily. The woman pulled a long face. Piss off because of the supreme celestial emperors. If it were anyone else, we'd have beaten them up, said someone icily. You're going too far. Alright, if you don't want to work with me, I'll find other teams to work with. As long as they're from the 7 emperors' heaven, I'll join the alliance. I, Wu Xianxia, will become the strongest team of the 7 emperors' heaven, said the woman frowning. In the world of true martial arts, apart from my team, you think you can find stronger teams? Dream on. Said GFA smiling disdainfully. He was still staring at the battlefield. He wanted to see what the 9 celestial emperors' heaven and the other strong teams were going to do. Were they waiting for the secret to appear? Boom boom boom. At that moment, in front of the ancient city, the battle was still ongoing. Staring at the battle, many people's blood boiled. This was the battlefield of martial artists, the heaven and earth battlefield, but sadly, under Great Fiend King Baron Cloud's attack, the Black Hawk squad was completely wiped out. Those heavenly emperor powerhouses all died. Even though dark horses could become famous, it also depended on their strength. They had risen quickly, but they could also fall quickly. The most important thing was that they had already fought so many battles. They weren't at their best, so they couldn't compete with Great Demon King Huanyun. What a pity, the Black Eagle team had many strong cultivators, but Celestial Emperor Fei Ying made a wrong decision and his team was annihilated. But now that they're annihilated, many dark horses rose up. Look, that's Jiao Xiongdao's team. I've heard that they're affiliated with the 9 Celestial Emperor's Heaven. It seems like the 9 Celestial Emperor's Heaven gave them an order to come and fight. There's also a Black Horse team, Jianibu. Look, Jianibu is from Champion University, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. Many experts stared at the battlefield, feeling more and more excited. Apart from the famous teams, there were also dark horse-like small teams that appeared in an endless stream. It was clear that everyone wanted to swallow the meat of Great Demon King Huanyun, and after swallowing him in one go, their names would definitely shake the entire world. They would only be below the 3 most powerful teams. At that moment, in the distance, a few people appeared and looked at the battlefield indifferently. How lively! Said the leader of the group calmly. He was wearing a blue robe, his hair was tied behind his head. He was handsome and extraordinary. Leader, should we attack? Asked a short young man next to him smiling. The others also looked at the leader of the group. Even though the young man's cultivation level wasn't very high, those people looked at him in awe. There are many powerful celestial emperors watching from the surroundings. They haven't made a move yet. It seems to have formed a kind of pattern of heaven and earth. It should be those powerful teams clashing and competing in secret, the young man in the lead said indifferently. He took a sip of wine, and his eyes were filled with strong confidence. Who cares about them? I think we can't miss the sealed world of the ancient city, said the short young man. Indeed, there are 15,000 sealed worlds, we can't miss them, said the leader of the group, nodding. He turned around and looked at his teammates. His teammates smiled and said, "We'll listen to you." That small team was Lin Ling's team. As they moved forward, they sealed a large number of enchantments. Currently, Lin Ling had sealed more than 2,000 enchantments. If he sealed 2,000 enchantments by himself, it would be even more unimaginable if the others were included. Great Demon King Huang Yun isn't weak. It won't be easy to get the key from him, but we have an advantage. He's exhausted, said Lin Ling indifferently. Even so, the world of true martial has been going on for a long time. Most celestial emperors are exhausted. They haven't recovered their spiritual chi yet. Rushing into the battlefield, the once powerful Sky Emperor was now gradually weakening, because in the true martial realm, what was competing was not only strength, but also endurance and perseverance. Lin Ling agreed with Bai Yuntiandi's words. In fact, the strongest person in their team was already Lin Ling, because Lin Ling had never used the power of the sacred sea. When he encountered demons, he relied on his physical body to kill them. There are many demons around Great Demon King Barren Cloud, so to kill him, we must be careful of those demons. Lin Ling said again. Boss, you and the North Sea Sky Emperor go kill Great Demon King Barren Cloud, leave the other demons to us. 9 spirits of heaven patted his chest and said. Along the way, his cultivation had increased, and his strength could be considered the strongest Silver Sky Emperor, only below Lin Ling. That's right, Lin Ling, I'll support you. North Sea Sky Emperor also looked at Lin Ling. She was the strongest, but now she also admitted that Lin Ling was the strongest in the team. North Sea Sky Emperor, I didn't expect you to actually give in to a junior. Could it be that because you used too much spirit energy, you lost confidence? At this moment, a large number of figures walked over from afar. The leader was a woman wearing red armor. Her long hair was like waves, and her figure was extremely hot. Wu Xiangying. North Sea Sky Emperor obviously knew her. Then she explained to Lin Ling, Wu Xiang is Xiandi's sister, and also the second strongest team in the 7 Emperors world. The 7 Emperors value them highly. When she was introducing, those Sky Emperor powerhouses had already walked over. The red-haired woman in the lead said indifferently, right now, the strongest team in the 7 Emperors world, GFA's team, they don't agree to join forces with us, so I need more teams to help me get those 10,000 enchantments. Your team doesn't seem to use much spirit energy, so how about we cooperate? After this matter is over, I'll give you 5,000 enchantments. If 5,000 is exchanged for merit points, it's a total of 50,000. You should be satisfied, and what you need to do is to stop those demons and let our team leader kill Great Demon King Barren Cloud. His words were like a reward, as if 5,000 enchantments were enough for Lin Ling's team to be pleasantly surprised. Hee hee. Hearing that, Lin Ling laughed. His laughter was filled with sarcasm. North Sea Sky Emperor, Bai Yuntiandi, and the others also laughed. 5,000 enchantments, did they think they didn't see it? This kind of smile made Wu Xiangying frown. What do you mean? Cooperate or not cooperate? First of all, 5,000 is just a small piece of meat for us. It's not enough to surprise us. Secondly, if we really want to cooperate, you take 5,000, and the remaining 10,000 will belong to us. Of course, the work you have to do will be much simpler, which is to stop those demons. Leave the Great Demon King to me. Lin Ling didn't want to waste time and went straight to the point. Wu Xiangying's team stared with their eyes wide open. Lin Ling was only a 6th-layer saint, he actually boasted about taking 10,000 enchantments. Moreover, he wanted to kill Great Demon King Barren Cloud Demon? North Sea Sky Emperor, who is he? Can he represent you? Wu Xiangying wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. She looked at the North Sea Sky Emperor and the others and asked. In her impression, these Sky Emperor powerhouses were famous in the 7 Emperors world, how could they let a junior ride on their heads, how impudent. He's our team leader. The North Sea Sky Emperor and the others said in unison. What? Wu Xiangying and the others' faces changed, but they realized that the North Sea Sky Emperor and the others weren't joking. They even looked at Lin Ling with reverence. Wu Xiangying couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. She noticed that Lin Ling's handsome appearance and his blue robe gave off a mysterious feeling. But the truth was, his cultivation realm wasn't high. He was probably only a silver-layer heavenly emperor. However, Wu Xiangying didn't have the time to care about this secret. She said again, time is limited, so I'll agree to your conditions. But the condition is, whoever kills Great Demon King Baron Cloud Demon King will get the 10,000 enchantments. Good, alliance. Lin Ling raised his fist and bumped it with Wu Xiangying's. The two teams formed an alliance. At this moment, in front of the ancient city, the battle was earth-shattering. Many heavenly emperors felt their blood boiling. They couldn't wait to join the battle. Unfortunately, not many teams dared to join. Only the true dark horses dared to join. Look, there are more teams joining. The one leading them seems to be Wu Xiangying. In the Seven Emperors world, they're second only to GFA's team. But Wu Xiangying and the others have already fought a few battles. Maybe. It's hard to say. I hope that team can kill Great Demon King Baron Cloud, said the heavenly emperors around the ancient city indifferently. They had mixed feelings. At the same time, GFA laughed coldly. I'm the leader of the Seven Emperors team. This peerless hero has always wanted to challenge my position, so this time, he gathered a bunch of trash teams to seize the 10,000 barriers. Unfortunately, they're just a bunch of cannon fodder. At the same time, Xianxia Tian and a female Great Empress from Champion University were watching the battle. They didn't need to join the battle because their teams were all dark horses. They were fighting against Great Demon King Baron Cloud. Regarding Wu Xiangying's team, they didn't care. They only cared about GFA. As long as he didn't join the battle, they wouldn't join the battle either. Unfortunately, they didn't know that there was a dark horse in that small team. Moreover, it was a dark and dazzling horse. Delicious, delicious. Delicious. The ground, flames, icicles, wind, and other original strengths were rolling in the air. The demon cultivators were absorbing the dead celestial emperors. Die. Die. Wu Xiangying's team arrived and started attacking. They were moving towards Great Demon King Baron Cloud. That Master Wu Xiangying is really strong. Surprisingly, he's gathered a few teams. How strong? Xianyuan Han was also in the team, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Ling shook his head and said, too reckless. You can't recover your spiritual qi. If you really want to kill, you should get close to the Great Demon King as quickly as possible. You shouldn't kill all the demons because we don't have enough spiritual qi. Alright. The North Sea Celestial Emperor and the others nodded. Lin Ling had led them to rise, he was really strong. Haha, more humans are coming. Little ones, kill them. Kill. A general of the devil race shouted. His soaring baleful aura caused the ground to crack. However, he was quickly stopped by Wu Xiangying's team. Everyone continued to move forward. They were getting closer and closer to the great devil king at the center. After a short time, 100 meters tall silhouette appeared in front of them. Black flames were roaring. When they got closer, Wu Xiangying and the others' expressions changed drastically. They realized that Great Demon King Baron Cloud was terrifyingly strong. He was probably as strong as Wu Xing. Die. Die. A true dark horse. Wu Xiangying, you're here too. You can help us. A small team saw Wu Xiangying and shouted happily. 9 vicious blade, sword hero 1 step, worked together to kill the Great Demon King. Wu Xiangying immediately replied. The teams led by the 2 Sky Emperors were all dark horses. Although they weren't strong, they had secret techniques that could preserve the power of the Saint Ocean, so Wu Xiangying didn't dare to underestimate them. Okay. The 2 teams nodded. In the current situation, if they didn't work together, they would all die here. King, another human has come to die. A demon shouted and stared coldly at Wu Xiangying's team. Is that so? Then let's die together. The tall dark flame giant sneered. He raised his fists high and then smashed them into the ground. Seeing Great Demon King Baron Cloud's actions, Lin Ling's expression changed. He shouted anxiously, retreat. With that, the 9 spirits of heaven and the others all retreated from the battlefield to kill other demons. Only the North Sea Sky Emperor was left there to join forces with Lin Ling. Lin Ling stomped the ground, causing it to crack. He hugged the North Sea Sky Emperor's waist and retreated frantically. At this point in the battle, many Sky Emperors' Saint Ocean power wasn't enough. Sometimes, they couldn't even use powerful martial arts. However, Lin Ling's body was strong, so it didn't affect his battle strength. Boom, just as Lin Ling retreated, the ground erupted like a volcano. Black flames shot up into the sky. The Sky Emperors nearby were all touched by the flames and died. Wuxing's power is so terrifying. The Sky Emperors watching from afar all gasped. This kind of battle wasn't something they could enter. Pooh, powerful flames roared everywhere. Even Wu Xianxia was slightly injured and spat out blood. Looking around, 8 of her teammates had died. This great demon King Baron Cloud was indeed terrifying. Haha, again. Great demon King Baron Cloud was like a giant that wanted to kill everything. The remaining Dark Horse teams all became serious. They couldn't recover their spirit energy, but the enemy could. If this continued, it would be difficult for them to win. They might even be in danger. Join hands immediately. The 9 vicious saber slashed out fiercely. It took a lot of Saint Sea power to finally cut off the black flame in front of him. One step. In the distance, a sword slashed out. With a single step, it cut through many black flames and landed on the ancient city in the distance, causing the walls of the ancient city to crack. This person was the one-step swordsman. The strongest Dark Horse teams all made their moves. Similarly, Wu Xianxia also made his move. The situation was urgent. They had no choice but to cooperate. Otherwise, they would all die. It's getting more and more intense. I wonder if they can kill the Great Demon King. I'm afraid they won't be able to kill them. They're all going to die there. In fact, the situation was already very clear. The weak Dark Horse teams had all fallen, leaving behind the true Dark Horse teams. However, these teams were also in danger at this moment. Only the leader of each team was left behind to fight the Great Demon King, while the rest of the team went to fight the demons. If the leader couldn't win, then the battle would be over. What a powerful attack, but it's a pity that it's getting weaker and weaker. You guys can only become more and more useless, while I will always be stronger than you guys. The Black Flame Giant wasn't afraid of the leaders at all. He took a step forward, breaking the 9 vicious saber under his feet. Then, he fiercely punched out. This punch was meant to kill several team leaders, and one of them was a supreme hero. Melancholy Saber of Maple Snow. However, at this moment, 10 soul blades attacked. They were invisible and colorless, but the sky changed color. Even the leaders' faces changed drastically, and their souls shook. Rumble. The terrifying soul knife carried a fatal blow as it slammed into the Black Flame Giant. The Black Flame Giant was forced to retreat several steps, and its flaming rock body was actually split open. Soul power. There's a hidden expert with a powerful soul power. After retreating, the Black Flame Giant let out a voice that shook the sky. Hearing that, Wu Xianxia, 9 vicious saber, one-step swordsman, and the other leaders' faces changed drastically. They were hiding a heavenly emperor with a powerful soul power. At the same time, many people in the distance trembled violently. Countless eyes subconsciously looked behind them. There stood a cold blue-robed young man, who was pointing his sword at the Great Demon King. It's him. In that instant, countless people's hearts exploded. That young man was the first to injure the Great Demon King. Lin Ling. Far away, Xianyuan Jiutian's eyes stared at the young man on the battlefield. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have his own team. Moreover, he became a dark horse, the most dazzling dark horse. This guy's cultivation realm isn't strong, but his soul power is so terrifying. No wonder he can become the leader of the team. Wu Xiangying's face also became serious. Heroes were born in troubled times. Lin Ling was clearly a powerful dark horse born in troubled times. Take advantage of its injury and attack immediately. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice drifted over. It was as if he had become the leader of all the Dark Horse teams. Go. Those Heavenly Emperor powerhouses naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity and attacked one after another. Damn it, damn it. Among your group, the most detestable one is that brat. If I didn't guess wrongly, the demonic lightning bat dragon king was killed by you, right? I heard that among the large number of human teams, there's an extremely terrifying team hidden. It's even more terrifying than those teams that surfaced. It should be you, right? Great Demon King Baron Cloud let out a furious voice, as if he knew many things. His words made many heavenly emperors' faces change drastically. Because Great Demon King Baron Cloud seemed to be very wary of the blue-robed youth, thinking that the blue-robed youth was the dark horse among dark horses. Yes, so what? In the distance, Lin Ling said with a cold smile, still fearless. Then, I'll kill you first. Your cultivation realm isn't high, so it's the easiest to kill. Great Demon King Baron Cloud gave up on the other teams and chased after Lin Ling. Alright, then let's see if you have the ability or not. Lin Ling took a large stride and ran in another direction. Where are you running to? Black Fire Devil Cloud Fist. Great Demon King Baron Cloud chased over with large strides, his fists smashing out fiercely at the same time. Black flames, demonic energy surged, causing the void to also explode, uprooting the heavens. Lin Ling did not dare to underestimate the other party. Although the Great Demon King was also not at his prime, his strength was there for all to see. The current Lin Ling facing him was a bit difficult. Rumble, a sword slashed out, the power of 12 universes erupted. With Feng Lai, it actually clashed with the giant's fist in midair. What? Everyone's faces changed drastically. In their eyes, the giant's fist smashed out, and on the ground, the blue-robed youth resisted with his sword and was actually not at a disadvantage. This scene was shocking to the heart. Dark horse, a true dark horse. After all, at this time, a heavenly emperor who could still maintain his prime could simply be said to be non-existent. But Lin Ling was clearly maintaining his prime. That was how he could block that punch. This guy. The truly terrifying one was Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling's cultivation was too low. Even if his body was powerful, it would still be difficult for him to stop the Great Demon King. However, with a divine weapon, that might not be the case. His body is so powerful. At this moment, Great Demon King Baron Cloud was inwardly shocked. His fist seemed to have struck the sturdiest city wall and was actually unable to move it at all. This made him even more determined to kill Lin Ling, because Lin Ling was the most terrifying dark horse. If he did not die, then he would definitely be the leader of all the teams. Let's see how long you can block. Great Demon King Baron Cloud withdrew his fist and released an even more terrifying aura, wanting to kill Lin Ling again. However, Lin Ling only sneered. Naturally, he wouldn't be so stupid as to meet force with force. His feet moved and he flew away. Where do you think you're going? Great Demon King Baron Cloud immediately chased after him. His first priority was to kill Lin Ling. Seeing this scene, many heavenly emperors sucked in a breath of cold air. Today's battlefield was surging because of Lin Ling alone. However, it wasn't easy for Great Demon King Baron Cloud to kill Lin Ling, because the other Dark Horse leaders also took this opportunity to launch their fatal attacks. At the same time, Lin Ling also occasionally released his soul force. It was like a cold arrow that Great Demon King Baron Cloud couldn't defend against. As expected of a Great Demon King level expert. My soul force actually couldn't kill him in one blow unless I use 100 maple snow depressing blades. Lin Ling thought to himself as he retreated. The soul martial art he had comprehended in the dreamlike mountain was far more powerful than it appeared on the surface. It was capable of releasing 100 soul knives at once. That kind of power was hard to fathom. However, Lin Ling didn't plan to use it right now because he wanted to use it at the very end. 9 Vicious Blade. While the Great Demon King was blocking Lin Ling's soul force, a blade slashed down from the sky. It was one of the Dark Horse leaders, the 9 Vicious Blade. He exploded with all of his strength, wanting to kill the Great Demon King in one blow and take the key. Unfortunately, although the blade was powerful, it wasn't fatal. It only made the Great Demon King bloody, and his demonic blood rained down like rain. Damned ant! The Great Demon King angrily roared. The 9 Vicious Saber wasn't frightening. What was frightening was soul force. Because of the interference of soul force, he couldn't focus on blocking that fatal saber strike. Brat, die here. The Great Demon King hated Lin Ling more than anyone else. That was because Lin Ling was too cunning. He only hid in the distance and shot arrows from behind. He didn't fight force with force. Next. At this time, a powerful sword slashed down. The void was split apart like water ripples. This was Nirvana, a domineering sword. Rumble rumble, the great demon king's body trembled, and he was injured again. He spat out blood, and the black flames on his body dimmed significantly. It seems like the situation has changed after that young man joined the battle. He is indeed the biggest dark horse. Many celestial emperors were excited. This battle was too exciting. Countless dark horses had appeared, and finally, the king of the dark horses was born. Most importantly, the dark horse was only a 6th-layer saint. This is a good chance. Die. Wu Shangning seized the opportunity and attacked crazily. She wanted to kill the great demon king and take the key. Seeing Wu Shangning attacking, many celestial emperors felt that the most crucial moment had arrived. They didn't know who would be the final winner. I'll kill him. In the distance, Xianyuan Jiutian said coldly. He was about to step out and fight for the final credit. No, celestial emperors of the 9 heavens, the real boss is at the back. If you attack now, you will be despised by the entire mortal world. Because you are taking advantage of the situation. A celestial emperor stopped him, causing Xianyuan Jiutian's expression to turn ugly. I just don't want Lin Ling to become the dark horse. He wants to rise, but I won't allow it. Don't worry, celestial emperors of the 9 heavens. Lin Ling's soul power is indeed powerful, but he can't kill with one blow. He's just doing someone else a favor. An older celestial emperor said with a smile. That's true. Xianyuan Jiutian pondered for a moment and nodded. Lin Ling could only do someone else a favor. He couldn't help but laugh. The great demon king is getting weaker and weaker. I wonder who can kill him. This is the best chance. Countless people stared at the battlefield and became excited. The critical moment had finally arrived. A large number of celestial emperors flew out, trying to fish in troubled waters and obtain rich battle credits. Despicable. The Dark Horse team shouted angrily. They had killed the great demon king, but many people were greedy for merit points. Hee hee, how despicable. Did you kill the great demon king? Since you didn't kill him, why are you talking nonsense? What does it have to do with me? Anyway, I'm going to take this 15,000 points barrier. Many of the celestial emperors who rushed to the battlefield sneered. As for the Dark Horse team, they were all gnashing their teeth. They were extremely unwilling and attacked even more crazily. Lin Ling is the real key to this battle. If it weren't for his soul power, the great demon king wouldn't have been injured. These guys are despicable. Bai Yuntiandi and the others were still resisting the demons. At this moment, they were all angrily shouting. The great demon king was about to die, but no one cared about Lin Ling. Wasn't this too much? I hope the North Sea Celestial Emperor can take action and successfully kill him and get the key. The unhindered Celestial Emperor could only hope for the North Sea Celestial Emperor because although Lin Ling's soul power was strong, it seemed that he couldn't deal a fatal blow. Kill. 9 Vicious Blade and the other Dark Horse team leaders gathered all their strength and prepared to fight to the death. They would not give the key to others. Rumble. In front of the ancient city, it was even more chaotic. The battle was even more intense than before. However, at this moment, no one remembered Lin Ling. No one thought that if it weren't for the blue-robed youth's harassment, they wouldn't have been able to do anything to the great demon king. Perhaps in many people's hearts, Lin Ling was the Dark Horse King. Unfortunately, he was just a dark horse that helped others. It was just that they thought that Lin Ling's soul power couldn't deal a fatal blow. However, they didn't know that Lin Ling's strength was not his soul power. My prey, can you all snatch it? At this time, a cold voice sounded. Demonic clouds rolled in the sky as if they wanted to cover the earth. No one knew when, but a blue figure suddenly appeared, looking down at the vast earth below. It's him? He actually didn't give up. However, he's definitely unwilling, so he wants to get the key. It's just that this action is equivalent to courting death. Ignore him. Many celestial emperor powerhouses sneered. Lin Ling could only harass the great demon king and couldn't kill him, so they didn't care at all. Swallow the mountains and rivers. However, when they didn't care, in the sky, a cold voice sounded like the voice of an emperor. An ancient god descended from the heavens, and a majestic fist ruthlessly smashed down on the black flame giant. The key was in his hands. Quick, we must kill the great demon king before he makes a move. More and more sky emperors sped up their pace, forming a baleful aura that shook the entire true martial world. They couldn't just watch Lin Ling obtain the key, however, just as they were about to attack, the heavily injured great demon king suddenly raised his head, and a surge of aura burst out. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Black flames once again rushed into the sky. The great demon king, who was at the end of his rope, seemed to have recovered to his peak state. Boom, a terrifying punch blasted towards the sky, wanting to break the dome of heaven. In the sky, the ancient god emperor's figure was instantly blown apart. This accident happened very quickly, the crowd was stunned. They seemed to be able to see that the great demon king had used all his strength before he died, and that was why he killed Lin Ling. Haha, this Lin Ling is so stupid. Doesn't he know that the great demon king's final attack is the most terrifying? He's too impatient. He wants to get the key, but he doesn't look at his own strength. In just a moment, many heavenly emperors laughed mockingly. Lin Ling had been working for them all this time. Previously, when he was harassing them with his soul power, it was the same now. Without the great demon king's final attack, anyone who got close to the great demon king would die. Now that the great demon king's aura had exploded, he should be weakened. Uprooting the heavens. However, in the sky, there was still an ancient god emperor's figure rushing down from the demonic clouds, delivering a fatal blow. Lin Ling. Still not dead, everyone's pupils constricted, the great demon king was also shocked. Die. The great demon king roared. The others didn't need to die, but Lin Ling must be killed because Lin Ling was the ant he hated the most. Boom, a majestic punch rushed into the sky, and the falling figure exploded again, blood splattering everywhere. Dead, this time, he should be dead. The whole world seemed to be silent. Twice, Lin Ling had died twice. Everyone stopped and stared at the dark demonic clouds in the sky. Wind strike. However, right at this moment, the demonic clouds seemed to contain heavenly might. A venerable emperor roared angrily and slapped down with his palm, as if he was trying to slay a demon. Not dead yet? At this moment, many people's hearts exploded, the great demon king's eyes narrowed. He had killed Lin Ling twice before, but Lin Ling was still alive? Die. Another punch blasted the sky, and that figure was blasted apart. This time, the great demon king laughed coldly. How could he not die? Uprooting the heavens. However, it was as if the craziest voice in the world had sounded again. It was filled with a strong murderous intent and determination. The rolling demonic clouds in the sky quietly dispersed. Looking over, it was unknown when a dense crowd of figures had gathered there. Upon closer inspection, they were all Lin Ling. Moreover, at this moment, they were flying down like locusts. Their imposing manner caused the sky to change color. External incarnation technique. After killing one Lin Ling, there were still tens of millions of Lin Ling. One person turned into an army. Lin Ling seemed to be saying that the key to this barrier belonged to none other than Lin Ling. No god could stop it. Barren cloud great world. The great demon king was shocked. He gathered all his strength and formed a black volcano that soared into the sky. Boom. Boom, boom. The large number of figures that fell from the sky exploded at this moment. They couldn't stop the terrifying black flames, but there were still crazy figures that rushed down like fearless warriors. The whole world was silent. The celestial emperors of the three legends of the mortal world were staring at the battle ahead. At this moment, the battlefield belonged to Lin Ling, and the light belonged to Lin Ling. They didn't know how to attack. Boom, with the final explosion of flames, tens of thousands of figures fell. The world was silent, as if Lin Ling's desperate attack had not achieved its goal. Good, good, good. Anyone can kill the great demon king, but Lin Ling can't. Far away, Xianxia was extremely nervous before. At this moment, he finally couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This Lin Ling was too powerful. Even he had to admit that the other party was difficult to deal with. Is he dead? As for other places, the celestial emperors were muttering to themselves. Many of them were diamond-level powerhouses, but now they were all shocked by a silver-level celestial emperor. The key is mine. However, at this moment, the last figure descended from the sky. This person had long hair and a blue robe. He held a golden sword in his hand. He was like a god descending to the mortal world. This was the real Lin Ling. The previous ones were just avatars and cannon fodder. Everything was for this moment and for this sword. You're not dead yet. The great demon king raised his head. His eyes were filled with fear. In his eyes, there was a phoenix slashing down, the most dazzling sword in the world slashed down. It was as if there was nothing it could not slash. The pleasant cry of a phoenix spread throughout the world. The great demon king's tall body stood on the ground, motionless. As a gust of wind blew, his body was finally split from the center. It was as if a mountain was split into two from the middle. Boom, a deafening sound erupted. Blood rained down along with chunks of flesh. It was a shocking sight. In the midst of the blood rain, a figure floated down from the sky. He held an ancient sword in his hand and looked at the ground indifferently. At this moment, the figure was like a killing god, like a peerless sword god. He stretched out his left hand. A dazzling light quietly floated down from the sky like a fallen leaf. It finally landed in his palm and was grasped by him. The key is mine. A soft voice floated out. It was filled with confidence. The entire battlefield was silent. Everyone stared at the young man in the blood rain. Their expressions were stiff. There were countless experts here. Brick Realm heavenly emperors were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. However, even they did not obtain the key. Instead, a sixth-layer Saint Realm Jr. stood out and snatched the key. Dark Horse, this was the real Dark Horse. This guy really did it. On the other side of the ancient city, Xianxia covered her mouth with her hand. Her eyes were filled with shock. Lin Ling had said that she would stop the devils while Lin Ling would kill the great demon king. At that time, she did not care. Who would have thought that the young man she did not think highly of had done it? At the same time, Bai Yuntiandi and the others smiled happily. This was their captain. After the great demon king's death, the battlefield suddenly became very quiet. Everyone was still staring at the dazzling dark horse. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. The key does not belong to you. Take it out. In the crowd, a man with long hair walked over. It was Jiao Xiongdao. At the same time, there was also a handsome man with a sword on his back. His face was filled with anger as he walked over step by step. We fought so hard, but you reaped the benefits of the fisherman. The key is not yours. He was one of the leaders of the Dark Horse team, Jian Yibu. How could the two of them watch as Lin Ling snatched the key? However, in the face of their angry questioning, Lin Ling kept the key and smiled at the same time, but his eyes were extremely cold. Where is the gift? Get lost? Jiao Xiongdao and Yibu Jianxin trembled, not because they were afraid, but because they were furious. In the distance, the celestial emperors narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling wasn't the weakest among the celestial emperors, but he wasn't the strongest either. He was just a cultivator of the sixth layer of the Saint Realm. There was no need for them to fear him. Haha. Jiao Xiongdao was stunned for a moment, then he laughed loudly. I know you are Lin Ling, the one who defeated Xianyuan Jiuyu, but do you think you are invincible in the Heavenly Emperor world? Let me tell you, Lin Ling, in this world, there is always someone better than you. You are a genius, but that does not mean others are mediocre. Others may be even more talented than you. Jiao Xiongdao, don't talk nonsense with him. Swordsman One Step also shouted coldly. He stared at Lin Ling and said, earlier, Jiao Xiong's saber and I both delivered a fatal blow and caused great damage to the Demon King. Therefore, you have to hand over the key. Hand it over. This Lin Ling is from the Seven Emperors world, he is shameless enough. Does he only know how to take advantage of others? The crowd in the distance was also angry. Today was Lin Ling's stage, he had stolen their limelight, but how could they be willing to accept this? Facing the crowd's questioning, Lin Ling smiled, you want the key? Sure, but you have to answer a few questions. First, before I came, did you injure the great demon king? No, but it is only a matter of time. Jiao Xiongdao said proudly. Then you did not. Let me ask you again, if it were not for my soul power interfering with the great demon king, would you be able to injure him? Lin Ling asked again. Jiao Xiongdao was silent because everyone could see that if it were not for Lin Ling's soul power, it would be very difficult for them to injure the great demon king. Third question, if the great demon king's goal was to kill me, would you be able to get close to him? Lin Ling said again, his aura overbearing. This one-step sword hero and 9 vicious blade were speechless. Before, Lin Ling had attracted the attention of the great demon king, which was why they were able to use their full strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to face the great demon king head-on. If you can't answer me again, then why do you still want the key? Lin Ling's voice was like thunder, shocking everyone so much that their ears hurt. No one could answer Lin Ling's question. One last question. The great demon king was injured, so why didn't you guys succeed in killing him, but I did? Lin Ling laughed disdainfully and questioned everyone. He had used up all of his clones to obtain the key, and these people wanted to snatch it away. Was there such a good thing in the world? The crowd was silent. The faces of the heavenly emperors were ugly, all unable to answer. Are you done? After remaining silent for a few seconds, Jiao Xiongdao's face turned red and green. Finally, he shouted furiously, I don't care how you explain it, it's all a lie. I've been practicing cultivation for 50 years and I'm lucky enough to be accepted by Champion University. I'm a celestial emperor. Today, I must take the key. Lin Ling, I advise you not to resist. You can't resist me. Indeed, I, one-step sword hero, have a great responsibility. I have to seal 10,000 enchantments, otherwise, what would my fellow disciples think of me? Would they still think that I'm the first genius? Lin Ling, don't try to quibble. The one-step swordsman also said coldly. Both of them were genius celestial emperors and had never been defeated before. How could they lose to Lin Ling today? Interesting, thought the crowd, smiling coldly. They could see that 9 vicious blade and one-step sword hero couldn't win against Lin Ling, so they wanted to snatch the key. The 3 strongest teams were also watching this scene coldly. Xianyuan Jiao Tian's eyes were filled with anticipation. Even GFA of the 7 Emperors world sneered, in the 7 Emperors world, our team is number 1. This Lin Ling actually wants to become a dark horse team without my permission. Who gave him the guts to do so? So, what do you want now? Asked Lin Ling to 9 vicious blade and one-step sword hero. Give me the key and you won't die. That's the last thing I'll do for you. Jiao Xiongdao slowly unsheathed his saber. The saber light soared to the sky and roared. Sword hero one-step also unsheathed his sword. The sword light was like water, giving people a dreamy feeling. Lin Ling, you also use a sword. Give me the key and maybe I'll teach you how to use the sword. The two of them were extremely confident. Of course, there was a reason for this. They were more powerful than Lin Ling. If it were not for the fact that they had consumed too much spiritual energy, they would have easily killed Lin Ling. Now, after Lin Ling defeated the great demon king, his spiritual energy had also been depleted. In other words, he was the same as them. Under the same conditions, they naturally had the upper hand. Many celestial emperors also saw this, so they dared to pressure Lin Ling. Okay, then I'll see where your gift is. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He stretched out his left hand and a fiery curtain exploded. Then, a ferocious roar came out. That aura made many celestial emperors' faces change. They felt a strong pressure. The fire was boiling and the dragon was roaring. Lin Ling seemed to be hiding something. Didn't he use up a lot of spiritual energy to kill the great demon king? All the celestial emperors frowned. Although their cultivation was higher than Lin Ling's, they were all exhausted. If Lin Ling was at his peak, they would have to avoid him. Ah! Roar! A furious roar shook the surroundings. Under countless gazes, a slender figure walked out from the towering flames. His face was indifferent, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His left hand had turned into a flaming dragon claw, and the dragon claw was slightly clenched into a fist. Dragon claw! Roar! Jiao Xiongdao's face changed. He felt a strong pressure. This was the peak of Saint Rune martial arts. Where is the gift? Roar! Whoosh, at this moment, a fiery dragon roared in front of him. It brought with it a terrifying flame, causing Jiao Xiongdao to step back. His face was pale. After cultivating for 50 years, you still think you're a top genius? Roar. A disdainful voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He had already arrived in front of Jiao Xiongdao. The ferocious fiery dragon claw ruthlessly swept out. The power of fire was extremely terrifying. You don't know what's good for you. Huh. Seeing this, Jiao Xiongdao knew that he could not avoid it. He released all of his power into his blade and fiercely slashed out. Unfortunately, his cultivation was stronger than Lin Ling's, but the power in his body was too little. On the other hand, Lin Ling was at his peak and even had a dragon claw. Rumble, the claw swept out like a giant dragon. Under countless gazes, Jiao Xiongdao's blade was crushed and his entire body exploded. Flames sprayed out, dead. Translator, Transin editor, Transin a bet. This is your gift? Under countless gazes, Lin Ling said coldly. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into the most violent and crazy fire dragon king. His eyes then fell on swordsman One Step. Please teach me the way of the sword. Dang, dang. Dang, dang. Swordsman One Step's face turned ugly as he stepped back. Before, he was high and mighty and wanted to teach Lin Ling the way of the sword, but now that Lin Ling asked him for advice, he didn't dare to do so, because his current strength was on par with Jiao Xiongdao. He thought it was enough to crush Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling was still at his peak? Impossible. What did you use to kill the great demon king? Impossible, this is impossible. Dang. Swordsman One Step kept stepping back and shaking his head. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Physical strength. Dang. Lin Ling replied coldly. His body moved and pounced on Swordsman One Step, which made Swordsman One Step's face change. It was physical strength, which meant that Lin Ling was only using his full strength now. Wait. Dang. Swordsman One Step kept stepping back. Facing Lin Ling at his peak, he didn't dare to fight. Please teach me the way of the sword. Dang. Lin Ling didn't wait at all. These guys thought they were stronger than him, so they oppressed him. Now that they knew they were weaker than him, they wanted him to wait. How could there be such an easy thing? One step. Dang. Seeing Lin Ling getting closer, Swordsman One Step's face changed. The sword in his hand trembled, and the sound of the sword rang. He took a step forward and unsheathed his sword. Swordsman One Step. This showed how powerful his sword was. He only needed one step to kill the enemy. In his sword, the enemy couldn't escape even one step. This was a powerful genius from the King of Swords country of the great Xianyuan region. Everyone in that ancient country was a sword cultivator, and he stood out from the many experts of that ancient country and became the strongest swordsman. Clang. Unfortunately, Swordsman One Step's sword was extremely weak. After clashing with the dragon claw, the sword was blocked. Flames spread and burned the sword. This is the way of the sword? Lin Ling stood in front of Swordsman Ibu with his dragon claw. Swordsman Ibu's face alternated between red and green. He was humiliated to the point of being speechless. Before, he thought that he was a reclusive genius. In the world of emperors, he could frighten anyone when it came to sword Dao. But now, Lin Ling was holding his sword and questioning his strength. You only dared to take my sword because I've exhausted too much of my spiritual qi. Ibu Swordsman raised his head and said coldly. You're just relying on the fact that you've been cultivating longer than me. Lin Ling also said coldly. His words made Swordsman Ibu's face stiffen, unable to refute. If you have the ability, how about we fight in the mortal world? Swordsman One Step said again unwillingly. Let's see if you can live. Lin Ling sneered. His dragon claw suddenly exerted force, and flames erupted. With a clang, Swordsman One Step's sword shattered. His pupils shrank. Lin Ling destroyed his sword. His eyes just looked at Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's sneer deepened. He shouted angrily, Dragon soars to the universe. Boom. Rumble, scorching flames erupted, as if a dragon was roaring. Destructive, domineering, and crazy energy rose from the ground, drowning One Step swordsman in it. Before he died, he didn't even leave behind a single word before he fell. In the distance, the heavenly emperor stared at the scene. Their hearts trembled. 2 dark horse teams fell just like that. It was too shocking. The dark horse squad didn't represent the strongest among the heavenly emperors, but it represented the strongest leadership, courage, and overall ability to see the bigger picture. And for the dark horse squad to be able to stand out, this showed how crazy they were. But now, the 2 craziest leaders of the dark horse squad had both perished there. The 2 leaders wanted to provoke Lin Ling, who had emerged as a new force to be reckoned with, but reality proved that Lin Ling was the king of the dark horses. The key is here, who dares to take it? In the silence, Lin Ling's arrogant voice drifted out. With the strength of a 6th-layer saint, he dared to provoke the 3 legendary heavenly emperors of the mortal world. If it was in the mortal world, it was simply impossible because Lin Ling's strength was not enough to laugh at the heavenly emperors. But the previous battle had proved everything, so no one dared to say anything. Lin Ling was too mysterious. Until now, no one was sure whether Lin Ling was still at his peak or not. The key was right in front of them, but no one dared to take it. What an arrogant guy. I finally understand why the North Sea Celestial Emperor and the other heavenly emperors submit to him. In the distance, Wu Xiangying breathed heavily, her full bosom bouncing like a rabbit. She had never thought that a rising junior would be able to make all the heavenly emperors not dare to face him. Let me kill him. In the distance, Xianyuan Jiutian coldly shouted. He could not watch Lin Ling rise. If Lin Ling's team wanted to become the #1 dark horse team, he naturally would not agree. Heavenly Emperor Jiutian, the big picture is more important. However, a heavenly emperor beside him stopped him. Currently, in the true martial world, there were very few heavenly emperors who could maintain their peak state, and Xianyuan Jiutian was one of them. When their team met the devil race, most of them were teammates. Obviously, the Yungu Immortal platform was supporting him with all its strength. Even heavenly emperors who were stronger than him had to listen to his orders. Xianyuan Jiutian took a deep breath. Indeed, the big picture was more important. If he took action, it would be difficult to face the other 2 teams. If there is no one, then I will take the key. Under the countless gazes, Lin Ling turned around and left. I'm afraid this guy is going to rise in the world of heavenly emperors. Many heavenly emperors had complicated expressions, especially some elders. They seemed to have seen a dazzling star flying into the vast sky, and would definitely hang high in the sky in the future. Lin Ling, the king of the dark horse team, not bad, not bad. At this moment, the sound of clapping suddenly rang out. Many people looked over and found that it was Xianyuan Jiutian from the Yungu Immortal platform. Many people could not help but think of the grudge between Xianyuan Jiutian and Lin Ling. Lin Ling had killed Xianyuan Jiutian's younger brother, Xianyuan Jiuyue. There will be a good show to watch. Many heavenly emperors sneered. They did not dare to face Lin Ling, but Xianyuan Jiutian definitely dared and had enough strength. Why? Do you want to take back your sword? Lin Ling stopped and looked into the distance indifferently. It's just a sword, my Xianyuan family can afford it. What I am interested in is that you, Lin Ling, are the king of the dark horse team. You are only slightly weaker than the 3 teams. Why don't we have a bet? Xianyuan Jiutian said with a faint smile. Bet? The crowd was surprised. Xianyuan Jiutian actually wanted to bet with Lin Ling? How would they bet? No matter how they looked at it, Lin Ling and Xianyuan Jiutian did not have a chance to bet. Okay, what do you want to bet? Lin Ling laughed. He also wanted to see what the other party was up to. A vicious bet. You can even bet on this? Currently, the 3 teams have the most ceiling barriers. This is a well-known fact. That's right. As far as I know, Xianyuan Jiutian's team has already sealed 30,000 of them. Xianyuan Jiutian alone has already sealed 10,000 of them. This is only the current situation. He will definitely seal more in the future. No one knows how many he will seal in the end. Unless Lin Ling is an idiot, he definitely won't bet. No one thought that this was a fair bet. Many people even thought that Lin Ling's entire team was no match for Xianyuan Jiutian. Alright, I'll bet. But what's the wager? However, just as everyone's thoughts rose, Lin Ling smiled and agreed. This guy is crazy. Many people were astonished. Lin Ling was courting death. Xianyuan Jiutian was also very surprised, but he nodded. I won't settle our grudges in public. So, the bet is that if you lose, you have to kowtow to this memorial tablet in front of everyone and repent for your mistakes. After he finished speaking, a memorial tablet appeared in his right hand. Upon closer inspection, it was the memorial tablet of his younger brother, Xianyuan Jiuyue. How ruthless, kowtowing in front of the memorial tablet in front of everyone. Does Xianyuan Jiutian want to treat Lin Ling as a slave or a servant? The crowd was in an uproar. Lin Ling was extremely surprised as well. After all, kowtowing to a memorial tablet was something done by family members. However, he and Xianyuan Jiuyue were not family members. If he kowtowed, other than being humiliated, it also meant that he, Lin Ling, was a slave, a servant, and even a sinner. Most importantly, he would have to kowtow in front of countless people. At that time, people would definitely laugh at him, Lin Ling. Do you dare? Of course, if you're afraid of losing, I'll give you a chance. I'll bet with your entire team to see who can seal more enchantments. Xianyuan Jiutian sneered, his eyes filled with a cold light. Fine, but if you lose, I want you to kneel in front of me and smash your brother's memorial tablet. Do you dare? However, in terms of ruthlessness, Lin Ling had seen all kinds of ruthless people in his life. If he wanted to play, he would play big. This. The crowd's eyes widened. Lin Ling's bet was also very ruthless. Thinking about it, if the 9 spirits of heaven lost, he would have to kneel in front of Lin Ling in front of countless people and destroy the memorial tablet. Would the Xianyuan family still have any face left? Xianyuan Jiutian's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Lin Ling's wager to be so fierce. However, he sneered and said, I agree. He would not lose at all, so what was there to be afraid of? Lin Ling, you're from the 7 Emperors' heaven. Who told you to steal the barrier? You should listen to my orders. A cold voice came from afar. It was GFA of the 7 Emperors' world. One had to know that he was the representative of the 7 Emperors' world. But now, Lin Ling was the representative of the 7 Emperors' world. How could he accept this? And who are you to order me around? Lin Ling frowned. He had never seen that person before. How dare you? GFA was startled and shouted angrily. He did not expect Lin Ling to refute him. Get out of here. Lin Ling did not know him at all, so he did not give him any face. Meanwhile, the Sky Emperor of the Unhindered Sky Emperor and the others smiled bitterly. Lin Ling had a strong personality. The more others bullied him, the stronger he would retaliate. However, GFA's background was not small. Putting aside his own identity, as far as they knew, GFA was the representative of the 7 Emperors' world. Good, good, good. I wanted to help you, but since you don't know what's good for you, I will watch you kowtow to the memorial tablet. GFA was so angry that he laughed. He also wanted to see how Lin Ling would lose. This GFA. Wu Shanying and the other Sky Emperors of the 7 Emperors' world had ugly expressions. In order to not lose face, GFA actually joined forces with Xianyuan Jiutian to suppress Lin Ling. This was too much. Lin Ling stared at GFA and felt that it was ridiculous. He did not provoke GFA, but since GFA was so arrogant, he would just play with him. He shouted, then, do you dare to bet? If I win, not only will I kowtow to apologize, I will also die. If you lose, you will kowtow to Xianyuan Jiutian and break the memorial tablet. GFA immediately became silent. He also had to kowtow to Xianyuan Jiutian and break the memorial tablet? One had to know that the deceased was the most important. Xianyuan Jiuyue was already dead, so breaking his memorial tablet was a humiliation to the Xianyuan family. You don't dare? Lin Ling walked forward and sneered. Who are you and who am I? Do I have to bet with you? GFA did not want to participate in the bet. I am betting with my life, but you are talking with your identity. If you don't dare, just say it. Haha, as a Sky Emperor and a representative of the 7 Emperors' world, you are so cowardly. You don't have to be the leader anymore. Lin Ling's mocking voice became louder, and many people nodded secretly. Indeed, Lin Ling was betting with his life, but GFA did not dare. If he did not dare to bet with his life, then he should have shut up obediently. GFA's face turned cold. He finally shouted, "Fine, I will bet. I will end your life with my own hands. You should go and break the memorial tablet." Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. He was fearless and arrogant, and he led the North Sea Celestial Emperor and the others into the ancient city. Arrogant. Many Sky Emperors stared at Lin Ling's back. They did not expect Lin Ling to be stronger than they thought. The more oppressed, the greater the rebound. This bet is interesting, but no matter how you look at it, Lin Ling can't win. However, many people were not optimistic about Lin Ling because Lin Ling's team had fewer people, and they did not know many sealed boundaries. At this moment, the ancient city was filled with the smell of blood. However, after the death of great demon King Huang Yun, the demons all fled, leaving behind an empty city. Wu Xiangying and the others caught up and looked at Lin Ling in surprise. They did not expect this guy to be so terrifying. He was fearless even in the face of the human realm's highest deacon palace. Lin Ling, you should know that the Xianyuan family is a historical family with a long history. They know many secrets of heaven and earth, including the sealed boundaries of the Zhenwu realm. You have a low chance of winning against him. Wu Xiangying stared at Lin Ling and said, "And as far as I know, he has sealed at least 10,000 boundaries. The most important thing is that he has done it alone." Hearing this, the North Sea Celestial Emperor and the others gasped. Their gains were not small, but they were much weaker than Xianyuan Jiutian. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Currently, he had only sealed 2,000 boundaries. It was indeed incomparable. And this is only the current situation. It is said that the three teams are playing a big game of chess. The game of chess appeared after the death of Great Demon King Baron Cloud. Also, I just heard that Great Demon King Baron Cloud's sealing barrier is not easy to obtain. It is very time-consuming. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled, "Thanks for the reminder. However, although the Xianyuan family knows many secrets of heaven and earth, I know more. It is not difficult to surpass him." Stopping Lin Ling, "It seems like my warning was useless." Wu Xiangying couldn't help but shake her head. She thought that Lin Ling was just trying to show off. However, she quite liked Lin Ling's fearless temperament. At least in the Seven Emperors world, he was the only one who dared to challenge Xianyuan Jiutian. She smiled and said, "You and I have an agreement. Whoever kills the Great Devil King will get 10,000 enchantments. The remaining 5,000 will go to the other team. However, since you made a bet with them, I don't want the remaining 5,000 enchantments." Lin Ling's pupils shrank. Why was Wu Xiangying so forthright? "I'm not helping you. I just don't like them. Especially GFA. This guy only cares about his own glory. He doesn't care about the Seven Emperors world. Therefore, I want you to win." Wu Xiangying explained. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said, "In that case, I won't take advantage of you. I will draw a map and tell you the locations of the enchantments. Moreover, there are a lot of them. However, they are scattered. It will take more time to seal them. So, we don't owe each other anything. You know about those enchantments?" Wu Xiangying was surprised. "Not only do I know about them, I also know that there are more than 200,000 enchantments in the true martial world. However, only 100,000 enchantments can be sealed," Lin Ling said indifferently. His words made everyone's complexion change. They didn't know about this. Wu Xiangying looked at Lin Ling again. She suddenly discovered that this junior brother of hers was emitting a mysterious aura. She couldn't see through him. "North Sea Celestial Emperor, you guys come with me. Because of the bet, I will take all the enchantments in the key." Lin Ling looked at North Sea Celestial Emperor and the others and said. They nodded without any complaints because Lin Ling had killed the Great Devil King. Moreover, without Lin Ling, they could only seal 5 enchantments at most. Now, each of them had sealed more than 1,000 enchantments. It was enough. "Be careful." The White Cloud Heavenly Emperor, the Unhindered Heavenly Emperor, and the others urged. Lin Ling nodded. After drawing the map, he waved his hand and left. Xianyuan Jiutian was indeed very strong, and Lin Ling was no match for him at the moment. However, in the realm of true martial, Lin Ling didn't need to be afraid of him. Most importantly, he knew that Xianxia wanted to avenge his younger brother. Therefore, this enmity couldn't be resolved. It depended on who was stronger, and now, even if Xianxia let Lin Ling go, Lin Ling would not let him go. Firstly, Xianxia had almost killed him in the contest. Secondly, the Xianyuan family was the realm lord's enemy. Lin Ling definitely didn't have a good impression of Xianxia. In the realm of true force, there are a total of 200,000 teleportation arrays. If we seal 100,000 of them, the passage between the demon realm and the mortal realm will be sealed. However, it's not easy to find the sealed barrier in the ancient city. Lin Ling moved forward along the ancient city. The Eye of Time constantly appeared, looking for traces of the past. Of course, he was more looking for the realm lord's traces. In the dreamlike mountain, Lin Ling knew the location of all the sealed barriers. However, the barrier in the ancient city was the biggest one. That was why he came here. However, although he had the key, it was very difficult to find the void because the void was constantly changing. Therefore, even if he knew the location, it was only an approximate location. No wonder the three strongest teams didn't make a move. So that's how it is. Their real big chess piece should be the 8 Desolations 6 Directions demon that appeared after the death of Great Demon King Baron Cloud. That Great Demon King also has the key in his hand, but the barrier he controls is not in the void. Lin Ling recalled. One was the barrier on the surface, and the other was in the dark. Therefore, the 3 strongest teams would definitely look for the one on the surface. However, just because it was in the dark, it didn't mean that Lin Ling couldn't find it. Finally, in a remote corner of the ancient city, Lin Ling stood in front of an ancient stone sculpture. The stone sculpture depicted a demon with 3 heads and 6 arms. Its face was ferocious. Its appearance was like a fox and a wolf, and it had bat wings. It looked like a statue, but if one carefully looked at the stone sculpture, they would immediately be immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. Lin Ling sneered. He took out the key and gently touched the stone sculpture. Rumble, 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 a deafening sound rang out. The stone sculpture shattered, revealing a black vortex. It was actually a void passage. Seeing this, Lin Ling didn't hesitate. He took a step forward. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic energy surged forth. It was as if countless hands were trying to tear Lin Ling apart. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. This void passage had such power? However, the current him could neither retreat nor advance. He could only resist this mysterious power. Ah! The demonic energy became stronger and stronger, causing Lin Ling's eyes to turn red. If it weren't for his powerful body, he would have already been torn to pieces. It was clear that this void passage prohibited humans from entering. As time passed, the black demonic energy unknowingly condensed into an illusory figure. It had bat wings and looked like a fox and a wolf. At this moment, it coldly stared at Lin Ling. I didn't think that Great Demon King Baron Cloud's key would be obtained by a junior like you. Unfortunately, the sealing enchantment inside is too important to be sealed by a human. Ah! The illusory figure could actually speak. It was clearly not an inanimate object. Get back! Ah! The illusory figure coldly shouted. In that instant, Lin Ling's entire body trembled. He immediately wanted to leave the void passage. That was too terrifying. The illusory figure's strength definitely surpassed his by far. But just as Lin Ling was about to leave, a thought flashed through his mind. He suddenly looked up. You are only a type of demonic energy. You are not a real person, so this should be a method of the demon race. Moreover, you should be very far away. Ah. Eh? Huh. The illusory figure hoarsely said, you doubt me? But even if you know, with my current strength, I can still kill you. Boom. Rumble, an even more powerful demonic energy surged, causing Lin Ling's body to crack like glass. But it was only cracks. Because Lin Ling's body was strong, it was also constantly recovering. This is only one of my methods, and you can't block it. How dare you boast so shamelessly? The illusory figure coldly laughed. Don't pretend. I admit that your demonic energy is terrifying. But because you are too far away, you can only control this much power. And this power obviously can't kill me. So, you are using words to make me leave. Lin Ling looked up. His eyes were red with a hint of madness. The illusory figure suddenly changed. There was shock in his eyes. Lin Ling's words were true. You can still use at least 10% of your strength. As long as I can withstand that 10%, I can enter the void passage. Lin Ling said again. His eyes seemed to be burning with flames. The madness in his eyes was even stronger. Faintly, he saw a familiar figure in the void passage. It was the Realm Lord. The Realm Lord had been here before. Ignorant Junior. You don't even know who I am, and you dare to speak such arrogant words. The illusory figure was furious. How dare you? How do you know that? The silhouette was astonished. That was a secret of the demon region. Indeed, the true martial world was the territory of the Great Eastern Devil King. The Great Eastern Devil King maintained a silent attitude towards the human sealing of the barrier. However, the Great Western Devil King didn't think so. He didn't want the barrier to be sealed. Therefore, he secretly let the Western Devil clan infiltrate this place to protect the barrier. For example, the Great Eastern Devil King and the Demon Lightning Bat Dragon were all under his control. Not many demons knew about that. Only the Great Demon Kings knew about it. However, some humans knew about it. How could he not be surprised? I also know that in the past, when the world leader was still alive, you were defeated by him. You also promised the world leader that you would never touch humans. Because of that, the world leader spared your dog life. But you didn't keep your word. After the world leader died, you started attacking humans. Said Lin Ling, how do you know that? The silhouette was even more astonished. It was as if someone had touched his bottom line. Initially, I just wanted to drive you away, but now, no matter what, you have to die. Demon kings will never die. Demon. All the demon chi moved towards Lin Ling and turned into black lightning. It looked like a spider web which surrounded Lin Ling. Lin Ling was shaking even more violently. Even though it was just the strength of the silhouette, it was very difficult for him to resist. I will turn you into a demon, I will turn you into one of my people, I will make you submit to me forever. Your body, your family, your friends, and even your soul. Demon. A furious roar could be heard, causing the entire ancient city to tremble violently. Outside of the city, all the celestial emperors heard that. Their facial expressions changed drastically. Great Demon King Huanyuan's sealed world was a secret. Haha, it is recorded in the ancient books that Great Demon King Baron Cloud's hidden enchantments are actually the enchantments of a great demon. It is very difficult to obtain those enchantments. Over the years, the guardians of the keys have been killed by humans many times. However, when they entered the void channel, they died. Lin Ling has triggered a taboo. Demon. Said someone. It was the Empress of Suffering from Champion University. She represented the strongest team of Champion University. How does she know all this? No wonder the three strongest teams didn't make a move. It turns out that they were somewhat afraid of this taboo. It seems that the rumor is true. We were almost fooled before. Lin Ling was too greedy. For the sake of those 10,000 plus enchantments, he's about to die. After the group of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses froze for a moment, they all started laughing coldly. A dark horse was indeed formidable. But sadly, it could not be dark all the way until the end. Who killed Great Demon King Baron Cloud? At this very moment, the earth began to wriggle, and the earth was overturned. An ancient devil snake whose end couldn't be seen actually swam out. This was the 8 Desolation 6 Directions devil, and its strength was even more powerful than Great Demon King Baron Cloud. Moreover, it had a key on its body, and it was rumored that its key could open 20,000 enchantments. Moreover, it wasn't in the void, so it was even easier to obtain. Rumble, the earth exploded, and a large number of tentacles suddenly rushed out from the ground. Even the celestial arch, who was thousands of miles away, was caught off guard and bound by the tentacles. Then, his essence was absorbed. The earth is its world. All of you, fly. The group of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses shouted with solemn expressions. This 8 Desolation 6 Directions devil was too terrifying. The entire 10,000 miles of earth was its world. Not good, my sacred sea's power isn't enough to support me flying for too long. A heavenly emperor powerhouse said with a panicked look, his body starting to fall. But what welcomed him was the earth splitting open, revealing a huge mouth. The mouth was full of stinking teeth, as if it was a bottomless abyss. Ah! That heavenly emperor was swallowed alive. At this very moment, no one paid attention to Lin Ling anymore. Perhaps in their hearts, Lin Ling was already dead. Their gazes still landed more on the 8 Desolations 6 Directions devil. At this moment, in the ancient city, Lin Ling was enveloped by a black fiendish energy net. His entire body seemed to be splitting apart, and in front of him a phantom floated, full of cold laughter. You might be the last disciple of one of the mortal world's 3 great legends. Otherwise, you wouldn't know so many secrets. But unfortunately, a proud son of heaven of your generation is going to fall here. From now on, you're going to become a devil. The phantom growled, making the black fiendish energy net wrap around Lin Ling. More and more, it spread from Lin Ling's feet, gradually reaching his chest, turning into a black cocoon. Boom, however, just as Lin Ling's head was about to be submerged, a terrifying white flame burned out. Hundreds of ghosts howled. The souls of the demons that had died in the ancient city all rushed over. As if they were under someone's control, they crazily devoured the black cocoon. Woo woo woo, there was the Yellow Spring song being sung. The power of the law of fire? You're the Yellow Spring Great Emperor? That phantom was surprised. Controlling thousands of ghosts, who could it be if not the Yellow Spring Great Emperor? Yellow Spring Flame, one of the 10 great divine flames of heaven and earth, the flame that controls thousands of ghosts. The phantom's voice became more and more solemn. He did not expect that this junior was hiding such a secret. After all, possessing the 10 great divine flames of heaven and earth, he would become an emperor of heaven and earth in the future. Moreover, among emperors, his strength was not weak. Boom, however, it was not over yet. The ancient god emperor came, and the domineering aura of a king tore the black cocoon, causing it to slowly crack open. The domineering aura of an ancient god, the inheritance left behind by a powerful emperor in human history. The phantom was even more surprised. How many secrets did this junior have? Good, 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 you have hidden the most powerful secret of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, your strength is too weak to use those secrets. Otherwise, I really can't devour you. Now, you'd better turn into a demon. The phantom sneered, and all the fiendish energy gathered, wanting to demonize Lin Ling. Moreover, it released all its power. Even if it was no longer guarding the void passage, it must devour Lin Ling, because Lin Ling's potential was too terrifying. Boom boom boom, the ancient god emperor and the Yellow Spring Flame crazily invaded the black cocoon. Unfortunately, although these forces were strong, they were in a state of awakening, and obviously could not resist the power of the great demon king of the demon region. Haha. Seeing this, the phantom sneered. The black fiendish energy continued to spread, passing through Lin Ling's neck, mouth, and nose, as if it was going to cover his head in the cocoon. At that moment, no one could save Lin Ling. However, just as the black fiendish energy touched Lin Ling's eyes, an ancient aura spread out. Lin Ling's closed eyes slowly opened, and the aura of a true master of heaven and earth erupted. How dare you? It was just a simple word, but it carried the unshakable majesty of heaven and earth, like a divine hymn, like the words of an emperor. It's you. The phantom let out a frightened voice, and under that sentence, its body exploded and turned into ashes. That one sentence, that one look, was terrifying. Sealing 10,000 barriers, Lin Ling frowned as he felt a sharp pain in his head. He was surprised to find that his cultivation had broken through to the 7th layer of the Saint Realm and his Dantian's Saint C had become extremely powerful. Yellow Springs Flame. Yellow Springs Flame. At the same time, Lin Ling found that the Yellow Springs Flame was burning on his body. This time, his physical body was not afraid of the Yellow Springs Flame, which made him very happy. Although Lin Ling had been able to use the Yellow Springs Flame for a long time, it was only a small amount. This time, it was 10 times more powerful than before. It seems that under pressure, one's potential can be unleashed even more. However, how did I resist the Western Great Demon King's power? Lin Ling pondered and finally shook his head. He had no choice but to step into the void passage. The void passage was pitch black and a mysterious power was emitted all around. making Lin Ling feel as if he had entered water. As he continued forward, black spiderwebs appeared all around the void passage. This piqued Lin Ling's curiosity. He tugged at the spiderwebs and pulled them into his hand. Instantly, he discovered that these spiderwebs were extremely tough and had a dense demonic aura. "Your Majesty, this is the Void Divine Spider Silk." "Elder." At this time, Purple Elder's surprised voice sounded. Previously, the Shadow's power was too great and he did not dare to appear because he knew that he would die. The Void Divine Spider Silk is produced by the Void Divine Spider. It is extremely tough and has the power of the void. It is one of the few demonic beasts that can live in the void. Most importantly, this spider silk is one of the materials to forge the tyrannical song sword. Elder Z explained. Lin Ling was overjoyed and quickly collected all the spider webs around him. This kind of treasure could only be found by chance. Lin Ling did not expect to find it. "Your Majesty, as long as you use the Yellow Springs flame, your fire martial Tao will have the power of the laws of heaven and earth," Elder Z said with a smile. The power of the laws of heaven and earth was above the Saint Rune martial Tao. If Lin Ling wanted to reach that level, he would have to comprehend the power of the laws of heaven and earth. However, there was another way, which was to have a powerful innate talent, such as a divine flame. Divine flame represented its power. Plop, Lin Ling's heart pounded violently. The power of law. He actually possessed a wisp of the power of law. Moreover, when you broke through the demonic energy earlier, your fiend god overlord physique absorbed a large amount of energy. It seems that you aren't that far away from the 10th grade of the heaven realm, Elder Purple said again. As expected, one who survived a great disaster was bound to have good fortune later on. 10th grade heaven rank, only one grade away from god tier talent? And now, I'm one step closer to the heaven rank. Lin Ling's jaw dropped. Even though he had faced countless storms and waves and was used to being emotionless, he couldn't help but be ecstatic at this moment. This time, his strength had really increased greatly. As long as it was a Saint Realm expert, even if it was a gold-level Heavenly Emperor, he could obliterate them. Lin Ling and Violet Elder chatted as they walked. Not long after, the space in front of them suddenly became bigger. At a glance, countless ancient stone formations were situated there. There were a total of 15,000 enchantments. Hehe, the great demon king of the west hid the enchantments and didn't let humans seal them. I wouldn't have thought he'd help me. Looking at the stone formations, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel happy. This time, he had to win the bet. Besides, he had to obtain a large amount of points to exchange for the treasures he needed. Then, Lin Ling started sealing the enchantments. At the same time, in the Deacon's Palace of the Human World, the cultivators of the human world were staring at the map. Lights were flickering on the map, they were getting closer and closer to the 100,000 enchantments, but at that moment, lights started flashing in a certain place on the map. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at those lights, there were probably over 10,000 of them. Moreover, they were all gathered together. Clearly, someone had found the sealing spirit formation. Haha, it must be Xianxia Tian. The leader of the Sky King couldn't help but burst into laughter. Many people remained silent. Even they thought that Xianxia Tian had sealed the 10,000 enchantments. The leader of the Sky King looked at Champion University and the Seven Emperors World disdainfully. The two battle kings of Champion University pulled a long face, but then they looked at the Seven Emperors World and laughed. The Xianyuan clan has sealed the big ones, and the rest belong to Champion University. So, the Seven Emperors World won't be able to do anything. Even though Champion University wasn't as strong as Yungu, they were definitely stronger than the Seven Emperors World. What's the difference? Because you're not as strong as Yungu, you're trying to gain face from the Seven Emperors World? Said a woman from the Seven Emperors World smiling icily. The two battle kings of Champion University groaned icily, but they didn't say anything. After the result, they would trample on the Seven Emperors World. Those strong cultivators didn't care about who had sealed the most enchantments, they cared about which of the three mythological cultivators was stronger, therefore, no one wanted to throw away their dignity. GFA must have sealed a lot of enchantments. I hope the Seven Emperors World can seal 20,000 enchantments, whispered one of the Seven Emperors World's cultivators. At that moment, Lin Ling was still sealing enchantments like crazy. He looked at his talisman and smiled happily. Those were all cultivation resources. After a long time, all the enchantments in the sky lit up. They were dazzling. So far, Lin Ling had sealed 19,000 enchantments by himself. With the team's enchantments, he had sealed 30,000 enchantments. And that was just the current estimate because Zhong Mo Tiandi and the others were still sealing enchantments. It was possible that there were more than 30,000 enchantments. There's an empty space passage ahead? Lin Ling looked around. There was another passage leading to the depths of the world. Lin Ling thought for a few seconds and decided to follow it. The passage was quiet. He didn't know where the end was. After a long time, Lin Ling arrived at the end. A black ocean appeared in front of him. It was vast and boundless. Demonic clouds rolled in the sky. This empty space passage led to a sea somewhere in the true martial realm. Rumble. At that moment, a rumbling sound came from the front. A huge black tortoise was swimming in the sea. The tortoise was so big that it looked like a huge island. Surprisingly, there was a flag on the tortoise's shell with a few words embroidered on it: Demon Realm's 5 Great Emperors, Great Demon King of the East. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He had actually met one of the Demon Realm's 5 Great Emperors. Little friend, since you're here, why don't you drink a bowl of strong wine before you leave? At that moment, a smiling voice floated over. Lin Ling's heart trembled. He had been discovered. With his current strength, he would definitely die if he met an Emperor Realm Demon King. Good wine, good people, and good hometown. If you drink to your heart's content, this king will give you 50,000 enchantments. However, the voice floated over again, making Lin Ling's heart beat violently. He knew that there were 200,000 enchantments in the true martial realm. However, many of them were guarded by top powerhouses and couldn't be sealed. That was why the Deacon Palace of the mortal world said there were 100,000 enchantments. Now, the Demon Realm's Emperor wanted to give him 50,000 enchantments? Their auras collided. Alright. Without thinking too much, Lin Ling shot out from the void passage and floated towards the sea. He knew that if the Eastern Demon King wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have said so much. Therefore, he had nothing to fear. Moreover, he had a feeling that the Eastern Demon King had been waiting for him for a long time. You have guts. A laugh came from the sea, causing the clouds in the sky to split open. When Lin Ling stepped on the giant turtle shell, he realized that this place was like a city. There were all kinds of tall figures around him. Some were like crocodiles, some were like birds, and so on. At this moment, they were all looking at Lin Ling coldly. This was the first time Lin Ling had encountered such a powerful aura. Your Majesty, they are all at the level of Wu Xing. Purple Elder's serious voice floated over. Anyone here could easily kill Lin Ling. Obviously, these demons were one of the oldest existences in the world. However, these demons only looked at Lin Ling and didn't say anything. Lin Ling even saw a 5-meter-tall scorpion demon looking at him with a smile, as if it knew Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling a little stunned. He continued to move forward, and soon, a pavilion appeared in front of him. A 10-meter-tall man was sitting there with a huge blade beside him. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked mighty and domineering. This is the Eastern Demon King. Lin Ling frowned. This was the first time he saw this terrifying demon. Only now did he know how great the pressure was. Come, drink. The man waved his hand and picked up the wine bowl in his hand to drink. The wine bowl was more than 2 meters wide, like a small pond. Bang. At the same time, a demon carrying a wine bowl walked out and placed it not far in front of the man. Then, he signaled Lin Ling to sit down. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Was this drinking wine? The wine bowl was bigger than him. How could he drink it? Little friend, are you not going to give me the honor? The tall man laughed. To be able to drink with the great demon king of the East is this kid's lifetime fortune. How can this kid not give you face? At this time, Lin Ling couldn't retreat. He sat down in front of the great demon king of the East and lifted the wine bowl with one hand. However, just as he was about to lift the bowl, he discovered that it was very heavy. Not being able to drink when there's wine, that's not something a man would do. The surrounding demons laughed loudly, as if they were watching a good show. The wine was Thousand Devil wine. It looked like liquid, but it was extremely heavy. The wine bowl was made of devil ash stone, so it was extremely heavy. Without the power of 10 universes, it was impossible to lift it. Otherwise, there would be no need for the devils to carry the wine bowl out. Clearly, these devils were not only here to watch a good show, they also wanted to see if this legendary man lived up to his reputation. There's wine, but I can't drink it. To me, that's like killing me. I just hope this wine is spicy enough. Lin Ling naturally understood the intentions of the surrounding demons. However, if they wanted him to lose face, then they would be disappointed. His small world was boiling as he raised the bowl of wine with his right hand and poured it into his mouth. This guy. The eyes of the surrounding demons widened. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so powerful. Haha, that's a real man. The great demon king of the east laughed loudly. He looked at Lin Ling as if he was looking at a junior with a hint of admiration. Of course, to him, Lin Ling was indeed a junior. Swoosh, the wine entered his throat, hot and impactful. However, after drinking it, Lin Ling felt comfortable all over. He couldn't wait to roar towards the sky. That's a real man's wine. At this moment, he dared to take his sword and slash it towards the 9 heavens. Haha, you don't look big, but you're so crazy when drinking wine. People who can drink are magnanimous and unruly. The great demon king of the east laughed. He could see that Lin Ling didn't use the power of the Saint Sea to refine the wine. Instead, he used his physical strength to speed up the refinement. As a result, although the wine disappeared quickly, the wine was stronger. Good wine, give me another bowl. After Lin Ling finished his bowl, he smashed it heavily on the ground, causing the hearts of the surrounding demons to tremble fiercely. This little guy was really forthright. Bring the wine. Come. The great demon king of the east waved his hand, and the two of them began to drink. Although it was the first time they met, they seemed to have known each other for a long time. Drinking like this seemed to date back thousands of years. I'm old, I can't compare with you juniors. Haha. Great demon king of the east, you're old but vigorous. Haha. Haha, with your words, I'll drink. Haha. The two of them let go of any shackles and drank to their heart's content. Lin Ling was the same. He felt that he had known the great demon king of the east for a long time. However, he was still curious as to what conditions the great demon king of the east would give him. Little friend, how about staying in the demon area and marrying my daughter? Haha. Finally, the great demon king of the east put down his bowl and looked at Lin Ling with a faint smile. The surrounding demons were all looking at Lin Ling with a hint of expectation in their eyes. Stay in the demon area. You're the master of the 5 forces. You can kill whoever you want and do whatever you want. The great demon king of the east said again, I missed it in the past. I'm not qualified to be a father. So today, I won't miss it again. Whether you're a human or a demon, you can do whatever you want. Lawlessness is the foundation of the demon race. Yes. That's right, little friend. Stay here. The other demons also opened their mouths. Lin Ling was a little surprised. He didn't expect this condition. He looked up at the great demon king of the east and said, do I have to marry my daughter to get the 50,000 barriers? Yes. Yes, if you refuse, you'll die here. Yes. The great demon king of the east stopped drinking and looked at Lin Ling coldly. I refuse. Yes. Lin Ling smiled and said boldly. He had a lot of things to do in the human world. How could he stay here? Boom, at this moment, the atmosphere above the giant tortoise instantly became heavy. Countless demons revealed murderous intent. The great demon king of the east was one of the 5 emperors of the demon world. No one could refuse him. You want to die? Humph. The great demon king of the east's face became cold. A powerful demon aura surged out, causing the sky to change color. If it was any other time, his aura alone was enough to make Lin Ling surrender. But now, it seemed that he had drunk the strong wine of the demon area. Lin Ling's heart was only filled with a heroic spirit that wanted to soar into the sky. Death can't threaten me. Humph. He stared at the great demon king of the east. A touch of lawless aura quietly awakened and gradually grew stronger. Boom. Boom, as if two emperors were colliding, a terrifying aura soared into the sky. It actually turned the clouds in the sky into waves and rushed out a vacuum area. The surrounding demons sucked in cold air. In their eyes, it was the collision of the aura of the strongest emperors in the world. The invisible domineering aura made them feel like prostrating themselves in worship. So scary. That kid actually has the aura of a king, and it's not weaker than the great demon king of the East. Bang, a demon sat down on the ground with a plop. In the whole world, there were very few who dared to collide with the aura of the great demon king of the East, and that young man was one of them. Shocking, extremely shocking scene. The giant and the human looked at each other, but they were evenly matched. Rumble. Xianxia, you're still as stubborn as before. After a long time, the great demon king of the East lightly sighed. That dreadful king's chi was also restrained. He lightly said, you still haven't found yourself, but your king's chi is beginning to awaken. Slowly, you will be able to return to the past. In the past, you drank with me. At that time, you were very small, but you were also a newly risen king's chi. You didn't fear me and made a promise to me. Today, you're doing the same again. However, I regret my promise. I shouldn't have stopped you. Whether you're a human or a demon, doing whatever you want and being lawless is the way of survival in the world. I value the rules too much. All these years, the demon region's 5 great emperors have wanted to dip their fingers into the human world, but I refused. As long as the barrier is not broken, they will not be able to step into the human world. However, against the demon region's 4 great emperors, I won't be able to resist them for long. Hearing this, Lin Ling raised his head. As if it was the first time he met the Eastern Demon King, he lightly said, why? He didn't understand. The Eastern Demon King was a member of the demon race. Why didn't he join forces with other demon kings to touch the human world? For my daughter, for me, all the hegemony of the world is fake. Only family is real. In the past, I missed my daughter, so I won't miss her again. After all, I'm only a father, not the Eastern Demon King. The Eastern Demon King picked up the wine and drank it boldly. Lin Ling's body trembled. In his eyes, this was a tall and mighty father. For his daughter, he shouldered everything, and his daughter was Xianxia. In fact, you've more or less realized who you are. It's just that the news is too sudden and you haven't adapted yet. The Eastern Demon King looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling's face was dignified. He heavily nodded. After the trip to the ghost realm, he saw the past and present life. However, he couldn't see the past 100 lives. In addition to the trip to the demon area, he saw the young man at the dreamlike mountain and so on. Now, he actually felt it in his heart. It was just that things were too sudden. In fact, it was only after he had left Dreamlike Mountain that he had vaguely guessed what had happened, and that guess was that he, Lin Ling, was the reincarnation of the realm master of heaven and earth. Xianxia was his first love in his previous life. He didn't obtain the Eye of Time by luck. Instead, it was something he left behind before he reincarnated. Everything was for the sake of making a comeback. Unfortunately, guesses were just guesses. He had lost too many memories, so he still felt that it was too sudden. Xianxia, in your previous life, you were free and unfettered. Heaven and earth allowed you to do whatever you wanted. Unfortunately, you missed out on many things. In order to make up for the regrets of your previous life, you reincarnated and started cultivating again. Of course, I also heard that you fought against the strong cultivators of the outside world. In the end, you were betrayed by them and died. I don't know who the experts from the outside world are, but I can tell you this. Not to mention the experts from the outside world, even in this world, there are many people who want to kill you. So before you grow up, it's best that you don't reveal this secret. The great demon king of the East said lightly. Thank you. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he calmly replied. His gaze turned to the distance, as though he was looking down on the world. This place used to be his world. This is you, Xianxia. Staring at Lin Ling's domineering eyes, the great demon king of the East laughed. The former god of slaughter, the former emperor, the man who once dominated the world, seemed to be more and more familiar with him. In my previous life, because humans and demons couldn't walk together, I made a promise to break the rules of heaven and earth until I had the strength to do so. However, it was already too late when I came back. In this life, I will also break the rules. Whether humans or demons, I, Lin Ling, am lawless, and the rules will be created by me. Lin Ling stood up with the wine bowl in his hand. The moment I come back, no rules will be of any use to me. I will complete the predestined marriage and protect your daughter. After saying that, he crazily drank the wine in the bowl and then smashed it on the ground. And, this time, I won't let her wait too long. Good. Good. Men, take him to the 50,000 enchantments. The great demon king of the east also laughed. Compared to Lin Ling's tall body, Lin Ling was like an ant. However, in the eyes of the demons, both of them were indomitable emperors, the most ancient existences in heaven and earth. He wanted Lin Ling to stay, but he also knew that he couldn't keep this proud man. However, Lin Ling's promise was enough, because Lin Ling was a man of his words. Xianxia, wait for me. Lin Ling deeply looked into the distance and strode forward. At present, he actually didn't recover his memories of the past, but he knew everything. Therefore, he, Lin Ling, wouldn't run away from the predestined marriage. He would fulfill his promise because he knew that when he recovered his memories, if he knew that he missed the girl from thousands of lives ago, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Perhaps he would enter the reincarnation cycle again to find her. He wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. When Lin Ling left, the girl looked at his back from afar and couldn't help but laugh. She didn't want to use the promise of thousands of lives to bind Lin Ling, so she would wait. Wait until the moment when Lin Ling willingly came to find her. She believed that when Lin Ling recovered his memories, he would come to find her. Li Xiaoyao, free and unfettered for a lifetime. The great demon king of the east also looked at the departing figure. Everything that happened in history appeared in his mind. When that man's name spread throughout the world, at that time, the ghost region was swept away by that man. No one was unconvinced. The 5 demon emperors of the demon region were all defeated. That man fought 1 against 5 and ruled the world. That shadow quietly merged with the youth in front of him, and when Lin Ling went to the seal, a large number of barriers in the true martial world were also sealed. Under the joint efforts of the Sky Kings, the 8 Desolation 6 Directions demon was finally annihilated. The 30,000 barriers he left behind were also divided among the 3 teams. Among them, the 9 spirits of heaven got the most. All of his barriers had reached 20,000, and in the following time, he wasn't willing to stay here. He led the team, frantically looking for the scattered barriers, and then sealed them. Finally, at a certain moment, after the efforts of the Sky Kings, the number of barriers in the entire true martial world reached 100,000. Moreover, it was the most in history. 120,000 barriers were sealed. This trip to the demon realm finally came to an end. Many people in the 3 mysteries of the human realm had received the news. They were quietly waiting for the heroes of the human realm. As for the 3 great myths of the human realm, they were also filled with anticipation. They wanted to see which myth would be the most dazzling hero of the human realm this time. Similarly, the Deacon Palace of the mortal realm was also quietly waiting for the result. The entire mortal realm was in an uproar at this moment. It could be said that it was the focus of attention, and in the true martial world, a large number of figures walked out. Their faces were tired, but their eyes were full of energy. Although this time they narrowly escaped death, their harvest was quite rich. If they exchanged the merit points, it would be enough to greatly improve their strength. Obviously, after this mission, a large number of experts with the title of Xiandi would be born in the mortal realm. At that moment, the 10,000 Brilliance Mountain was a mountain range that represented endless radiance. It was the place where the heroes of the past generations of humanity awarded their glory. At this moment, a large number of people had already gathered at that sacred and majestic mountain range. The peak experts of the 3 profound of the human world were all quietly waiting there. At a glance, the entire mountain was filled with people. A large number of titled Xiandi cultivators were also waiting. There. They looked at the returning heavenly emperors with smiles on their faces. It was as if they were watching their juniors grow up. Obviously, they had also entered the world of true martial in the past, and they had the proudest moments. Of course, their gazes were more or less focused on the sky. They also knew that the highest authority of the human realm, the executive hall, was also paying attention to this place. There are 3 myths in the human world: Yungu, the celestial stage, the 7 great emperors of the world, and Champion University. Which myth has the most sealed barriers? It must be the Yungu immortal platform. I heard that people from the Xianyuan family were dispatched this time. That family is famous for creating miracles in the mortal world. 100 years ago, it was also the Xianyuan family that sealed the most enchantments. They are the family that contributed the most to the mortal world. The 7 emperors world is definitely the last. This 7 emperors world has always been selfish. As long as it's related to the human race, they won't contribute anything. What nonsense are you talking about? Am I not telling the truth? You're from Xianpeng province, so you'll definitely side with yourselves. But that's the truth. You don't have to get angry out of humiliation. Die for me. While they were waiting, many experts began to fight. It was obvious that the other party had humiliated Xianpeng province, and the martial artists of Xianpeng province could not stand it. All of you, stop. The entire mortal world is paying attention to this. What are you doing? One of the titled Xiandi shouted angrily, stopping the battle in the mountain range. The titled Xiandi stared at some of the people and said coldly, "You people, apologize. If you don't, get the hell out of here." Those people were from Xianpeng province, subordinates of the new emperor. Among them were Lord Pu, Lord Shui Wu, and other experts. We apologize? Lord Pu and the others frowned. He's just telling the truth. Why are you interrupting? Your Xianpeng province is indeed the worst. This is the truth. Apologize, or get lost. Don't think that just because you're representing Xianpeng province, I won't dare to teach you a lesson. The expert titled Xiandi shouted angrily. Oh, since when did the Yungu Immortal platform get involved in the affairs of our Xianpeng province? It was Lu Susu. The man with the title of Xiandi narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Those juniors have no respect for their elders. It's fine if they're trash, but they don't allow others to talk about them. Is Xianpeng province so uneducated? Enough. We still haven't decided what to do with the barrier, and you, mortal fairy Xiandi, don't have the right to decide everything. Also, don't think that we, the 7 emperors heaven, are easy to bully. If you want to fight, I will fight with you. Lu Susu shouted coldly. She was usually smooth and slick, but now she was angry. Immortal emperor, immortal emperor, don't say too much. When the time comes to announce the results, some people and places will lose face. After all, everyone's eyes are as clear as snow. She was a titled celestial emperor as well. She was also a titled celestial emperor. That's true. The expert called mortal fairy Xiandi sneered. On the other side of Xianpeng province, everyone's faces were pale. The people of Xianyuan and Xianhuangdaju were too arrogant. Did they think that Xianpeng province was trash? Don't worry, the 7 emperors heaven won't embarrass Xianpeng province this time. Lu Susu comforted them. However, she didn't have much confidence in her heart, because this kind of backwardness had been around for thousands of years. More and more heavenly emperors are coming back. Someone shouted. Right at this time, someone shouted. It was only to see that far away in the horizon, a large number of powerhouses stepped on the clouds, arriving in a grandiose manner. They were shockingly those heavenly emperor powerhouses. The crowd was excited. Many people were excited. When would they become celestial emperors? The whole world would pay attention to them. The celestial emperors in the distance were divided into 3 groups. Xianyuan Jiutian was the leader of Yungu Celestial Emperor, Champion University was the leader of the Calamity Celestial Emperor, and GFA was the leader of the 7 Emperors Heaven. They were enjoying the attention of the crowd. At that moment, they looked at the crowd proudly. Welcome back, everybody, said an ancient voice in the sky. The crowd was astonished because that voice came from the deacon's palace. At this moment, in the highest hall of the human world, those major characters of the mortal world were all paying attention to the great earth as their eyes flashed with anticipation. As for the sky sovereign on the ancient charm immortal platform, he was filled with confidence. As for the 7 emperors of the 7 emperors world, they were all feeling somewhat nervous. At their level, What they cared about was reputation and contribution to the mortal world, therefore, the 7 emperors heaven couldn't lose face this time. You finished sealing 100,000 layers, and you've done more than anyone else in history. The entire human world is proud of you, but there's a difference between the top and the bottom. Therefore, this time, we'll see who's stronger and who's weaker. Let's see which of the 3 legends has sealed more layers. Give me your jade tokens, said the voice majestically. There was no first place in literature, no second place in cultivation. It was the same everywhere. There would always be competition. Because of competition, the celestial emperors would become stronger. First place, Yungu Celestial Emperor. Champion University, Champion University. The entire Wanhui Mountain was cheering. All the cultivators of the different regions were supporting their legends. The proud celestial emperors glanced at each other and walked out. A gigantic stone fell from the sky and landed on the ground. It was used to examine the sealed layers. Champion University's team, go, said the disaster celestial emperor indifferently. She didn't immediately go to examine the sealed layers because her team was the strongest. Alright, let's show everybody the glory of Champion University. Many people walked out from Champion University's team and took out their jade tokens. One after another, they put their jade tokens on the mysterious boundary testing stone. At that moment, the boundary testing stone dazzled, the gigantic stone appeared and sealed layers appeared. Champion University's team had sealed more than 10,000 layers. So far, they had sealed more than 120,000 layers, and they had sealed more than 10,000. It was a great achievement for the human world. How strong? Those sealed layers are protected by demons. They sealed more than 10,000 layers. They must have fought many battles. That's Xiaofeng the Celestial Emperor. He's so handsome. He's my hero. Many peerless geniuses looked at the Celestial Emperors in admiration. Disaster Celestial Emperor, it's your team's turn, said a strong cultivator with the title Xiandi indifferently. He looked impatient. The entire Wanhui Mountain was silent. One of the 3 strongest teams of Champion University, how many layers had they sealed? Even the 2 great champions of Champion University were excited. They wanted to see the glory of Champion University. Alright. The 7 emperors' world had failed. Many people were staring at the gigantic stone. It was the Merit Stone. The disaster Celestial Emperor's team had almost 20,000 talismans. 20,000, a team has sealed 20,000 deployment layers, and they only have 20 people. That's insane. As far as I know, ordinary Celestial Emperors can only seal 10 deployment layers in the world of true martial arts. But 20,000? It's unimaginable. That means that Champion University has 30,000 barriers, thought Lin Feng. Everybody was astonished because sealing deployment layers was very difficult. First, they had to find the right deployment layers. Second, they had to fight against the demon clan. Apart from incredible cultivators, who could do that? Champion University, Champion University. Disaster Celestial Emperor. After a few seconds of silence, everybody started cheering. Champion University had done their best for the human world. In the Deacon Palace, the cultivators of the human world were astonished. It was one of the battle kings of Champion University. He smiled indifferently and said, I'm satisfied. Compared to 100 years ago, there are a few thousand more barriers. He sounded proud. The strong cultivators of the human world remained silent, especially the 7 emperors' world. They all looked glum. They hadn't thought Champion University would do so well. Besides, Emperor Li Shou and the others saw that the champion looked at them disdainfully and mockingly. Bastard! Emperor Li Shou was furious. He could only hope that GFA from the 7 emperors' world would win. At that moment, the crowd was still cheering. The celestial emperors of Champion University slowly left. They puffed out their chests and looked proud. At the same time, a strong cultivator with the title Xiandi looked at them approvingly and said, We'll announce this to the entire human world. You've contributed to the human world, you're heroes. Thank you, Master, said the disaster celestial emperor nodding on behalf of Champion University. He took a big step forwards and led the way. Move away, trash, do you think it's fun to watch? At that moment, in Xianpeng province, the disciples of the seven emperors' world were astonished. But at that moment, the disaster celestial emperor and the others walked towards them and shouted icily. Eh? Everyone's pupils constricted. These people called them trash? They pulled long faces. In the Wanhui mountain, the three Xianxia cultivators of the human world had their own groups. The seven emperors of the world were in one mountain range, Champion University was in another, but Disaster Celestial Emperor and the others had come to humiliate them. The disciples of the seven emperors' heaven were unwilling to accept this. Among them, the seven emperors' heaven's four poisons of Eastern Mountain, Lai Qing, and the others were about to speak. Shut up. He just returned from a great battle, expended his blood and sweat to seal the barrier, and contributed to humanity. He's a hero. Can't I say a word about you? Before Lai Qing and the others could say anything, an old man with the title of Xiandi shouted from the distance. He was one of the hosts of the assessment. As soon as these words came out, the people of Xianpeng province all stared with their eyes wide open. Before they could even speak, the other party had already reprimanded them. Everyone looked at Lu Susu, hoping that these strong people would stand up for them. After all, the other party had already bullied them. Would it kill you to speak? He deserved this honor. If you don't accept it, then blame yourselves for not living up to expectations. But the old man also looked at Lu Susu and the others indifferently. Lu Susu and the others' eyes were ice cold, but they waved and said, "Let them pass." Go. What? The people of Xianpeng province ground their teeth, but they still made way. The people of Champion University smiled disdainfully and walked through the crowd in high spirits. Eh? I'm sorry, this isn't Xianhuang Dayu's territory. Sorry to disturb you. Suddenly, the catastrophe celestial emperor was stupefied. She waved and left with the crowd. She had just realized that this wasn't Xianhuang Dayu's territory. Furious, everybody in Xianpeng province was furious. The catastrophe celestial emperor had done it on purpose. Haha. In the distance, the martial artists of the Xianhuang domain laughed. Although the three mysterious realms of the mortal realm were united, where there were people, there was bound to be competition. Therefore, the three mysterious realms often competed with each other in secret. At this moment, the Xianhuang domain had vented its anger and was showing off. The seven emperors' world, it's your turn. At this moment, someone spoke up, causing countless gazes to turn towards the team of the seven emperors' heavens, Lu Susu, the supreme celestial emperor, and even the disciples of Xianpeng Great Region and Seven Emperors Heaven became nervous. If they wanted to reclaim Xianpeng Great Region's dignity, they would have to rely on these teams. The strongest team in the Seven Emperors world was none other than GFA's team. First, the Seven Emperors world's team would be the first to test the theory, followed by GFA's team. At this moment, GFA was brimming with confidence, as if he was the only savior in the Seven Emperors world. I won't disappoint you. GFA and his group walked out. The people of Xianpeng province were extremely excited. Their cheers were like waves in the ocean. However, when they were trying to verify it, something shocking happened. All the teams in the Seven Emperors world had sealed a total of 5,000 spirit barriers. GFA's team wasn't weak, but they had only sealed a little over 10,000 spirit barriers. The entire Seven Emperors world had sealed a total of 19,000 spirit barriers. What? GFA's face turned ugly when he saw the results. His group had sealed more than 10,000 deployment layers. He thought that if the other groups were close to 10,000 deployment layers, they wouldn't lose face this time, but who would have thought that the other groups would only have 5,000 deployment layers? Haha, won't disappoint you? What a sarcastic statement. I thought that the Seven Emperors world would be very powerful this year. Who knew that they would be even worse than last year? They still didn't manage to seal 20,000 deployment layers. This is embarrassing. Countless people laughed when they saw the scene. Some of them even laughed until their stomachs hurt. It wasn't that easy to be the hero of the human realm. As for the martial artists of Xianpeng province, they all felt that they had lost face. At the same time, in the Deacon Palace of the human realm, laughter rose one after another. Old fish, if you lose again, you can give us your fishing rod. The Sky Lord stared at Emperor Li Shou and laughed. The seven emperors' faces were ashen, but they couldn't do anything. They were inferior, so they could only swallow their humiliation. Sky Lord, if you catch a fish with your fishing rod, you must treat us to a feast, someone teased. Of course, of course. The Sky Lord smiled and nodded. An ancient divine sword appeared in his right hand. He slowly played with it. Sigh, I wanted to give this Godslayer sword to the 7 emperors. But even if I give it to you, you can't take it away. As soon as he said that, the entire Deacon Palace of the human realm burst into laughter. The 7 emperors were all silent. There was only one voice in their hearts. This GFA was disappointing. Trash, a bunch of trash. Who was the leader? Hearing that, those heavenly emperor powerhouses were all greatly enraged. GFA pushed the responsibility onto their heads? GFA, do you still have the face? In the realm of true martial, our team repeatedly asked for your help, but you refused to cooperate. This caused us to miss out on many barriers. Now, you're blaming us. That's right. If you represent the 7 emperors' heavens, you should help our teams and not yourself. You're not qualified to be the leader. Some older heavenly emperors said unwillingly. Bullshit. How could GFA take the blame? He shouted angrily, if you didn't listen to my orders, how could the 7 emperors' heavens lose face today? Lord Lu Susu, I think they should all be stripped of their heavenly emperor status because they're too selfish. Hearing this, all the heavenly emperors wanted to kill GFA. Such an irresponsible person had the nerve to be their leader. In the distance, the Xianyuan and Xianhuangdayu cultivators laughed and watched the show. But at this moment, a large number of heavenly emperors walked over. The person in the lead was wearing a blue robe with his long hair tied behind his head. His aura was steady, giving people the feeling that he was a real heavenly emperor. Shut up. Before he arrived, an angry shout was heard, the crowd's eyes flickered. More heavenly emperors had come, and those heavenly emperors seemed to be from the 7 emperors' heavens. Suddenly, the ridicule on their faces became stronger. Lin Ling, it's Lin Ling. He's back. The cultivators of Xianpeng province were excited. They all knew Lin Ling. At the same time, the 7 emperors were also looking at Lin Ling and the others. One of the 7 emperors coldly snorted, embarrassing. It's fine if you lost, but you still want to fight among yourselves. That heavenly emperor is too bold. He should be stripped of his heavenly emperor status. Law Overlord, GFA is your heavenly emperor. He didn't complete the mission, so you're trying to absolve him? Also, that heavenly emperor is from my eastern mountain. You don't have the qualifications to strip him of his status. At this moment, Emperor Yu said indifferently. The man called Law Overlord had a cold expression on his face. I'm not trying to make excuses for GFA. It's just that the 7 emperors world has already lost a lot of face. That newbie is spouting nonsense, and this will only invite more ridicule. Hearing that, Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou frowned. However, Emperor Li Shou said, let's see what he has to say. Then you can take your time to watch. I can't lose face like this. The Law Overlord coldly snorted. Right now, the 7 emperors world was already at the bottom. Could it be that the new celestial emperor's arrival would change the situation? This was obviously impossible, and it would only lead to more jokes. At this moment, in the Wanhui Mountain, the team coming from afar was Lin Ling's team. GFA also looked at Lin Ling and laughed coldly in his heart. It was good that this fellow came, he could push the blame to him. He wanted to speak, but at this moment, Lin Ling shouted coldly from afar. He also saw that GFA had failed, but he wanted to push the blame to others. Such a despicable person made him very unhappy. You shut the F***ck up. His voice was like thunder, majestically entering GFA's ears, causing him to be stunned. He hadn't even spoken and Lin Ling had already scolded him? And scolded him in front of everyone? Get lost. However, just as GFA was in disbelief, Lin Ling's angry voice floated over again. Haha. Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but laugh. Just anyone dared to scold GFA, this GFA really didn't have the qualifications to be the leader. GFA didn't expect Lin Ling to be so daring. He pointed at Lin Ling and wanted to speak, but Lin Ling was faster than him and said, as the leader, you should shoulder the responsibility. It's fine if you failed, you will succeed next time. but you, after losing, you put the blame on others. Weak, incompetent, and irresponsible. I really don't know which 7 emperors recommended you to be the leader. What a disgrace. You're courting death. GFA's veins suddenly appeared on his face. He shouted angrily, "What right do you have to talk about me? Even though I failed, I'm still better than you." As soon as he finished talking, Lin Ling's team stopped. A large number of people were standing at the foot of the mountain, looking at GFA mockingly. They all shouted at the same time, "Lin Ling is our leader. Is he qualified to be our leader?" Apart from the unhindered Heavenly Emperor and the others, there were also several teams led by Wu Xiangying. Their words caused the entire mountain range to fall silent. It's him, the dark horse of the world of Zhenwu. In Champion University, celestial emperors from Yungu Celestial Stage recognized Lin Ling. They hadn't thought that Lin Ling would become one of the top 3 teams. "I'm the leader of a team, the 7 emperors recommended me to be their leader, and you brought a few teams to oppose me. You think you're qualified to be our leader?" GFA was astonished and burst into laughter. What a joke. He's our leader. However, just as his words fell, all the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' world shouted angrily, their voices shaking the heavens. They couldn't tolerate GFA anymore. Although they weren't familiar with Lin Ling, at least Lin Ling was speaking up for them. At least he was more responsible than GFA and had the domineering aura of a king. What? What? GFA's expression changed drastically. He was the leader of a team recommended by the 7 emperors. Even though Lin Ling wasn't, Lin Ling had the support of all the celestial emperors. Indeed, he's the leader of Xianpeng province. Yes. However, what surprised him was that apart from the celestial emperors, all the cultivators of Xianpeng province were shouting furiously. At that moment, it seemed like Lin Ling was the leader of Xianpeng province. One had to know that in the Blackpeng Great Region, Lin Ling had more prestige than any heavenly emperor. That territory was conquered by him. Who was the leader was clear at a glance. So what if the 7 emperors recommended us? Rules are meant to be broken. Our leader is Lin Ling. Everyone shouted angrily again. Their auras were like mountains and seas, causing GFA's face to turn pale. He sat down on the ground with a plop. No one supported him now. He no longer had any prestige. Even the 7 emperors of the mortal world's highest Deacon Palace were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Ling's reputation to be so great. At this moment, Lin Ling swept his eyes over the crowd and saw many familiar faces. Lord Pu, Lord Water Mist, Venerable Sea Calming, the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain, Lai Qing, his friends, and even some unfamiliar martial artists. But, they were all supporting him. This warmed his heart. Today, he couldn't embarrass Xianpeng province in the battle between the 3 mysterious realms of the mortal realm. Get lost. Get lost. Lin Ling looked at GFA and shouted coldly. Since he had agreed to be the leader, he wouldn't disappoint everyone. You. Humph. GFA's face twisted. However, he soon sneered, all right, then you'll be the leader. However, if Xianpeng province loses, then it's all on your head. Humph. Despicable. Humph. Many celestial emperors shouted angrily. GFA was obviously shirking his responsibility. Alright, if you win, other than the bet between you and me, all the celestial emperors will slap you 3 times. This is what I, the leader, said. Lin Ling said and led his team to the Merit Stone. Lin Ling's team shocked the world. You can't win. Shouted GFA furiously, but he controlled himself. Lin Ling had dared take on this burden, so he wanted to see how Lin Ling would die. When the members of the Shenhuang Daiyu and the others saw Lin Ling and his team, they all smiled coldly. Lin Ling had become the leader, but what could he change? At the same time, in the Deacon Palace, the leaders of the human world were also excited. The leader of the sky smiled and said, Emperor Yu, Emperor Li Shou, that's the new celestial great emperor from Dong Mountain, right? Not bad, he's very good at acting. He made us happy. Acting, before, when Lin Ling had become the leader, they had thought it was a good show. The 7 emperors groaned coldly. The FA emperor said icily, Emperor Yu, Emperor Li Shou, your celestial great emperors are too arrogant. They're fighting for the leader's position, what's wrong with that? In his opinion, the 7 emperors of the world had already lost. Even if Lin Ling was the leader, so what? It was just a joke, Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou sighed. They didn't understand what Lin Ling wanted to do. Sealing enchantments are for the sake of the entire human race, not for fighting or anything. However, I have seen before that those who have more sealing enchantments are highly respected, while those who have fewer sealing enchantments are ridiculed instead. Could it be that in the Zhenwu world, those heavenly emperors who have fewer sealing enchantments are not working hard? Don't they fight? Don't they work hard? Lin Ling did not verify it in front of the skill evaluation stone. Instead, he looked at the people around him and said. The crowd remained silent. They hadn't thought that Lin Ling would say something like that. Many people's eyes twinkled. Actually, Lin Ling wasn't wrong, the celestial great emperors worked hard for the sake of the human world. If they had fewer deployment spells, did they have to be mocked and humiliated? Are you done talking shit? At that moment, the old man with the title Celestial Emperor from Champion University shouted furiously. Am I wrong? Champion University has more barriers, so they can humiliate other people and treat them like trash, isn't that the truth? Lin Ling was fearless as he looked straight at the old man. In his heart, there were many ordinary humans who wanted to live a peaceful life. As a powerhouse, if he could help them, then he would naturally do so, but compared to this, it was too utilitarian. Therefore, Lin Ling was dissatisfied, and that was why he said those words. He had helped many people since he came to this world, but he had never mentioned it. That was because he had sincerely helped them, and he had not helped them for the sake of fame and wealth or to trample on others. I didn't say it was trash. You said it. But what you said is true. If the sealing enchantment can't be compared to others, the contribution to humanity naturally can't be compared to others. Being scolded by others is nothing. The old man's voice was cold and gloomy. Many martial artists from Xianpeng province clenched their fists. They were unwilling to accept this. They were unwilling. The celestial emperors of the 7 emperors heaven also gritted their teeth, feeling even more unresigned. Hadn't they done their best? They had even watched their friends get killed by demons, and they had only done that to seal an enchantment. But because they hadn't sealed an enchantment, they had to be scolded. At that moment, all the celestial emperors looked at Lin Ling. They were touched. Lin Ling was speaking for them, he was really their leader. If you're not as strong as others, then you're trash, said the celestial emperor of calamity in the distance, smiling indifferently. Don't be so full of yourself. Besides, if you're too arrogant, you'll end up slapping your own face, said Lin Ling icily. He just thought it was unfair, but those people were making fun of him. Trash, indeed, should be scolded. Trash, said the old man icily. He shouted furiously, now, shut the hell up. If you want to prove yourself, then prove yourself. If you don't want to prove yourself, then piss off. We're not from the 7 emperors heaven, why would we listen to your bullshit? Indeed, if you're not strong enough, then shut the hell up. Even if you're scolded, you have to brace yourself. In Champion University, in the ancient celestial stage, many ancient cultivators were also shouting furiously. They weren't as strong as others and they were blaming others. Lin Ling nodded. He didn't refute them. He looked at the celestial emperors behind him and saw that their eyes were bloodshot. Many of them were injured and looked exhausted, but nobody sympathized with them, they were just scolding them. Prove yourself, Lin Ling said softly and stepped back. His team members walked towards the ancient stone one by one. They were all silent, but their hands were tightly clenched into fists. They wanted to reclaim the dignity of their teammates and win glory for the Xianpeng region. How many enchantments do you think their team has? There should be a few hundred. No matter what, Lin Ling is the #1 dark horse. It's possible that he sealed 2,000. If it reaches 2,000, then the 7 emperors' heavens will have sealed 20,000 of them. That's more than the last time. Many people looked at Lin Ling's team disdainfully. In the Deacon Palace, the strongest cultivators of the human world were smiling indifferently. They were staring at Lin Ling's team as if they were monkeys playing with monkeys. The 7 emperors' heaven had sealed 10,000 enchantments, they needed a few more to reach 20,000. But they didn't think that Lin Ling's team would be able to do that, because everybody had seen that apart from GFA's team, the Seven Emperors' Heaven had only sealed 5,000 enchantments, therefore, they guessed that Lin Ling's team had to be close to 2,000 enchantments. The Seven Emperors' Heaven's team couldn't have more than 20,000 enchantments. Everybody was staring at the ancient stone. The celestial emperors and peerless heroes touched the stone with their talismans. At that moment, terrifying lights dashed to the skies, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000, in the end, 20,000 enchantments, boom, in the entire Wanhui Mountain, the hearts of countless people exploded. They stared at the ancient stone, deeply afraid that their eyes would go blind. None of them had thought that Lin Ling's team had sealed 20,000 enchantments. How terrifying, how terrifying. It meant that Lin Ling's team had sealed more enchantments than GFA's team. It also meant that the Seven Emperors' Heaven's team had sealed 40,000 enchantments. They had surpassed Champion University. What? In the Deacon Palace, the leader of the sky was stupefied. The Seven Emperors' jaws were wide open. In fact, Lin Ling's team had surpassed the Seven Emperors' Heaven's team. Astonishment. The strong cultivators of the human world were astonished because they knew what 20,000 enchantments meant. In the history of the Seven Emperors' Heaven, no team had ever sealed 20,000 enchantments. Lin Ling's team had created a new record. Haha, the god-killing sword is mine. At that moment, Emperor Li Shou stood up excitedly. It was as if he had seen the pride of Xianpeng province. We won. Emperor Yu and the other 7 emperors also stood up. Their faces were filled with excitement. Their voices caused the entire executive palace of the human realm to become deathly silent. Who's a piece of trash? Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, can the fruit of 10,000 origin that you used to bet belong to me? I want to use this fruit of heaven and earth to host a banquet. Emperor Yu coldly laughed as he stared arrogantly at the giant from the Yungu Immortal platform. The 2 strong cultivators of Yungu's celestial stage were astonished. They hadn't thought that things would turn out this way. They were furious when they saw that the 7 emperors were in high spirits, but they were willing to take the risk. At the Wanhui Mountain, the atmosphere was deathly silent. Many people were looking at the arrogant celestial emperors and finally at Lin Ling. What a terrifying dark horse. His team is so strong. The cultivators of Xianyuan and Xianhuangdayu were astonished. As for the martial artists of the Blackping Great Region, they were stunned for a moment before they burst into cheers. Some of the older martial artists even began to cry. They never imagined that in this world war, the 7 emperors' world would reverse the situation and become second place. Pudong, GFA had just stood up, but he was terrified again. His face turned deathly pale. You lost, leader GFA. Many celestial emperors sneered at him. The word leader was extremely sarcastic. One of them said, every celestial emperor has to slap you 3 times. You won't go back on this promise, right? Of course, if you dare to refuse, you will die. Another one said mockingly, what do you mean leader? Open your dog eyes and see. Under GFA's leadership, there was only humiliation and ridicule, but under Lin Ling's leadership, there was pride and glory. At that moment, GFA looked like he had fallen from heaven to hell. Did he still have the face to call himself leader? Who's a piece of trash? Stop. At this moment, a cold shout drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth, and it caused the world to become even more silent. I remember that someone said that he was a piece of trash because he wasn't as strong as others. Now, who's a piece of trash? Shouted Lin Ling. He looked at all the celestial emperors of Champion University. He looked extremely aggressive. Who's a piece of trash? Stop. Shouted the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' world. They were so moved that their eyes were wet. They had worked so hard for the human world, and now someone was seeing it. Who's a piece of trash? In Xianpeng province, all the martial artists also shouted in unison. It was as if the entire world was shouting angrily, causing their voices to echo endlessly, intimidating the surroundings. Who's trash? Everybody in Champion University was petrified, especially Disaster Celestial Emperor and the others. Their mouths were wide open, and they couldn't say anything. A silent slap landed heavily on each of their faces. Don't be too full of yourself. If you are too arrogant, be careful of slapping your own face. They all remembered what Lin Ling had said before. and now, they had slapped themselves in the face, and it was a refreshing slap. If their skills were not as good as others, then they would be cursed as trash. But now, they were not as good as the 7 emperors, so who would be left with the words trash? We are trash, trash. After remaining silent for a long time, the old man from Champion University ground his teeth and forced himself to say something. Haha. The entire Great Xianpeng region burst into thunderous laughter at this moment. They felt refreshed and elated. The other party was overbearing, but their Great Xianpeng region wasn't a pushover either. Right now, they were going to give them a heavy slap. Trash, trash! Shouted the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors world. They raised their heads and shouted furiously. Hee, finally, something exciting, said Lu Susu, Xian Di, and the others, looking at Lin Ling. That little boy had created a miracle again. Spread the word, tell the entire human world, said Xian Di, waving his hand. He wanted the entire human world to know about this glorious moment. The light and glory at this moment clearly belonged to Lin Ling's team. Lin Ling, we won. Thank you. At that moment, Tian Di Zong Tian Di, Wu Shangying, the celestial emperor of the North Sea, and the others were all looking at Lin Ling with tears in their eyes. Lin Ling was younger than them, and his cultivation level was lower, but he had led them to glory. Without Lin Ling, they wouldn't have known about the sealed world. In their hearts, Lin Ling was their leader. As expected of our leader, said Xianyuanjiu Tian, looking at Lin Ling with admiration. In his heart, Lin Ling was omnipotent. Lin Ling smiled and said, this is the result of everybody's hard work. But you're our leader, nobody can deny that, said Tian Di Zong Tian Di smiling. As they were talking, in Xianpeng province, Mr. Pu, Mr. Shui Wu, and the others brought a large number of people to Champion University. The celestial emperors frowned, but when they saw Lin Ling, they remained silent, because they had lost. Trash, trash, they weren't qualified to talk. I'm sorry, I was just passing by. Oh, Xianpeng province is over there, I came to the wrong place. Mistress Watermist sneered as she walked around the crowd of people from Xianhuang domain as if she had gone the wrong way. After that, she walked back proudly, an eye for an eye. Before, the people of Champion University had been arrogant, they had offended them on purpose. Now, they were going to offend them back. They were going to step on the faces of the people of Champion University. Bastard! Shouted the celestial emperors of Champion University furiously, but they couldn't do anything. Alright, now it's Yingu's turn, right? Said someone at that moment. Everybody remained silent. Champion University was third, the 7 emperors world was second, Yungu was definitely first. At that moment, Champion University and the 7 emperors sky had sealed more than 60,000 barriers. Therefore, Yungu's celestial platform probably had 60,000 too. After all, there were 120,000 barriers in total. This is the real Yungu Immortal Foundation. Every 100 years, it is ranked number 1. The Xianyuan clan knows the secrets of the earth and heaven. If they're not first, that would be strange. I'm curious, who sealed the most chi barriers in Yungu's Yungu? Even though they knew that Yungu's Yungu was first, many people were curious. The leaders of the Deacon Palace were also paying attention to the situation. The leader of the Sky Palace wasn't happy that he had lost. He smiled and said, 7 emperors, let's have another bet, shall we? Let's see how many chi barriers Xianyuanjiu Tian has sealed. If he surpasses all your people, I'll give you the godly meteorite iron. How about that? Godly meteorite iron? A treasure from the outside world? Many strong cultivators were astonished. That kind of treasure only appeared in the outside world, it was extremely rare. It was one of the best materials for making godly weapons. Actually, you have a high chance of winning. Even though Yungu's Yungu has sealed 60,000 chi barriers, it doesn't mean that Xianyuanjiu Tian has sealed all of them. The 7 emperors world has about 40,000 chi barriers, so if Xianyuanjiu Tian can't seal more than 40,000 chi barriers, you win, said the leader of the Sky Palace smiling. The 9 spirits of heaven. What? Emperor Li Shou was furious. Was the leader of the Celestial Sky sect going back on his word? Alright, let's bet, said Emperor Yu waving his hand. They didn't want to give up, but they were convinced that Xianyuan Jiutian couldn't surpass 40,000 barriers. Nobody had ever done that in the history of the human race. You don't need to pay anything if you lose. Just give us the treasures we lost before, said the Jade Lake's mother indifferently. She sounded graceful and noble. Many human realm giants became curious. Who would win this bet? But they all thought that the 7 emperors had a better chance of winning. At this moment, within the 10,000 Brilliance Mountains, a large number of teams walked out. Maybe because everyone already knew the result, they were much more low profile. The crowd was still curiously staring at them, wanting to see who had sealed the most number of enchantments on the Yungu Immortal platform. The ancient stone was dazzling. When all the teams had sealed the barriers, the crowd was astonished. All the teams had sealed 10,000 barriers, which meant that there were still 50,000 barriers sealed by others. After all the teams had sealed the barriers, the crowd was astonished, because there was one more person who hadn't sealed the barriers, and that person was Xianyuan Jiutian. The crowd was astonished because he had sealed 50,000 barriers alone. Yungu Celestial Stage sealed 60,000 barriers, the teams sealed 10,000, and Xianyuan Jiutian sealed the rest. How powerful! That's the first record in the world of true martial arts. He's going to verify it. Many people's hearts were pounding. They were going to witness history. In Champion University, all the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors world were astonished. They had already guessed the result, but they still wanted to see if it was true. Under countless gazes, Xianyuan Jiutian calmly walked forward. His pace was neither fast nor slow. He had the demeanor of an emperor. When he arrived in front of the ancient skill evaluation stone, he slowly took out his jade token and gently touched it. Boom, the ancient stone was dazzling. Dazzling lights burst out. According to legends, when 50,000 barriers were sealed, the stone would emit dazzling lights. Dazzling meteors appeared in the sky. Each meteor represented a barrier. There were 54,222 barriers. Silence, in the heaven and earth. The highest Deacon Palace of the mortal realm was completely silent at this moment. Even the 3 mysterious realms of the mortal realm were silent. More than 50,000 enchantments were too terrifying. Could it be that Xianyuan Jiutian was already invincible in the demon region? Yungu is ranked first in her immortal foundation. This is a fact that can never be changed. Under countless gazes, Xianyuan Jiutian slowly turned around. Under the bright light in the sky, he was so dazzling at this moment, like the brightest star. And I sealed 54,222, which broke the record of the mortal world. Xianyuan Jiutian said again, which made the crowd curious. What was he going to say? I'm first, nobody can deny that. But I agree with what Champion University said before. If you're not strong enough, you're a piece of trash. Therefore, I want to ask someone, who's a piece of trash? His voice was calm, but he slowly looked at a figure in the crowd. Lin Ling. The crowd was astonished. They hadn't thought that Xianyuan Jiutian would teach Lin Ling a lesson, but in front of Xianyuan Jiutian's record, Lin Ling couldn't be arrogant anymore. Besides, Lin Ling's team had already proved that they couldn't compete with Xianyuan Jiutian. That guy. Zhonghuan Tiandi and the others knew about the tensions between Xianyuan Jiutian and Lin Ling, but they hadn't thought that Xianyuan Jiutian would make things difficult for Lin Ling. What? You don't dare admit it? Said Xianyuan Jiutian. Many people from Champion University and Yungu were smiling coldly. Lin Ling had been arrogant before, but there was always a mountain higher than him. How could Lin Ling be arrogant in front of Xianyuan Jiutian? Haha, you wouldn't have thought that I would surpass all the 7 emperors, right? Lin Ling, I'm telling you, in front of me, you're just an ant. You're a piece of trash. I want you to call me a piece of trash in front of everybody. Said Xianyuan Jiutian. Many people were furious, especially the celestial emperors of Champion University. They had regained their dignity. Lin Ling, tell me. You already lost. You're not as strong as him. Any excuse is a lie. You better call yourself a piece of trash. What a pitiful guy. A moment ago, he was a hero, and now he's defeated by Xianyuan Jiutian. Sounds of mockery and schadenfreude arose and fell one after another. Xianyuan Jiutian, don't forget that you and Lin Ling have a bet. The loser has to kneel down and kowtow, said GFA, smiling coldly in the distance. He raised his head to the sky and burst into laughter. Finally, he could see Lin Linglu's face. At that moment, everybody in Xianpeng province and the Seven Emperors world remained silent. Their eyes were bloodshot, they were furious, even the great Deacon Palace saw that. Emperor Yu groaned coldly and said, "Leader of the sky, are your celestial emperors really that aggressive?" Haha. Hee, why do we care about the younger generation's affairs? Said the leader of the sky indifferently. Emperor Yu's expression became ice cold. However, something happened that made him even angrier. Boom, at this moment, above Wanhui Mountain, light bloomed and fell from the sky like a meteor, shaking the earth. Countless people looked over and saw that Xianyuan Jiutian had thrown something out. However, when they looked at the ground, they realized that it was a memorial tablet. "Kneel down and kowtow." Haha. Shouted Xianyuan Jiutian icily. Hee, it's a bet. Lin Ling lost, he has to kneel down and kowtow to the memorial tablet. Haha. Memorial tablet? Could it be Xianyuan Jiuyu's? Interesting. Everyone in the mortal realm was paying attention to what happened today. If Lin Ling kowtowed to a memorial tablet, how will he face the world tomorrow? Interesting. Everyone's hearts were stirred. This gamble was truly ruthless. Leader of the sky, don't go too far. Emperor Li Shou could no longer hold himself back when he saw this scene. Not only was this a humiliation to Lin Ling, it was also a humiliation to the Seven Emperors world. Moreover, with so many people watching, the Seven Emperors world and Lin Ling would be so embarrassed that they would not be able to show their faces after tomorrow. In the vast main hall, it was silent. The deacons of the mortal realm were drinking tea and watching the show. They did not participate in the battle between the legends. The leader of the sky picked up his teacup and blew on the tea. After taking a sip, he said, "The bet means that Lin Ling agreed to it. So, can you blame others?" Emperor Li Shou could not refute his words. Wan Huishan, Lu Susu, and the others could not refute him. They frowned and looked at the people around them. Those people had mocking expressions, gloating, and even sneering disdainfully. "I'm the first." Haha. Xianyuan Jiutian burst into laughter. His smile was heartless. "I can tell you that all the strong cultivators of the human world are watching. Therefore, if you agree to bet, you have to accept defeat." Many people also burst into laughter. Was Lin Ling begging for mercy? The dead should be respected. Although I have a grudge with Xianyuan Jiuyue, the dead are all gone. What you're doing is an insult to the dead. Lin Ling said again as if he did not hear the sneer. Are you scared? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for agreeing to the bet. Now, kowtow in front of the memorial tablet, said Xianyuan Jiutian, laughing even louder. Should we burn some incense? Said Celestial Emperor Tian Di from the ancient celestial platform. Many people burst into laughter. Since it's that way, let's continue the bet. You're the one who disrespects the dead. Lin Ling's expression remained calm as he walked step by step towards the ancient sparring stone. During this process, many people were puzzled. What was Lin Ling trying to do? The memorial tablet is over there, why are you going to the battle stone? Asked someone curiously. Lin Ling smiled and ignored him. He looked calm and serene as he said indifferently, "It's a bet between you and me. Whoever seals more enchantments wins, right?" Bullshit. Said many people sarcastically. Everybody knew that. But I haven't checked the enchantments yet. However, Lin Ling's next sentence made those people feel like ducks being held by their necks. They were stunned. Lin Ling didn't verify it? His team had checked the enchantments before, so they didn't belong to Lin Ling? Let him check. He sealed a total of 120,000 enchantments. The 7 emperors of the world and Champion University have 60,000 enchantments. My ancient celestial platform has 60,000 enchantments. That means he's only sealed a few enchantments. Said Xianyuan Jiutian, waving his hand. Lin Ling didn't want to kneel in front of the memorial tablet, so he was playing tricks. Indeed, he's struggling before he dies, said many people. Sigh, you're so pathetic. Lin Ling stopped in front of the ancient merit stone. He shook his head and sighed. At the same time, he took out his jade tablet and said, I know you are definitely disdainful of my words. But what I want to say is that your brother is already dead. You should respect him and not use his memorial tablet as a wager. You even broke his memorial tablet. Do you want him to die with grievances? Break the memorial tablet? Xianyuan Jiutian was stunned for a moment and shook his head. What right did Lin Ling have to say all this? Did he think that he had one? Not only are you pathetic, you are also ignorant. However, Lin Ling's words caused Xianyuan Jiutian to misunderstand. Xianyuan Jiutian was too lazy to refute. Did Lin Ling have the right to say that he was ignorant? I know that you are disdainful of my words, but I can tell you that there are more than 200,000 enchantments in the Zhenwu world. Everyone knows that there are 120,000 enchantments sealed in the Zhenwu world, but have you counted them in detail? Said Lin Ling as he touched the jade tablet in his hand. You don't know anything. Since you want to bet with me, I can tell you that you are not qualified to bet with me. Along with Lin Ling's last words, the jade tablet finally touched the merit stone. Merit stone, as long as it was a human's contribution to the mortal world, the ancient stone would record it and then reward it according to merit. However, if Lin Ling claimed to be second, who would dare to claim to be first? Boom, at the same time, the merit stone cracked and spread. Terrifying rays of light burst out like a blazing sun and soared into the sky, forming the most dazzling rays of light in the world. Boom, rays of light burst out in the sky. Each ray of light represented the enchantments that Lin Ling had sealed. Counting carefully, there were more than 67,000 enchantments. At that moment, everyone's heart suddenly stopped beating. 60,000? In the highest deacon hall of the human realm, the Sky Lord had originally wanted to enjoy his tea, but at this moment, he subconsciously crushed the teacup in his hand, spilling tea all over his hand. He didn't seem to notice it, and subconsciously looked at the map in the hall. Only then did he realize that among the countless lights, there were actually more than usual. This also meant that there were more seals this time, a total of 180,000. The others also noticed this, but they missed it before and did not notice it at all. They would never have thought that Lin Ling alone had sealed 60,000 enchantments. Number 1 in the history of the mortal world, what is a hero? This is a true hero. He alone surpassed the entire Yungu Immortal platform. Heavens, how did he seal them? Is he the great demon king of the demon region? In terms of team strength, Xianyuan Jiutian's team isn't as good as his. In terms of individual strength, Xianyuan Jiutian isn't as good as him either. He's the real number 1. Many people were astonished. Even Tian Di and the others were astonished. After they had separated from Lin Ling, they hadn't thought that Lin Ling would seal so many enchantments. However, they all burst into laughter. No wonder he was their leader. Who could compete with him? Haha, our leader won. In the silence, the 9 spirits of heaven's voices spread in the air like thunder. Everybody's ears were ringing. Before, Lin Ling's team had suppressed Champion University, now Lin Ling's team had astonished Yungu Immortal platform. Lin Ling had created a miracle again. It's going to be fun. Before, someone wanted to make a bet, now he's going to keep his promise. Besides, today, Yungu Immortal platform is going to be a piece of trash as well. Lu Susu heaved a sigh of relief and then sneered. Of course, she stared at Lin Ling with a hint of resentment. This little brat brought endless surprises to people. He could frighten people to life and then to death. Lin Ling, you! Shouted Xianyuan Jiutian ferociously. He was furious. He had almost lost his mind. How could Lin Ling have sealed more than 60,000 enchantments? Did Lin Ling know more secrets than the Xianyuan clan? You want to make a bet with me? Even the ancestors of the Xianyuan clan can't compete with me, let alone you. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling slowly walked towards the memorial tablet on the ground. His aura was oppressive and domineering. It was as if the most ancient figure had descended and was telling everyone that this was his world. Who could dominate with him? How aggressive! The cultivators of the 3 Xianxian cultivators were staring at him. It was as if they were looking at a giant from the human world. Get the hell over here. Lin Ling walked up to the memorial tablet and put his foot on it. He waved at Xianyuan Jiutian and said, "Do you regret it now? I told you not to play with me, you can't afford to play with me. You can't afford to play with me." His voice was filled with disdain and dominance, causing Xianyuan Jiutian to tremble. Was he going to complete the bet? Was he going to kowtow to Lin Ling in front of so many people? Was he going to break his brother's memorial tablet? If that spread in the human world, he would lose face. What would happen to the Xianyuan clan? Get the hell over here. Get the hell over here. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Just a dog. Old fish, he is still a member of the Xianyuan family. This Shi clan has a longer history than us. For the sake of the Xianyuan family, let him go. Another voice said. Yes. I thought you didn't interfere with the affairs of the younger generation? However, the voice of the old man in the air rang out once more, causing the other person to fall silent. However, many people knew that the person who remained silent was none other than the major character from the Yungu Immortal platform. He's the key to this matter. Ask him. Yes. However, the old man still asked Lin Ling. The Xianyuan clan was too old. They were even older than the Deacon Palace of the mortal world, so they had to give them some face. Countless people looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's long hair and blue robe fluttered in the wind. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to millions of years ago, when he could command the wind and rain and sweep the world. In his heart, the Xianyuan clan was just a defeated opponent. He didn't need to give them any face. Xianyuan clan? Just a dog from millions of years ago. What's there to be afraid of? If I want him to kneel, he will kneel. Lin Ling spat out a sentence, shocking the world into silence. Crazy, this was real crazy. Even the big shots of the mortal world sucked in a breath of cold air. That brat was lawless. Kneel. Yes. Lin Ling roared angrily again. He was indeed lawless. How could Li Xiaoyao be humiliated by someone who had lost to him? Rumble, a powerful force descended from the sky, enveloping Xianyuan Jiutian. It was as if his head was forcibly pressed down and dragged in front of Lin Ling. He kowtowed heavily. If Lin Ling wasn't afraid, then the 7 emperors behind Lin Ling wouldn't be afraid. If Xianyuan Jiutian didn't want to kneel, then he would be dragged to kneel. Bang. Bang. Bang, the heavy kowtows caused the earth to shake. It was as if a hammer was pounding on everyone's heart, making their hearts beat violently. And GFA, you get over here too. Yes. Lin Ling's face was cold. He looked around and shouted coldly again. This guy. Yes. Countless people saw that GFA was also captured and forced to kneel. Furthermore, he and Xianyuan Jiutian both punched out and broke Xianyuan Jiuyua's memorial tablet. Everyone had to respect the dead. But now, they had broken the memorial tablet with their own hands. What kind of humiliation was this? Most importantly, it was not Lin Ling but Xianyuan Jiutian. Many people couldn't help but recall Lin Ling's previous advice. Lin Ling told Xianyuan Jiutian not to be too arrogant, but Xianyuan Jiutian didn't believe him. Now, his arrogance had reached its limit. Bang, with a muffled sound, the memorial tablet shattered. In the distance, the people of the Xianyuan clan looked gloomy. Were they going to break the memorial tablet of their bloodline in front of everyone? Lin Ling was ruthless enough. But now, they obviously didn't dare to touch Lin Ling because it would be against the world. After all, Lin Ling was the #1 hero. As for Xianyuan Jiutian, he looked at the shattered memorial tablet in a daze. His face was twisted with anger and unwillingness. He actually broke his brother's memorial tablet with his own hands. All kinds of anger rushed into his heart, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and then faint. Many people shook their heads. They could understand that Xianyuan Jiutian was traumatized, but they didn't sympathize with him. Because if Xianyuan Jiutian wasn't arrogant, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Beside him, GFA was still kneeling there. He had lost all his face. But then, he heard a cold voice clearly. You broke my Xianyuan clan's memorial tablet. Although you didn't do it on purpose, the pride of the Xianyuan clan won't let you off. A threat, the people of the Xianyuan clan were threatening him and wanted to kill him. Breaking the memorial tablet was equivalent to insulting their ancestors. No one would take it lying down. Plop, GFA's face turned ashen as he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. The two of them fainted, causing the surrounding crowd to be stunned. The two of them had lost all their face today. Who is trash? Trash. Lin Ling still didn't show any courtesy because there was no need for him to be polite. His sword was pointed at the Yungu Immortal platform. These people didn't need to lose face before this, but they just had to bring shame to themselves. Who is trash? Trash. It was like history was repeating itself. Everyone in Xianpeng province shouted in anger as they stared domineeringly at the people of the Yungu Immortal platform. We've lost. We are trash. Trash. All the heaven emperors of the Yungu Immortal platform were gnashing their teeth. They were so angry that they lost their rationality. But what could they do? Because the 7 emperors also moved out for Lin Ling. Even if they didn't scold themselves, they had to scold themselves. Haha, the heavens and earth are mine. Haha. Hearing the 2 legends scolding him, Lin Ling inclined his head and laughed maniacally. At this moment, he thought back to millions of years ago. At that time, he challenged the hegemons of the world by himself, fighting against 10,000, and all of them were forced to admit defeat. Today's reward ceremony has come to an end. Lin Ling, the #1 hero of Immortal World, will be awarded a hero medallion by the highest executive hall. Seeing Lin Ling is the same as seeing Xiandi. For those with weaker statuses than him, they can act first and report later. In addition, they will be rewarded with an additional 100,000 contribution points, and their names will be recorded in the history of Immortal World. Arrogance. An arrogant voice drifted out from the sky. At this moment, Lin Ling had seized all the light, and in the Xianpeng region, the cheers were like waves. Everyone, disperse. Lin Ling, come to the highest executive hall of Immortal World. Yes. The voice floated out again. Lu Susu and the others immediately brought Lin Ling away. Lin Ling was the first person to step into the highest Deacon Palace of the human realm with the identity of a heavenly emperor. The people from Wanhui Mountain left one after another, leaving behind the ancient skill evaluation stone. However, at that moment, the ancient skill evaluation stone had recorded a name. It was Lin Ling. After this name was recorded, it would be immortal. In the Yungu Immortal platform, the strong cultivators of Champion University looked at the stone and left, groaning coldly. The sky was blue, it looked boundless. At the same time, a few silhouettes appeared in the sky. You're really strong. You've sealed more than 60,000 enchantments, how did you do that? What? Lu Susu and Xiandi looked at Lin Ling in astonishment. At that moment, even Xiandi looked at Lin Ling with respect. In the Fire Clan, Lin Ling had challenged Xian Huangdayu alone. Then, he had become one of the 3 legends of Immortal World. And he hadn't even spent a year to do that. No wonder the 7 emperors thought highly of Lin Ling. Hee, you risked your life to find the great Demon King's sealed enchantments and sealed them. Lin Ling said with a smile. Naturally, he would not reveal his secret with the Eastern Demon King. I see. Lu Susu and the others also believed him because they weren't familiar with the true martial world's sealed enchantments. You're the first hero now. You can ask the 7 emperors to help you go to the Fire Clan. Nobody will dare stop you, said Xiandi. He knew that Lin Ling and the emperor of the Fire Clan were enemies. Lin Ling was stupefied. That was a good idea. Besides, you have the most points now. You can exchange them for many treasures in the mortal world. You can get anything you want. The Supreme Immortal Emperor said again. Said Lin Ling smiling excitedly. He could finally forge his Ba Sing sword. He had benefited a lot from this trip to the demon region. Heavenly Cloud Extinction, Sword Immortal. In fact, that place wasn't called Heavenly Earth, but Heavenly Cloud Extinction. The owner of that palace was Heavenly Sword Immortal Mu Bai. The Eye of Time allowed Lin Ling to recall more and more memories. That day, the sword demon appeared in the human world. He killed people like flies, oppressed the common people, and acted lawlessly. Finally, the strongest man in the human world made his move. He stepped into the 9 heavens and found Heavenly Cloud Extinction. The two fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, the strongest man defeated the sword demon. Throughout the battle, the man suppressed the sword demon. Kill me, Li Xiaoyao. Sword Demon Mubai, men don't learn martial arts to bully the weak, nor do they learn martial arts to prove their pride in front of the weak. Instead, they learn martial arts because the heavens and earth allow them to roam freely. What they want to fight is to make their blood boil. What they want to see is righteousness. What they seek is righteousness. The conversation after the defeat spread throughout the 9 heavens. After that day, the powerful man gained a new disciple. The Firmament Sword Demon changed his name to the Firmament Sword Immortal. After that, he became the main general of the human realm in defending against the invaders. In the history of the human world, as long as the strongest man was mentioned, many people would think of the name Heavenly Sword Immortal. Unfortunately, the wheel of time continued to move forward. After several thousand years, no one remembered these things anymore. If Lin Ling didn't come here, he wouldn't have these memories. He realized that as his soul grew stronger, some memories that shouldn't have appeared were slowly awakening. This kind of thing usually wouldn't happen, but it happened now. This meant that before Li Xiaoyao died, he left behind something so that he could find himself in his next life. What I want is a soul-stirring battle. What I want is righteousness. What I want is righteousness. Is this Li Xiaoyao? Lin Ling muttered to himself. In fact, he still didn't quite believe that he was Li Xiaoyao. That's the heavenly earth. It's the most perfect place in the mortal realm. Lu Susu didn't know what Lin Ling was thinking. She said with awe. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head, not saying anything. Look around the palace, there are no clouds. This means that the palace is above the clouds. In the mortal realm, except for the powerful warriors with the title Xiandi, ordinary people can't come here. You are the first one. Wushang Xiandi also spoke. Then, he led Lin Ling forward. Lin Ling fell silent. The closer he got to this place, the more memories he had. Lu Susu quietly looked at Lin Ling. She felt that Lin Ling was hiding more and more secrets. She couldn't help but think of the first time she met Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling was still very small, but he was able to take out a large number of treasures. This made her guess that there was an ancient martial artist behind Lin Ling. And now, she was even more certain. They landed in front of the palace. Looking carefully, the spirit energy here was rich like an island. In the distance, there were birds chirping and flowers fragrant. There were spirit springs, ancient mountains, and waterfalls. It was a paradise. And in the middle of the island was a huge palace. Presumably, it was the highest Deacon Palace in the human world. After so long, the human world has undergone earth-shaking changes. Now, the highest Deacon Palace in the human world is ruling the human world. Lin Ling muttered. Suddenly, a stone statue appeared in front of him. The statue was blurry, but one could vaguely see that it was a man. He stood there quietly, as if he was looking down on the world. Lin Ling's body trembled. He walked over in large strides. When he arrived below the stone statue, the nostalgia in his eyes became even stronger. This guy. Wow. Lu Susu were shocked. That stone statue had appeared here a long time ago. At first, it had the power of ancient laws. Later, after being absorbed by many powerful warriors, it finally turned into an ordinary stone statue. After that, no one paid attention to it. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so curious about it. Lin Ling's hand stroked the mottled stone statue. The nostalgia on his face became even stronger. This nameless stone statue was carved of Li Xiaoyao, and the sculptor was Li Xiaoyao's eldest disciple, Sword Immortal Tsang Tian. Unfortunately, history is also ruthless. It won't remember the man who blocked the wind and rain for them in the past. It will only pay attention to what's in front of him. Until now, no one mentioned or cared about who this stone statue was. There was only wind and rain that had forgotten about it. This made Lin Ling sigh softly. Heavenly Earth, the most sacred place in the human world. Demons and evil, who let you come here? At this moment, a shout rang out, and a large number of figures walked over from afar. They were dressed in white robes, and golden jade tokens hung from their waists. The leader of the group was a beautiful woman, but she was extremely domineering. With a furious shout, she waved her right hand, and a frightening force attacked. The stone statue in front of Lin Ling was destroyed. Lin Ling stepped back, and his face became cold. The attack that came was vicious. It seemed to be stopping him, but it was also filled with murderous intent. Sky Cloud, what are you doing? Could it be that you dare to kill in the highest Deacon Palace of the human world? In the distance, Lu Susu and the other person walked over quickly. Lu Susu, this is the most sacred place in the human world. Who let you bring an outsider here, and use your filthy hands to touch the holy things? Those people stopped and looked at Lu Susu coldly. They were not afraid at all. Lu Susu had always been mysterious in the eyes of many, but here, there were still people who dared to not give her face. Lowly people can't touch anything here. Once you touch it, it must be destroyed. Otherwise, it will be a stain on the highest Deacon Palace of the human world. Someone shouted coldly. Then do you know who he is? Lu Susu was infuriated. She naturally recognized these people. These people were one of the 9 deacons, members of the Sky Clan. Their backer was none other than the Sky Sovereign of the ancient Rime Immortal platform. And the Sky Sovereign was one of the 3 great immortal kings of the mortal world, representing the Xianxia Great Region. You don't need to quibble. Right now, how to deal with this evil and demonic cultivator will be decided by the lords. And you brought an evil and demonic cultivator here, your crime is not light either. The woman in the lead tucked her hair behind her ear and said indifferently. Her aura was like that of an empress. Could it be that you have forgotten the rules? Lowly and filthy people can't come here. The others shouted angrily. Since they could appear here and bear the responsibility of guarding, their strength was naturally not weak. Every one of them was an expert with the title of Xiandi. In the history of the human world, they were very famous. It was a pity that ordinary people were not qualified to know about them. Sky Cloud, you are the one with a heavy crime. Let me tell you, he is the hero of the human world, Lin Ling. Before Lu Susu could say anything, Xiandi spoke in a low voice. Did these people treat the highest Deacon Palace of the human world as their own home? Lu Susu's eyes flashed. She and Sky Cloud had always been on bad terms. Clearly, Sky Cloud was here to make things difficult for her. Also, she had a feeling that Sky Cloud was an expert of the Xiandi. How could she not know the name Lin Ling? But she still dared to make things difficult for her. Everlasting Gate, speak. What is your motive? The others were also overbearing. In truth, how could they not know that it was Lin Ling? However, Lin Ling had caused their Yungu Immortal platform to fall from first to second, and Xianyuan Jiutian had lost face. That was why they were making things difficult for Lu Susu and Lin Ling. Even if they were seen through, they were not afraid. At most, they could just say that it was a misunderstanding and everything would be fine. Lu Susu, you are a woman who benefits from both sides. Who knows how many times you have sacrificed your body in order to curry favor with others. This time, you have brought an evil cultivator here. You must be up to something. Tianyun said cunningly. You. Although Lu Susu had long sensed the other party's scheme, she could not help but be furious. Let me tell you, he is Lin Ling, a hero of the mortal world. If you dare to make things difficult for him, you will have to bear the consequences. Xiandi also sensed the other party's scheme. They were just looking for trouble. Fine. If I knew he was Lin Ling, I would apologize. But now, I think he is an evil cultivator, so he has to go through a trial. Otherwise, if the highest authority of the mortal world is damaged, you and I will not be able to bear the consequences. Tian Tianyun's mouth twitched as he strode forward. Staring at Lin Ling, he said, I know you're from the Tao of Wretch Devils and Demonic Tao. There's no need for you to pretend. If you want to prove yourself, then enter the door of eternity. If you're not, then I'll apologize. Everlasting Gate, you are crazy. Lu Susu frowned. The other party was too much. The so-called Everlasting Gate was a forbidden area in the earthly paradise. Even they could not easily get close to it because there was a divine beast inside. It was said that it was left behind by the original owner of the earthly paradise. It was fierce and violent. Therefore, if Lin Ling entered, he would die without a doubt. The Everlasting Gate is sacred and majestic. No evil cultivator can hide here. This is something everyone knows. Therefore, if he wants to prove himself, he must enter. Tianyun said sternly. She was extremely domineering. Then why don't you go in and try? Lu Susu was not afraid of her at all. I've already proven that I'm not an evil cultivator, so there's no need for me to go. It's his first time here, so he has to go. Of course, if you refuse, that means you have a guilty conscience, and I'll have to examine you properly. Perhaps you're also an evil cultivator, said Tianyun. That's right. It is said that there are some evil demons who are fickle and like to seduce men. I think Lu Susu is very likely to be one of them. Look at her. She should have entered the Aeon Gate too. Prove my innocence. Others also sneered. Lu Susu was so angry that she gritted her teeth. These people bullied them in the name of protecting heavenly earth. Sure. If I can prove it, then shouldn't you all prove it too? However, at this moment, Lin Ling, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. As the sound of his voice faded, everyone was shocked. Even they didn't dare to get close to the god-beast of the everlasting sect because it was too tyrannical. However, Lin Ling actually agreed to enter. That's what you said. If anything happens to you in the future, I won't be responsible. Everything I do is for the sake of the entire human race. Tianyun thought for a moment and said indifferently. Because she knew that the young man was Lin Ling, she only made things difficult for him and didn't dare to do anything out of line. However, she didn't expect that Lin Ling would agree to her conditions. If he entered the Aeon Gate, Lin Ling would die without a doubt. Therefore, she naturally found an excuse to clear her name. I know. Lin Ling raised his eyes and looked at the woman indifferently. In his eyes, the woman was ugly. She wasn't trying to make things difficult for Lin Ling, but because she had destroyed the stone sculpture, the man who had fought for the human world in the past didn't have his heroic stone sculpture valued by the later generations. Instead, it was destroyed just like that. One had to know that without that man holding up this place, would there still be Tianyun in this world? Don't forget the person who dug the well when drinking water. Lin Ling hated ungrateful people the most. Moreover, that woman was using him to make things difficult for Lu Susu. Lu Susu had helped him time and time again. How could he swallow his anger? If I die, I can only say that this is my fate. However, after I've proven myself, you have to prove yourself too. Lin Ling took a big step forward and walked forward. Lin Ling. Lu Susu hurried after Lin Ling and grabbed Lin Ling's arm. She wanted to tell him what the Aeon Gate represented. Hall Master Lu, you've always helped me. Today, I'll help you once. I'll let you give that woman 3 tight slaps. Lin Ling laughed. His smile was bright and clean. Lu Susu was stunned. In her heart, Lin Ling had always been a junior. And she had always helped Lin Ling like an elder sister. But now, she could almost see this junior rising up and helping her. I know you're stubborn and it's useless to persuade you. So, I hope you'll be careful. Lu Susu reminded him and let go of his hand. Lin Ling nodded. The moment he turned around, he suddenly laughed and said, although Hall Master Lu is a smooth and slick woman, I believe that Hall Master Lu is not a woman who takes advantage of both sides like the rumors say. Go, little brat. Lu Susu's smile became even more beautiful, extremely charming. Lin Ling strode forward. He didn't need anyone to remind him and walked directly toward the Aeon Gate. This guy is really confident. Tianyun and the others sneered. Maybe he doesn't know what the divine martial realm suppressing beast is. After he enters, he'll regret it. After becoming a hero of the mortal world, he can't see himself clearly. He doesn't know that he's just an ant of the saint realm. I have a headache. If he dies, how will I explain this to the 7 emperors? But it doesn't matter. We're just doing our job. He can't blame anyone for overestimating himself. The others' faces were even colder. If Lin Ling died, it would be a great revenge for the Yungu Immortal platform. When Lin Ling was heading toward the Aeon Gate, an ancient aura drifted over from afar. A hoarse voice entered everyone's ears. Where is Lin Ling of the 7 emperors? As soon as the voice fell, a large number of people appeared. Upon closer inspection, they were all giants of the mortal world. Among the 7 emperors, Emperor Li Shou, who was carrying a fish basket, and Emperor Yu, who looked like a gentleman, stood there. Obviously, they had been informed by the Supreme Xiandi that Lin Ling was suspected of being an evil demon. He entered the Aeon Gate. Tianyun and the others' faces changed. They hurriedly bowed. Do you want to die? You actually let Lin Ling go to the Aeon Gate. Calm down. Calm down, 7th Emperor. I didn't know he was Lin Ling at first, and was just doing my job. I was worried about wretch devils and demon cultivators, so I asked him about it. Who could have guessed that he would agree to enter the door of the Aeon? Tianyun's face changed drastically. She couldn't afford to offend the 7 emperors. So it's a misunderstanding. At this time, the Sky Lord said lightly. He was tall and mighty. Wearing a neat robe, he gave off an extremely solemn feeling. A misunderstanding. Divine martial world beast. They were strict because they wanted to protect the Deacon Palace of the human world, but it was a misunderstanding. Lin Ling was too impatient, he insisted on going to the immemorial gate. Said the leader of the sky. Not only did he not blame his own people, but he also blamed Lin Ling. But it's true that Yungu Celestial Stage made a mistake first. The Sky Sovereign calmly spoke again. He was coldly laughing in his heart. That Aunt Lin Ling had spoiled his plans, causing him to lose all face at the Yungu Immortal Foundation. And now, he could finally vent this anger. To him, he didn't care who the hero of the human world was, he only cared about face. Let's not talk too much. Since the Sky Lord has said that it was a misunderstanding and has apologized, as a big shot of the mortal realm, we shouldn't be so calculative. Right now, we should think of a way to save Lin Ling. If he encounters that divine beast, I'm afraid he'll end up being torn apart. Said Champion University's Champion University. Apologize? Emperor Li Shou and the other 2 were furious. They didn't know why the leader of the sky had apologized, but the other 7 emperors stopped them. After all, the leader of the sky had said he didn't take responsibility, so they couldn't do anything. At that moment, Lin Ling slowly walked towards the immemorial gate. The gate was actually a cave. The cave was gigantic, and a terrifying chi filled the air. Any king of beasts would tremble in fear there. There were bones on the ground. Lin Ling accidentally stepped on them. When he looked at them carefully, he realized they were dragon bones. Divine martial world beast? Lin Ling muttered to himself. He did not stop walking into the cave. The cave was dark and mysterious. Suddenly, several beams of light appeared like lanterns. More and more of them appeared, causing Lin Ling's expression to change. A terrifying aura rushed towards him. The aura was so strong that Lin Ling felt like he was facing the most terrifying divine beast in the world. Roar! Finally, an angry roar rang out, and a murderous aura surged. A tall figure seemed to have awakened, and it strode towards Lin Ling. When it got closer, Lin Ling discovered that it was a 9-headed green lion that was hundreds of meters tall. This lion was filled with power, and its 9 heads were ferocious, as if it wanted to tear Lin Ling apart. Roar! The sound spread out of the cave, shaking the earth and sky. Oh no! Shouted Emperor Yu. The divine martial world beast had awakened. Even they didn't dare provoke that terrifying beast. It was said that the original master of the celestial world was the most brutal beast king in the world. Lu Susu and the others were worried. Tianyun sneered and glanced at the Sky Master. The Sky Master was also smiling at her. He seemed to be praising her actions. Think about it. When the human world found out that Lin Ling had died in the mouth of the divine martial world suppressing beast, the human world would be in an uproar. They could say that Lin Ling was a demon of the evil path, and the divine martial world suppressing beast had seen through him. In the distance, the angry roar came again, but it soon quieted down. Is he dead? Tianyun and the others sneered. Within the cave, the gigantic ancient mythical beast stared at Lin Ling with a terrifying aura. However, Lin Ling stared back at it as well. At first, he was scared out of his wits, but gradually, he felt a sense of familiarity. This beast was the Mount of Sword Immortal Tsang Tian, and he had beaten it up many times in the past. Little Onion, I haven't seen you in so many years. You've become bolder. Lin Ling said subconsciously. Woo-woo, the ancient mythological beast suddenly let out a whimper. It stared into Lin Ling's eyes and felt a sense of familiarity. It could not help but think of the man who had whipped it with a stick a long time ago. He was also the man who had whipped its master. Most importantly, that man was its master's master. Little Onion was what that man called it. Woo woo, the 9-headed lion lay on the ground and wagged its 9 tails. It was trying to get on Lin Ling's good side. Lin Ling was stunned. Then, he shook his head and laughed. He dared to come to the everlasting gate because he felt that it was familiar. He didn't expect to see a familiar little onion. As for this terrifying beast, Lin Ling wasn't afraid of it. He didn't know if it was his nature or his subconscious. He walked up and patted the 9-headed lion. The lion squinted its eyes and looked like it was enjoying it. Woo woo, the divine martial world suppression beast was like a spoiled puppy. It fell down and rolled on the ground, making the cave rumble. Lin Ling smiled and asked, "Where's your master?" Woo woo, the divine martial world suppression beast laughed happily. It seemed to be saying that Sword Immortal Tsang Tian had left and was fighting outside. "I remember that you have a space mystery codex here. Give it to me." Lin Ling's mind was filled with memories again. The divine martial world suppression beast walked happily into the cave. It took out a set of ancient books, which made Lin Ling smile. This space mystery codex was given to Sword Immortal Tsang Tian by Li Xiaoyao. Now, it was back in Lin Ling's hands. Seeing those familiar scenes, the Eye of Time's memories are getting more and more. However, there aren't many memories related to martial arts. Otherwise, I wouldn't need the Space Mystery Codex. Lin Ling thought. He took the Space Mystery Codex. Woo woo, the divine martial world suppression beast ran around Lin Ling. It was so happy that it made the cave shake. Lin Ling shook his head and laughed. What a crazy guy. However, compared to humans, beasts were sometimes more grateful. You stay here and follow me out. It'll be hard for me to explain. Lin Ling didn't let the divine martial world suppression beast follow him out because it would be hard for him to explain to the others. If someone knew where Lin Ling came from, it would be very bad for him. After all, the Great Eastern Demon King had reminded him that Li Xiaoyao had many enemies in this world. The divine martial world suppression beast made a sound of reluctance. It took out a whistle and handed it to Lin Ling. It seemed to be saying that if he blew the whistle, it would come. Haha, thank you, little onion. Lin Ling patted the giant beast's head again and waved his hand to leave. The divine martial world suppression beast made a sound and then went back to sleep. At that moment, the people outside had complicated expressions. Some were sneering, some were worried, and some were gloating. Haha, the hero of the human world was swallowed by the divine martial world suppression beast. How ironic. In the crowd, someone said. The divine martial world suppression beast is formed by the vital energy of the sky and the earth. In front of it, any evil spirit or demon will have to show their true form. If Lin Ling was a human, there would be nothing to fear. Now that he is dead, it means that he is an evil spirit or demon. He is a spy from the demon zone. Someone sneered. If you are so powerful, why don't you dare face the divine martial world suppression beast? Someone immediately retorted. Everyone could see that the people from the 3 camps were against each other. They didn't want to give in. Sigh, the hero of the human world has ended up like this. How sad. Tell the humans that Lin Ling has been swallowed by the divine martial world suppression beast. He is a spy from the demon zone. At that moment, the Sky King waved his hand and said. His words made the 7 kings and the others' faces turn pale. F***ck your bullsh** t. However, at that moment, a sneer was suddenly heard. Under countless gazes, a slender figure walked over. He was wearing a blue robe, and he was calm. His handsome face had a sneer. Who else could it be other than Lin Ling, Hong? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Lin Ling survived from the mouth of the divine martial world suppressing beast. How was that possible? How was that possible? The divine martial world suppressing beast came from ancient times, and it represented the heavenly world. Most importantly, it was able to distinguish between good and evil. It could see through all kinds of evil. Even if Lin Ling wasn't an evil demon, he was just a tiny human. The divine martial world suppressing beast could still swallow him. In the heavenly world, except for a few people, no one dared to get close to it. but Lin Ling survived. Silence. In front of the sacred palace, there was a dead silence. All the great beings were silent. How are you still alive? Tian Yun shouted. Bull *****. You are the evil demon. Lin Ling saw Tian Yun, and he was pissed, so he scolded her directly. Lu Susu and Xian Di couldn't help but smile. Lin Ling was indeed worthy of his name. His cultivation wasn't strong, but he had created another miracle. Emperor Li Shou and the others of the 7 kings couldn't help but laugh. Tell me, how did you survive from the mouth of the divine martial world-suppressing beast? Only the Sky King looked cold, as if he had eaten a fly. He was disgusted. Lin Ling glanced at the Sky King and suddenly felt a lot of pressure. That tall man's power was unpredictable. Of course, except for the Sky King, everyone here was stronger than Lin Ling. To them, Lin Ling was just an ant, but the 7 kings were here, so Lin Ling was fearless. It's simple. I am the most righteous person in the world. I am much better than some despicable people. That's why the divine martial world-suppressing beast didn't swallow me. Lin Ling laughed coldly. He seemed to know that no one believed him. He shouted, Divine martial world-suppressing beast, am I right? Yes. Roar. As if hearing Lin Ling's voice, the everlasting gate let out an earth-shattering roar. Also, because I am a hero of the human world, the divine martial world-suppressing beast gave me the space secret codex. Lin Ling took out the space secret codex, and everyone's jaw dropped. Jealousy rose in their hearts. Lin Ling didn't die, and he got a treasure. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up. He shouted again, whoever says I'm a demon has a pair of dog eyes, and a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Obviously, he scolded the powerful Sky King included. At this moment, the titled celestial emperors on the Yungu celestial platform trembled in anger. Was Lin Ling calling them dogs? Lin Ling of the Sky King. I know. But do you know what the divine martial world-suppressing beast represents? It said that I am the most righteous person, and you are questioning me. If you don't have a pair of dog eyes, what do you have? Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. He was overbearing. You. Tian Yun clenched her teeth, but she couldn't refute. Lin Ling, you are indeed a hero of the human world. You are valued by the divine martial world-suppressing beast. That is very rare. Here, I congratulate you. I will tell the whole human world what happened today. The Sky King's eyes flashed with a cold light, but he quickly hid it. He smiled faintly. Then, he was about to leave with his people. Wait. Lin Ling shouted, before, someone suspected that I was a demon, so they asked me to go to the everlasting gate. The Sky King and the others stopped. The Sky King nodded. Now, I am the most righteous person in the world. Yes. Lin Ling said again. The Sky King looked terrible. He didn't know how Lin Ling had gained the approval of the divine martial world-suppressing beast, but he didn't think Lin Ling was the most righteous person. Of course, he didn't admit it in his heart, but he had to admit it on the surface. Because the divine martial world-suppressing beast represented heaven and earth, he didn't have the right to reject it. Since I am the most righteous person, and I also represent the divine martial world-suppression beast, I now suspect that there is an evil demon mixed in here, trying to taint the human race and cause great suffering. This person hides very well. He is despicable and shameless. Lin Ling slowly said, and this person, I suspect it is her. Lin Ling finally pointed at the Sky King. The Sky King was so angry that she laughed. She was a demon? What nonsense are you talking about? Someone shouted angrily. I am talking nonsense? I am thinking about the safety of the highest executive hall in the human world. I am the most righteous person. Do you think my words don't have the right to speak? Or do you doubt the divine martial world-suppressing beast? Lin Ling sneered at that person. That person was stunned. He couldn't answer. Of course, you can also prove me wrong. You can enter the ancient door. If you can come out alive, then you are not a demon. Lin Ling said again. I go in? The Sky King's face changed dramatically. If she went in, there wouldn't even be a corpse left. It wasn't that she was a demon, but that the divine martial world-suppressing beast was too violent. The people of the sky race were also trembling. If Sky King went in, she would definitely die. That's right. Before, she suspected Lin Ling was a demon, and Lin Ling went in. Now that Lin Ling suspects that she is a demon, she naturally has to go in too. At this time, Emperor Yu sneered. He knew that Lin Ling was fighting back. She is the guard of the highest executive hall in the human world. Her title is Xiandi. Do you think it is possible for a guard to be a demon? At this time, the Sky King's face was cold as he spoke for Sky King. I am the hero of the human world. I sealed 60,000 enchantments. Do you think it is possible for such a hero to be a demon? However, Lin Ling immediately retorted. His words were sharp, and the Sky King's pupils constricted. He couldn't say anything. If you want proof, go to the ancient door. On the side of the Seven Emperors' Heaven, many experts with the title of Xiandi spoke. Their aura suppressed the people of Yungu Immortal Platform, and the people of Yungu Immortal Platform swallowed their anger. They didn't expect that a mere Lin Ling could humiliate them like this. She doesn't need to go in. It was a misunderstanding. She made a mistake. Here, I apologize on her behalf. The Sky Sovereign pondered for a moment before speaking in a righteous manner. He had no choice but to apologize because once Tianyun entered the Aeon Gate, he would die without a doubt. At that time, who knew what excuse Lin Ling would find to suppress Yungu's immortal foundation? This Lin Ling's cultivation wasn't strong, but he had a strong backbone. If you bullied him with one punch, he would return 5 punches. He didn't fear even the giants of the human world. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This Sky King knew when to submit and when to stand tall. He apologized with the status of a giant of the human world. This wasn't something that anyone could do. The Sky King was more powerful than Lin Ling imagined. Since it's a misunderstanding, then forget it. But people have to pay the price for their mistakes. Lu Susu, go slap her 3 times. Let her dog eyes see clearly next time. Don't casually accuse others. Lin Ling knew when to stop, but he was still as domineering as before. Give me 3 slaps? Sky King's eyes narrowed. Killing intent filled the air. She almost wanted to kill Lin Ling. Give her a slap. Meeting the 7 Emperors' mistress. Tianyun shouted unwillingly. Was she going to be humiliated by a junior at the Saint Realm today? One had to know that although Lin Ling was a hero of the mortal world, in this world, strength reigned supreme. Therefore, in her heart, Lin Ling was just an ant. However, although she was unwilling, there was nothing she could do at this moment. She could only suppress her anger, her eyes red with anger. If she had the chance, she would kill Lin Ling, no matter the cost. Tianyun, slut, fickle woman, how many men have you colluded with? Lu Susu walked over to Tianyun with a smile on her slender jade-like legs. She and Tianyun had clashed many times, and Tianyun had used the name of the Sky Clan to make her suffer many times. Now, she could finally collect the interest. I'm fickle. Everyone knows who is more fickle between you and me. Tianyun stared at Lu Susu with her beautiful eyes and smiled coldly. Pa. As soon as her words fell, a crisp slap rang out, causing her eyes to narrow. Who is the real fickle woman? Today, I will slap you 3 times in front of everyone and teach you how to be a woman. Lu Susu played with her red fingernails, smiled, and threw out another slap. The fingernails scratched Tianyun's delicate face, and what made her angry was that Lu Susu was obviously slandering her, but she couldn't resist. Pa. The 3rd slap was thrown out, and Tianyun's long hair was scattered, making her look extremely embarrassed. Behind her, everyone was watching, their faces cold and indifferent. She was slapped in public, and she was from the Sky Clan and a master with the title of Xiandi. This kind of humiliation was worse than being killed, but the others couldn't help her and could only watch as she was slapped. To the Sky Clan and the Yungu Immortal Platform, this was a great humiliation. As a woman, don't be so cheap. These 3 slaps are a reminder to you. Lu Susu smiled charmingly, puffed out her chest, and walked away proudly like a peacock. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Women could be very scary when they were angry. This made him realize that Tianyun had clearly touched Lu Susu's bottom line by calling her a fickle woman. Lin Ling, hero of the mortal world. You summoned the celestial emperors of the 7 Emperors' Heavens. I admire your courage. However, in this world, strength is everything. If you aren't strong enough, you'll be laughed at. Why don't you and I have a spar? I'll let you prove that you have both strength and courage to become a hero of the mortal world. Among the Sky Clan, an expert with the title of Xianxia said. Lin Ling's strength was at most at the silver level, while the Sky Clan expert was at the level of Xianxia. Therefore, he was not afraid of Lin Ling. That's right. A hero of the mortal world can't be a figurehead. The Sky Lord also spoke up. They had lost face twice in front of Lin Ling. Therefore, they could only rely on strength to regain their dignity. However, just as he finished speaking, Emperor Li Shou smiled and said, Lin Ling has sealed 60,000 enchantments. He's also tired. If you really want to fight, wait until he's rested. Haha, Senior 7 Emperors, does he not dare? Of course, we are Xianxia experts. If he doesn't dare, he can also challenge the Celestial Emperors. As long as he dares to fight, he can fight anyone. The expert smiled and said, unwilling to give up. How many enchantments did you seal when you were still a Celestial? Emperor? Was it 1,000? Or 10,000? If not, then shut up. Lin Ling is working hard for the mortal world. He hasn't even rested. You didn't seal any enchantments in the true martial world. You didn't contribute to the mortal world. Now you're taking advantage of his fatigue to challenge him. Do you still have the face? Emperor Li Shou hadn't spoken yet when Lu Susu shouted. Her words were full of sarcasm. The expert's expression turned ugly. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to refute. Although he also knew that Lu Susu's words were just an excuse. Lin Ling wasn't his opponent at all. However, when it came to sealing enchantments, he couldn't compare to Lin Ling. In that case, he really didn't have the qualifications to speak. If they really fought, others would laugh at him, saying that he was only taking advantage of Lin Ling's fatigue to challenge him. Trash! Lu Susu shouted again. This time, she was openly helping Lin Ling. Good. After we've rested enough, the Celestial Emperors of my Yanggu Immortal platform will come and spar. At that time, I hope that hero Lin Ling won't refuse. That expert retreated. However, in the Yanggu Immortal platform, there were many people coldly staring at Lin Ling. They also wanted to find an opportunity to teach this hero of the mortal world a lesson. Although their seniority was too high and it wasn't good for them to act, there were still many powerful Celestial Emperors in the Yanggu Immortal platform. This was already sufficient to suppress Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he coldly laughed. In truth, with his current strength, he didn't fear the other party at all. However, he couldn't be bothered to fight because his eyes were already on the contribution points. Lin Ling, come with me. Emperor Yu smiled as he waved his hands at Lin Ling, allowing Lin Ling to walk over in large strides. After that, the experts of the 7 Emperors Immortal platform all left in a grandiose manner. This Lin Ling, where did he come from? Why is he able to create miracles time and time again? Investigate this for me. The Sky Sovereign coldly stared at Lin Ling. He flicked his sleeves and left. If he had the chance, he would definitely kill Lin Ling. At this moment, Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou were bringing Lin Ling forward to exchange for treasures. This wasn't the first time the two of them met Lin Ling. They didn't expect that in such a short period of time, Lin Ling would actually create so many great things. Greetings to Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou. Lin Ling respectfully bowed. This was the first time he met the most terrifying giants of Xianpeng province. There's no need to be so polite. You are the Celestial Emperor of my eastern mountain. If we don't help you, who will? Yes. Emperor Yu was wearing a green brocade robe and a jade crown on his head. He looked divine like jade and a scholarly aura exuded from him. This caused Lin Ling to nod his head silently. With just a glance, he already had a good impression of Emperor Yu. Looking at Emperor Li Shou, he was wearing cotton clothes and carrying a fish basket. If one didn't know him, they would definitely think that he was an ordinary fisherman, and when Lin Ling was secretly looking at them, the two great 7 emperors were also looking at Lin Ling. They were a little surprised. This junior was neither arrogant nor servile. When he met the two of them, his reaction was extremely calm. This was much better than other celestial emperors, because when other celestial emperors met them, most of them were in fear and trepidation. The three profound of the human realm seems to be united on the surface, but in reality, there is endless internal strife. Moreover, this kind of internal strife has been going on for tens of millions of years. Humans are all selfish. They can only share trials and tribulations, but not riches and honor. The two great seven emperors retracted their gazes from Lin Ling and brought Lin Ling to a stop at earthly paradise. Looking around, there was an endless sky in front of him. Under the sky, there was the vast human realm. In the past, when the demon race and ghost race army invaded, the human realm was still united at that time. They let go of each other's selfishness and fought against the enemy together. However, after 1,000 years of peace, that kind of scheming appeared again. Emperor Li Shou sighed. Merit points for treasures, not only in the human realm, but also in the devil realm and the ghost realm. Where there is Jianghu, there will be fighting. These things cannot be changed. The only thing that can be changed is to increase one's strength and dominate everything. Haha, you little brat are quite open-minded. I'm getting old, the world will belong to you youngsters. Emperor Li Shou sat down and laughed. Then, he began to fish in the sky. As for Emperor Yu, he sat on the side and drank wine. At this moment, they were like mortals. Lin Ling was startled. He didn't expect that the seven emperors would be like this. Haha, are you surprised? In fact, we are also humans. It's just that we have great strength. Here, borrow some wine. Emperor Yu smiled and threw out a wine jug. Lin Ling quickly caught it and drank a mouthful. He found that this wine was not as spicy as the wine from the devil realm. However, it was as cold as ice and was very refreshing. Good wine, I will also bring some strong wine. After drinking a few mouthfuls, Lin Ling took out the strong wine he got from the Eastern Devil King. As a half-drunkard, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't miss out on good wine. Haha, you little brat are adapting quickly. Emperor Li Shou laughed. Lin Ling didn't care about trifles and was magnanimous. He didn't treat them as the seven emperors but instead as friends. He also heroically said, wait a moment, my fishing rod might be able to catch some dishes. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. They were currently in the sky. Fishing in the sky? Don't look down on old Fishhead's fishing rod. It is an item from the world, there is nothing it can't catch. Unfortunately, it can't catch the world, it can't catch peace. Emperor Yu said with a smile. This made Lin Ling smile. He had a feeling that Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Yu were the true emperors of the world. Because what they worried about was not individual strength, but the whole world. They wanted the world to be peaceful. I say, little Lin, this wine you brought, not only is it stable, it is also very spicy. Emperor Yu drank a few mouthfuls of wine from the devil realm and couldn't help but say. This is a man's wine. Lin Ling laughed, causing Emperor Yu to shake his head helplessly. Among the seven emperors, only this freak dared to speak to them like this. Since there is wine and food, how can there be a lack of songs to accompany the wine? Let me play a song. Lin Ling also drank a mouthful of strong wine. At this moment, he was full of heroic spirit and dared to raise his sword and kill his way into the 9 heavens. The world of mortals is so laughable, infatuation is the most boring of all. It's fine if you consider everything beneath your notice, but your heart is already untroubled. All I want is to spend half my life free and unfettered. When I wake up, I'll smile at others and forget everything in my dreams. I'll lament that the sky has darkened too early and that my next life is unpredictable. Love and hate will be written off in one stroke. A grand song, roaming the 9 heavens. What a great way to exchange half a lifetime of freedom. Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Yu couldn't help but shout loudly. This is what a warrior of our generation should be like. They didn't know why, but in their hearts, Lin Ling didn't look like a junior, he looked like a friend. After a long time, Emperor Li Shou said, Little Lin, be careful of the Yungu celestial stage. The celestial emperors of Champion University want to defeat you and become famous. After all, defeating a hero of the human world is a great thing for them. Diamond-level celestial emperors are difficult for me to defeat, but gold-level celestial emperors are nothing in my eyes. Said Lin Ling indifferently. He looked extremely confident. It was as if he could rebuke the entire world. Alright, no wonder you're the first disciple of Dong Mountain. The two great emperors nodded in satisfaction. By the way, this time, you sealed the enchantment world and won a great merit. You have a lot of merit points. The 7 emperors will also reward you with a treasure. What do you want? Said Emperor Yu as he looked at Lin Ling. Moreover, his eyes were filled with gratitude. It was Lin Ling who allowed them, the 7 emperors, to hold their heads high in the world. Furthermore, it was the first time that they had obtained first place in the sealing spirit formation competition. I don't need treasures, but I do need the help of the 7 emperors. I need to go to the fire race to take someone away, and the fire race emperor agreed at the beginning. However, he went back on his word, so I need a powerful background. I need the 2 of you to help me. Lin Ling said sincerely. No problem. You just need to go to the fire clan and tell us. We'll see if anyone in Xianhuangdao dares stop you, said Emperor Li Shou. Even though the fire clan had the highest authority in the human world, they weren't as strong as the leader of the sky clan. The most important thing was that Lin Ling was right. Lin Ling quickly bowed. This way, he could go to the fire clan openly. In the past, Xianhuangdao chased him all over the world. Now, he could proudly go to Xianhuangdao with everyone and force the fire clan to hand over the person. He wondered what the emperor of the fire clan would think at that time. Lin Ling, in this world, the water is very deep. Even though we're standing at the top of the pyramid, there are many ancient experts above us. It's just that those experts don't care about the human world and rarely appear. Therefore, you have to be careful when you go out. Emperor Yu reminded Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. Of course, he knew about this. Just Sword Immortal Tsang Tian alone was probably stronger than the 7 emperors. Alright, let's go to the Merit Hall. They drank a few more mouthfuls of wine and got up to move forward. The Merit Hall was in the Heavenly Earth Palace. When Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Yu stepped in with Lin Ling, countless people in the magnificent palace looked at them strangely. Of course, most of them were looking at Lin Ling, who didn't know the hero of the human world, Lin Ling. However, many experts' eyes were cold. Obviously, Lin Ling had become the hero of the human world and was admired by many of the 3 mysterious cultivators of the human world, but not them. In their hearts, strength was everything. Lin Ling was just a Saint Realm expert. His strength wasn't enough to move them. Of course, there were also people who looked at him with awe. However, Lin Ling ignored these gazes and went to the Merit Hall. Please show your jade token. A guard of the Merit Hall said lightly. However, after Lin Ling took out the jade token, his face changed slightly because there were too many merit points in the jade token. It was the first time he had seen it. You can exchange them for the treasures you need. The strong cultivator left these words and then left. Around Lin Ling, a large number of illusions appeared, and each illusion was a treasure. Thundersource Fruit, 100,000 merit points. It can raise Earth rank 3rd grade talent. Absolute Silence, Source Strength. It can raise a Saint Mark martial art by 1 realm. Sky Trench Blade, low-grade divine weapon, 100,000 merit points. Looking at the illusions, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at his own merit points, he actually had more than 6 million. It was enough for him to exchange for a large number of treasures. Your Majesty, you must obtain the blue sea water. It can raise your strength by 1 universe when your physical strength is at its limit. Old Z's excited voice floated out. There were more treasures than the star-picking nation. Of course, this was normal because these were treasures of the entire human world. There are materials to forge the tyrannical song sword. Old Z exclaimed again. The Empty Space Secret Codex. Dragon's blood, surprisingly, there's dragon's blood. Hee, there are so many treasures in the Deacon Palace. Mr. Z, spend all your points, you have to buy all these treasures. If you miss them, you won't get them anymore. With the help of Old Z, Lin Ling purchased a large amount of treasures and materials, causing the treasures of the Deacon Palace of the mortal world to be temporarily empty. However, some people still knew that the person who had so boldly swept away all the treasures here was Lin Ling. This caused many people to be secretly envious. When they left the Merit Hall, Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou had been waiting for them for a long time. When they saw Lin Ling, they knew that Lin Ling had obtained a lot of treasures. "Little Lin, this is your jade talisman, Xiandi. Seeing this jade talisman is like seeing Xiandi. If anyone below the Celestial Emperor layer dares offend you, you can kill them," said Emperor Yu, giving him a jade talisman. Lin Ling smiled. The jade token of a titled Celestial Emperor represented the supreme status of humans. Naturally, it carried a lot of power and authority. Lin Ling was the first person to be titled as a Celestial Emperor even though he was only a Heavenly Emperor. After leaving with the 7 emperors, Lin Ling went back to where the 7 emperors were. He had a lot of treasures, he wanted to increase his strength as much as possible. After that, Lin Ling didn't notify anyone and went to the Z government. Lin Ling had many enemies, for example, the Xianyuan clan, the Tian clan, the Ji clan, the Hua clan, the Yi clan, Champion University, and Yungu Celestial Stage. Many people wanted to defeat Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a cultivator of the 7th layer of the Saint layer. He could fight against celestial emperors of the Gold layer, but it was difficult for him to be invincible. Celestial emperors of the 9th layer of the Saint layer were at the top of the 9th layer, and Wuxing was at the 1st layer. Lin Ling was facing Wuxing, who was at the 1st layer. Bai Yuntiandi was at the 1st layer of Wuxing. He was one of the best celestial emperors of the Gold layer. Xianyuan Jiutian was the same. This time, I must become invincible in the Saint layer. I must defeat ordinary celestial emperors, thought Lin Ling. Actually, celestial emperors of the Gold layer were also on the ranking list of the Martial Pavilion, but Lin Ling was strong enough to be on the ranking list. Inside the Purple Palace, a large number of treasures appeared. Old Z stared at those treasures and couldn't help but feel happy. He then hurriedly guided Lin Ling in his cultivation. The first thing he needed to do was to increase the strength of his physical body. One had to know that the higher the level of one's physical body, the harder it was to increase the strength of one's physical body. The water of the Blue Sea was one of those treasures. However, this kind of treasure could only be used once. The Blue Sea water, as its name implied, contained the strength of the Blue Sea, the 5th level of the Purple Palace realm, the living soil world. Blue and pure seawater appeared and surged towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling could feel that many small worlds had awakened in his body. The ancient divine emperor had arrived, he was one step closer to reaching the 10th Tian level. At the same time, the Blue Sea water contained a large amount of half-saint's essence, which could increase Lin Ling's cultivation. However, Lin Ling had used too much half-saint's essence, so the effect of the treasure on Lin Ling was getting weaker and weaker. Dragon blood. Looking at the young man sitting on the ground, Mr. Z lightly shouted. The ancient blood floated towards Lin Ling. It seemed like only a drop, but it contained a terrifying power. Roar! Lin Ling's dragon claw appeared and absorbed the dragon blood. The ancient power made him roar towards the sky. In this world, real dragons were rare, just like real Qilins. Although Lin Ling had seen many dragons and Qilins, they were only demon kings with a trace of bloodline. They weren't pure-blooded dragons, and now, Lin Ling had obtained real dragon blood. It was said that a powerful cultivator in the demon realm obtained it by luck and later sold it to the highest deacon palace in the human realm. Rumble. When the dragon blood entered the dragon claw, it was as if the dragon had awakened, giving Lin Ling one universe's strength. In addition to the Blue Sea water from before, Lin Ling's strength increased by 2 universes. However, the celestial devil overlord physique still hadn't reached the 7th stage. After all, it was an external object that increased his strength, not the celestial devil overlord physique. However, this was enough. Lin Ling now had 14 universes of strength, and his physical body was comparable to an ancient demonic beast. The 7th stage of the celestial devil overlord physique was called Ancient God's Descent. It was a truly invincible physical body that wasn't afraid of the 5 elements: wind, lightning, fire, ghost, and yin-yang. Its defense was terrifying. Then, Lin Ling took out the Space Secret Codex. This secret codex was a wordless codex. Ordinary people would not be able to use it even if they obtained it. However, since the wordless codex came from Lin Ling, it was not a problem for him. The Space Secret Codex can only be viewed in the space. Lin Ling stood up and punched out continuously, exploding the void. Words began to appear on the codex floating in the air. Just by looking at the words, Lin Ling's mind was filled with memories. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed like that Li Xiaoyao had a lot of bad habits. He actually used this method to leave behind martial arts. Space origin energy was one of the most complex origin energies. However, it had the most uses. For example, speed, defense, and attack. Space origin energy could all help, especially space, Lin Ling continued to recall, and at the same time, he began to comprehend. His martial arts realm had reached the origin realm, so his comprehension of martial arts was extremely fast. In addition, the Space Secret Codex was created by him, so he was like a fish in water. Moon's reflection. Lin Ling's figure constantly flickered. This was the speed of teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he could travel hundreds of meters. It was even faster than twisting space. This was because twisting space seemed fast, but one had to twist space in order to move. However, Moon's reflection was like a reflection in a mirror. Of course, the most terrifying part of the Space Secret Codex was its attack power. Space Storm. Lin Ling punched out, and a large vortex formed in the space. It could absorb the enemy's power and tear apart any power. In the past, Lin Ling had learned the empty sword, but he rarely used it. Now, the power of the empty sword had been greatly increased by him. Your Majesty, this is the space attribute Saint Rune martial art, Transcendent Realm. Old Z looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but be surprised. Lin Ling's previous life was indeed very powerful. After all, the space origin energy was the most difficult to control, but Lin Ling still managed to comprehend it in his previous life. He couldn't help but sigh. Who was this Li Xiaoyao? However, it was obvious that this Li Xiaoyao was a martial arts genius. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling finally stopped. At this moment, his aura was otherworldly, as if he had disappeared from the world. His strength had greatly increased. Your Majesty, you are only in the Saint Realm, but your Saint Rune martial art has reached the Transcendent Realm. If you step into the Wuxing Realm, I'm afraid your strength will increase even more. With the Saint Rune martial arts origin energy, your Majesty's space domain is even stronger than the Fire Dao. Old Z kept talking, and Lin Ling smiled and nodded. The reason why his Fire Dao was strong was because of the Yellow Springs flame, and his space domain talent came from his physical body. However, right now, he was only in the Earth stage. He needed to slowly grow. My current strength has greatly increased. I can try to forge the tyrannical song sword. The speculation of the giants of the mortal world. The array formation of a divine weapon required more than 30 million, and this was only a low-level divine weapon. However, the power of a divine weapon was very strong. It could increase a martial artist's source strength by nearly 30%. For example, fire elemental divine weapons could increase the prowess of elementary divine weapons by 30%. This was already very terrifying. Furthermore, it was rumored that the martial saint rank could increase one's strength by 90%, which was equivalent to doubling one's strength. No wonder it was said that with a divine weapon in hand, the world was mine. However, a divine weapon also depended on whether or not it was suitable for the martial artist. For example, Lin Ling currently possessed the divine weapon 100 Birds Pay Homage to the Phoenix. However, this sword was not suitable for him and was only temporarily used by him. Divine weapons began to appear one after another. Some were halberds, some were sabers, and all of them were forged by Lin Ling. However, they were merely low-level divine weapons. He did not immediately forge the Tyrant Song sword because it was more difficult. He needed to accumulate some experience first. Fortunately, there were a lot of materials this time, enough for Lin Ling to squander, while Lin Ling was secretly improving his strength. In the highest Deacon Palace of the human realm, the giants of the human realm were talking. In one of the palaces, the Sky Lord looked indifferently at Xiandi in front of him and said, "Have you found anything?" "My lord, this Lin Ling is really terrifying. He doesn't have any background, but he used less than 10 years to reach his current height, and his greatest reliance is the inheritance of the star-picking nation," the expert said in shock. The Sky Lord was also surprised. Although the inheritance of the star-picking nation was powerful, it wasn't very terrifying. After all, in Shanpeng province, there were descendants of the 4 ancient nations, but those descendants didn't make a name for themselves. However, Lin Ling was able to do so. It was impossible for people not to be suspicious. The star-picking nation cannot allow him to become the #1 sealing enchantment. Does he know more secrets than the Xianyuan clan? The Sky Lord said coldly. Sir, this subordinate believes that there is a master behind Lin Ling, and that master is an extremely ancient existence. In the past, during the auction in the Heaven and Earth Palace, I found out that when Lin Ling was still very weak, someone forged a powerful weapon for him and placed it in the martial pavilion for auction. The expert replied. That seems to be the case. The Sky Lord nodded. Find out who's behind him. The same thing happened to the 7 emperors. After all, Lin Ling had obtained first place. Thinking back, they also felt that Lin Ling was too mysterious. This Lin Ling brat, I'm afraid there's an existence behind him that isn't any weaker than us. Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou chatted as they played chess. Yeah, Lin Ling actually knows so much about the boundary of the true martial world. Obviously, someone is helping him from behind. I wonder who it is. Let him be. After all, everyone has their own secrets. If we get too entangled with him, it'll be too disgusting. When it's time to talk, Lin Ling will talk. That's true. Right at this moment, a woman in plain clothes walked over. She held a jade bottle in her hand, and she gave others the feeling that she was graceful like an immortal. This person was the Tranquil Sovereign, one of the 7 sovereigns, and behind her was Lu Susu. Looks like you guys are also curious about the person behind Lin Ling. But my little girl seems to have guessed it. Emperor Qingjing's smile was extremely beautiful. He was the most sincere among the 7 emperors. Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou looked at Lu Susu at the same time. Lu Susu smiled and said, last time I felt that there was an ancient martial artist behind Lin Ling. And now I guess that he might be the disciple of Sword Immortal Song Tian. Of course, my master forced me to say this. Don't tell Lin Ling, or he'll ignore me. After Lu Susu finished speaking, she shrugged her shoulders helplessly. In fact, she had already guessed it, but her master forced her to say it, so she had no choice but to say it. Sword Immortal Song Tian? Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Li Shou gasped. Although they had never seen such a person, they had naturally heard of him. Are you sure? Emperor Yu said solemnly. I'm not sure, but I'm 60% confident. Lu Susu nodded and said, that day when I went to Earthly Paradise, I saw Lin Ling touching an ancient statue. My master once said that Earthly Paradise used to be called Cloud Extinction. It was the palace of Sword Immortal Song Tian. So, I had this guess. After all, people who go there for the first time won't touch the statue casually. It seems very possible. Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Li Shou's faces changed dramatically. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so lucky to be chosen by Sword Immortal Song Tian. However, he might have been accidentally met by Sword Immortal Song Tian and then accepted as a registered disciple. Because if he was a real disciple, how could Sword Immortal Song Tian not appear when Lin Ling was in danger? Lu Susu guessed. Even if he's a registered disciple, it's enough to make people jealous. After all, Sword Immortal Song Tian is the most ancient existence. He's as famous as the Supreme Deacon of the mortal realm. Even we haven't seen him. Emperor Li Shou couldn't help but shake his head. He felt that he had to help Lin Ling more. No wonder his martial arts cultivation speed is so fast. It turns out that there was an expert who gave him pointers in the past. But fortunately, Lin Ling is a disciple of my East Mountain. This matter can't be spread out. Otherwise, it will attract more people who want to harm Lin Ling because they don't want Lin Ling to grow. What's more, Sword Immortal Song Tian has disappeared for so long. Those who want to kill Lin Ling may not remember that ancient figure. The few of them kept talking and chose to hide the secret. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the so-called Sword Immortal Song Tian was actually Li Xiaoya's chief disciple. While they were talking, Lin Ling was still forging the tyrannical Song sword in his purple mansion. He was so engrossed that he forgot to eat and sleep. 9999. In the world of the starry sky, a large number of weapons were floating. They were magnificent and gave people a great pressure. Looking carefully, they were all low-level divine weapons. There were sabers, swords, spears, and axes. These were all divine weapons that Lin Ling had tried to forge. On the other side, a large number of half-step divine weapons were also floating there. Lin Ling planned to give these divine weapons to the Rainforest Holy Land to increase everyone's strength. Your Majesty, you have been forging for 300 years. After an unknown period of time, Purple Elder's voice floated over. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He raised his head and said, "So long?" He felt that only a short period of time had passed. Then he couldn't help but sigh. As a martial artist cultivated, the time spent would become longer and longer. A casual seclusion would take more than 100 years, however, martial artists went against the heavens and their lifespan was greatly increased. So 100 years was actually just a blink of an eye. Purple Elder, how is the sword embryo? Then, Lin Ling spoke. In the distance, a colorful spiritual chi shield appeared. Lightning formed in the space and raged continuously. The spiritual chi shield was like a huge embryo, breathing slowly as if it was waiting for the moment to come out of the furnace. That was the sword embryo, the tyrannical song sword that Lin Ling had forged. Come out of seclusion. This sword is the strongest divine sword I have ever forged in my life. The moment it comes out, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. Lin Ling was also looking forward to it. After all, he had spent all his merit points to forge a divine weapon. Your Majesty, although you did not cultivate during the forging process, your cultivation has reached the 8th layer of Saint Realm. Old Z looked at Lin Ling and said. His words made Lin Ling's expression change. After careful examination, he discovered that the Saint Z's power in his dantian was extremely vast. Even using Saint Rune martial arts was extremely easy. Lin Ling was also one step closer to Wuxing's realm. Wuxing was a realm that Lin Ling had never imagined. In the past, he didn't even know if he could reach this realm. But now, it was not far away. It was as if he could reach out and touch it. Wuxing was a real expert with the title of Xiandi. He was a giant in the mortal world. It's time to go to the Fire Tribe. Lin Ling suppressed his thoughts and left the Z mansion. A year had already passed in the outside world. When Lin Ling walked out of the small house, the 4 poisons of Dong Mountain, Lai Qing, Gendosa, and the 9 spirits of heaven looked at Lin Ling and sucked in a cold breath. Lin Ling, you broke through again. They couldn't help but be surprised. After all, only a year had passed and Lin Ling had broken through again. Such progress was extremely rare even in the 7 Emperors' heaven, especially the 9 spirits of heaven. He sucked in a cold breath. In the past, Lin Ling was stronger than him and his only advantage was his high cultivation. But now, this flaw had been filled. Worthy of being the boss. The 9 spirits of heaven helplessly shook his head. He didn't know how Lin Ling cultivated. The 4 venomous poisons of Eastern Mountain were all looking at Lin Ling. Their eyes were extremely heated. They did not know why, but the current Lin Ling gave them an extremely attractive feeling. His body faintly exuded a pure aura, as if it was the true power of the origin. Lin Ling naturally noticed their gazes and smiled bitterly. In fact, he also faintly knew that these 4 beauties seemed to be interested in him. However, he had too many things to do now. He really didn't have much time to deal with them while he was in the midst of romance. Here's a lot of half-saint's essence. Take it all. Lin Ling took out a few green rings and distributed them to the 4 poisons of Dong Mountain. They carefully inspected them and suddenly jumped up in excitement. They were still disciples of the 7 emperors and only received a few drops of half-saint's essence every month. But Lin Ling gave them a pool of half-saint's essence. How could they not be excited? He Shi'er's charming face flushed red. She couldn't help but lightly kiss Lin Ling's clean cheeks. Lin Ling was stunned. He looked at the other beauties and saw gratitude on their faces. It seemed that they also wanted to do something. Of course, the 4 poisons of Dong Mountain couldn't be blamed. Because there weren't many people in the world who were as forthright as Lin Ling. No need to be so grateful. Because of these half-saint's essence, I already have a lot of seawater. Lin Ling quickly explained, causing everyone to stare at him. Lin Ling, not bad. You've improved your realm. I wonder how your martial arts have improved. Take my move, Cloud Expelling Palm. At that moment, a delicate shout rang out. Then, a mighty white cloud rushed over and turned into source strength, slapping towards Lin Ling. This power was very strong and ferocious. However, Lin Ling smiled faintly and also slapped out with his palm. Dragon soars to the universe. Hong Long Long. Similarly, the peak origin energy swept across the place. Hong. The two powerhouses collided, causing the entire mountain range to shake. If Lin Ling and the woman hadn't controlled their strength, this place would have been destroyed long ago. Amazing. Your fire martial Dao is about to reach the transcendent realm. A moment later, several figures landed. It was none other than White Cloud Heavenly Emperor and the others. All of them wore looks of surprise on their faces. Lin Ling's cultivation had risen, and his martial arts had also improved. Most importantly, Lin Ling was only a Saint Realm cultivator. His cultivation speed was simply terrifying. Almost there? Maybe I've already reached it. Lin Ling already knew who had come, so he smiled faintly. Previously, he had held back. Otherwise, if he had unleashed his transcendent source strength, Bai Yuntiandi would have had to dodge. Moreover, this was only the fire martial Dao. Lin Ling also had the space martial Dao. In fact, Lin Ling felt that even if he didn't use his Saint Rune martial Dao, he could still break Bai Yuntiandi's attack with his 14 universe strength. Lin Ling, you're worthy of being called a genius among the heavenly emperors. The unhindered heavenly emperor was also among them. He couldn't help but sigh. In the past, he was responsible for protecting Lin Ling. Through the previous test, he knew that Lin Ling wasn't much weaker than him. With your current strength, you're definitely ranked in the middle among the gold-level heavenly emperors. Bai Yuntiandi also said. However, her words made Lin Ling shake his head. He had a feeling that even among the gold-level heavenly emperors, he could still be ranked in the top. He wasn't just in the middle of the gold-level heavenly emperors. By the way, I'm going to the Fire Clan next. Are you guys coming with me? Without further explanation, Lin Ling looked at the 9 spirits of heaven and asked. They immediately nodded. In the past, they were chased by Xianhuang Dayu. Today, they could return with pride. Boss, when are you going? You must call me. The 9 spirits of heaven said excitedly. I'll be ready to set off after I go home. Thinking of the little girl from the Fire Clan, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. Now, he was going to fulfill his promise. After that, Lin Ling left the 7 Emperors' heaven and headed towards the rainforest sacred land. At this moment, Xianpeng province was even more lively than usual. In the martial pavilion, many experts from the mortal realm were gathered there to break through the martial pavilion's ranking. As for the Xian Yuan and Xianhuang Dayu martial artists who were usually arrogant, they were now much more low-key. This was because not long ago, the sealing barrier of Xianpeng province's Lin Ling had won great glory, allowing many martial artists from Xianpeng province to puff out their chests and speak proudly. At this moment, in a restaurant, the martial artists of the 3 profound realms of the mortal realm were gathered there. They were chatting with each other, looking for the information they needed. In the past, during the Chankuan ceremony in Xianpeng province, a large number of super sects and ancient imperial courts fell. In the end, a new era began, resulting in the rise of the 4 emperors. East Venerable Lin Ling, South Venerable Hong Xianxia, West Venerable Zhang Luochen, and North Venerable Xiaoyao Tianzi. But now, South Venerable Hong Xianxia has mysteriously fallen, the ancient country's Hong residence has completely declined, and North Venerable Xiaoyao Tianzi has disappeared without a trace. The only ones left are East Venerable Lin Ling and West Venerable Zhang Luochen. I heard that West Venerable Zhang Luochen and Lin Ling have formed an alliance and unified the entire Xianpeng province. Nonsense, who does West Venerable Zhang Luochen think he is? Is he qualified to be on the same level as East Venerable Lin Ling? This alliance is probably just a rumor. I don't know about that, but I feel that Xianpeng province is actually Lin Ling's world. It's not a fact, but a fact. Lin Ling once went to Xianhuang Dayu and challenged Xianhuang Dayu alone. Can West Venerable Zhang Luochen do it? In the realm of true martial, Lin Ling became the hero of the mortal realm. Can West Venerable Zhang Luochen do it? Translator, Transin editor, Transin changes in Xianpeng province. How dare you compete for the title of King of the Wilderness? What a disgrace. A true expert is a tyrant above a 3-star saint realm. That's what an emperor is. At this moment, a disdainful voice drifted out from a luxurious private room on the second floor, causing many people in the hall to fall silent. The person who came was mocking them, saying that it didn't matter who was an emperor in the Xianpeng region, they were only kings in the wilderness after all, and only those who dominated above the three-star Sate region could be called emperors. In the three-star Sate realm, the mortal realm had the three mysterious clans. For example, Shanhuang Daiyu had the three great clans, while Xianpeng province had the supreme clans and the ancient Ji clan. However, the world over there was not a place where ordinary martial artists could step into, so not many people knew about it. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak on behalf of Xianpeng province? Maybe you can't even be called a king in the puny 9-star Saint realm. Someone in the hall sneered. Slap him. At this moment, an indifferent voice came from the second floor. Slap, waves of air rolled, and a slap turned into a handprint, flying down from the second floor. The person who spoke spat out blood, and all his teeth were broken. At the same time, a slender figure appeared on the second floor, looking down at the crowd from above. Open your ears and listen. Xianpeng province now belongs to the ancient Ji clan. Whether it's the Western Emperor, Zhang Luochen, or the Eastern Emperor, Lin Ling, they all have to listen to the ancient Ji clan. What? Many people's faces changed drastically, and someone frowned. What is the ancient Ji clan? Why are you so sure? The ancient Ji clan is one of the highest Deacon Palace in the mortal realm. Because Xianpeng province is too chaotic, and heroes are rising, the ancient Ji clan decided to intervene in Xianpeng province's affairs to give martial artists an era of peace. The Western Emperor, Zhang Luochen, and the Eastern Emperor, Lin Ling, have also agreed to be the ancient Ji clan's underlings. The young man said calmly. Hearing this, the crowd's hearts roared. Not many of them had heard of the ancient Ji family, but how could they not have heard of the highest Deacon Palace in the human world? This also meant that the ancient Ji family might have been a three-star Saint realm ancient dynasty in Xianpeng province. As for Xianpeng province, everyone had submitted, including Lin Ling. Many people felt like they were dreaming. In their hearts, Lin Ling was an arrogant man. When had he ever submitted to anyone? That's just your opinion. At this moment, a melodious voice rang out. On the first floor, a girl in a pink dress lifted her head and spoke. Her eyes were filled with stubbornness. She didn't believe that Lin Ling would submit. Whatever you say is true. Then, according to this, we will also say that Lin Ling has already unified the three profound of the human world. Beside her, there was another quick-witted girl who spoke at this moment. Of the two girls, one was youthful and lively, while the other had long silver hair. They were cold beauties that were unforgettable at first glance. The warriors of Xianpeng province stared at the two girls, and their eyes flickered. The two girls seemed to be from the pill forging union. One of them was called He Tianyu, the granddaughter of one of the top 10 blacksmiths, He Tian. The other was called Yu Yu, the disciple of one of the top 10 blacksmiths, Senior Moon X. Looking at the girls beside them, they were the top 10 blacksmiths of Xianpeng province. Among them were He Tian, Senior Moon X, and the old man of Dongfu. Many people couldn't help but believe the two girls' words. After all, the top 10 blacksmiths were also there, and their words carried more weight. Ignorant. However, on the second floor, the young man sneered. Then, do you know who I am? I can tell you that I'm the West Emperor, Zhang Luochen. He's the West Emperor? Many people's expressions changed drastically. That young man was the West Emperor, Zhang Luochen, of the Lihua divine dynasty bloodline. If that was the case, then what he said before might be true. Because he was the West Emperor, and he had spoken up, it must be the truth. Lin Ling's strength is on par with mine. Since I've submitted, how can he not submit? The young man was the West Emperor, Zhang Luochen. A wine cup appeared in his hand, and he drank as he spoke. You've submitted, but that doesn't mean Lin Ling has submitted. In the hall on the first floor, Yu Yu raised her head and said. During the Pill Forging Union's assessment, Lin Ling had shocked everyone, and his soul power had surpassed everyone. After that, she knew that the low-key young man was Lin Ling. After that meeting, she didn't think that Lin Ling was a person who was afraid of death. You talk a lot of nonsense. What if I come out and talk? At this time, a handsome middle-aged man walked out from the side of the young man, and many people's eyes flickered. Who was that? I'm Lin Ling's subordinate, the Lingtian Battle King of the Lingtian Battle Imperial Mansion. The middle-aged man said indifferently. The Lingtian Battle King, the one who followed Lord Shui Wu and Lord Pu to the north of Xianping province. His name once shook the world, and he was known as one of the 10 great generals under Lin Ling. Many people's faces changed dramatically. In Xianping province, many people had never seen Lin Ling, but they had seen the Lingtian Battle King many times, because Lin Ling often went out to train. Most of the time, it was Lin Ling who ruled Xianping province under his command. Now that he had come out to speak, it was likely that the truth was as such. It's possible. Lin Ling and the West Emperor, Zhang Luochen, are equally famous. Even the West Emperor, Zhang Luochen, has submitted. How can Lin Ling not submit? Many people said, and they were even more respectful of the ancient Ji family. Yu and the others frowned. How did things turn out like this? No one saw that in a corner of the restaurant, a man in a cloak was sitting quietly, drinking wine from time to time. Under the brim of the cloak, there was a puzzled look on his delicate face. The Lingtian Battle King seems to be a friend of Lord Shui Wu, and he has a good relationship with the Sea Calming Venerable. Why would he admit that I've submitted to the ancient Ji family? Did something happen in the rainforest when I wasn't around? The man muttered to himself. He had a vague feeling that there was a shocking conspiracy behind this. You may not believe me, but I'll tell you again. I'm Lord Lu of Lord Lu's mansion. I watched Lin Ling grow up, and I'm Lin Ling's confidant. So, my appearance should have the right to speak. So, my words represent Lin Ling's words. Another man walked out from the second floor and said. It's Lord Lu. This time, the people had no choice but to believe him. The two of you, come up here. You've been spreading rumors and slandering us. What are your intentions? Now, you must come up here and apologize. At the same time, the West Emperor, Zhang Luochen, stared at the two women and said calmly. Not bad. I didn't expect there to be beauties in Xianping province. It's my first time here, so I'll let them serve me. A voice came from the room. It seemed that he had taken a liking to the two women. You want us to apologize? You're too overbearing. What if I'm Lin Ling? You have offended our esteemed guest. For the sake of Xianping province, you have to come and apologize. I am Zhang Luochen, and my words are like an imperial edict. If Lin Ling knows about this, he will agree. Zhang Luochen shouted coldly. The hall on the first floor was silent. Many people's eyes flashed. How domineering! Zhang Luochen was domineering, and even Lin Ling was domineering. This was kidnapping women. Who would have thought that their idol would become like this? Bring them up. At the same time, Zhang Luochen waved his hand. Two figures rushed to the first floor and grabbed Yu and He Tianyu. Old man Dong Fu and the other experts stood up and released their strength. However, they were still blacksmiths, and their strength could not compare to the two figures. They were sent flying and smashed into the wall, spitting out blood. As for Yu and He Tianyu, they were subdued and brought to the second floor. You gave the order in private. This is not Lin Ling's order. Lin Ling is not that kind of person. Yu shouted angrily, but she could not resist. My order is Lin Ling's order. He and I are both new emperors, so what's the difference? The West Emperor Zhang Luochen was still drinking his wine. He sneered. These two girls were pretty good-looking, they should be able to satisfy that young master of the Ji clan. And with the ancient Ji clan as his backing, he, West Emperor Zhang Luochen, could also rise. However, just as Lu Wanye and Yu stepped onto the second floor, a figure suddenly appeared at the staircase and blocked their path. When did the Rainforest Holy Land give the order to surrender? Also, as people of the Rainforest Holy Land, who gave you the courage to kidnap women? The cold voice floated out, and the hall was dead silent. Who would have thought that in Xianping province, there would be someone who dared to go against the orders of two new emperors? Battle King Lingtian sneered, you are quite brave. You dare to interfere with the affairs of the Rainforest Holy Land? Tell me your name. On the second floor, Zhang Luochen's eyes were cold. This arrogant person was going to die. You have one more chance to explain. However, everyone thought that person was dead for sure. Instead, that person spoke indifferently. This made many people's jaws drop. Did that person want to offend both Lin Ling and Zhang Luochen at the same time? Sir, thank you for your kind intentions, but this matter has nothing to do with you. Please leave quickly. Yu Yu was moved. She shouted, but the cloaked man was still standing in front of her. He said coldly, "It seems like you've given up on your last chance. How arrogant. I gave you face, yet you don't want it. Then die. I, the Battle King Ling Tian, can move unhindered between heaven and earth. Other than Lin Ling, who dares to stop me?" War Reverend Ling Tian's eyes turned cold as he ruthlessly threw out a punch, boom. However, when their fists landed on that person's body, it was as if they had smashed into an iron wall. That person was safe and sound, which made many people gasp. What powerful strength, ka ka. Ka. At the same time, War Reverend Ling Tian's right hand trembled. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. When he threw out a punch, the person who was hit was fine, but his bones were broken. You're dead for daring to hurt me. Dongzun Lin Ling won't let you off. Let me tell you, you better kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave Xianpeng province alive. War Reverend Ling Tian let out a pained voice and threatened coldly. This person is really arrogant. He even dares to offend Lin Ling's people. The people in the restaurant gasped. They could almost see that person dying in Xianpeng province. However, just as War Reverend Ling Tian finished speaking, the cloaked man took a step forward and threw out a light punch, boom. War Reverend Ling Tian was unable to block the punch. His body trembled and in front of everyone, his body exploded and he died. Silence. The entire restaurant was dead silent. No one expected the cloaked man to be so strong. No one expected him to be so bold as to attack in front of everyone. You. Lu Wangyan was also shocked. He shouted angrily, "You're really dead for sure." War Reverend Ling Tian is one of the 10 great generals under Lin Ling. If you kill him, who can save you? The last sentence was practically roared out by him, dead for sure, dead for sure. How dare he be so arrogant in his territory? He must kill that person. However, just as he finished speaking, the cloaked man in the staircase slowly removed his cloak, revealing a handsome face. Is that so? What if I'm Lin Ling? A calm voice floated out, causing everyone's hearts to tremble again. Everyone stared at the young man. Lu Wangyan's eyes widened and his face was filled with disbelief. Lin Ling. It was actually Lin Ling. Now, you want to kill me? May I ask, who can save me? Lin Ling took a step forward and looked coldly at Lu Wangyan. He had only met Lu Wangyan once. He didn't think that this guy would use his fame to commit crimes. However, he felt that there was something hidden within. Lu Wangyan took a step back and his body trembled. He didn't think that Lin Ling would appear here. I don't know how the Rainforest Holy Land is now, but the Rainforest Holy Land is strong. It's not for you to be arrogant and snatch women. Lin Ling took another step forward and made Lu Wangyan kneel down. He respected Lin Ling from the bottom of his heart. The crowd was also trembling. They didn't think that the legendary figure would appear here. They couldn't help but feel that it was ironic. War Reverend Ling Tian was so domineering, but he used his domineering aura on Lin Ling. Now that he was dead, he couldn't blame anyone. It's him. Yu, old man Dong Fu, and the other's eyes turned red. It was Lin Ling. This was the real Lin Ling. Previously, they thought that Lin Ling was an ungrateful person. After becoming strong, he forgot about his friends. But now, they were sure that nothing was wrong. Lin Ling was still the same as before. I don't know who gave you the guts to use my name to do bad things everywhere. But since I've met you today, what else do you have to say? Lin Ling looked down at Lord Lu indifferently and said. Spare me, Lin Ling, spare me. Lu Wangyan knelt down and kowtowed. He didn't dare to oppose Lin Ling. At the same time, he looked at Zhang Luochen, hoping that he would help him. Lin Ling, you're finally back. It's good that you're back. I have something important to discuss with you. It's about the final ownership of Xianpeng province. Let Lu Wangyan go. He's only working for the ancient Ji family. At this moment, Zhang Luochen looked at Lin Ling indifferently. It was as if he was discussing something with Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't look at him. Instead, he looked at Lu Wangyan. Because of him, you did something against the rules? Lu Wangye raised his head and hurriedly said, Lin Ling, this is indeed the case. The West Emperor Zhang Luochen has agreed to submit, and since he has agreed, how can I not agree? I have no right to refuse. After all, the West Emperor Zhang Luochen is an expert on par with you. He's just trash. I'll let you see who has the final say in Xianpeng province. You're as weak as a dog, yet you still have the nerve to be on the same level as me. Lin Ling took a step forward and shot towards the West Sovereign Emperor Zhang Luochen on the second floor. Zhang Luochen's face changed drastically as he shouted, Lin Ling, don't be reckless. Do you really want to provoke a battle between the two of us? Do you think you're qualified? Lin Ling smiled disdainfully and punched out. Zhang Luochen's eyes turned cold as he said, it seems that after becoming a hero of the human world, you have lost sight of yourself. Fine, after this battle, I also want to tell you that Xianpeng province belongs to the two of us. You are not qualified to monopolize it. Rumble, magical flames spread out as the ancient bloodline of the Lihua God dynasty bloomed. It turned into a finger and shot toward Lin Ling. Are the two new emperors of Xianpeng province finally going to clash? Everyone in the restaurant became nervous. East Sovereign Lin Ling or West Sovereign Zhang Luochen, they didn't know who was stronger. Unfortunately, they thought too much. Lin Ling didn't even care about the West Emperor Zhang Luochen in the past, let alone now. Pop. Pop, with a single punch, the ancient god Venerable descended. His domineering aura swept across the world, boom. Boom, the finger of a mortal guides the way instantly shattered, and a figure lunged towards Zhang Luochen, causing his expression to change drastically. Lin Ling had broken his strongest technique with a single move? You're as weak as a dog, yet you still have the nerve to be on the same level as me. Boom, Lin Ling punched again, directly shattering Zhang Luochen's heavenly armor. When the fist landed on Zhang Luochen's body, Zhang Luochen's sternum shattered. Zhang Luochen immediately knelt on the ground and spat out blood like a cooked shrimp. Lin Ling's expression was cold. After the punch, he lifted his right leg and stepped on the shoulder of the kneeling West Emperor Zhang Luochen. West Emperor Zhang Luochen? You and I are equally famous? Boom, this scene was undoubtedly extremely visually impactful. According to the rumors, the four new emperors of Xianpeng province were evenly matched in terms of strength. However, Lin Ling was stepping on Zhang Luochen, the West Emperor. West Emperor Zhang Luochen said that he was as famous as Lin Ling. Right now, where did the same name come from? He couldn't even withstand a single blow. I'm asking you a question, answer me. Lin Ling was still stepping on Zhang Luochen's shoulder as he asked indifferently. Zhang Luochen was still kneeling on the ground with a ferocious expression. He had never thought that Lin Ling would become so strong. One should know that he had also been cultivating bitterly during this period of time. He had thoroughly grasped the inheritance of the Lihua divine dynasty. Initially, he wanted to shake the world, but now, he couldn't even withstand a single punch from Lin Ling. Lin Ling, the four of us have made a promise. We will not interfere with each other's business. Zhang Luochen raised his head and said. Are there still four emperors? Let me tell you, Xianxia has been killed by me. Prince Xiaoyao's goal is not Xianpeng province. As for you, you are as weak as a dog. Therefore, Xianpeng province is mine to decide. Lin Ling's eyes were cold, and his voice was like thunder. He was telling everyone that Xianpeng province was now his, Lin Ling's, world. West Emperor Zhang Luochen, king of the South Xianxia were like ants to him. Dream on. Zhang Luochen roared. Bang, Lin Ling stepped on Zhang Luochen's shoulder with a slight force, and Zhang Luochen's entire body was under his feet. The truth was telling Zhang Luochen that this was not a dream. At this moment, everyone was clearly aware that Blackpung region belonged to him. At the same time, Lu Wangye, who was on the first floor, opened his mouth wide. He had always thought that Lin Ling was as strong as Zhang Luochen, which was why he was afraid of Zhang Luochen. However, he now knew that Zhang Luochen was as weak as a dog. Let go of your foot. At this time, a cold voice came from the side room. Then, a young man in luxurious clothes came out with a few people. He held a wine glass and looked at Lin Ling coldly. You are the mortal world's hero, Lin Ling? You have the guts to touch my people in front of me. Let me tell you, Zhang Luochen has already submitted to you. Many people under you have also submitted to you. Now, it's up to you. If you refuse, I don't mind changing Xianpeng province to a new emperor. It's as easy as lifting a finger for me. The young man stopped and looked at Lin Ling with a cold smile. Maybe you are curious about who I am. Then, I can tell you. I am young master Ji Yuan of the ancient Ji family. I am the true young master of the direct line of descent. So, he is the mastermind. On the first floor, everyone stared at the young man and couldn't help but gasp. The ancient Ji family. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He naturally knew about this ancient family. It had the same origin as the Shenyuan clan. However, it was an extremely low-key existence for thousands of years. Moreover, in the Zhenwu boundary, GFA, the celestial emperor of the seven emperors world, came from the ancient Ji family. Let go of your foot. You still have a chance. Ji Yuan said again. What if I don't? Lin Ling asked with a smile, as if he didn't know who he was. If you die, Xianpeng province will be reshuffled. Ji Yuan's voice was very calm, but it was also incomparably domineering. What? Many people's faces changed drastically. Although they thought Ji Yuan was a playboy, he did have the ability to do so. Boom. However, just as Ji Yuan finished speaking, Lin Ling stomped his foot. Zhang Luochen, who was under his foot, exploded like a bomb. Blood and flesh splattered in all directions. Xianpeng province's new emperor had fallen again. Sorry, I wanted to let go of him, but when I lifted my foot suddenly slipped, so I accidentally stepped on him to death. Lin Ling looked at Ji Yuan apologetically and shrugged his shoulders. However, everyone knew that Lin Ling had killed him on purpose, right in front of Ji Yuan. You. Ji Yuan was still drinking. At this moment, he stopped and stared with his eyes wide open. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Although Lin Ling was an expert with the title of Heavenly Emperor, he still couldn't offend him, Ji Yuan, because he was the only bloodline of the ancient Ji family. Young master of the Ji family, I don't know why you're here, but I can sense that you guys seem to be playing a big game of chess. As for whether this game of chess is targeted at me, I'm not too sure, but I can advise you, if you're targeting me, Lin Ling, then don't provoke me. Lin Ling smiled again, but his smile was cold. This was because they sensed that someone seemed to have made a move on the people around him, and the target was him. Everything that happened today was just the beginning. Regarding this, Lin Ling wanted to see who had the guts to touch his reverse scale. Catoptric deflection. Lin Ling's body flickered and appeared beside the young man. The guards beside him were not weak, they were all titled Heavenly Emperor experts, 9th stage of the Saint Realm. From this, it could be seen that Ji Yuan's background was not small. However, this kind of strength was not enough to make Lin Ling fear the current Lin Ling. Spatial storm. The sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It was the 100 birds worshipping the phoenix. At this moment, he had suppressed the power of 14 universes. He ruthlessly slashed out, forming a sword storm in the air. Rumble, the expression of one of the Heavenly Emperor powerhouses changed. In reality, he did not expect that Lin Ling would dare to make a move at all. Because on the surface, Lin Ling was not their match at all. They were even waiting for the young master's word, and then they would obliterate Lin Ling, but Lin Ling did not need the young master's word. Because the result was the same, so he could not be bothered to wait. Swoosh. The undercurrent was turbulent. You're courting death. The other expert reacted and immediately roared. However, at this moment, he was greeted by a sword. It was an incomparably swift sword. Moreover, the tip of the sword pierced through space with a single slash. Whoosh, a sword mark appeared on the expert's forehead. The terrifying thing was that the sword mark was like a spatial vortex that grew larger and larger until it tore his entire body apart. Maple blade of sorrow. After thrusting out the sword, Lin Ling roared. His terrifying soul power erupted in a large area for the first time. A total of 100 soul blades appeared and attacked crazily. The last expert was not weak at all. He possessed the source energy of the transcendent realm. However, he was still like an ant when he encountered Lin Ling, 100 soul blades. This was the first time Lin Ling had released them. Even Lin Ling didn't know how powerful they were. Wang. Wang, wang. The soul blade array appeared and cut through everything. The souls of everyone in the restaurant trembled. Boom, that expert turned into ashes. Not only his soul, but even his body was destroyed. Even Lin Ling was shocked by how terrifying Maple Blade of Sorrow was. In just a few breaths of time, all the experts around Ji Yuan had fallen. Even the people on the first floor didn't have time to react. When they looked up, the first thing they saw was Lin Ling's sword hanging on Ji Yuan's neck. Whoosh, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of the #1 Eastern Hall Master. His strength was terrifying. Tell me, what's your plan? Lin Ling smiled at Ji Yuan and patted his face. Ji Yuan was stunned. He wasn't strong at all. He couldn't even compare to Lu Wanya. However, his grandfather said that his bloodline hadn't awakened yet. Once it did, his divine body would descend. Therefore, he had no power to resist. Do you want to die? However, Ji Yuan still spoke coldly. As long as it wasn't a deacon from the human world's highest deacon palace, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Lin Ling stretched out his left hand and grabbed Ji Yuan's shoulder. He exerted a little force and said, "What are you talking about?" Crack. Crack, crack. Cracking sounds came from Ji Yuan's shoulder. He cried out in pain like a pig being slaughtered. The ancient Ji family. I thought they were some powerful people, but in fact, they are just trash relying on their family. Moreover, you should be used to robbing whoever you like. Unfortunately, you can be arrogant in other places, but in my territory, even if you are a dragon, you will still have to kneel down. Lin Ling laughed again, but his laughter was getting colder and colder. I'm Ji Yuan from the ancient Ji family. I know you've challenged cousin GFA before, but my status is higher than his. Ji Yuan endured the pain in his shoulder and shouted angrily. I don't need your nonsense. Lin Ling grabbed Ji Yuan's left shoulder with his left hand and exerted a little force, causing Ji Yuan to squeal like a pig being slaughtered. You can't even bear such a small pain. How can a person like you be a direct descendant of the ancient Ji family? What a disgrace. However, I'm not interested in what kind of trash you are. What I'm interested in now is what you, or rather, the Ji family, want. Lin Ling said coldly, don't find excuses to deal with me. The ancient Ji family wouldn't be interested in Xianpeng province. Now that you want to rule this place, your real purpose isn't as simple as it seems. I don't know. Ji Yuan roared. He stared at Lin Ling. If looks could kill, he would have killed Lin Ling 1,000 times. What purpose? You can ask the old man of the Ji family. Who do you think you are to bully Ji Yuan? At this moment, a large number of people walked in from the entrance of the restaurant. The one in the lead was GFA. Beside him, there were people who didn't belong to Xianpeng province. They seemed to be from the ancient Yungu Immortal Plateau. So, you don't want to talk? Lin Ling's eyes were cold. When he saw GFA, he felt that something was happening. It was as if there were turbulent waves hidden in the dark. He just didn't know if this plot was directed at him. Let him go. He's not someone you can touch. GFA's eyes flashed. He didn't expect Ji Yuan to be so useless. He was actually caught by Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling seemed to have noticed something. If it wasn't for Ji Yuan's mysterious bloodline and being valued by the old man, he wouldn't have bothered with that trash. However, he believed that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to kill Ji Yuan. Did you hear that? Let me go immediately, or you'll die without a doubt. Also, those 2 women are coming to sleep with me. I'm going to torture them. Because of them, my shoulder was actually broken. Ji Yuan saw that his own family members had come, and he immediately became arrogant and proud. And you, I want you to be my slave. I don't care who you are, I'll teach you a lesson today. You're called Lin Ling, right? You seem to be a hero of the human world, but to me, a hero is nothing. He knew that Lin Ling didn't dare to kill him, because if he did, Lin Ling would have to bear the anger of the old man. Even the 7 emperors wouldn't be able to save him. Lin Ling. The entire restaurant instantly quieted down. Only Ji Yuan's clamoring voice could be heard. The corner of GFA's mouth curled up. Although Ji Yuan was a piece of trash, he still helped him vent his anger. I've seen a lot of idiots. You're the first one who's so arrogant even when you're about to die. Lin Ling allowed Ji Yuan to speak until he finished. Only then did he sneer. At the same time, his sword slowly approached Ji Yuan's neck. Tell me, do I dare to kill you? You. Ji Yuan was clamoring before, but now that he was provoked by the cold sword, he didn't dare to be too arrogant. He could only say in a low voice, you don't dare. His voice was very soft, which obviously meant that he was a little scared. Alright, Lin Ling, don't scare him. Let him go, and today's matter will be over. GFA naturally knew that Lin Ling was scaring Ji Yuan, so he said indifferently. I scared him? Sorry, I never thought of scaring him. I always wanted to kill him. However, the corner of Lin Ling's mouth curled up. The sword in his hand flickered with a cold light, swoosh, with a slash, Ji Yuan's head fell off. Blood spurted out from his neck. That terrifying scene made the entire restaurant silent. Lin Ling really killed him. Killing a member of the Ji family and killing Ji Yuan were two different concepts. Because Ji Yuan looked like a piece of trash, but in fact, his divine body hadn't awakened, so he was doted on by the old man of the Ji family. Now that he was dead, who knew how angry the Ji family would be? You killed him? GFA and the experts around him all stared at Qin Wendian with wide eyes. Pa, Lin Ling kicked the head off the ground. He pointed at it and said, can't you see? This voice undoubtedly caused GFA and the other experts to be enraged. It's over, it's over. Their Ji clan cooperated with the Xianyuan clan, but Ji Yuan died right after they started working together. How were they going to answer to those major characters? Imperial Legacy GFA, you're from the Seven Emperors world, but you're with someone from the ancient immortal platform. You've lost the face of the Seven Emperors world. How should you be punished? On the second floor, Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. He waved his right hand and a jade token appeared. You want to kill me? You want to punish me? Unfortunately, you're dreaming. I'm a master with the title of Xiandi. I'm your senior. As soon as Xiandi's token appeared, the restaurant became so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. I'll tell you again. I know you're playing some tricks, but be careful not to drop a stone on your own feet. Especially if you provoke me. That head is your end. Now, if you want to kill me, sure. Come if you dare. Angry roars came out of Lin Ling's mouth again. GFA and the others were all stunned. Lin Ling's title was Xiandi. Xiandi was a master of virtue and prestige. In the past, the judge of the seal was also Xiandi. In the mortal world, there was a saying that seeing Xiandi was like seeing one's master. This also meant that unless a master like Xiandi was making trouble for no reason, if you provoked him, he had the right to kill first and report later. You're just a trash of the Saint Realm. How can you become Xiandi? Even if you become Xiandi, if you dare to kill Ji Yuan, you'll still die. After a moment of surprise, GFA attacked again. Lin Ling was the leader of the heavenly emperors in the true martial realm, but it didn't mean that he was a leader. On the contrary, his strength was actually very weak. The few people beside him also nodded. At this moment, they couldn't care less. 1,000 years of hegemony, 100 victories. GFA exploded with a terrifying aura. Golden waves of spirit chi surged out and swept across the land. The entire restaurant was instantly annihilated. Moreover, the power soared to the sky. The vast beautiful mountains and rivers were illuminated by the golden light. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He sensed that GFA's talent was of the heaven tier. He was afraid that it had reached the first grade. Come, so-called Xiandi Lin Ling, I'd like to see what kind of ability you have. GFA was like a rising star, shooting into the sky and waving at Lin Ling from above. Xiandi? It was just that his name was resounding. GFA was a gold-ranked heaven empyrean of the Seven Emperors world. His strength was also ranked at the peak of the Saint Origin realm. It was said that his source energy had already reached the empyrean realm. Come on, Lin Ling. GFA's long hair fluttered. A long spear appeared in his hand. It was actually a divine weapon that could increase one's source energy by 1 level. It was called the Great Emperor Sun Devouring Spear, on the ground below, Lin Ling raised his head and sneered. He also wanted to see how powerful a gold-ranked Heaven Empyrean was. In the past, he had defeated a few gold-ranked Heaven Empyreans, but that was in the true martial realm. Those people hadn't reached their peak strength yet. Lin Ling stepped on the ground, and the whole ground cracked. He shot into the sky like an arrow. The crowd below sucked in a breath of cold air. The East Head Lin Ling was going to fight. Lin Ling, don't. Hurry. But at this moment, an anxious voice came from afar. Looking carefully, it was actually Bai Yuntiandi and the others. They seemed to want to stop the battle, but it seemed that they were too slow. In the sky, the two figures had already collided. It was like a battle between emperors. The 100 birds worshipping the phoenix sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. The power of 14 universes exploded. He held the ancient sword and rushed forward. Behind him, the ancient god emperor descended. It was as if he was standing on an ancient war chariot, riding a war horse and leading a mighty army of warriors to conquer all directions. Seeing the momentum, GFA couldn't help but be stunned. Lin Ling seemed to be stronger than expected. But GFA shouted and the long spear also attacked the enemy. Emperor career. It was said that the bloodline of the Ji family was the emperor bone. Everyone with the surname Ji had the emperor career. It was a kind of power of faith that could absorb the faith of thousands of people. The more people believed in you, the stronger you were. And to have the bloodline of the emperor career, you must have absolute confidence and believe that you were the faith. Otherwise, you would lose. Rumble, the spear and sword collided. It was like the most dazzling sun rising. On the ground, all the houses were shattered as if they were hit by a palm. It was earth-shattering. Lin Ling. Hurry. Bai Yuntiandi and the others rushed over. At this moment, they anxiously shouted. Lin Ling was too impulsive. He actually wanted to fight against GFA. He wasn't a match for him at all. As for the experts from the ancient Rime Immortal Foundation, the cold smile on their faces grew even thicker. However, in the air, GFA unleashed a terrifying killing move. But he discovered that there was a windstorm in front of him, tugging at everything. He could clearly see the void shattering like glass, transforming into pieces of sparkling stone that shot out in all directions. This was the might brought about by a powerful force that surpassed 10 universes. Even the void was blasted apart. I heard that you are at the Empyrean realm of Saint Inscriptions. But so am I. Let's see whose is stronger. Hurry. In front of GFA, Lin Ling coldly laughed. The sword in his hand blocked the long spear. GFA's power of faith didn't affect Lin Ling at all. Evidently, the power of faith wasn't strong enough. On the contrary, Lin Ling suppressed the 3 intellects with brute force. Around the sword, a vortex of wind appeared. Looking down from the ground, a large number of black holes appeared in the sky. These black holes were incomparably terrifying, even light seemed to be sucked into them. Ah! Ah! In the next moment, a figure was slashed down like a meteor, smashing into the ground, reaching a depth of 100 meters. Everyone raised their heads and was shocked to discover that the winner was actually Lin Ling. The Empyrean realm of space origin energy. Ah! The expressions of Bai Yuntiandi and the others changed drastically. Not long ago, they tested Lin Ling's strength. At that time, he was only at the Empyrean realm. Who knew that Lin Ling had hidden his strength and was actually at the Empyrean realm? Moreover, this realm was even stronger than GFA's, because part of GFA's strength came from the spear in his hand. Catoptric deflection. Ah! In the sky, Lin Ling let out a low shout and his body disappeared. 100 meters below the ground, Lin Ling's body appeared and stepped on GFA's body. Then, his left hand grabbed GFA's neck and flashed again. At this moment, he was already on the ground. Countless people looked at Lin Ling. They saw Lin Ling's long hair fluttering in the wind. His face was filled with killing intent. His left hand was raised high and he was actually holding GFA's neck. A gold-ranked heavenly emperor was defeated just like that. Moreover, he was completely suppressed. In the past, GFA and Lin Ling competed to see who was the leader of the heavenly emperors under the 7 emperors world. Lin Ling won, but GFA wasn't convinced. He always felt that strength was the only way to prove everything. Without strength, the title of leader was fake. But now, Lin Ling told him who was the real leader. GFA coughed out blood as his mind buzzed. He didn't understand why he was defeated. He stared at Lin Ling and wanted to say something. But at this moment, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence: "Those who dare to offend the Xiandi will be killed without mercy." Pack, he exerted force with his left hand and GFA's neck was crushed. GFA didn't say anything and died in front of everyone's eyes. CI, those experts from the ancient Rime Immortal Foundation sucked in a breath of cold air. They never would have thought that Lin Ling's strength would be so strong. Let alone them, even Bai Yuntiandi and the others were the same. Lin Ling's strength was much more powerful than what they had estimated. The most important thing was that only a year had passed since the end of the true martial realm. In a year's time, Lin Ling's improvement was so great. Seems like the contribution points are of great help to him. Someone murmured, causing Bai Yuntiandi and the others to nod in agreement. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Changes at the Rainforest Sacred Land. The matters of the Seven Emperors world are none of your business. Scram. Lin Ling glared at them coldly before he bellowed. Lin Ling, you're on your own now. Those people left. They weren't weak and their intentions were unclear. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't do anything to them. He was Xiandi, a titled battle pet warrior, but he couldn't do anything to them. Of course, it was a different story if someone else made the first move. For example, GFA, the crowd stared at the ground that had turned into ruins, and then looked at Lin Ling. They couldn't help but gasp, especially the martial artists of the great Xianpeng region. At this moment, they were excited. At first, people from the ancient Ji family said that the East Sovereign Lin Ling had surrendered and that Xianpeng province belonged to the ancient Ji family. However, Lin Ling showed up and proved that he didn't. Xianpeng province belonged to him and he would kill anyone who dared to touch it. Thump, Lord Lu knelt down again. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so powerful. Not even the God of Heaven, one of the three legends of the human world, could defeat Lin Ling. In a flash, Lin Ling appeared in front of him and looked down at him. In the past, you contributed greatly to the Rainforest Holy Land. Today, I will give you a chance. Kill yourself. You ought to know my character. What I hate the most is to bully the weak. Moreover, I hate traitors even more because they help outsiders bully the martial artists of Xianpeng region. His voice was calm, but it carried an incomparable majesty. Lu Wangyan's face paled. He knew that he was going to die. However, at the moment of his death, it was as if he had a flash of consciousness. He remembered what he had done and suddenly felt a deep sense of regret. He didn't know why he had done it. In my heart, I do have ambitions. I want to be the most powerful person in Xianpeng province. But that's just a thought. I don't know why, but that ambition took over my mind and made me do what I did. Lord Lu lowered his head. He didn't notice that there was a wisp of golden smoke floating above his head. However, Lin Ling saw it and frowned. Your Majesty, that's the power of faith. He has fallen under the power of faith. He will agree to whatever others say and take action on the hidden desires in his heart. Elder Zi's voice was heard. Lin Ling looked at Lord Lu expressionlessly. You want to be the most powerful person in Xianpeng province? Sure, you can withstand all storms. I will let you. Unfortunately, I'm the one who can withstand all storms. What you want is the right to dominate others. With that, Lin Ling turned and left. Lu Wangya's face turned even paler. Then, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He knelt down and died. It was suicide. He wanted to be the most powerful person, but he wanted to enjoy the right to dominate everything. However, he only thought about the result and didn't think about the cost. For example, he could withstand all storms. The crowd stared at the kneeling Lord Lu and then looked at Lin Ling. They realized that Lin Ling had blocked all storms and held up the sky for them. Only Lin Ling had the right to be the most powerful person in Xianpeng province. Let's go back. Lin Ling didn't stay and left with the crowd. Thank you. Yu and the others followed. Their eyes were filled with admiration. This was the Dizun that they imagined. No need. In fact, even if he wasn't one of my people, I would still do it. Moreover, he is a parasite under my roof. All the more reason for me to clean him up. Lin Ling replied with a smile. He was still thinking about what happened before. His power seemed to have many parasites. Could it be that the mysterious people started to make their move on the people around him? This is the Lin Ling Yu. I thought that after you became strong, you would immediately forget about us. Old man Dongfu didn't know what Lin Ling was thinking. He also laughed. I wouldn't dare. If it wasn't for you, old man Dongfu, I wouldn't be where I am today. Therefore, in my heart, old man Dongfu is still my senior. No matter what, I am still me. No one can change me. Lin Ling said in an approachable manner. This made old man Dongfu and the others excited. Following Lin Ling was indeed a good choice. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You've exceeded our expectations. Bai Yuntiandi and the others were still surprised. Only they knew that the Saint Realm had the source strength of the Transcendence Realm. What did this mean? Among the gold-level heavenly emperors, there were few opponents. Perhaps he could even fight against a diamond-level heavenly emperor. I told you long ago. You just didn't believe me. Lin Ling shook his head. He looked forward, anxious to return home. Not long after, the rainforest sacred land appeared in front of them. Looking from afar, the buildings there were high-spirited, prosperous and lively. They could also see several towering statues, like giants looking at the world. The tallest one was Lin Ling's statue. I didn't expect this place to be so prosperous. It's almost comparable to splendid mountain and river. Bai Yuntiandi and the others all gasped. Lin Ling was the same. Haha, you don't know. The rainforest sacred land is the core of Xianping province. It's an existence like the imperial city. It also represents the sky. Any cultivator has to follow the rules here. Many cultivators even work hard to become a member of the rainforest sacred land. Old man Dongfu laughed. This made Lin Ling frown. He hated the difference in status the most. However, the rainforest sacred land seemed to have this atmosphere. Who are you? How dare you fly in Dongzun's territory? Get down here. At this moment, an angry roar came from afar. A large number of people in armor rushed over with surging murderous intent. Lin Ling frowned and said, I'm Lin Ling. Those people's expressions changed drastically. Although they didn't know Lin Ling, there was a statue of Lin Ling behind them. They immediately knelt down in the air. Lin Ling waved his hand and didn't say anything. He led the group forward again. He didn't know any of those people from before. Moreover, he didn't feel that they were from the rainforest sacred land. The news of Lin Ling's return swept out like a storm. The entire rainforest sacred land was in an uproar. When Lin Ling stepped on the ground, everyone arrived. Ancestor Taiyan, Emon Yanshan, Qin Xiaolan, Yuman Yun, and others. Lin Ling, you're back. Yes. Master Shui Wu, Master Pu, and the Venerable Si Kaming also appeared. Aside from them, the Starry Sky Left Court Palace and the Flaming Right Court Palace also arrived. Everyone looked at the man with scorching reverence in their eyes. Their king, Dongzun Lin Ling, had returned. Lin Ling was also a little excited. Every time he went out to train and experience life or death situations, he would be motivated by the thought of his home. The urge to become stronger would also increase. After that, Lin Ling greeted everyone. That night, the entire rainforest sacred land was celebrating. It was extremely lively. Lin Ling didn't participate in the celebration. Instead, he went to the second dream and told her that he had returned today to bring back the fire spirit princess. The second dream shuddered after hearing Lin Ling's words. She nodded heavily. Xiaoyun was also extremely excited. When the fire spirit princess returned, the second dream would be able to live like an ordinary person. Lin Ling was a man of his word. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations announcing to the world, thank you for your hard work during this period of time. Thank you. Lin Ling looked at Yuman Yun and Qin Xiaolan. He knew that if it weren't for Yuman Yun and the others managing Xianping province would be even more chaotic. In fact, we didn't do much. Unlike you, you are our pillar. Without you, there wouldn't be a rainforest sacred land. Moreover, we were the ones who issued the orders to conquer Xianping province. It was Lady Shui Wu and Lord Pu who took action. Yuman Yun smiled. Lin Ling was grateful. He held Yu Manyan's hand even tighter, while his other hand held Xianxia's. Beside them was the second dream. She was also sitting there quietly. She would also give her opinions on managing Xianpeng province from time to time. Xianpeng province was extremely vast. Previously, the West Emperor, Zhang Luochen, had been eyeing it covetously. Therefore, in order to not be invaded, they had to manage it in an orderly manner. Therefore, Lin Ling knew that these tasks were not simple. It was because of his family's hard work that he had enough time to fight outside. By the way, have many people joined the Rainforest Sacred Land now? Lin Ling suddenly asked. Yes, in the beginning, we still managed the Rainforest Sacred Land like before. However, later on, someone proposed to form an imperial city ceremony. In the end, there were left and right ministers, civil and military officials, and Lin Ling, you are the only king. Yu Manyan explained. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Had this place become an imperial city? However, there were too many people, and there was indeed a need for unified management. However, the left and right ministers made Lin Ling feel a little uncomfortable. He didn't like these rules and regulations. He preferred freedom. Of course, he didn't have the right to speak because it wasn't easy for Yu Manyan and the others to manage this place. Lin Ling naturally wouldn't blame them. The more people there are, the more their hearts will scatter. Be careful of some people using my name to commit crimes. In this aspect, you all have to strengthen a little. Lin Ling still reminded. Other than us, Lord Pu, Lord Shui Wu, and Lord Yun he are all highly respected. They are the leaders of the world. Yu Manyan did not know much. Most of the things were managed by the three of them. Who is this Lord Yun he? Lin Ling asked with a frown. Their background doesn't seem simple. They're an ancient scholarly family. They're well versed in astronomy and geography. They're revered by many in the rainforest and have absolute authority. Lin Ling's eyes lit up upon hearing Qin Xiaolan's explanation. He had more and more subordinates now, but it was easy for some parasites to sneak in. However, this wasn't the most important thing right now. Instead, it was to bring back the Fire Spirit Princess. Pass down the order. All the experts in the Rainforest Holy Land are to gather and prepare to follow me to Xianhuangdao. Lin Ling smiled and said. Are we going to Xianhuangdao? Hearing this, Yu Manyan and the others also smiled. They were finally going to Xianhuangdao. Lin Ling took out a large number of divine weapons, causing Yu Manyan and the others to gasp. With these divine weapons, the strength of ordinary people can increase greatly. Last time, Xianhuangdao hunted me down. Today, I'll lead an army and step into Xianhuangdao. Lin Ling stood up heroically. Back then, he was chased away from Xianhuangdao. Tomorrow, he would domineeringly go to the Fire Tribe to capture them. Yu Manyan and the others immediately became excited. They hurriedly went to inform Patriarch Taiyan and the others. Gradually, many people knew that Lin Ling had divine weapons, and they were also extremely excited. As for how to share the divine weapons, Lin Ling didn't have time to care. He left it all to Yu Manyan and the others to handle. After explaining the general plan, Lin Ling looked at Yu Manyan and Qin Lan with a smile. Madams, you've worked hard during this period of time. As your husband, I should serve you well. Lin Ling's appearance was different from usual. He looked like a young man when they first met. He seemed a little rascal and more approachable. Then how are you going to serve us? Yu Manyan and Qin Lan looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Of course I'm going to serve the two beauties as they bathe. Lin Ling said righteously, but he revealed his fox's tail. Scoundrel. The two women didn't expect Lin Ling to be so shameless. He said that he was going to serve them, but in fact, he was taking advantage of them. Their faces instantly turned red, and they were extremely cute. Lin Ling was very tempted. He sighed softly in his heart. They had suffered all these years. However, if you don't want to, then forget it. Then, Lin Ling turned around and left. Scoundrel, who said we don't want to? Then let's do it. Yu Manyan and Qin Lan looked at each other and whispered. That sentence was like the most difficult sentence in their lives to them. Under the moonlight, the two beauties were extremely attractive. Their snow-white skin and rosy cheeks made Lin Ling's heart beat violently. He immediately held their hands and slowly walked toward the room in front. This guy is ignoring us. The second dream had been standing there and watching Lin Ling flirt with Yu Yun and Qin Lan. Her expression was as cold as ice. Sister, the second dream, what is a bath? What's so exciting about a bath? Qin Lan asked curiously. The second dream was stunned and said angrily, anyway, it's not a good thing. Don't be fooled by Lin Ling's honest appearance. He's actually a playboy. Sister, the second dream, you seem to be jealous. You want to take a bath too? Nonsense. As the two of them conversed, the scenery in the room was bright and beautiful. Lin Ling looked at the two devastatingly beautiful women. They slowly unbuttoned their clothes, causing his heart to skip a beat. His eyes were filled with snow-white light. I'll give you a good bath. Everything was quiet. The night in the sacred rainforest seemed to be incomparably peaceful. For Lin Ling, who was fighting outside, this was extremely precious. The next day, the sacred rainforest became lively. At the same time, the sensational news spread from the sacred rainforest to Xianpeng province and gradually shook the world. The king of Xianpeng province, Lin Ling, would be going to Xianhuangdao soon. Moreover, before he even arrived, he had already announced it to the world. Who else in the world but Lin Fan could surpass this kind of courage? Many people in the three mysterious realms of the mortal world received the news. Some were angry, some were in awe, and each had their own thoughts. Of course, most of them were in awe and worship. After all, in this world, strength was everything. Those with strength would be respected everywhere. In the past, Lin Ling was hunted down by everyone in Xianhuangdao. If it were anyone else, they would have gone back proudly if they had the chance. Let's see who would dare to come and kill them. Lin Ling, the hero of the mortal world. Amazing, amazing. I heard that the fire tribe abandoned him and kicked him out like trash. That's why Lin Ling announced to the world today that he's going to Xianhuangdao. I wonder what kind of fierce conflict will happen between him and the fire tribe. He's just overestimating himself. Can Lin Ling fight against the fire tribe, one of the three great tribes? It's like trying to smash an egg against a rock. Many martial artists were constantly evaluating the three mysterious realms of the mortal world. However, from various angles, Lin Ling shouldn't be a match for the fire tribe. Although Lin Ling was a hero of the mortal world, that was only a reputation. It didn't represent strength. 3 days later, there were no clouds in the sky. The sky was blue as if it had been washed. Translator, Transin editor, Transin the world was in an uproar. Deliberately mystifying. Lin Ling probably chose to give up after knowing the history of the fire tribe. That's right. Xianpeng province is his territory, but in Xianhuangdao, he has no right to be arrogant. The so-called hero of the human world is just a person who plays to the gallery. This Lin Ling is not as down-to-earth as a warrior should be. He is unbearably pompous. Those who were waiting to watch a good show immediately mocked and ridiculed. They thought that Lin Ling was already a hero of the human world, but Lin Ling was unwilling to give up. He wanted to make a name for himself, so he did this. At this moment, Xianhuangdao was more lively than usual. Many warriors from the three mysterious realms seemed to have gathered there, wanting to see what was going on. However, no one saw a young man flying across the sky in Xianhuangdao. He was wearing a large cloak, and under the brim of his hat, his handsome face was somewhat cold. Below his feet, discussions could be heard from time to time. Because he was in Xianhuangdao, most of the discussions he heard were curses. Lin Ling, trash. Is he willing to do anything to become famous? That's right. In the past, the fire tribe treated him like a VIP, but Princess Huixia refused to marry him. He made a scene at the wedding and used the prestige of the 7 emperors to do whatever he wanted. In the Avalon of 5 elements, he killed many people from Xianhuangdao. Since he dares to come here, he must die in Xianhuangdao. These voices were filled with anger, and the young man who was flying across the sky sneered. The fire tribe, Xianhuangdao, had a strong ability to distort right and wrong. However, as long as he completed that task, he wanted to see who could stop him from taking the fire spirit princess away. After a long time, the young man landed on a remote red land. His gaze swept across the vast land, and he walked forward. He was Lin Ling. This time, he came here to submit a mission. After an unknown period of time, an ancient mountain appeared in front of him. Although this was not the first time he had seen it, it still made Lin Ling feel pressured. Currently, he was famous in the entire human world, but compared to the ancient warriors, he was still very insignificant. Stone God, I'm here. A soft voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth. The mountain in front of him and a low voice, you are finally here. However, you are Stone God, you are. You have not even arrived in Xianxia, and you have already spread the news. Everyone in Xianxia. Stone God was his Dayu. Lin Ling looked up and said lightly. You're right. In the past, I was hunted down by countless people. This kind of humiliation, if it was anyone else, they would also be able to get back at me with pride. Lin Ling, as expected of Lin Ling, you clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred. Stone God said with a smile. Let's not talk about that. Now that I have brought back what you want, can you help me? Yes. Lin Ling took out the mysterious stone Origin's heart in his right hand. It was the Stone God's request. According to my original plan, it's not difficult for me to stand up for you. However, you have spread the news so widely that everyone in the world knows about it. If the Fire Tribe allows you to take the princess away in front of them, the Fire Tribe will have no face to speak of. Stone God sighed. Lin Ling could not be provoked. Once provoked, his counterattack would be extremely ruthless. This is the path they chose. Now, you can't help me? Lin Ling shook his head and said. I will try my best. Because of your actions, the Fire Tribe is anxious, so it will be more difficult to take the Fire Spirit Princess away. Stone God said. It's enough to hear you say that. Yes. Lin Ling nodded and threw the stone in his hand to the mountain in front of him. Then, a strange thing happened. The stone merged with the mountain as if it had merged with the sea, and the mountain in front of him shook violently. I am leaving. I only hope that when I call for help, Stone God will appear. Lin Ling put on the brim of his hat and turned around to leave. With Stone God's help, he was more confident in facing the ancient experts. I, Stone God, am a man of my words. No matter what kind of experts appear, I will protect you. A low voice floated from afar, which made Lin Ling smile and speed up his pace. Night began to fall, and the bustling land of Xianxia gradually quieted down. However, more and more warriors gathered in Xianxia, making it seem like there was an undercurrent surging. The next day, at dawn, everyone woke up early and then waited quietly around the Fire Tribe. Although the sky was quiet, they could still feel the depressing atmosphere. At the same time, the entire Fire Tribe was facing a great enemy. Even the E Tribe had arrived. They were all waiting there solemnly, and everyone's face was filled with anger. Lin Ling was too arrogant. He came to the Fire Tribe to take the Fire Spirit Princess away. That was fine, but he even notified the entire mortal world. Most importantly, if Lin Ling was an ordinary person, no one would pay attention to him. However, Lin Ling was a hero of the mortal world. As a result, all the 3 Xian of the mortal world were paying attention to this place. This guy, he really dares to come. In the Fire Tribe, Princess Huixiao's face was ugly. At the moment, the 3 Xian of the mortal world were talking about the grudge between the Fire Tribe and Lin Ling, causing many people to scold the Fire Tribe for being shameless. Princess Firecloud had not expected that Lin Ling, who had made a promise to her in the past, would actually come to her door today. What happened today is very important. Not only does it relate to the Fire Tribe and the E Tribe's honor, but it also relates to Xianxia and the honor of Champion University. Therefore, no matter what, we can't let Lin Ling take the Fire Spirit Princess away because it's a matter of honor. In the distance, the Emperor of the Fire Tribe was drinking alcohol. Don't worry, if he dares come, I'll kill him. Even though he's a hero of the mortal world, he's so arrogant. If I kill him, the 7 emperors of the world won't dare say anything. At that moment, a young man next to the Emperor of the Fire Tribe smiled indifferently. He wasn't tall, he looked ordinary, but he had a gloomy chi. People didn't dare look at him directly. Champion University knows about the Fire Tribe, so they asked me to help you. Besides, the two great champions of Champion University won't let Lin Ling do whatever he wants, said the young man. The emperor of the fire tribe smiled and nodded. He couldn't wait for Lin Ling to come. He wanted to use this opportunity to tell everybody that the three great Sher clans of Xianhuangdao couldn't be offended, strong against strong, let's see who was stronger. The sun gradually rose in the sky, and the temperature rose. The crowd was getting more and more excited. They realized that it wasn't a battle between Lin Ling and the fire tribe, it was a battle between Xianhuangdao and Xianpeng province. It was an era of heroes, a time of chaos, a time of heroes. On the main road to the fire tribe, many cultivators gathered, drinking alcohol and waiting for the legendary cultivators. Some of them were fighting against each other. Lin Ling is just a piece of trash. He was abandoned by the fire tribe and he betrayed us? Translator, trans and editor, trans and Lin Ling's arrival. I'm talking, it's none of your business. I'm just saying, it's none of your business. Did I say anything to you? How dare you talk to me like that in Xianhuangdao? You must be tired of living. On those mountains, there were warriors arguing and fighting fiercely. The conflicts that had been suppressed for many years seemed to erupt at this moment, and Lin Ling seemed to be the fuse. This Lin Ling is really crazy. He hasn't even arrived yet and the three mysterious realms of the human world are already in turmoil. Wait, look, someone's coming. However, at this moment, on the road leading to the fire tribe, a figure slowly walked forward. He was wearing a large cloak and his steps were steady. The hood of the cloak was pulled down, revealing a handsome face, but that face was filled with coldness and killing intent. It's Lin Ling, he's here. At this moment, the surrounding mountains were dead silent. The fire tribe was one of the highest deacons in the human world, and it was the oldest tribe in the human world. Its history could be traced back to millions of years ago. Therefore, no one dared to provoke the fire tribe, because in the long history of the human world, those who dared to provoke them all died in battle. However, today, there was a rising star in Xianpeng province who said that he was going to come, and now, he really came. I'm here. At this moment, there was no joy or sorrow on Lin Ling's face. His footsteps were steady. For some unknown reason, he was extremely calm at this moment. When he was chased by the Xianhuang region in the past, he was furious and unwilling to accept it. However, all these emotions had disappeared now. Perhaps, he also felt that he might be able to take revenge for being chased in the past. Is that Lin Ling? In the silence, a voice suddenly came. An old man with white hair and a youthful face was standing on the mountain peak. The old man smiled and said, "Hero of the human world, Lin Ling, you've helped the human world, and you should remember this great merit, but you're facing the fire tribe, so I advise you to leave. Young people are too arrogant, too strong, it's not good. Thank you for reminding me, but when Xianhuangdao chased me, they didn't think that they were strong." Lin Ling also smiled, and after he finished speaking, he continued to move forward. That calm momentum made the warriors around the mountain range silent. Although many people didn't like Lin Ling, at this moment, they couldn't help but admit that Lin Ling's courage. Alas, I can't bear to see you die here. The old man's words is Xianxia. Lin Ling's is Xianxia. Little girl, I'm here. Xianxia x Xianxia x Shweboom. At this moment, in front of the city, a large number of experts appeared. They were all warriors from Xianhuangdao. Lin Ling, you still dare to come? At this moment, a terrifying murderous aura swept out, and a murderous aura soared to the sky. The sky was filled with questioning voices. There were hundreds of millions of people, and it was extremely terrifying. In the past, Lin Ling escaped from their hands and declared that he could roam the heavens and earth, leaving Xianhuangdao with great humiliation. Today, Lin Ling still dared to come to the old haunt. He was charging into the tiger's den. So many people. In the past, when Lin Ling was chased by all the warriors from Xianhuangdao, he fought back and won a beautiful battle. Today, he's making a comeback and facing all the warriors from Xianhuangdao again. In the distant mountain range, many people's blood boiled. However, in their eyes, Lin Ling continued to move forward as if he didn't see the experts in front of him. Even if he's going against the whole world, he won't retreat? Seeing this scene, even more people's hearts roared. The tens of thousands of people stood there coldly. In between breaths, the void was like a huge wave. It was like a huge ancient demon king piled up by a sea of people. Lin Ling, you shouldn't have come. In the sea of people, a figure walked out. She was like a fairy, her black hair fluttering in the wind. She was Princess Xianxia. Seeing Lin Ling again, Princess Xianxia was a little confused. She didn't expect that the aunt she looked down on in the past would grow to such an extent. He actually dared to face the fire tribe. If she could turn back time, she wouldn't have neglected Lin Ling in the past. Unfortunately, the swords of both sides had been drawn, and no one could retreat. Xiao. As if to raise the prestige of the fire tribe in Xianhuangdao, a large number of warriors rushed towards Lin Ling like locusts. Pop. Pop, pop. Pop. The void suddenly exploded. If there were many ants, even an elephant could be bitten to death, let alone powerful warriors. Their momentum was like a wave, but in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling was still moving forward. He dared to come, as if he was fearless. Get lost. At this moment, 3 figures descended from the sky. They were Bayuntiandi, Little Flame, and the 9 spirits of heaven. They used all their strength to stop the warriors. Boom. Boom, boom. The strength of the 3 was extremely terrifying. Wherever they went, it was as if they were cutting vegetables and melons. A rain of blood fell from the sky. However, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling was still moving forward in the rain of blood. It was a scene that made people tremble with fear. The king had returned, everyone had this thought. In the past, when the venerable emperor was in trouble, everyone humiliated him. Today, the king had returned. Princess Xianxia narrowed her eyes and raised her fist, stopping the warriors from moving again. She stared at Lin Ling, who was being protected by Bayuntiandi and the other 2. It was as if she was looking at an emperor on patrol. She said indifferently, Lin Ling, you are a hero of the human world. You are respected in the human world, but you shouldn't have done such a disgraceful thing. Yes. Princess Xiao's words put a big hat on Lin Ling's head. Obviously, the current Lin Ling was not a nobody. Before they wanted to kill Lin Ling, they had to slander Lin Ling, otherwise, they would be mocked by the world. My fire tribe has treated you well. Why did you announce your arrival to the world? In the distance, the fire tribe emperor's body also floated up. Behind him, a cloud of fire appeared. Lin Ling finally stopped and said calmly, in the past, you promised to let me take away the fire spirit princess. But you went back on your words. So today, I'm announcing it to the world. First, let the heroes of the world see the ugliness of your fire tribe. Second, with so many people watching, your fire tribe won't dare to be shameless anymore. Yes. You. The fire tribe emperor's face turned ugly. Lin Ling was so sinister. He seemed to be announcing it to the world proudly, but in fact, he had a plan in his heart. Those onlookers were actually the judges. You don't know what's good for you. Everything in the world is reasonable. Lin Ling, you're a famous cultivator, do you think you can do whatever you want? When the fire tribe emperor found it hard to refute, an ordinary-looking young man who was wearing a scholar's robe and carrying a scroll floated out. He pointed at Lin Ling and shouted angrily. I am Yun Jiangshan of Champion University, the best scholar in the world. I come from the Yun clan. Lin Ling, if you want to take away the fire spirit princess, you can, but you have to be recognized by the world. Do you dare accept the challenge? If you lose, you die. Prestigious and prestigious clan, prestigious and prestigious clan, the Yun clan? Are they the oldest clan of scholars? What's their background? Tell me. In the 3 Xian clans of the human world, there are some clans that don't belong to any of the 3 Xian clans. The Yun clan is one of them. I've heard that the Yun clan has contributed greatly to the human world. 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, millions of years ago, their first ancestor protected the human world and sacrificed himself for the human world. That's why the Yun clan became a prestigious and prestigious clan. They even recorded the history of the human world. So this Shi clan is respected by everyone in the world? Why is he helping the fire race? Bullshit. Now, Lin Ling is here. He's not challenging the fire clan, he's challenging Xianhuangdao and Champion University. If Lin Ling succeeds, Xianhuangdayu will lose face. Nobody would have thought that Xianhuangdayu would send a prestigious clan to deal with Lin Ling. Would Lin Ling be able to take him away? Lin Ling, you're a hero of the human world. Therefore, before you die, I'll let you have some dignity. I'll list your 3 crimes. First, you're lawless. You used the name of a hero to threaten the Shi clan. Second, you're treacherous. The Fire clan treated you like a guest and you betrayed them. How despicable. Third, you're cruel and merciless. Before you left, you killed millions of Xianhuangdayu's cultivators. Those 3 crimes are enough for you to be stripped of your title as a hero. Boom boom boom, purple chi appeared in the sky and a book fell down from the sky. Yun Jiangshan grabbed it and a pen appeared in his other hand. He was writing slowly, he was recording Lin Ling's crimes for future generations to see. Behind Lin Ling, Bai Yuntiandi, and the others were furious. Yun Jiangshan was twisting the truth. The first crime is lawlessness. Lin Ling didn't force the fire race, it was the fire race who forced him first. Going back on his words and being ungrateful, anyone would fight back. The second crime is betrayal. Lin Ling helped the fire race a lot in the past, but Lin Ling is useless now. The fire race abandoned him first. The third crime is cruelty and heartlessness. I would like to ask, why couldn't we fight back when millions of people were hunting us down? Furthermore, Lin Ling had already warned them to come if they wanted to die. Those people were the ones who killed Lin Ling for their own benefits and were ultimately killed by the Avalon of 5 elements. Therefore, what crime did Lin Ling commit? On the ground, the 9 spirits of heaven angrily roared, feeling injustice for Lin Ling. Now that the whole world was watching, they couldn't lose their reason no matter what. Moreover, if they wanted to deal a heavy blow to the fire race and the E-race, they had to be reasonable. Only then would the world laugh at the Shi clan. Shameless boasting. This world is full of righteousness. Who would believe your nonsense? But if you want to take the fire spirit princess away, then come. If you can take her away, then you are right. The heavens have eyes. They will help those who have righteousness in their hearts. Yun Jiangshan roared angrily, as if he was judging Lin Ling. Of course, he didn't have enough prestige alone, but all the Xianhuangdayu had come out to denounce Lin Ling. This prestige was enough. Trash, you still dare to come? Lawless, treacherous, cruel and heartless, such a person must be stripped of his identity as a hero. Kill him, he's just a piece of trash. He dares to provoke the Xianhuangdayu alone. Does he think he's the emperor of the human world? Since he dares to come, we can't let him go back. Everyone's emotions were like a bomb that exploded. The whole world was filled with their voices, the onlookers had complicated expressions. In this world, strength was respected. Unless one's strength could dominate everything, the strength of a single person was very insignificant and could not be compared to the heroes of the world. It was obviously not easy to be the enemy of the world. Lin Ling's face was calm and he was silent. He's guilty. More people sneered. Bai Yuntiandi and the others' faces were ugly. The 4 of them were like thorns in the eyes of the world at this moment. Nonsense, I, Lin Ling, dare to come here today, I will definitely take away the fire spirit. Princess. Finally, Lin Ling raised his head, his eyes like a sword. At this moment, he was like an unsheathed sword, coming here to cut through everything. The crowd was silent for a moment. If Lin Ling took away the fire spirit princess, it meant that the fire tribe had lost. After all, Yun Jiangshan had said before that the heavens had eyes, the righteous people would naturally win. This was the saying that the benevolent people were invincible, so they definitely could not let Lin Ling take away the fire spirit princess. However, no matter how they looked at it, Lin Ling would not succeed. Alright, if you take away the fire spirit princess, your 3 sins will not be established. The fire tribe and the E-tribe are wrong, we will apologize to you in front of the world. Come on. Yun Jiangshan sneered in the sky. He was very shrewd, he had convicted Lin Ling from the beginning in order to slander him. Because Lin Ling was the hero of the human world, many people still supported him, but now, those who worshipped him were shaken. Alright, if you win against my daughter, you can take away the fire spirit princess, we will definitely not stop you, and our fire tribe will apologize to you. The fire tribe emperor also said. Lin Ling was forced into a situation where he had no choice but to fight. Princess Wuxia will fight against Lin Ling? But it's very suitable. Lin Ling's strength is rumored to be not weak. He defeated Xianyuan Jiuyue. He is invincible among the silver level. Princess Wuxia's strength was comparable to Xianyuan Jiuyue's in the past, but during this period of time, the Fire Tribe used the Universe 9 Flame Pill for her. Her strength has greatly increased, and she has the talent of heaven rank. Lin Ling can't win. Many people were exchanging information, evaluating who would win and who would lose. However, the result was clear at a glance. The power of fire is very rich. Lin Ling, Princess Wuxia's strength has increased a lot. Bai Yuntiandi stared ahead and could not help but remind. I know. Lin Ling replied indifferently. He somewhat understood the intention of the Fire Tribe. They wanted to use this battle to defeat Lin Ling, then his previous crime would be established, and at that time, his heroic title would be taken away, and he would be thrown into the abyss, never to rise again. Others would only laugh at him, Lin Ling, for overestimating himself and being overly arrogant. Lin Ling, come and fight. The pride of my Fire Tribe will be inherited by me. If you win, your crime will not be established. Under countless gazes, Princess Wuxia, who was wearing a fiery red dress, floated out. She tucked her hair behind her ear, her every movement was graceful and luxurious, causing many young people to look at her with longing. Even Yin Jiangshan was the same, empress. Now Princess Wuxia was a real empress. My strength is rare among the gold-level heavenly emperors. As for the reason, it is very simple. Because I have the heaven-rank immortal body, every time my realm increases, my strength will increase several times. Princess Wuxia said coldly. Her talent was stronger than Bai Yuntiandi, only her realm was weaker by a bit. Heaven rank. Most of the people around came from other places. It was the first time they heard of the heaven-rank immortal body. Their eyes could not help but flicker. Princess Wuxia was strong, her talent was superior, and coupled with her beauty, it was hard not to be moved. Translator, Transin editor, Transin destroying your talent. However, Lin Ling was not angry at all, as if he was used to it. He said indifferently, are you sure that after I win, you will admit defeat and not go back on your words and slap yourselves 3 times? Haha, Lin Ling, who do you think you are? When have we, the Shanhuang Dayu, ever gone back on our words? If you dare to fight, let's fight, no need to talk nonsense. As soon as Lin Ling's words fell, a large number of people mocked him, as if they had forgotten that the Hua family had always kept their word. Don't worry, today's matter is even more sensational than last time. The 3 Xian of the mortal realm and the big shots of the mortal realm are all paying attention to this. We will not go back on our words, and this has never happened before. But you, Lin Ling, if you lose, you won't go back on your words in the name of a hero, right? Princess Wuxia said indifferently. With so many people watching, she doubted Lin Ling even more. Lin Ling laughed, his eyes were cold. He had seen many ugly people, but this was the first time he saw such an ugly person. He could not help but laugh. When the crowd saw Lin Ling laughing, many people were angry. Do you dare to fight? If you don't dare, then don't talk nonsense. Seeing that you are a hero of the mortal realm, kowtow, and we will let you leave. For someone like Lin Ling, I'm guessing he'll definitely go back on his word and refuse to admit his loss. Similar mockery rang out like a wave. Many people were clearly trying to suppress Lin Ling's momentum. Haha, in my imagination, taking away the Fire Spirit Princess would be very difficult, but who knew that you would make such a good show? Letting me take away the Fire Spirit Princess is much easier. At this time, Lin Ling's laughter finally stopped. He pulled out the sword in his right hand and pointed it at Princess Wuxia. You only have 3 moves. Boom, all the cursing disappeared in an instant. No one thought that the moment Lin Ling pulled out his sword, the previous silence would immediately disappear, and the sharpness would be revealed. 3 moves, crazy enough, facing Princess Wuxia who had a heaven-ranked immortal body, Lin Ling might not even be able to defeat her, let alone 3 moves. Haha, then let's fight. Princess Firecloud smiled. Her smile was very beautiful. Behind her, a cloud of fire appeared. Within the billowing flames, the fire kings of Luding and Lubing were faintly discernible. They were like fire goddesses as they angrily glared at Lin Ling. Luding, Lubing flame. Princess Wuxia slapped out with her bare hands. It looked like a single palm strike, but in reality, there were 99,999 palms. His first move was his strongest move. The Saint Mark martial art had reached the transcendent realm. Boom, it was as if millions of bombs had been ignited between heaven and earth, exploding all of a sudden. A large number of cultivators who got too close were instantly crushed to death, many of them Saint Realm masters. This move was so terrifying, the flames that filled the sky engulfed Lin Ling, causing Bai Yun Tiandi and the others to be worried. The current Princess Firecloud is indeed very strong. Catoptric deflection. However, on the ground, Lin Ling let out a low roar and rushed towards the flames. Facing the fire kings of Luding and Lu Bing, it was as if he wasn't afraid of being burned alive. Humph. Princess Firecloud coldly snorted, I know your fire attribute martial art is very powerful, but compared to a heaven-rank immortal body, any martial art is useless. Playing with fire, you are not as strong as I, the Fire Empress. The current her was elated. Last time, when she saw Lin Ling defeat Xianyuan Jiuyu, she felt great pressure in her heart. After returning, the Fire Clan Emperor used a precious treasure to increase her strength, so she was looking forward to the scene of Lin Ling being trampled under her feet. Boom! The void exploded. Lin Ling's sword was extremely terrifying. It formed a spatial storm that actually sucked in a large number of Luding and Lu Bing fire kings and tore them apart. However, compared to the flames of Extreme Yang, the spatial storm was still weaker. Although they were both heaven rank first grade, Princess Firecloud's talent was stronger than GFA's. Dead? The sky and the ground were all covered in flames, causing many people to mutter to themselves. Playing with fire, it seemed like no one was better than Princess Firecloud. Your talent was increased by me. You are the Fire Empress, but I am the ancestor of playing with fire. However, at this moment, a cold roar resounded. Thousands of flames surged towards a direction like a tide and were actually absorbed. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's body appeared. He stretched out his left hand and there was a fireball in his palm. Looking carefully, it actually suppressed all of Princess Firecloud's power. Absorbed, Lin Ling actually absorbed all of the attacks, and the most terrifying thing was that Princess Firecloud had a heaven-rank immortal body, so she could still absorb it. Everyone's heart trembled fiercely. Could it be that Lin Ling was immune to all flames? Pa! On the ground, Lin Ling shot into the sky and mysteriously appeared in front of Princess Firecloud. He looked at her contemptuously, bitch, your talent was increased by me. Do you think you can shake me just because your strength has increased? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling shot out his palm and broke the flames around Princess Firecloud's body. It landed heavily on her chest, causing Princess Firecloud's face to change dramatically. At this moment, she was somewhat terrified. Why was Lin Ling immune to her fire martial way? This was simply impossible. In terms of talent, she surpassed Lin Ling. In terms of cultivation, she was at the peak of the Saint Realm. However, in the end, she was no threat to Lin Ling. Even when Lin Ling approached her, she realized how terrifying Lin Ling was. If she was the Fire Empress, then Lin Ling was the Flame Ancestor. At this moment, the self-confidence and pride in her heart were destroyed. She suddenly realized that if Lin Ling could improve her fire attribute talent, then what grade was Lin Ling's fire attribute talent? At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know what Princess Firecloud was thinking. His eyes were cold as he placed his palm on Princess Firecloud's chest and a terrifying suction force appeared. He was actually madly absorbing Princess Firecloud's strength. Princess Firecloud immediately raised her head, her face filled with panic. Are you absorbing my flames? No, I'm absorbing your talent. Lin Ling said indifferently, causing Princess Firecloud's eyes to widen as she angrily shouted, no, don't. She had finally reached the heaven grade and was a true peerless genius, but now, she was about to fall from heaven into the abyss and become a complete waste. You dare. On the Fire Clan's side, everyone angrily shouted. Lin Ling was destroying their Fire Clan's heaven's pride. Unfortunately, their threats were useless. Lin Ling was a person who grew stronger the stronger he met. The more threatened he was, the stronger his counterattack would be. I created you, so I can also destroy you. Lin Ling's sneer became even more intense. The flame of the underworld roared in his soul, causing Princess Firecloud's talent to drop rapidly from heaven rank to earth rank, profound rank, yellow rank, and even become the most common spirit body, Hong. On the Fire Clan's side, everyone was in a daze, their bodies trembling with anger. The surrounding crowd was so shocked that they forgot to breathe. The facts in front of them had proven everything. Princess Firecloud's talent had been improved by Lin Ling. Sad, ironic, ugly, Princess Firecloud shouldn't have fought Lin Ling. Translator, trans and editor, trans and I will also convict you. Many people shouted loudly, ridiculing Princess Wuxia, and also ridiculing Xianhuangdayu's martial artists. Xianhuangdayu's martial artists were completely silent, as if they had been slapped in the face. However, this slap was not very loud, and the next scene would be even louder. Bastard, destroying a person's innate talent, this is even more vicious than killing one's parents. Yun Jiangshan turned into a purple light and rushed towards Lin Ling. Shameless! Seeing this scene, a large number of people shouted angrily. Previously, Yun Jiangshan had said that this battle was between Lin Ling and Princess Wuxia, and that no one else would interfere. But now, Yun Jiangshan had actually made a move. This was going back on his words, not keeping his words. Moreover, he claimed to be a righteous man, a noble family, but now, where did the noble family come from? This slap was indeed very loud, because it was obvious who was going back on their words. Lin Ling had long known that they would not give up. At this moment, the corner of his mouth raised into a sneer, and his left hand threw Princess Wuxia to the ground. Then, he took a step in the void and rushed towards Yun Jiangshan. I have been waiting for you for a long time. A voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell floated out, letting many people know that Lin Ling was already aware of this and was even prepared for it. Moreover, when Lin Ling was slandering Xianhuangdayu and the Hu clan, he remained silent. It was not because he was afraid, nor was it because he did not dare to fight, but because Lin Ling was waiting for an even more dazzling battle. He wanted to give the Hu clan a heavy slap in the face in front of everyone. Thinking like this, many people sucked in cold air, staring at Lin Ling's back. At this moment, Lin Ling was so strong, so sharp, like a sword. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. In the sky, two powerhouses collided, and a terrible storm swept out in all directions. The two great sky kings were like the most dazzling stars. Yun Jiangshan, he's from a noble family in the human world. He's not weak, but after our leader defeated Princess Wuxia, he's going crazy. Yun Jiangshan is a half-Zun Wuxing cultivator. In his dantian, the strength of his holy see is turning into an empty qi source. Bai Yun Jiangshan and the others were standing on the ground. They didn't retreat, but at that moment, they looked serious, especially Bai Yun Tiandi. She had heard about Yun Jiangshan was Yun Jiangshan, he was a diamond-level cultivator of Champion University, and Bai Yun Tiandi. And Bai Yun Jiangshan, and Bai Yun Tiandi, Wu, Jiangshan, Huangdayu, and Jiangshan, Wu Dayu. Was and Huang Tian Feng, Jiangshan and Was and the Jiangshan Yu, Lin and the Jiang Lin, Shan and Yu, Huang Lan, Shan, and Shan, Huang Shan of. Huang Shan and Yu Huang Jiang was Huang. Huang Tian. Jiang Huang Qi. Then can boss still win? Asked Xiaoyan worriedly. Don't move. All of you, stand there and don't move. Don't embarrass Lin Ling. If Lin Ling dares to fight, he naturally has confidence. The white cloud heavenly emperor stopped Little Flame and frowned as he looked at the sky. At that moment, there were cracks in the sky. Two proud silhouettes were fighting against each other. Lin Ling was holding his 100 birds worshipping the phoenix sword. He was resisting Yun Jiangshan's ancient book. The book was dazzling with purple lights. It contained a mysterious strength. It was extremely strong. Half-Zun Wuxing, a guess arose in Lin Ling's mind, because his power of 14 universes was actually blocked by a mysterious power. This Yun Jiangshan was somewhat not simple. Aren't you from a prestigious family? Aren't you in charge of recording history? How come you're fighting? A disdainful voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth with sarcasm. Yun Jiangshan's face was cold. His scholarly aura had now become overbearing. You must be fond of Princess Firecloud, right? That's why you stood up for her. What a pitiful person. I thought that those responsible for recording the history of the mortal world would keep their hands clean and not be affected by external matters. but in fact, you're just one person. What qualifications do you have to record the history of the mortal world? Lin Ling continued. You talk too much. Yun Jiangshan couldn't refute. He could only shout coldly. The crowd burst into laughter. The people who recorded the history of the human world were generally fair and impartial. This was because everything they recorded would be seen by future generations thousands of years later. However, the people in charge of recording these things had ugly temperaments. So, they would distort the history. Prestigious Yun family, they naturally have their own reasons for doing things. Yun Jiangshan shouted coldly again. He wanted to find an excuse for his actions. Hee, don't you think you're embarrassing yourself? It's fine if you like one person, but you're actually using fairness to fulfill your selfish desires. You're even representing the heavens and history. To be honest, even if you don't feel embarrassed, I feel embarrassed for you. Lin Ling sneered again. Go to hell. Yun Jiangshan's face became ferocious. He couldn't say anything after being scolded by Lin Ling. You want to kill me? Unfortunately, you're still lacking that bit of strength. Lin Ling sneered. His powerful aura erupted. The ancient God Emperor descended. At this moment, the ancient God Emperor was even more real. It was as if he wanted to devour the sun and moon. The sword in his hand fiercely slashed down. Rumble, the divine treasury book floating in front of Yun Jiangshan swayed slightly. According to legend, this book had supreme authority and was responsible for recording history. However, its authority was wavering now. So powerful. On the ground below, many people's hearts trembled. Lin Ling was actually able to shake a half-step wuxing powerhouse. You only rely on this rubbish book of history. Today, I'll destroy your distorted history in front of everyone. Lin Ling shouted again. His voice shook the heavens. Looking at him, countless people's blood boiled. This was a warrior of our generation. He was direct and efficient. If he didn't like it, he would take action. You should know that history was recorded by Yun Jiangshan. However, if you were to do whatever you wanted, what was the use of the book of history? Ignorant child. You don't know the glory of your predecessors. You want to destroy history? Yun Jiangshan sneered. He didn't believe that Lin Ling could do it. The purple qi on his body was like the condensed history of thousands of generations. No one could violate it. Wind lightning strike. At this time, Lin Ling looked up to the sky and roared. Countless ancient god emperors appeared and occupied the entire sky. Moreover, if one looked carefully, one would see that these ancient god emperors were all holding ancient swords. They were all divine weapons. Chi. Looking at this scene, many people gasped. A clone holding a divine weapon. This Lin Ling was really heroic. Kill. One person turned into an army of 10,000. At this moment, they flew towards the ancient divine treasury book of history and attacked crazily. Clang clang clang, pop pop pop, under each sword, heaven and earth trembled a little. This made Yun Jiangshan's expression extremely ugly. This was too much. A mere Lin Ling wanted to destroy the book of history of the mortal world. You previously convicted me of 3 major crimes and wanted to record them in the book of history. Now, I'll also convict you. In the sky, Lin Ling's crazy voice floated out. Boom, everyone's heart was pounding. The famous Jiang family was responsible for recording the events of the mortal world. However, Lin Ling was now the host. He wanted to record everything. The first crime, disloyalty. As a famous family, we have the right to record the history of the mortal world. However, disloyalty to history is useless. Swish. Translator, Transin editor, Transin with a king's command, the world moved. The second sin, unfilial. The mission given to you by your predecessors is to record history fairly, but you twisted right and wrong. This is unfilial to your predecessors. Boom, Lin Ling's true body appeared among the clones. He was like the most dazzling star as he slashed at the book of history. The third sin, heartless. Because of your twisted history, your descendants were affected. You have no sense of justice. The fourth sin, unrighteous. I am the hero of the human world. I sealed 60,000 worlds and helped millions of people. You are the one who recorded history, yet you don't respect me. You have no sense of justice. The fifth sin, untrustworthy. When I fought with Princess Firecloud, you represented history as the judge. But in order to pursue Princess Firecloud, you attacked in public. You have no sense of justice. The sixth sin, unsincere. The fire race went back on their words. They are ungrateful. You are walking with them. You are a snake and a rat. Accompanied by Lin Ling's thunderous voice, the book of history became dimmer and dimmer. Blood flowed out from the corner of Yun Jianshan's mouth. He couldn't fight back under Lin Ling's crazy attacks. What surprised him the most was that the book of history had the power of law, but it was ineffective against Lin Ling. Could it be that Lin Ling also had the power of law? But Lin Ling didn't have a source of void force. All kinds of thoughts occupied his mind, causing him to lose all his dignity and face. The seventh sin, rude. You went back on your words in front of the world. This is not putting the world in your eyes. You have no sense of etiquette. The seven sins are enough to destroy the book of history. Lin Ling roared. There was a dragon roaring in his body. Suddenly, a terrifying flame appeared in the sky and burned the book of history. Countless people stared at the sky. Among the millions of ancient god emperors, Lin Ling stretched out his left hand. A shocking dragon claw appeared, and the dragon claw was holding the book of history. Boom! As the dragon claw clenched, the book of history turned into ashes and drifted down from the sky like smoke. The book of history couldn't record history. What was the use of it? It was better to destroy it. The seven sins determined Yun Jianshan. Puff! Yun Jianshan spat out a mouthful of blood, and the purple gas on his face disappeared. He fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. He couldn't get up anymore. Obviously, the book of history was destroyed, and he didn't have the strength to fight anymore. He sentenced Lin Ling to 3 sins, but now Lin Ling sentenced him to 7 sins. And the 7 sins weren't only for him, but also for the fire race. This was undoubtedly a direct slap to the face, making all of the Fire Clan's people's bodies tremble. However, they couldn't refute it, because the Divine Treasury's book of history was also destroyed. What else could they say? History, let me record. Lin Ling was the only one floating in the sky. In that instant, he seemed to be the master of the world, the Earth Yun below Earth. The martial artists of the mortal worlds 3 profound and the legends of the mortal world were all stunned. Previously, Yun Jianshan had said that his book of history represented the firmament, but now that the book of history had been destroyed, what else could it represent? Instead, Lin Ling was the firmament. No one could say anything anymore. Lin Ling had swept away the 2 powerful cultivators like a storm. All of this proved that what the fire race had said before was all fake. The ones who were truly ungrateful and treacherous were them. Bring out the fire spirit princess. Lin Ling floated back to the ground. Behind him were tens of thousands of clones. His blue robe fluttered, and his ancient sword was dazzling. Bring out the fire spirit princess. Suddenly, many people followed Lin Ling's roar. It was as if he was declaring war on the most ancient Xia race. On the side of the fire race and the E-race, everyone's face was pale. They didn't expect the result to be like this. Lin Ling actually won. Bullshit. But at this moment, a large number of warriors from the Xinhuang domain roared. Hundreds of millions of warriors objected. They couldn't admit defeat. They couldn't lose to Lin Ling. They had lost their minds and even lost their minds. Many of them even wanted to kill Lin Ling. They only needed one word from the fire tribe to mobilize their entire army. The wind was blowing, and the chaotic spiritual chi was roaring. The atmosphere was oppressive. Ugly. Many cultivators frowned. Xianhuang Dayu had changed their mind in front of everybody. The fire race, the E-race, and even Champion University remained silent. They didn't think they were going back on their words. Bring out the fire spirit princess. However, Lin Ling's eyes were still clear and filled with determination. The sword in his hand pointed forward, and the tens of thousands of doppelgangers behind him did the same, forming a majestic scene of swords pointing to the sky. At the same time, Bai Yuntiandi and the others were also looking forward. They looked like they were going to cut off all means of retreat. How arrogant Lin Ling is. At this moment, many martial artists of the mortal world felt admiration for Lin Ling. What sort of courage and what sort of willpower allowed him to face millions upon millions of martial artists without taking a single step back? "If you're not afraid of death, come and get him," said the Emperor of the Fire Race icily. He raised his hand and got ready to give the order to kill Lin Ling. But as soon as he raised his hand, he was astonished. "Bring out the Fire Spirit Princess." In the distant sky, a mighty voice came from nowhere. The majestic clouds also arrived. Looking around, they were all people. These people seemed to be here to support Lin Ling. Many people saw that these experts were actually warriors from the great Xianpeng region. When the king gave the order, the whole world moved. This was Shenhuangdayu. No one could be arrogant here. But now, the cultivators from Xianpeng province had arrived. They were like fierce dragons crossing the river. Lin Ling has summoned the entire Xianpeng province. Many people's mouths were dry, and they were extremely excited. This was what it meant to have hundreds of people respond to a single call. "Pa!" Orderly steps came from afar. With every step, the void exploded. The cultivators from Shenhuangdayu were all like ducks with their necks held. They couldn't say anything. Before, they bullied Lin Ling because he didn't have anyone, so they went back on their words. But now, did Lin Ling have no one? Who would Lin Ling be afraid of in terms of numbers? Divine weapons. Oh my god, those strong cultivators from Xianpeng province, they all have divine weapons. Some sharp-eyed people gasped again when they saw the approaching strong cultivators. What? Each person has a divine weapon? How can we fight like this? The cultivators from Shenhuangdayu turned pale. There was no longer any arrogance on their faces. In the past, they had mobilized all of their forces to hunt down Lin Ling. Today, Lin Ling came with his subordinates to fight them head-on. They didn't dare to fight back. "Bring out the Fire Spirit Princess." Lin Ling seemed to have known the arrival of the people behind him. His sword was still pointed forward. It was as if the soldiers were at the gate, forcing the whole of Shenhuangdayu. "Lin Ling, do you have to start a war in the human world?" In the silence, the cold voice of the Emperor of the Fire Tribe came out. But everyone could see that he was no longer domineering. Perhaps in the face of Lin Ling's army, he was no longer qualified to be domineering. Therefore, his words were more like a negotiation, and now, the matter was getting more and more sensational. It was no longer a question of whether to bring out the Fire Spirit Princess, but a question of Shenhuangdayu's reputation. Translator, trans and editor, trans and sharpness. Many people also understood the meaning of the Fire Emperor's words. They couldn't help but feel like they were dreaming. In the past, the Fire Tribe was angry and chased after Lin Ling. But now, even the Fire Emperor had to bow his head when he saw Lin Ling. "Bring out the Fire Spirit Princess." However, Lin Ling didn't bother to answer the Fire Emperor. After he spoke, the warriors of Xianpeng province all shouted angrily, "Bring out the Fire Spirit Princess." This meant that there was no compromise. If they refused, they would fight. Lin Ling could ignore the first time they broke their promise. But if it was the second time, then the third time, then he didn't need to trust the Fire Tribe anymore. He only needed to use the sword in his hand to force them. Rumble. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook. A huge stone giant walked over from afar. Behind the stone giant, there was a large number of strong warriors. Looking carefully, those people were from the stone tribe. How terrifying. A moving stone giant? What's its background? That giant gave me a feeling of the power of law. Who is this terrifying existence coming for? All the warriors were trembling at this moment. They felt that the ancient existence had arrived. That's the old ancestor of the stone tribe. On the side of the Fire Tribe and the E Tribe, many people's faces changed drastically. But soon, they all shouted excitedly as if they had seen reinforcements. The old ancestor of the Stone Tribe, the Stone God, was in existence even older than the Fire Emperor. He had the same status as the old ancestor of the Fire Tribe. He was one of the oldest figures in the world. Lin Ling is too arrogant. Even the people of the Stone Tribe don't like him. He must be here to help me. The Fire Emperor stared at the stone giant and couldn't help but laugh. Although the three tribes weren't in the same camp, if someone bullied them, they would definitely be united. So it's the old ancestor of the stone tribe. Are the three tribes gathered now? In the eyes of many people, the towering stone giant finally stopped. It stood between the heavens and the earth, ancient and distant. Above those ancient eyes, a pair of yellow eyes stared at the crowd, filled with a thick indifference. Gulp. At this moment, many people swallowed with difficulty. How could Lin Ling side win with such an ancient figure joining the battlefield? Bring out the fire spirit princess. However, just as everyone began to speculate, the ancient stone man emitted an earth-shattering sound. That voice was undoubtedly like a bolt from the blue, blasting everyone until they were badly battered. Their expressions all froze in place. That stone man seemed to be speaking for Lin Ling. What? The smile on the Fire King's face froze. The stone god was telling him to hand over the fire spirit princess? But why didn't the stone god help the fire race? Why did he help Lin Ling? The world became even more silent. No one was unmoved. They didn't understand why things turned out like this, only Lin Ling's expression was still calm. He looked at the fire race and said, "Are you surprised? In fact, this is a very normal thing because I'm in the right. Last time, I was in the right, but your fire race and Xianxia inverted black and white, twisting right and wrong. So today, I'm here again to make you unable to twist right and wrong in front of everyone. I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Lin Ling's last sentence suddenly became louder, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. "I know that you won't be willing to lose face and will think of a way to resist, but I can tell you that you're delusional." Lin Ling spat out another sentence. It was as if he could dominate everything. "Bring out the fire spirit princess." Above Lin Ling's voice, an ancient voice spread in the air. Many people's expressions changed again. More strong cultivators had arrived. In the distance, two silhouettes appeared. One of them was a middle-aged man, the other was an old man with a basket on his back. Even though there were only two people, the Emperor of the Fire Clan and the students of Champion University were astonished. "Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou," shouted the Emperor of the Fire Clan. "The 7 emperors." Hearing these words, everyone found it even harder to breathe. They never imagined that the dignified 7 emperors would step in for Lin Ling. It should be known that Lin Ling's strength was not bad, but it wasn't at the level where the 7 emperors would step in for him. This was because his opponent wasn't weak either. He was one of the deacons of the human realm's highest deacon palace. However, for Lin Ling, the 7 emperors had still personally come. Lin Ling's attack was like a thunderstorm. The people of Xianxia couldn't fight back at all. The crowd was cheering. Lin Ling's attacks were getting stronger and stronger. Emperor Yu and the other one looked at Xianxia. They knew he was from a prestigious clan, but Lin Ling had defeated him. They were surprised because Xianxia had one of the godly treasures of history. That book contained the cosmic energies of the earth and the sky. If Lin Ling couldn't resist the cosmic energies, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Xianxia. But Lin Ling had won. Lin Ling had cosmic energies. Maybe he could control them, maybe he couldn't, but he could use them to protect himself. It seems like he's hiding something we don't know about. Emperor Yu and the other one were extremely happy. Then, they stared at the Emperor of the Fire Clan and said, "Huao, how can you be so shameless?" Huao, that was the name of the Emperor of the Fire Clan. Ordinary people didn't know about it, and they didn't have the qualifications to mention it. At this moment, the Emperor of the Fire Clan was standing on the ground with an ugly expression. The experts of the 3 mysterious realms were staring at him, waiting for him to lose face. In the past, Lin Ling had no fame and no status, so you bullied him. But the river flows east for 30 years, and 30 years later, Lin Ling can represent the entire 7 emperors' world. Can you still bully him? Emperor Li Shou said indifferently. They were in the right, so they weren't afraid to say it in front of the world. The Emperor of the Fire Clan couldn't refute. The river flows east for 30 years, and 30 years later, it was indeed so. If he knew that Lin Ling had such charisma in the past, he wouldn't have abandoned Lin Ling. Unfortunately, no one could predict the future. One wrong step and everything would be lost. Hand over the person and we, the 7 emperors heavens, will withdraw our troops. Emperor Yu also spoke. This was undisguised coercion. The Emperor of the Fire Clan looked at Lin Ling. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Even the strong cultivators of Champion University behind him remained silent. Initially, they wanted to use him as a trump card to defeat Lin Ling, but now it was impossible. The Fire Clan is ridiculous. The crowd roared with laughter. The result of the clash between the two regions was obvious. Lin Ling had won. That's enough. Do you think the Fire Clan doesn't have a strong cultivator? The cultivators of the great regions are here, Shen is here, and even the 7 emperors are here. Let me tell you, we don't have a strong cultivator. No matter how many strong cultivators come, we won't yield. Boom boom boom. Translator, trans and editor, trans and slap the old ancestor of the Fire tribe. Another expert has appeared? Many people were shocked and retreated frantically. What else was going to appear at this time? It's the old ancestor. All the people of the Fire tribe were excited. Their old ancestor had finally made a move. The Fire tribe had a backbone. Even if they were wrong, they would never admit their mistake. Never. Is it that old monster? Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou's expression changed slightly. Although they were not afraid of the old monster, they knew the old monster's crazy temper very well. He valued his face very much. For his face, he was willing to fight against everyone in the world. The result would definitely be a disaster. This was not something they wanted to see. Fire tribe, despicable. Emperor Li Shou's old face was filled with anger. The Fire tribe was wrong. Why didn't they just admit their mistake? Rumble, terrifying explosions continued to ring out. Only the sound of burning flames could be heard in the entire world. In the sky, the flames formed a terrifying ancient object. It was actually a gigantic fire toad. This fire toad's entire body was covered in multicolored flames. Its skin seemed to hide the divine fire of heaven and earth. Its eyes coldly stared at the ground. Its tyrannical aura seemed to not even give face to the 7 emperors. Lin Ling, you announce to the world that this matter is getting bigger and bigger. That old monster will not let this matter go. Stone God's voice appeared in Lin Ling's ears. He was not worried about Lin Ling's safety. However, if Lin Ling wanted to take away the Fire Spirit Princess, it would be very difficult for him to do so. Today, all the ancient figures of the human world came out. If Lin Ling returned empty-handed, then after tomorrow, Lin Ling and even Xianpeng Province would become a joke. Others would say that Xianpeng Province was so majestic. They came proudly but retreated like a stray dog. Lin Ling, come. Come if you have the ability. The Fire Spirit Princess is here. If you can take her away today, I will give you 3 slaps. Seeing Lin Ling and the others were silent, the Fire Tribe's emperor roared to the sky. It seemed that he wanted to vent his depression. At this moment, he did not realize that he, the emperor of the Shi tribe, had lost his dignity and was shouting at Lin Ling. Obviously, the humiliation he received today was too big. It made him lose his mind. Come, Xianhuangdayu. If you don't come, you are a piece of trash. Man, you Lin Ling Dayu you. But now, let's see how you can take the Fire Spirit Princess. If you can't, you are not a man. The warriors of the Fire Tribe and Xianhuangdayu were elated at this moment and shouted loudly. All kinds of mocking and disdainful voices rang out, making the onlookers frown. The Fire Tribe and Xianhuangdayu were too shameless. As for the warriors of Xianpeng Province, their faces were ugly. They were so angry that their bodies trembled. They wanted to fight to the death. The other party was wrong, but they did not admit it and even shouted. Who would not be angry? Now, what else do you want to say? Under the eyes of thousands of people, Princess Huixia also walked back and said with a ferocious face. She let out a big sigh of relief. Countless gazes began to look at Lin Ling. Lin Ling now had 2 choices. The first was to continue fighting, and the 2 regions would perish together. 2. Retreat. In the end, the choice depended on Lin Ling's words. Sir, let's fight. On the side of Xianpeng Province, the warriors could not bear it and shouted angrily. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He stared at the huge fire toad in the sky. However, his eye of time quietly appeared. An indescribable feeling arose spontaneously, making his face change slightly. The next moment, the corner of his mouth raised into a sneer. Bang! Stepping on the ground, Lin Ling flew to the sky. What is Lin Ling doing? Seeing Lin Ling's action, everyone was confused. Is he courting death? The people of the fire tribe sneered. Even they did not dare to get close to the ancestor, but Lin Ling did not know his own strength and flew over. He was definitely courting death. No one could understand Lin Ling's action. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. Even the fire toad looked at Lin Ling. Its eyes were full of ridicule. It also wanted to see what this ant wanted to do, however, Lin Ling did not seem to know what kind of existence he was facing. In a moment, he appeared in front of the fire toad. His right hand was raised high, and the flames condensed into a huge palm. This time, everyone was even more surprised. Was Lin Ling going to attack the ancestor of the fire tribe? Emperor Yu and the others' faces changed dramatically. Lin Ling was no match for that old monster. Little toad, I haven't seen you for many years, but you've become arrogant. At this moment, a cold shout was heard. Then, the flame palm swept fiercely and like a huge slap, it fell on the fire toad's face. Bang! The crisp sound of the slap was heard, shocking everyone. Lin Ling was actually slapping the ancestor of the fire tribe in the face. Boom! Everyone's heart exploded. Even the emperor of the fire tribe widened his eyes. He was dead. Lin Ling was dead. Not to mention the others, even the huge fire toad's eyes narrowed. This ant dared to slap him? The 7 sins of the fire tribe are disloyalty, filial piety, heartless, unrighteousness, untrustworthiness, impudence, and impoliteness. As their ancestor, you failed to discipline them properly. Today, you will receive 7 slaps for them. However, something even more shocking happened. Lin Ling did not retreat. He slapped again fiercely and domineeringly. Bang bang bang. The loud sound of the slap made the heaven and earth become deathly silent. What was arrogance? This was arrogance. Today, Lin Ling said that he would take the fire spirit princess away, and he did as he said. He was fearless. Even if the ancestor of the fire tribe came to stop him, he dared to hit him. It was as if no one could stop him from taking away the fire spirit princess. Bang bang bang. Several slaps landed on the fire toad's face, making it furious. However, when its eyes met with Lin Ling's, a familiar feeling arose spontaneously. This was the soul power. This soul power could not hurt it at all, but it felt like it came from the most ancient era. In its heart, a tall figure appeared, looking down at it. The voice from millions of years ago also sounded. Little toad, you dare to be so arrogant? Seeing that you have not cultivated well, I will let you live today. I will take the sky moon sunlight grass with me. I will leave a leaf for you. If you are not satisfied, you can come and find me. It was that person's aura, it was his aura. The fire toad's heart rumbled, and its body trembled. Whether it was the familiar soul power or the familiar slap, it knew that the young man in front of it was definitely related to that person. That person was an expert who had been to the martial god realm. He was the demon in its heart. Even after millions of years, it still did not dare to face that person. That kind of respect came from the bottom of its heart. Bang! As the last slap landed, the heaven and earth became even more silent. Many people looked at the sky with their mouths wide open. They realized that the fire toad was trembling. That ancient existence seemed to be angry. The fire tribe emperor's expression immediately became ferocious. Ancestor, kill him. He knew very well that the ancestor was furious. However, under his voice, the giant toad in the sky continued to tremble. It did not erupt with a terrifying aura. On the contrary, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out, shocking the world. Do you know your mistake? Lin Ling said indifferently. At this moment, not to mention the fire tribe emperor, even the 7 emperors gasped. Lin Ling was questioning the toad. Did it know its mistake? The fire tribe admitted defeat. What? Everyone was in a daze. That ancient existence actually admitted defeat? An existence comparable to the 7 emperors actually admitted defeat. If it wasn't happening right in front of their eyes, they would have thought that they were dreaming. Only the stone god smiled. It seemed like his guess was right. Lin Ling wasn't simple at all. Your fire tribe is ungrateful and goes back on your words. Is this the kind of descendant you teach? Lin Ling spat out another sentence. In fact, the toad in front of him could easily kill him, but he wasn't afraid of it subconsciously. That kind of fearlessness came from his eyes. That was why he went up alone to teach the toad a lesson. I was wrong. I won't interfere in today's matter anymore. The giant toad let out a low roar. The flames actually retracted. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the Fire Tribe Emperor below. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the Fire Tribe Emperor in a flash. In the past, you married your daughter to me. In fact, you didn't know that I didn't like your daughter, Princess Xianxia. Then, because my ability disappeared, you looked down on me and abandoned me. You even wanted to kill me. Today, I will tell you that a person must have principles. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. I, Lin Ling, dislike ungrateful people the most. A cold voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. He raised his left hand and slapped 3 times. Previously, the Fire Tribe Emperor said that if Lin Ling could take away the Fire Spirit Princess, he would give Lin Ling 3 slaps. Now, Lin Ling fulfilled his promise and even taught him a lesson: slap. Slap, slap. Under countless gazes, the Fire Tribe Emperor was slapped by Lin Ling. However, he didn't move because he felt that the ancestor was looking at him, waiting for him to receive the 3 slaps. This made his heart tremble. Shameful, utterly shameful. No matter how Huao resisted, no matter what kind of experts he called, Lin Ling could crush him. Even if the sky fell, Lin Ling could break it. Bring out the Fire Spirit Princess. Lin Ling ignored the Fire King's mood and coldly shouted. He knew that the Fire King had lost all face today, but he only had himself to blame. If he didn't go back on his words in the past, Lin Ling wouldn't have gathered so many heroes today. Rumble. At this moment, the volcano began to sway. A lotus flower slowly rose from the fire. A girl who looked like she was carved from jade stood on top of it. She looked around in surprise. She was the Fire Spirit Princess. When Lin Ling saw the Fire Spirit Princess, he couldn't help but smile. He had finally achieved his goal of coming to Xianxia. He looked at the Fire Tribe Emperor again and said calmly, "Do you have anything to say?" "What do you want to say?" This sentence was undoubtedly extremely sarcastic. Clearly, Lin Ling was also saying, submit or not. If you don't submit, I'll beat you until you do. Unfortunately, what else could the Fire Race Monarch say? The Fire Race Monarch's body was trembling. He was angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. He had lost, so he had nothing to say. If you have nothing to say, then I'll take the Fire Spirit Princess with me. I'll give you 2 final words. First, as an ancient character, it's better to be honest. Second, don't underestimate me, Lin Ling. No one can stop me from doing what I want to do. Lin Ling left behind these words. He turned around proudly and walked towards the Fire Spirit Princess. At this moment, all eyes were on Lin Ling. Clearly, Lin Ling was the real winner today. Lin Ling came in front of the Fire Spirit Princess and rubbed her head. Then, he carried the Fire Spirit Princess and left. As he walked, he said, "In the past, your fire race had arranged a marriage with me. However, the other party was Princess Xianxia. This made me very disappointed. How could such a girl be worthy of me? But if it's you, then it's fine. I think it's a good match for you." As soon as these words were spoken, Princess Xiaoxia's face turned pale. She held back a mouthful of humiliation. In the end, she spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Princess Xiaoxia is a disgrace. She's just a toad. She actually wants to marry Lin Ling. Why don't she take a look at herself in the mirror? Lin Ling, mighty. Today, no one can stop you when you come to take her away. Xianxia and the Fire Race's warriors, why aren't you saying anything? Aren't you very arrogant? Aren't you men? Why don't you dare to stop him? You're asking for your own humiliation. From now on, the Fire Race and the E-Race will become the laughingstock of the human world. The crowd couldn't bear it anymore. They let out a roaring laughter. The people of Xianxia all became silent. Their faces were ugly. They never thought that the ancient ancestor of the Fire Race would give in to Lin Ling. How could things turn out like this? Puff, at this time, the Fire Race Monarch suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. A dignified hero of a generation had completely fainted from anger. Haha. More people let out a mocking laughter. Lin Ling ignored the fire race monarch. He held the fire spirit princess in his arms and waved his hand. All the experts left in a mighty manner, only the fire toad was still looking at Lin Ling's back. There was respect in his eyes. Is it him? Even if it's not him, it must be his successor. Then, he looked at the people of the fire race angrily. Who told you to provoke them? Moreover, they are ungrateful and went back on their words. Even if you don't feel ashamed, I feel ashamed for you. Now, our fire race has become the laughingstock of the world. Are you satisfied? Moreover, this matter could have been resolved with an apology. Who gave you the arrogance? Who told you to refute him? Ancestor. All the people of the fire race knelt down and didn't dare to raise their heads. They still didn't understand why their ancestor gave in to Lin Ling. Let me tell you again. In this world, you can provoke anyone but him. The fire toad said angrily. After saying that, he turned into flames and disappeared into the volcano. Even now, he was still in awe. Boom, all the people of the fire race felt their hearts explode. They couldn't provoke anyone but Lin Ling? They were the most ancient race of the Shi race. Could it be that they couldn't even provoke a mere Lin Ling? Fire race, find a new fire race emperor. The volcano began to sink, but the fire toad's voice floated out again. Everyone's expression changed drastically. For Lin Ling, the Shi race changed the world. At this moment, the fire race emperor, Huao, finally woke up. However, after hearing those words, he staggered back and spat out another mouthful of blood. He was worried about his gains and losses. From now on, he was no longer the fire race emperor, and the reason was that he underestimated Lin Ling. Who was Lin Ling? Why did he have such great power? The matter of the fire race spread throughout the human world on the second day, causing the entire three mysterious of the human world to be shaken. In this battle between Xianpeng Province and Xianhuangdao, they thought that Lin Ling would lose without a doubt. Who knew that Lin Ling would win, and win beautifully again? Lin Ling, the newly risen heavenly emperor, but he has created countless miracles. When he went to the fire race, who dared to stop him? Even the heavens and earth couldn't stop him. The hero of the human world, and now he has defeated the fire race. It seems that there is nothing he can't do. I have a feeling that Lin Ling will definitely stand at the peak of the human world in the future. All such rumors spread out in the mortal world in a grandiose manner. Lin Ling clearly became the new generation's most dazzling heavenly emperor powerhouse, being admired by countless martial artists. The Fire Spirit Princess and the Second Dream. The world is too vast. There are many things that are hard to confirm. However, the old ancestor of the fire tribe gave in to Lin Ling, and the stone god also gave in to Lin Ling. This Lin Ling is indeed not simple. I guess he is the descendant of the oldest expert in the world. As for those heavenly emperors, they were constantly guessing Lin Ling's origin. For many people, Lin Ling was not someone they could provoke. At this moment, Lin Ling was leading everyone away from Xianhuangdao. However, when they came, they were in a hurry. They were not in a hurry to go back. It was rare to come to Xianhuangdao, and the warriors of Xianhuangdao were afraid of him. Naturally, they would go back on a sightseeing tour. Lin Ling, what's going on? The old ancestor of the fire tribe is the most stubborn and protective. He is actually afraid of you? In a valley, everyone stopped there. Emperor Yu and the other two looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Lin Ling smiled. In fact, he was also very surprised to meet the old ancestor of the fire tribe. Because in his eye of time, the fire tribe emperor was just a fire beast he had met in the past. He did not expect that after millions of years, that fire beast would become a giant in the human world. Because of an agreement, the old ancestor of the fire tribe has to give in to me. Lin Ling did not tell the truth because he remembered the words of the Eastern Devil King. Before he was strong enough, it was better not to expose too much. So that's how it is. Emperor Yu and the other two did not ask any more. However, they had guessed that this was not an agreement. The old ancestor of the fire tribe knew that Lin Ling was the disciple of someone, so he did not dare to be arrogant. That person should be the firmament sword immortal. The conversation between them did not hide from the crowd. Many people's eyes flashed. It turned out that Lord Lin Ling and the old ancestor of the fire tribe had an agreement. Although they did not know the details of the agreement, it was clear that the people behind Lin Ling were only the 7 emperors. He was not as scary as they thought. Lin Ling did not know what everyone was thinking. He carried Princess Fire Spirit and walked towards the crowd. Bastard, from now on, I will follow you. The fire race is too annoying. Princess Fire Spirit smiled and kissed Lin Ling's face. Although she was young and didn't know what love was, she liked being with Lin Ling. Of course, you can follow me from now on. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with adoration as he nodded slightly. Wherever he passed, the warriors from Xianpeng province bowed respectfully. That kind of reverence came from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Ling smiled and nodded at everyone. He looked at the crowd and saw Lady Watermist, Lord Pooh, Ancestor Extreme Flame, and the others. Under an ancient tree, a soul stood there quietly. Her eyes were filled with excitement as she stared at Princess Fire Spirit. Similarly, the Fire Spirit Princess also stared at her. An indescribable feeling arose spontaneously. That soul was naturally the second dream. Obviously, the second dream had followed the crowd and had been waiting for Lin Ling's results. When Lin Ling stopped in front of her, the second dream smiled and said to Lin Ling, "Thank you, Lin Ling." It was a soft sentence, but it was filled with deep gratitude. She knew how much effort this man had put in for her, and the reason was because of a promise. It's what I should do. Lin Ling shrugged and revealed a bright smile. It was extremely clean. At the same time, he put Princess Fire Spirit down. Who are you? Why do I feel so familiar with you? Princess Fire Spirit Princess blinked her big eyes and asked innocently. Although it was her first time seeing the second dream, she did not know why, but a feeling of kinship appeared in her heart. That feeling seemed to be more familiar with the second dream than her sister, Princess Fire Cloud. Well, it's hard to say. Come with me. The second dream stared at Princess Fire Spirit with her beautiful eyes. An umbrella appeared in her hand. She held Princess Fire Spirit's hand with her other hand. She also looked at Lin Ling and said, "No matter what the result is, I will get her consent. If we choose to be 2 people, then I have no regrets." Lin Ling nodded. He did not interfere with the second dream and Princess Fire Spirit's final decision. Whether their souls would be united in the end was not something that Lin Ling could decide. The second dream held Princess Fire Spirit's hand and left. Yu Yun and the others were a little worried. Lin Ling had brought Princess Fire Spirit back, but they did not know if Princess Fire Spirit would agree to let their souls fuse. However, Lin Ling stopped them from following. He said, "Let them settle it among themselves. Now, let's rest here and prepare to go back." Okay. Yu Yun, Xianxia, and the others could only agree. Then, everyone lit a fire in the valley and started a banquet. For a moment, it was lively and noisy. Lin Ling drank with everyone and chatted happily. Ancestor Taiyan and the others laughed heartily. When night fell, Lin Ling left alone. He looked at the second dream and Princess Fire Spirit on the mountain peak in the distance and began to cultivate. Last time, when he defeated Yun Jiangshan, he roughly knew how strong he was. He probably had few opponents among the gold-level heavenly emperors. However, the mortal world was vast and there were many strong people. This time, he could summon ancient warriors to help him, but this was not the best way. The only way was to increase his strength. The famous Yun family. I don't have any memory of this family. Does Li Xiaoyao not know this family? Lin Ling said indifferently. He was afraid that he had one more enemy now. It was the Yun family. I should focus on increasing my strength. If I can reach the level of Wu Xing, then I can have a firm foothold in the mortal world. At present, Lin Ling did not lack cultivation resources. What he lacked was a foundation. Then, Lin Ling looked at the peerless divine sword in his Zifu. Unfortunately, the sword embryo was still in the process of being born. It would take some time for it to be born. The night passed quietly. When the first ray of sunlight shone from afar, the entire valley was filled with vitality. Lin Ling looked around and saw a large number of people cultivating in various corners of the valley. Many of these people were familiar faces. They had followed the rainforest holy land through many trials and tribulations in the past. Leader. When Lin Ling stood up, the people of the left court palace also stood up and bowed respectfully. The leader was Mumu. They looked at Lin Ling with a strange gaze. It was a kind of blind worship. It's fine. You all continue to cultivate. Lin Ling waved his hand and smiled. He walked forward. The people of the Fire Right Court Palace were more familiar with Lin Ling. They were still cultivating, but they would immediately enter battle mode at the slightest movement. Many people here were Lin Ling's confidants. Lin Ling was not familiar with the cultivators who stayed in the rainforest Holy Land, so he did not let them come with him this time. At this moment, a singing voice came from afar. Under the scorching sun, a beautiful girl walked towards Lin Ling with an umbrella in her hand, her steps light and cheerful. Almost at the same time, Yuman Yun, Xianxia, Ancestor Taiyan, and the others in the valley opened their eyes. After a night of decision, what did the second dream and the Fire Spirit Princess choose? Bad guy. The Fire Spirit Princess came before Lin Ling and smiled. She was extremely cute. Lin Ling was stunned. He patted the Fire Spirit Princess' head and looked into the distance. What about Sister the Second Dream? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. A storm was brewing. The Fire Spirit Princess smiled and didn't say anything. Her small hands and feet climbed onto Lin Ling's body like a lazy snake, making Lin Ling speechless. However, when the Fire Spirit Princess laid on Lin Ling's back, she said softly, I am the second dream. You are the second dream? Lin Ling's mouth fell open. Then, he pondered for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that the second dream and the Fire Spirit Princess' final choice was to fuse their souls. From now on, the second dream will also be reborn as a human. Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others smiled with relief. At first, they were afraid that the Fire Spirit Princess would refuse to fuse their souls, but they were obviously overthinking. Haha, from now on, I, the Fire Spirit Princess, can also bask in the sun and bathe with the bad guy. The Fire Spirit Princess tugged on Lin Ling's ear and laughed. She looked very innocent. In the crowd, Yuman Yun and Qin Xiaolan instantly blushed. They naturally knew what bathing was. Lin Ling was stunned again. He pulled the little girl over from his back and placed her on the ground. He said, Are you the second dream or the Fire Spirit Princess? Why do you speak like the Fire Spirit Princess? Hee, the two of us have become one. The Fire Spirit Princess puffed out her chest. She used her terrifying fire-type talent. The little girl began to grow up and transformed into a devastatingly beautiful woman. Most importantly, this beautiful woman looked like the second dream. Lin Ling's pupils trembled violently. He was now sure that the Fire Spirit Princess was the second dream. However, their souls had fused, so she had the domineering naivety of the Fire Spirit Princess and the wisdom of the second dream. Seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. He carefully looked at the second dream and realized that the second dream was still wearing a little girl's dress. Because the dress was short, the roots of her snow-white and slender thighs were almost visible. Lin Ling couldn't help but exclaim, You are a girl. How can you wear such a short dress? What a scandal. After saying that, he helplessly covered the Fire Spirit Princess with his clothes. The Fire Spirit Princess giggled. She was still as innocent as a little girl, but there was a sly light in her eyes as if she was teasing Lin Ling. After a short rest, everyone began to set off. At this moment, in the rainforest Holy Land, everyone received the news of Lin Ling's great victory, and they were all extremely happy. In one of the luxurious mansions, everyone looked at a middle-aged man wearing a long robe and holding a fan in his hand. This Lin Ling is really powerful, he actually won. Yes. However, the people we hid around Lin Ling said that there was no ancient existence behind Lin Ling. The ancestor of the fire tribe helped him because of an agreement. Yes. The middle-aged man smiled faintly as if he knew everything in the world. I guessed so. By the way, Venerable Sea Calming and the old man in the South Pole Celestial Canopy, did they agree? Yes. The two of them were very strong-willed and weren't affected by the power of faith, so their progress was a little slow. The South Pole Celestial Canopy couldn't resist the power of faith from the G family and was turned into ashes. Venerable Sea Calming is the only one left. One of the men said coldly. We must plant the power of faith in Venerable Sea Calming before Lin Ling returns. This Lin Ling is very cautious. He only trusts the people around him. He won't easily trust us. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with killing intent. He waved his hand and said, "Bring Venerable Calming here." "Yes." Someone replied immediately and turned to leave. A moment later, several people brought a man into the main hall. The man seemed to be seriously injured. His face was pale and there was blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. It was Venerable Calming. He couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the middle-aged man. "It's you? Lord Cloudhe." In the sacred rainforest, Yuman Yun and Xianxia were in charge of everything. However, there were 3 people in charge of the military. They were Lord Pu, Lord Shui Wu, and Lord Cloudhe. These 3 people controlled all the powerful beings in Xianpeng province. They could be called the 3 great worlds. However, Lord Cloudhe seemed to be attacking Lin Ling's subordinates. Moreover, all the powerful beings in the sacred rainforest had left. Only Lord Cloudhe and his subordinates were left. Venerable Calming is one of the founding elders of Xianpeng province. He is also Lin Ling's close friend. "Why are you treating him like this?" the middle-aged man shouted at everyone. He seemed to be very familiar with Venerable Calming. He personally helped Venerable Calming sit down and served him some fragrant tea. At the same time, he said, "Venerable Calming, you don't have to be so stubborn. Let go of your martial heart. As long as you plant the power of faith, we can make you the most powerful person in Xianpeng province. You don't want to be under Lin Ling for the rest of your life, do you? What's more, as far as I know, Lin Ling used to work for you. Now, he's become the overlord above you. Are you willing to accept this?" The middle-aged man was clearly trying to bewitch Venerable Calming. "Haha. Lord Cloudhe, you don't have to waste your breath. I know that many people in the sacred rainforest have the power of faith in their hearts and are being controlled by others. I thought that this power came from the ancient Ji family. I never thought that you were the parasite of the sacred rainforest." Venerable Calming guffawed. His voice was filled with mockery. He finally understood everything now. In the past, during the Changkuan ceremony in Xianpeng province, it was Lin Ling who recruited all the martial artists in the world and gave them a stable home. Who would have thought that you, Lord Lin Ling, would take advantage of Lin Ling's influence to sit in a high position, but you would do such a disgraceful thing to Lin Ling. You can be called a traitor. Hehe, Master Haiding, you think too much. First of all, I'm from the Yun clan. Second of all, I'm not the one who wants to kill Lin Ling, it's the Ji clan and the Xianyuan clan, because Lin Ling is too dazzling. Besides, many people want to kill Lin Ling, including the ancient Celestial Platform and Champion University. We're just helping the human world, that's all. It's not a crime, we'll be recorded in the history books and respected by future generations." The middle-aged man was still smiling. It was obvious that he had a good upbringing. "Shut up, it's just a dog. Why are you making excuses for yourself?" shouted Venerable Calming angrily. Lord Yun, he was a traitor, but he was making excuses for himself. People like that were disgusting. How audacious. When the cultivators heard Venerable Calming, they were furious, but the middle-aged man waved his hand to calm them down. He said, "Lin Ling is important to the 7 emperors. Therefore, on the surface, the strong cultivators of the human world don't dare attack him. We can only attack him secretly. Now, you have an opportunity. If you get close to Lin Ling and make Lin Ling drink this jug of alcohol, I'll promise you anything you want. I'll even give you the title of Celestial Emperor, Xiandi." "I understand. You want to harm Lin Ling, but Lin Ling doesn't trust you, so you want to use me to harm Lin Ling," said Venerable Calming, smiling icily. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translation Soul Stirring. So, have you made up your mind? I can tell you that there are many people in the rainforest who don't belong to Lin Ling. Even if you can't do it, others will. Don't waste this opportunity." The middle-aged man took out a jug of wine and said indifferently. "That's right. There are at least 100,000 people who pretend to be loyal to Lin Ling, but they can't wait to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling is a fool. He held the sky for us and gave us the opportunity to become stronger. I have a share of his divine weapon, but he is only a stepping stone for us to become stronger. Most importantly, killing Lin Ling will make us heroes and be heavily rewarded by the giants of the mortal world. This is a great opportunity. The warriors in the hall sneered. They wanted to become stronger, so they were unwilling to submit to Lin Ling. They had been planted with the power of faith, so they only believed in the ancient Ji family. Their hearts were full of ambition. This poisonous wine comes from the Xianxia family. They are the divine dragon warriors. They have many ancient methods that Lin Ling doesn't know about. The middle-aged man said, "So, do you choose a glorious future or die like the old man of the South Pole?" A glorious future? That sounds pretty good. Venerable Si Calming laughed. He seemed to be moved. However, Lin Ling is very difficult to kill. No one has succeeded in so many years. So, I want to see if your poisonous wine can kill Lin Ling. The previous people failed because they were trash. We are giants of the mortal world. We won't fail. You want to see the wine? Take it. The middle-aged man smiled with satisfaction. Venerable Si Calming had finally agreed. Venerable Si Calming took the wine and suddenly burst into laughter. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, he drank all the wine in the flagon. Lin Ling completed 3 tasks for me. His kindness to me is as heavy as Mount Tai. I cannot betray him for the sake of a bright future. I would rather die standing than bear the infamy and step onto the peak of the world. Venerable Si Calming laughed even louder after drinking the wine. It was as if helping Lin Ling was the proudest thing in his life. You. Everyone's expression turned ugly. Not only did Venerable Si Calming refuse to cooperate, he even destroyed the precious wine. Damn it. Venerable Si Calming, how dare you destroy the wine? You're dead. The middle-aged man could no longer maintain his composure, and his face turned ferocious. I didn't expect to return alive after coming here. Master Yunhe, you are pathetic. Of all the people you could have provoked, you had to provoke Lin Ling. You will regret it. Venerable Si Calming chuckled coldly. It was as if he had vented his anger after seeing the middle-aged man enraged. The old man of the South Pole was killed by you. He was an old friend of mine, and now he's lonely in hell. I'm going to drink with him in hell, but I'll wait for you there. Lin Ling, I'll kill you. Boom, after leaving behind these words, Venerable Si Calming's body exploded. Clearly, he had destroyed his dantian and died. A powerhouse of the Si Calming heavenly palace had fallen here. His life was filled with sorrow, and he had no regrets. Bastard. The middle-aged man was furious. This Venerable Si Calming really had a backbone. Everyone's face turned red with anger. One of them looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Master, what should we do now? Venerable Si Calming is dead. It'll be difficult to find Lin Ling's confidant and have him frame Lin Ling. Besides, Venerable Si Calming was like a big brother to Lin Ling. Lin Ling will definitely notice his death. It's fine. We'll say that Venerable Si Calming died while chasing Zhang Luochen. Lin Ling won't suspect us." The middle-aged man regained his composure and said indifferently, "We need evidence for everything. Even if Lin Ling suspects me, he won't dare touch me. After all, we have many people in Xianpeng province and the rainforest sacred land. Lin Ling won't dare to be careless and go against the world. Master Yunhe is so thoughtful. Lin Ling may be the first king of Xianpeng province, but he knows that it's not easy to be a king. Lin Ling is about to return. We should restrain ourselves. As long as we can stay by Lin Ling's side, we'll have a chance sooner or later. Next time, we'll make a move on Lin Ling's wife, Yu Yun. Besides, Venerable Si Calming also has a daughter. We'll eliminate the source of trouble. Remember, our backer is a giant from the human world. We don't have to be afraid of Lin Ling. However, the 9 celestial emperors gave us the tea poison wine. We wasted it. How are we going to explain this to him? It's fine. It's just a small accident. The Xianyuan clan cooperated with the ancient Ji family. They can accept this loss. Tell Xianyuan Jiutian to prepare another pot of tea poison wine. Yes, master. In the hall, everyone left, leaving the middle-aged man sitting there. His face was cold as he said, "Lin Ling, how dare you kill a member of the prestigious Yun family? Your time of death has come. I, Yunhe, will play you to death sooner or later. He didn't see that Venerable Si Kongming's body had exploded, leaving behind a broken jade talisman in his flesh. The jade talisman flickered and connected to the other side. Venerable Si Kongming's relatives were furious when they heard the news. In the hall, Venerable Si Kongming's soul was absorbed by the reincarnation of heaven and earth. Before he was taken away, he glared at Master Yunhe coldly. You'll regret provoking Lin Ling. His soul gradually disappeared into the reincarnation cycle. However, he took one last look at heaven and earth and said with relief, I can leave in peace with my family in Lin Ling's care. A man should die with honor. At least I didn't betray my subordinate, Lin Ling, you're my proudest subordinate. I'll join you in the next life and drink with you. The reincarnation cycle gradually disappeared. Heaven and earth were still peaceful as if nothing had happened. However, a storm was brewing. At this moment, a large number of people walked out of the transportation array in Xianpeng province. Lin Ling was leading them. He looked at the familiar sky and couldn't help but smile. Then, he led the group to the rainforest sacred land. However, as he passed by some ancient holy domains, Lin Ling's eyebrows furrowed together. There, he saw many unfamiliar martial artists, all of them using their strength to bully the weak and tyrannize others. Xianpeng province is now my world. Where did those people come from? Seeing this scene, Lin Ling's voice turned cold as he said to the people behind him. Master Pu walked forward and said, Xianpeng province is very big. It might be difficult to control it completely. Those people might be independent cultivators. Lin Ling, how about I help you kill them? Lin Ling waved his hand. His expression turned even colder. He didn't care about these trivial matters and walked toward the rainforest sacred land. Master Pu, Master Shuiwu, and the others felt a little depressed. They noticed that Lin Ling seemed a little cold. Obviously, Lin Ling wasn't happy about what happened before. Do you know why I'm angry? I'm not a saint. I can't save the whole world. However, I can tell you that those warriors aren't ordinary people. They're from the rainforest sacred land. Lin Ling said calmly as if he knew that Master Pu and the others were depressed. His words caused their expressions to change. Those tyrannical warriors were from the rainforest sacred land? Because one of them is holding the divine weapon I gave him. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Lord Yunhe. Using my divine weapon, being cruel and merciless, and daring to do whatever you want in my territory. I will investigate this matter. Lin Ling sped up. Now that the matter of Xianhuang Daiyu had been resolved, it was time to deal with the parasites in the rainforest. He wanted to see who was so bold as to interfere in his territory. Everyone followed Lin Ling in silence. They knew that Lin Ling rarely got angry with his friends and family, but once he got angry, they all felt a sense of oppression. Not long after, the rainforest gradually appeared in front of them. On the surface, it was still lively, like the most prosperous city in Xianpeng province. Seeing that the rainforest was still safe and sound, Lord Shui Wu and the others couldn't help but laugh. On the other hand, Lin Ling was still expressionless. His sharp soul power noticed that the rainforest was indeed a little different. At this time, a large number of experts walked over. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing a loose brown robe and holding a folding fan in his hand. When he saw Lin Ling, he immediately showed a respectful and gentle smile and led the crowd over. My lord, congratulations on your victory. The middle-aged man immediately bowed. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. My lord, this time you went to Xianhuang Daiyu, you have greatly raised the prestige of Xianpeng province. The fire race has lost all face and become the laughingstock of the world. My lord is indeed a dragon among men. Among the 3 Xian of the human realm, except for the 3 great legends of the human realm, no one dares to disrespect my lord. The others also respectfully flattered Lin Ling, but the fact was, except for the 3 Xian of the human realm, no one dared to disrespect Lin Ling. Who are you? However, Lin Ling didn't seem to hear the flattery of those people and asked indifferently. The middle-aged man raised his head and was a little surprised. My lord, he is Lord Yunhe, together with Lord Pu and Lord Shui Wu, the senior in charge of Xianpeng province. That's right. Lord Yunhe treats people with sincerity and we trust him. Before the middle-aged man could speak, a large number of voices came from afar. It seemed that this Lord Yun he had quite a reputation in the rainforest's sacred land and had quite a number of supporters. Lin Ling, Lord Yunhe comes from the remote sacred domain. However, he has a good reputation and is polite to others. He is indeed one of us. At this time, Mistress Shui Wu introduced Lin Ling to Lord Cloudcrane. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. His gaze flickered. Suddenly, he saw someone familiar standing behind Lord Cloudcrane. It was Lord Mountain Mist of the Black-White Dao Palace. He had actually joined the Rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling frowned and asked indifferently, "Are you Lord Shanwu?" In the crowd, a middle-aged man walked out with a bitter smile. He then knelt down and kowtowed. "My lord, in the past, I had eyes but failed to recognize Mt. Tai. But now, I have turned over a new leaf and have made great contributions to Xianpeng province. I ask that my lord take me in." In the past, Lord Mountain Mist had been above Lin Ling's head. But today, in order to have Lin Ling keep him, he was kowtowing. This change caused many people to sigh. Lin Ling, he already knows that he was wrong. For the sake of the Black-White Dao Palace, please spare his life. Mistress Shui Wu said again. In the past, although she didn't get along with Lord Shanwu, they were still brothers. In addition, Lord Shanwu had turned over a new leaf. Thus, Mistress Shui Wu didn't care about his mistakes. "I hope you didn't misjudge me," Lin Ling said indifferently and then walked forward. Mistress Shui Wu shook her head. She believed in her own eyes. The crowd also followed Lin Ling. Mistress Cloudcrane had a smile on her face, but there was a cold glint in her eyes. Right now, if she allowed Lin Ling to be arrogant, it wouldn't be long before she could control Lin Ling. At that time, she would make Lin Ling kneel before her. At this moment, Lin Ling was still expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking, and this caused the crowd to fall silent. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out of the market in front of them like a madman and ran towards Lin Ling. This person's hair was messy, his clothes were torn, and blood was flowing out between his steps. He looked like he was seriously injured. "How dare you?" At this moment, Mistress Shui Wu seemed to want to make a contribution. She took a step forward and rushed over. "Lin Ling, it's me," the person said with difficulty. It was actually a woman's voice. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. This voice was very familiar. At the same time, Mistress Cloudcrane's expression changed. She secretly cursed, "Trash, you actually didn't kill her." Of course, he knew who that person was. It was Venerable Si Kaming's daughter, Ling Shan. This made him extremely angry. Venerable Si Kaming was dead. He should have eliminated the source of trouble, but he didn't expect Ling Shan to luckily escape. Die. At this moment, Mistress Shui Wu didn't care who it was. She ruthlessly slapped out, wanting to kill Ling Shan. Get lost. At this time, Lin Ling angrily roared. His terrifying soul force transformed into invisible ripples that shocked Lord Shan Wu so much that he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backwards. Lin Ling strode forward and quickly arrived in front of Ling Shan, helping her up. "Sister Ling Shan, it's me." "What happened?" Lin Ling had a bad feeling and couldn't help but ask anxiously. At this moment, Ling Shan was clearly delirious. She looked at Lin Ling with a dazed expression. Mistress Cloudcrane, who was in the crowd, hurriedly gave a look to her subordinates. Immediately, someone shouted, "Mistress, be careful. This person might be a spy from the Fire Tribe. They want to use this opportunity to kill you. Mistress, leave this person to me." "Yes. Mistress, you've come from afar. Let us handle this small matter." Obviously, they couldn't let Ling Shan talk to Lin Ling otherwise. There would be endless trouble. Lin Ling ignored them. He quickly took out the mysterious void gourd and poured the spiritual liquid into Ling Shan's mouth. Gradually, Ling Shan's injuries recovered. She looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but cry, "Lin Ling, father, father, he's dead." "What?" As soon as the voice came out, Lin Ling's heart felt like it was struck by lightning. Venerable Si Kaming was dead, his eyes were bloodshot, and his body was trembling. In the past, when the Rainforest Holy Land encountered the heavenly meteor era, it was Venerable Si Kaming who saved them. Not only did he save Lin Ling, but he also saved the entire rainforest Holy Land. Otherwise, Lin Ling would have died at the hands of Celestial Master Void Star. In the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture, when Lin Ling was still weak, it was Venerable Sea Calming who helped him many times and made him stronger step by step, but now, this benefactor was dead. Lin Ling's heart suddenly felt very painful, very painful. He vaguely remembered that before going to Xianhuangdao, he had drunk with Venerable Sea Calming from night to morning. Who knew that this drinking contest would be the last song? Who is it? End of chapter 1732. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.